can you let him have cave, or do you need cave?
You could have let him have it. You don't need it.
Yeah.
You had all the B
You got
lane.
long ramp.
Yeah, you had a lot of I guess because you wanted to cross site, but you'd already crossed site, I thought. Hadn't they already
Two
crossed
people
site?
were across.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. Sometimes you overcook the pooch.
Yeah, sometimes the pooch.
It gets a little bit chewy. It's a chewy pooch.
Chewy pooch. No one wants a chewy pooch.
Looks like
Two-man
done.
A defense.
Interesting, actually,
Yeah.
but not a bad call, considering a lot of teams like to do these A explodes.
How you doing, Rebel?
Or contacts with Galils after plants, which does actually bode quite well for the mid little link here. It's going to make its way through undetected, but Fame will open up the account, and I see he doubles up. Just 2 more to come through a smoke.
Yeah, starting 2A on the second round force actually makes a ton of sense. Fame up as well for that early indication. QB is making it a bit more threatening.
So here's what...
Oh, I was like, did he actually get a chance there?
BP play CT side Ancient. It's how I play CT side Ancient in my pugs when I'm in a 5-stack and my team aren't comprehensive enough to do proper lane control.
So what do you do?
I just say, guys, can we not fight middle?
I've heard you say that.
Because I know that the timing of the guys jumping up heaven is going to be dog water.
Yeah.
The guy in cave is going to be smoked off, and he's not going to know what he's
going
to do.
Me.
And he's probably missed his lane util, so the molly HE didn't land, so they're not slowed. So can we just, guys? Can we just let's just start donut? Can we just start donut? That's electronics. Like he's me after a night of tough pugs.
Yeah. Okay. Crimbo's got a pick.
Ooh.
Like a pickaxe?
No, like a dragon pickaxe would have been cool, but he hasn't got that. He just got a pick.
All right, well, that's all they're going to get, I think, as Crimbo marooned on the B bomb site, bombed down over towards the ramp. He's got 4 players to find, all of which have a rifle. So good luck, my friend. He got stuck in a lift in Mongolia for 40 minutes.
Who did?
Crimbo.
Poor lad.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
I heard
that's
some
one of my
stories.
worst nightmares.
Poor Crimbo got stuck in a lift was one of them.
Crimbo stuck in a lift. Okay. I'm gonna test your RuneScape, like your general.
I was a baker.
You're a baker.
Mm.
I can see it now. You're like picking the wheat.
Yeah.
Take it to the mill.
It always felt safer at the mill.
It is. It was a good place to be. There's a couple of goblins around, but
I would have been. I think fishing would have also been a highlight. I wasn't like I did some mining.
You were quite combat averse. You know, you were more about the levels.
I did do the. Well, that's the thing. Once you get the rune armor, you want to keep the rune armor. So, you don't want to be PvPing.
So you remember all the armors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mithril.
Yes. I'm impressed. Going around though, so we'll come back to that. 2 in mid. Going to take their full control. Flit this time has been emboldened to even consider.
They haven't been told to just start donut.
No, not this time.
Oh,
come on. Cube was just starting to crawl.
Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? And Flick continues with these openings. I didn't check in on his
jump
opening
up heaven. He was
prowess
getting
on
a
the
free
previous
kill
map,
there.
He definitely was delivering. Okay, Flammus gives one back. Hype's going to get the pick through the doors. As the bomb in his back, 2 to come through late middle, staying staunch with this defense right now. I think Fame wants to get out of there, and we'll communicate that to Flit. Time's up, smoke fading. Let's dip back and play the 4v4. How do they reset? There's currently 1 defender over towards the B bomb site, now to be joined by Flit. You're going to have that of Fame dealing with the red and donut leak by the looks of things, and then Icy's AWP posted on A. JDC kicking up a fuss over towards middle. We'll be able to get some space, spread those legs, and
sorry?
Spread those wings.
Was that genuine? You're actually
let's spread his wings.
Yeah, all right, okay. Jeez, someone needs to get laid. Spread those wings and fly away. Here we go. All right. Tamsin's got flip.
Stretch those
legs. Yeah, definitely stretch them. Yeah.
That's what we meant.
That's what we're talking about. Not the perfect long smoke. Doesn't mean he's got vision for this. Oh, doesn't matter, actually. Doesn't matter at all.
Nicely saving.
All right, so Big get themselves on the board, and I wasn't paying attention. I got distracted by something. I didn't really understand what. They just walked into B, a contact ramp?
Well, yeah, so 4v4, right? Because Hyped gets the kill long door onto Flammus.
Yeah.
After Flit gets the freebie through the smoke.
Right.
They reset, they leave the AWP at A, and they play 2 on B. Big group up. They're heading towards the B bomb site after feigning mid space. They're able to smoke off Donut, they get JDC across, but then they just waltz into the B-bomb site and, well, win the round. Sometimes it's as simple as that.
So, question. Which one do you think is stronger, the Dragon Scimitar or the Granite Maul? What do you reckon? In PKing, in a player-killing environment.
So what were the options?
The Dragon Scimitar
Yeah.
or the Granite Maul?
I think the name of the second one is throwing me off. I would go with the dragon one.
The Dragon Scimitar.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, for DPS, you're probably right. But for kill potential, KO potential, the special attack of the Granite Maul does a quick burst of damage, which is quite preferred in the PKing scene. PKing. That was before we used the words PvP. We just called it
PKing.
PKing. Player killing.
Player killing, yeah. And you'd have to go out to the wild.
There, that's right.
Which makes sense. Guys, I think that Shroud would have won that 1v3, by the way.
Dude, Shroud was the best player. Like, people don't understand, right, just how much of a good player Shroud was. Let's name all the lands he won.
Shroud had more cultural impact than Zywo, Simple, and Donk combined in his time.
Oh shit! Now it's happening, Chef. No.
Virtual.
No.
on Twitter.
No, it's happening.
Well, still money for the buy. Saved AWP for Icy. Hey, Icy's 8-0. How low can you go?
Twitch chat, Toliko, you know the thing. It's like if you started and then you see something on the Twitch chat, because now they can actually follow the Twitch chat when they're streaming, you know. And then,
very well.
You know.
Two of them on the site, one late.
Yeah.
On the doors side will have their ramp covered, but it's still like a 2v3 on site.
Wait, he walks back.
2v4.
So heavy. Oh,
Tabson wins first.
Spam. They don't know Hype's there.
He has to hit this first shot. He has to hit this first shot. Turns the flash. Hits. Oh, the swing from Flit to
This is spam.
What are you going to do?
Got the wall bang.
No, he doesn't.
He's got the wall.
No, he doesn't.
He's got the
They don't have time.
Oh,
yeah, gets him off. No time.
How does VP throw this round?
Oh, Shroud would have won that 1v3.
Shroud 100% wins that.
What?
Just like Crimbo did.
How old's your Steam account?
Lads,
Oh, I have no idea how old
letting the
my
time
Steam account is, to be
tick
honest.
down way too late there, VP. Electronic after the heroic double that he gets from Cave. It's not enough. We'll catch it again in the replay.
I don't know how long it is.
First is good. Second is great. Close
I just
on
know my
Cuba there.
original
They're
account
flipping
got
at this
stolen,
spam kill,
and then
because
someone
they're
gave
not
me this
expecting
account.
Hyped on the side, but they're still gonna
But
clear.
I've
They
had
get
it ever
in,
since
and it's a
2007 at least
1v3.
officially.
Find the
But I think
Is
it's
there
like
no kit?
2005
wasn't
or
time
something.
anyway?
6 maybe. I don't know when that person created this account.
Very good. Very good.
Was there no? I didn't look for a kit,
I didn't see a kit.
so that also could have been.
I feel like if they got it straight away, they had 10 seconds.
Ever since
It's
the
just a delay. They
19th
smoked
December
default,
2008.
couldn't find it for 3 seconds.
Yeah,
That's a
kind of
fucking
running
wild,
fast
man.
out of the pillar. So okay, well, opening kill this time going in the favor of Big, and early on within the round. This is not just them waltzing in towards B. Oh, they're splitting A into the ult.
Nice from IC. Just on a warpath right now. Ooh,
Is
Shroud
that the
wins it
date
back.
on my account?
JDC
Or?
takes it down off the
Is that
second,
yours?
And the A site's theirs. It crumbles.
Can I still buy all operation from
Ooh,
Elves?
Flit in the
I don't
chair,
think
ain't happy
so.
with that one.
Maybe
And I think
when you
that
can
this
still
is
equip, then I think.
what could have been a competitive
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't
flurry of
follow
rounds
that
for
one.
VP has simmered out to a 3-3.
To buy a beer
Because
in
they
the US.
definitely had their moments in the last few, so this is very frustrating to have it go down like this. I mean, the force by wars back and forth. This one has been a patch of 3 from each. As
Oh.
QB, get your gun in your hands, mate. They're way too ready for you. Hunt.
No, not with $300 dudes in your bank account.
Yeah, save some money. Could you big? Get the cash flowing. As, there it is. Bomb goes
Oh,
off, third round
boom.
secure. And we have
That's the
ourselves
score in the other game.
scoreline in the early stages of Ancient. Remember,
6-3.
this is the
Okay,
map pick
Furia
of
seems
Big.
to
We have the
be
third
losing second map.
and deciding.
They are
after that
seated,
corner if
though.
We need to get there.
And
being
Anubis is
Raj.
quite T-sided, so you never know.
So
But
pretty
I feel like Furia is
rolling
better
map
as
pick, really, when you think about it. You
seated
don't
at
have
P
a
on
Nuclear
Anubis,
Inferno
though.
in there as super technical. You don't have a train in there as the fresh meat. You don't have Anubis in there as the CT aggression simulator. What else? Tan Maid, Train Ancient, Barrage, Anubis, Inferno, Dust 2. Yeah, we did.
By the way, did Big qualify for a major or no?
Jump up from Fame. That's the only M4. This saved M4.
Do you know the economy around killing people with cheaper guns and more reward? Yeah.
Questions of B.
I was professional for like 10 plus years, so yeah.
Okay. On toes. Yeah. Good Sentry. That'll delay the plan.
Hot potato again. Icy getting a chance on the M4. Flams his 5-7 onto Crimbo. 2-4. It's getting very uncomfortable.
Oh no.
Big,
that's the
and
bomb.
It gets worse. Very late to the party is JDC.
What's the highest payout for
smoke. They played this very well.
I just love the way that they've kept
everyone
this
knows
rifle moving.
It's the 9.
I don't think JD. Oh.
1500 bucks a room with a knife.
Surely.
Especially if Ram shows its face.
Ram should swing off this contact. Ram should, yeah, there you go. So Electronic takes the contact. Ram
check
swings,
your
Electronic gets the kill.
Okay,
and VP, that is a round to fire you.
Well, there was a while when some of the guns gave 900 bucks a room.
6 straight. So for VP to bounce back in a key round like that, with the money still in question, for Big, this is a very important one. So Fame gets it into Flit's hands.
Is there anyone anymore? I don't think it is. I think 600 is the most right now.
And
let's see, what did you say here? You said
the B side a couple
Steam
of times.
profile
That's a good little defense.
Batches. Can you see on batches? Wait.
That's B.
Years of
Accelerate straight up. Flamus gets flattened. Electronic, can he respond with a double? Yes, he can. The third asking too much. JDC.
I have
he had
so
the
many
bomb on his
shit
back as he hunted that frag.
Am I really on the correct one?
Covering fire. Oh, and Flit, he could do it all. Saves the day from VP.
We can not use the rest of the map.
Just B only.
Look look at all those X's. Everything has gone down. That one is a oh, there's so much I could do there.
Yeah.
I know it could have been a funny joke, Electronic.
Where is it? I can't see it.
Don't you worry.
Yeah, once we get past,
look at all those X's. It's
800. I don't think it ever been 800 though.
Regret.
It was 900,
like
and then it went to 600.
Exam
because there was a thing with us in NFP. Exist and Fiffler made a bet, and then one of them failed.
Look at all those X's.
They're
not playing tic-tac-toe around here.
So I wasn't too often. I said 2005, 6 there, I would say.
Chad Birch.
But how do I see it then? I only see
well, really well done here, I would say, from Flip.
That's a
tidy double.
You already checked it for me, right?
So unleashes fury. Fame. Isn't he a happy lad?
Yeah, he's got a lovely smile.
Infectious, some might say.
Some would.
All right, well, going to be the economical now from Big. Feeling a little bit small with these pistols.
Not much you can do. Hurry up and wait.
No, that's exactly what they aren't going to do.
5 months.
I'll tap them with a flash to inject some life.
Hey, bro, don't remind me of how old I am, man, okay?
The deep
yeah, but also...
Hey, take it easy.
I don't love it.
No?
Take it easy now.
Because it does invite them to run through it with Tech 9 machine.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
I mean, knife is always going to be
instant kill. That's actually the strat.
Or insult kill, those guys? Yeah.
Another one. They like it a lot,
yeah,
actually.
They love it. It's their smoke.
Yeah,
I'm calling this on the VP smoke.
I mean, you have to worry about that boost. Electronic's going to shoot you in the back of the head.
You can't uncrouch. Good luck.
And he'll just peace out.
Guys, you're on eco. Just, can we... We'll try that one again, shall we? Oh, and we'll make it a double jump, so then it's not fun, and it's all right. Electronic one of the kills anyway. Who's going to get the ecos? It's going to be Flit and Electronic.
Oh, mine. Yum, nom,
I mean, that random spam for Electronic in the beginning, though.
So Rifle's about to come back out big.
Did VP qualify for the major?
In a strong position, but kind of fumbled the bag.
Okay, so I probably
and this is what happened as well. Over on
Pisa must be the one that actually is the most annoying to die from
nowadays.
nowadays.
VP broke through, and then they went up to a 6-3 scoreline just like this. Big Rebel to get a couple more before halftime.
Big one to win this one. They'd start humbling the boys.
You're right.
I don't really remember. Who actually stayed? Wait, there. 23 days to make this start.
9K.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of residual cash floating around at the moment.
Well, he has only died twice in 9 rounds of play.
Okay, oh, being in stage 2. I mean, okay, cool. And then
yeah, and there is a big void for red, so this is he'll get in. Oof, okay.
Off the shadow?
Was it? Did he see the shadow?
Presumably.
He didn't drop the smoke, but he's drawn the rotation, so the information flows to Flit. Segregated from the B defense now.
Tronic takes a little damage. They are going to go for a late AWP boost on that long side. So Flammus going to have to be very careful with the way he receives information now. Those that block smoke. Good timing on that.
Okay, well, does Hyped wait or do they pre-pause?
Yeah, that's the question. If you respect the smoke, you're going to have 20 seconds for this late B finish, and it seems like Icy's kind of figured that out.
He's very noisy about this rotation, isn't he, though?
Yeah, but they're going to hope that beats them in.
Wow, they have just full gamble here. It's with this flank, this push from Fame behind.
Flit onto JDC. Catches that aggress in the window. Crimbo does relieve the pressure. Now the flank is revealed.
I mean, you should always go for nice, right? That's how I see it.
Will strike, swings out.
Day of defeat. That's goated game.
Knocked on down. VP 7. Big Clan just 3.
It's interesting though because they know they didn't have red control, which means that Donut would have always been open to A. Fame pushed all the way, so there was always the possibility that they could have gone off of Heaven through Donut into the A side.
I am a 3D printer.
But all the conviction.
I've done so much 3D printing ever since I got my delivery on Saturday.
Round where they absolutely smother. This is times I wish I spoke Russian and German and all those languages that I don't, so that I could hear what the teams are saying.
Crimbo spent a lot of money.
They need a round. They need a round, right? It's a pretty miserable first half of play so far.
Wait.
What?
How did I like?
This round is live.
He's been faked. No, he's been faked out by the A smokes.
Okay.
Like, he thinks it's A that much that he just ran out of K.
Bomb died though.
Like,
wait, and JDC walks out?
Okay,
what?
JDC, that's unlucky.
I can't believe how.
So bomb went up on B2, guys. JDC stood next to K, but it doesn't hold. Instead just goes to peak mid. And wait, an electronic. What?
No worries.
It looks funny from our POV.
Big.
It all works out in the end, doesn't it? All right, 8 to VP. Is this going to be a break of the trend? Are you going to win your first Ancient in the last 7? You lost 6 on the trot. Last time you won it was Lisbon.
They ain't mistakes.
They're lessons.
They're lessons.
They're lessons.
Still a bit of atmosphere there. You got to feel like you were there in Astana with them.
It's just the sound of a large group of people.
Yeah. Ambient. Crowd ambience. Oh, is that a donut smoke? Little quickie. Insta donut. It's going down.
All right.
He must have been so blind to not piece that one together, and Hype's even found another. So looking good for 4 now, Big. 2 opening kills. Surely you can convert at this point.
Can't mess this one up, Chad.
There's only 1 player on B and he's stuck in K. The bomb should go down definitely.
Icy can step up. Fate doesn't take a little chip away from Big Clan and moves 1. Hype gone.
No.
JDC
Come on,
next
Big.
victim. Are
Come
they
on,
really going to
Big.
lose a 5v3? It looks like they might. 2v2. Icy still on long. Flammus' position noted. QB slips into that short smoke. They seem high alert that that's a possibility, so they know where they both are.
Do they know he's in the smoke? Do they know he's in the smoke?
Looking at it.
Tabson, no time. The fuse comes through. VP with 9.
Not like
What a
that,
weird
boys.
fucking half, to be honest.
You get a free kill.
Very
Flip
one-sided.
literally just goes, I'm gonna
Things
burn,
just going a
and
little
then
bit
gets
weird in
taken
that
to the
way.
grave. Hype gets an opening orb kill,
I don't know.
and it's 9 rounds. Big man.
I mean, beat.
Das ist nicht gut, Junges. Das ist scheiße.
Feels very
Wir
off
haben
big when they're playing.
1, 2, 3 rounds.
Wait, I was gonna. There was another thing I wanted to say. Is Big playing as well here?
Quite.
Yep,
And now Electronic performs a quick slam poem that he prepared before to motivate
Hello,
the troops.
everybody. I would just like to
Alright,
say
so
hi,
Big
my
is
name
not playing the
Dennis.
major, okay.
I've come here today to inform you of, you know, some of the feelings of my heart.
Why are they going to
Red,
Big on pulse? But I have no idea, Bessie.
blue.
It's
Big
like
is in
literally
trouble.
everything we're watching right now is just like,
Signed Dennis.
He's just misunderstood.
Yeah, that's all it is. So they've lost 6 in a row, but I don't think they're going to lose 7 in a row. You'd have to really mess up your second half.
Yeah, but it's the pistol round. This is the highest flux round.
It is the highest flux round. In fact, so much so that we've actually lost Crimbo. He's gone for a walk. He's back.
Oh, can you play major after this for sure?
It's one of those walks.
I mean, VP is playing the major. Big is not.
It's like, yeah,
I always felt like such a twat when you do that. Like,
Yeah,
come on,
but
have
you
a
have
walk.
to.
What are you supposed to say?
No, but you're just looking for general comfort.
General comfort.
General comfort.
I always felt like, you know, your mum's there, the shoe lady that's helping.
Yeah, well, that's why Captain Patience is there as well. General comfort, Captain Patience.
General comfort, Captain Patience, Master Chief.
Admiral Bulldog.
Obviously, Admiral Bulldog.
Time for Big. Yeah, I know.
That's an eclectic
But
mix
still.
of people.
Isn't it?
Yeah. We should put Shroud in there as well.
Yeah.
Big
we
usually
need
is
to
always a
complete
team
the
that plays the
roster.
majors,
That
it feels
group.
like. So.
We're going for a contact.
Take it easy now.
Lamas is going through elbow with his back turned. I don't think it was one of those, like, I'm a Glock
Something
boy and
paid.
I'm trying to be hard to hit. I think it was like, what do you want?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. What was it, mate?
You need me to drop you
Oh,
something?
dude, I do that. There's a couple of times I've taken like shadow plays of it where I'm like role playing and I'll look at the person I'm talking to. I'm like, why have I done that? Why have I just turned my mouse to look at the person? Like,
You want eye to eye.
I guess so.
Face
Yeah,
to face
I don't know what I'm
communication.
playing. I'm playing Counter Strike in a different way, like straight raw RPing. All right, so you smoke red late, and then do you jump up or do you go? Oh wait, no, you
No,
don't.
it's a
smoke
deep.
red.
It's a wrap
Yeah,
smoke.
Okay. Well, their intentions feel clear.
Oh,
All right.
it's round over. There's a CT smoke as well. So they.
They got
Okay.
the tempo.
Now my head's
That's
just
an interesting
wanted to restart. Okay.
set of smokes, isn't it? He's throwing a flash.
Fame's been given a flash.
But okay.
Oh, and he even gets the punish.
This is
Oh,
a
it's
flawless pistol
perfect
round.
pistol.
Ah,
It was a perfect pistol until Hyped decided he wanted to get a shot.
Yeah, that's all he's going to get in there. Goosh. Oh, I spoke too soon. Nicely finishes him off. 10 rounds now for VP. So they smoked.
I'm a
deep,
little bit surprised
like,
how
for a red wrap to A.
they're doing
But
right
they
now.
also smoked CT on A.
From elbow.
For middle, yeah.
Okay.
So is it to draw the site player who could be looking at Donut towards CT?
I
And then
think
if he returns, he has to go long rotation towards the temple. Either way, beautiful pistol from VP.
my favorite defense strat.
Oh, rush A main.
Flip one.
No.
No, the Mac 10 really
Oh.
would have liked a bit more.
Hello. Oh, perfect timing. Electronic. He's been having a game, hasn't he? Multi-kills left, right, and center. 16 and 6 from the captain, the in-game leader. And
4x3?
yeah, apparently so. He will eventually find him and hopefully get the Galil as well to carry through. Couldn't find it.
Oh, got it last second.
There you go. So got the most out of that one, didn't he there, Dennis? As Alex, the last round, the big one,
Don't tell me. What was
was
it?
a rifle round, which forced VP onto an eco, or it was an eco,
Force.
with a AWP, and an M4 saved.
Yeah, okay.
And then remember they juggled the M4 across?
They played it really well.
And and Big haven't won a round since then. And that feels like just yesterday.
Yeah.
So this has gotten out of control damn fast. And Big haven't even full board, they're Fury aboard.
Ooh, that's a good catch from Hyped. And now Fame and Flamus will run into way to punish.
Look at all of you two, you have to block
There's no worse feeling than just realizing, okay, we've got to take this.
That was the way back
really
in.
way
that
back
was the way
in,
back in.
An early catch onto Fame would have really lightened the load.
Boost someone tree. Boost someone tree.
Yeah, I'm off to US tomorrow. They
They're gonna just go for a double
They're doing
Right.
it, they did it, they did it.
Okay.
It was because the gun drop, it kind of slowed things down.
Nice molly.
I mean, if you're living down under,
Good post plan. I love
maybe
this
not
setup.
like this,
See, so
Australia, so that's probably a wrong
They could have kept a guy big box.
reference, but
Just a little bit worried because they didn't have any donut presence, but there you go. The Furia buy will be blended up. It'll be spat out. And
I don't see it
now
happening
will
that Big
have a
is
buy,
gonna win 9
but
rounds
they
in a
have to
row, by the
win
way.
9 consecutive
This
rounds,
is
Alex.
so...
Can we even count to 9?
9.
But as we see Furia win, and then we can see an IP later after, that will be something.
Oh, that's how you
Fall. 18-3,
Left on Fame.
39. I come from the land down under.
Yeah, this is a steamroller right now. Hype does have his orb, so there's a positive. Guys, this is huge. VP are about to win their first Ancient in the last 7 times they played it. They've lost 6 consecutive. Last time they won it was the 23rd of March. In Counter-Strike terms, eons ago.
Did Sponge just...
We didn't even know that Vitality was definitely the best then.
Or that Simple was playing for Fate.
Yes.
Yeah, did Sponge just freaking jinx the...
QB.
Touch up. Oh, wait, did I...
Oh dear.
Yeah, QB might be in trouble here.
Oh dear.
Hype's been pulled to middle as the donut smoke obscures the cross to red. Both of them were tending to that.
The bomb's still lingering in elbow on Icy. They're across.
So I see have a flag.
Now it's B fake. Now they're B faking. Oh, they've caught him. They've caught him. They've caught him. Oh!
Covered. JDC does go down though. Traded by Fame. There's an A player. There's an AWPer. And there's,
that's going to be it. They have to go A now.
He needed that one,
Just
yeah.
Crimbo.
It's just Crimbo here on A. Can he get them both? He needs to transfer into IC. Oh, gets it done with Tabson's help.
Tabson.
26 seconds. They got to go.
Bomb's loose. Tabson can hold the bomb. Swings that out. Spots out by Electronic. 17 frags from Electronic. Can he pick up the bomb and get this frag? Yes, he can. Oh, there's a trade available. QB's going to come for him. Can't swing through. Instead, it's all onto QB.
You can run him down, though.
He certainly could try. Electronic's getting closed in on. Loses his head, but gets that bomb down. Planted for CT. Fame through the flash. He knows where you are. He's running at you. And now playing a horrible game. A horrible little game. Playing with his food. QB forced around. Back onto that bomb. Not planted fantastically. Does get an angle for it. Walking up on Fame. Fame pulls the bluff completely. Running away. Tucks in. And damn! It's 13-3. A thrashing on Big.
This could come back to bite them later in the game, but they want
in the past with MIBR, like when Drop was in the squad, where it felt like they didn't use the pauses enough. And so, if anything, I'm at least here for them getting in early to try and problem solve this.
This means they need to start now. I like this play. You good, guys? Oh, he was on a brick. Up they go.
It's all bricked up.
Yeah. And A execute. Nice call. There's a weak buy. It's only Breno here.
5-7 up close, though.
Gotta break this smoke. Yeah. Oh my god, full blind. Doesn't matter. In they go. The Kinder 1Gs, but it might just be fine. Maybe.
Yeah, it's all good. You don't want to risk this.
Oh dear. How did Yakinda do? Where did his
My captain. My captain fallen. Did you play today also? Yeah. We will be watching an IP. They played pretty tight against Spirit yesterday when I was watching. What up, Lazy? How you doing, buddy?
Runs into Molotov.
Hey, he's been
Damn, Big is getting out too.
W mashed and Fury back.
Look like they're playing like that. Are you back in Fallout? I am, brother. I am.
We were talking about Fallen's rifling when he was in Liquid. Like,
Yeah.
It's so nice seeing him play well on the rifle. Like, I'm sure we're going to see really bad games where he's having to micro. And
well, like the other thing is,
I think CT side as well, anchoring, it's really hard. You're going to have hard games.
Calling that way.
Generally, like T side entering, calling the shots. He's had some nice reads. He's top of the server. Second in the server, top of the team. That's incredible.
Actually, I thought about it.
You've got a bunch of young.
I don't know about Fnatic and FPS stars not playing like before.
Carrying his team.
I mean, in Astralis, it's been pretty decent now, at least for the first 2 games with Hooksy, right? I mean, it was one game they got like
he was his own worst enemy in that regard.
Or one map, I mean.
Their main offer and having these like wildly.
They're playing a Spirit today, right? The Spirit,
like
Astralis.
He kind of joked about how he's been playing the wrong
Winner qualifies for playoffs, so.
Right now, it's kind of.
That is something.
I'm not gonna say it's vindicated over a win over MIBR, but the pieces are there. It's looking like a better Furia than we've seen in a while. This whole year has been abysmal for Furia. Been dropping out.
Yeah, I mean,
almost last place.
Seeing kind of signs of promise early on in like such a wild experiment.
Only one man can save Astralis.
International
back.
to look
abroad.
Get back. Staying with Brazilian talent for the longest time is for a team that have been on like a real downward spiral for the longest time now.
Compare it to Bucharest. Liquid come through with a new in-game leader, a new look, and they go 0-3. Furia looking to maybe go 2-1 today over MIBR with a completely new project, an even vaster change. Sure, maybe not a new in-game leader, but a new style, a new AWPer, a new language. In terms of debuts, certainly better. This is a strong behold though. MIBR, it's time to put up. It's been a big fight on the CT side. 5 rounds in a row. Can they hold strong?
Fallen, the GOAT rifler, literally unstoppable.
Oh my.
Will get stopped, of course, but he has teammates there to help him out. So in a way, the spirit of Fallen lives on here.
Great split.
You'll take one and done. And it's another save. So many.
This is also one of the worst things for noobs. It's always a lot of saves because like A bomb side is just a clusterfuck, B bomb side is just clusterfuck.
This game. This was
like it's so hard to hold basically.
Won the pistol, and Furia haven't dropped around since.
Furia seems to be just the team though that is much better than Citizen.
Very
Wait, is this real? Hook said 27-26, but yeah, bad 20-28. Yeah. I noticed that as well, buddy. I was like, huh?
It's like
the spirit test.
Yeah. That is wow, that's a nice one, bro.
Yeah.
But hey, it's a good sign for Hooksy, right?
Hell of a comeback, needless
as
to
he's
say.
always just a stand-in right now, right?
Anubis, your main map, you have to have the resilience, the ability to come back. You will be forever kind of a second half team for the most part, right? And sure, sometimes you're going to come through with a strong CT side, but those games will feel few and far between. And Furia are aware of that. Since getting onto this T-half, they dropped just one round, and that was the pistol. K-Serato won with a Deagle and Glocks around him. And since that point, Furia have not...
they wanna fucking eat around?
Haven't had any meaningful kills in the last 6 rounds, and that is felt.
Chaos, much love for the 43, 26 in streak as well.
Not really
much love, buddy. Welcome back, welcome back.
Compete for this half.
How you doing?
Can someone do something?
Anyone,
anything. Doors molly. Very deep. Fallen's going to get this space. And we have Insani and Safe on the same bomb site. Kinder's avoided so many nades today. Good on train as well, like dodged the triple nade on the eco.
I'm gonna be more invested into the next game, by the way, Shatrino. We're getting there now. Trying to wake up. That's right. Lil Sun, good morning. Good morning as well. Oh, now Fallen didn't get them free though. Oh.
The second time around. Still, Furia have found a post plot.
There it is.
Even got his hands on the AWP. Brings us back into a 3-on-3. It's the dark push from Breno that feels like it might have to open things up. And Sani creeping out through the spawn gets deleted. And sadly,
this is past 12.
Like MIBR might have to save. Breno still gives this one a glance.
Oh no.
All of a sudden, this retake's back on. Very little time left in it, and the Yuri AWP still bears down upon them. Safe in a lot of these rounds now, just relegated to saving his AWP.
Yeah, I
doesn't even get to fire off in this round.
Haven't seen him force anything in this entire half, and Furious default has been punishing until the final 30-40 seconds, but we're reaching the point where we have to just let Safe off the leash and have him go for a play, because he's sitting in A site. Furia are not coming to him. They're not giving him any entries. He's going to have to force them. The MIBR
good afternoon to you too.
Like a flash play.
It's 8:45 or 46 a.m. That's not afternoon.
This has just been sad. Safe's done nothing on this CT
side.
Sleep,
1 a.m.
after
here.
a great first half.
Oh, that's
where he forced every opening kill. Furia are stealing this map.
Oh.
Safe is 4-0 in openers, Harry. I guarantee they were all first half. We see MIBR making a play. Finally, it works out.
Yeah, that is
figure it out too late.
Sani and Save saying, okay, we've had enough of sitting around. Let's get involved. MIBR, they do have some cool ideas with the mid drop down there from Insani. Getting past the mid hold, playing around the safe orb, providing cover from dark. Now Furia try to reclaim mid. Are they ready for exit up close? Usually there's been no one here. And so yeah, it's a little bit lazy on that
clean.
Around the corner.
That's what they needed to do.
MIBR finally break this streak from
Furia. What up, Skills?
They've used so many Molotovs to take middle every single round, and now they don't, and they just get lined up by an off-angle exit. Great opening play for MIBR. I mean, I'm surprised it took so long for them to want to make a move like that, but it works out so well. Double kill on the top. They get one shot.
He actually got saved. Insani got saved there. They saved himself, but Insani got wrecked in.
Can they spring
might as well give up
that one round?
Well, very importantly as well, they kept that round nice and clean.
Fair enough, right?
And so, you know, like the worst way you could have won that is a one-man surviving.
Yeah, true.
Now they have some staying power in the series as well.
Double up.
How's your day going so far? It's pretty decent. Still tired. Still trying to just like basically wake up, but that's how it is. I'm not running on a lot of sleep though.
Might not be expected.
I also think where possible, Furia want to try and avoid this AWP. If they hear Lucas firing off and he's not in the kill feed, that might send them away. Still, it's a strong line for Lucasi. He walks right into it.
He does walk into a lot of AWP angles, doesn't he? Okay, double.
There it is.
It was the answer after all.
Does walk into a lot of AWP angles. Yeah. There. Yuri gonna try and creep through main. How will he fare? Lucasi on the line at the right time, laid out, he's going to blow that open, collects himself a third. Fallen and Keserato doing what they can to turn this one around.
Yeah, I have no idea he's sitting there, right?
Lucasi found the hat trick. It's Exit that's not known about. It's Exit that has to clean this round up, and it's just Fallen.
Yeah, Exit.
Makes it look easy, goes undetected.
Same, drink a tea or coffee, shakes you up.
He's never stressed, remains composed.
Should, right, but...
And locks in a tie game for MIBR.
If MIBR just win this map now, I don't even know what to think. Like, why it just took them so long to even move, to wake up. And now they're looking like they might just steal it all away at the final hour. 2 very decisive rounds for MIBR, where the individuals actually step up. 2 of the quieter players. Exit with back-to-back multi-kills. Captain, team on his back. And Furia have to go back to the drawing board.
I mean, they still have a decent buy, right? So it's not that problem.
What a strange game. All this comeback, maybe for nothing.
Monster Energy... Exactly. A man of culture.
I do feel like the exit ebb and flow career path needs to be studied, man, because you know, he was good, then he started IGLing and was bad, then Drop took over, it felt like Exit was going to get cut.
Oh.
Wow. Sometimes he misses
Don't die from that one.
Open up around like that.
The thing that's sad about that is I actually think that's a great play for Safe. It would have caught Furia.
That's one of the uppers as well, so that's really good for Furia.
As well. He likes doing it.
But the smoke wasn't up in time, and Molotov just swings in. And he wasn't ready for that, but connects the shot. And hey, Safe has looked like the arguably better AWPer in this game because of his CT side, because of his T side rather, and his entries. Yes, Molotov won a clutch, but that's the head-to-head at 11-11.
Much love, buddy.
Just take the cake.
Oh, he still gets away with a kill. Oh, Deus. Deus sending it mid.
To A.
It's a lot of damage.
Trade though.
But Brano's got to be the one to put a
oh no.
Stamp on it. Does deal with your Kindar. Follow up on a Yuri. Great stuff from Breno. Quiet to open up this series, but loud when it matters. 3 kills to repel the A play. And looking to take MIBR onto map point. Molotov is all
that was like a semi-throw. If they bounced the flash, it could have been much better.
No longer vulnerable to this drop down, and he's holding the line. MIBR
so going the distance to like crawl himself back into the game to a lead and then 3 rounds in a row.
Crushing way to lose for Furia if this is how it's going to go. They pulled it all the way back. They had some unbelievable clutches in there, some really clean rounds as well on these B splits.
Yeah, took a week off from work. I'm gonna be here every morning. Oh shush!
Timeouts left and set themselves.
That's good that we are potentially gonna be.
It's been a back and forth series. Inferno
going live early, basically.
If we need it, a map both teams have really struggled on this year, so it's going to be a bit of a mess. But MIBR doing everything in their power to drag us there. 4v5 after Molotov's pick does not stop them. And look at this buy for Furia, or should I say lack of. 3 Tech 9s, a Galil, and an AK on the AWPer. It might be out of Furia's hands here. You feel like a fast B split is the most, you know, the safest option at this point. It's been the site that's done them well, especially with Insani and Safe. So often leading on that
off since you lied last year, I guess. What?
Once
I'm
again,
sick.
they do. Insani doubled up
It's your body
middle,
that knows you went into vacay mode, and then you're like getting sick to be like, yep. You're gonna be sick.
But they go mid.
All fires off.
Ollie's not gonna stop him.
Sani and Breno waiting here all round long, but that flash is just wrecked. Sani, still he's gonna get out with 1 before all is said and done. Will that be enough from the multi-kill man of MIBR?
Safe.
Safe around the corner, an unfortunate miss, but able to capitalize. God, it's a round of second chances. He goes back in for it. Fallen needs to don an old friend. The AWP picked up.
Check behind Fallen, please.
Exit's gonna catch this timing, and Fallen will be bested. It's Yuri in this 1v3. Can he keep Furia in this? MIBR get the spot off. They know that Yuri's here, and Breno will silence him.
Alright.
Disaster class on map 1 for
we can have a prediction actually for this last map though.
Anubis, and down the stretch in those few final rounds, cooks up some very critical kills to keep MIBR in this series. The battle rages on. The score will be settled on Inferno.
The battle rages on. What's crazy with that one is
because I'm pretty sure we will be
everything going their way. Fallen
because the other game, yeah, exactly. NIP or Aurora is the one after. That's the one we want to watch. So
really.
Yeah, absolutely. But for me, more importantly, was they finally unleashed Safe, right? They had this tendency on the CT side, Dust. We saw this in the previous
People speaking the Fallen like the Green Goblin mask. True.
In position, but mate, he's killing everyone. He's the only one in the team who's actually popping off, and half the time he's just having to save his AWP, unleash him. It felt like it was a little too late, but it wasn't. Just in the nick of time, they said, safe, go kill, and I feel that was a difference maker here in this game.
He was also a difference maker in the first half for them. I mean, he had a lot of T-side entries that actually helped them out. Also, credit where credit's due. And Sana, we talked about how he's been kind of quiet. He was big on this map. You know, it's one of those things where Main Brazil played very slow, very standard the majority of the half, just kind of patiently got themselves in the sights and made things happen. A couple rounds, they almost one round, they actually did lose the clock. So there was a couple little mishaps here and there, but when we flip sides, I think the biggest issue that I see is that Furia should have won this map in the sense that their comeback was fully on, momentum was fully in their favor. They were looking like the sharper team in the second half the whole way through. And then for whatever reason, these last few rounds, they just kept feeding Made in Brazil. Like they were just kind of peeking one by one without flashes. You know, they didn't have correct smokes on places. Whenever they would try to swing one area, they get shot in the back. It was just very weird. And it just seemed like they fell apart at the end.
It also feels like I think the penultimate round where they had a final buy, Molodai getting the pick.
Are we gonna have some face it today? We'll see. We'll see how long or how bored I am of the games or whatever. So we'll see.
Multi-kills from Breno as well. Insani getting, I think, a couple of kills there too. So it felt like they did everything right, but at the very end, it felt like they maybe forced the matter a little too much.
Yeah, the Insani mid defense as well as Breno just playing very smart inside the A site. I definitely will give credit where credit's due in that regard, but it's also just like, look, like Lukosi picks you with an op inside B-Con. What do? You just keep feeding him more players with no flashes. Like, you know he's there now. He's already gotten one kill. It's not a surprise anymore. Or rounds where, you know, they would run by camera like they were trying to backstab B, but with only Amali as cover, and so they just get shot through it very easily by Insani. So it's just like little mishaps like that, but I guess to be expected with a new team.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you did allude to how they kind of fumbled a couple of rounds, right? One when they ran out of time, another round where they lost to just, I believe, just Glocks and one Deagle from a fallen side. So all in all, it should have been...
Which game are you watching? I'm watching the NFP game after. Then we will see what we will do.
Against the Mongols, where they're getting bullied on the CT side again and again and again, and they never really adapted. They just stuck to what they knew. They didn't switch it up at all. Even here, I'm like, are you guys actually going to stick with the same setup 2 maps in a row where you're getting bullied by your opposition? Finally, calmer or rather smarter head prevailed.
I mean, look, this is one of these things where it's kind of like I'm a little bit disappointed for Furia, not necessarily in Furia, because right at the start there of the map, that was when they could have just stamped their authority, picked up, you know, a run of CT rounds. You don't need too many on Anubis. That's what they're staking is their whole map. I agree with you guys. I think they absolutely should have had this one. We should be talking about a Furia victory. And look, early teething problems in betting in a new team, but I mean, there was some horrifying, to use Taz's word, inexplicable rounds of Counter-Strike in this game.
They ran one of the worst T-side pistols I've ever seen.
Do we have it?
We should have that, right?
I think we do have it banked. But it was one of the worst things I've ever seen, where Fallen just pushes middle, will not let up for whatever reason. And Sonny plays smart. He's just backpedaling, knowing what they're trying to do. He's trying to stay alive. He gets one with the fadeaway. But because Fallen is just so primed on trying to run him down, and never gets it done, by the way.
He doesn't even get the kill.
So when Sonny survives, keeps Fallen busy for the entire round after they already had a one-man advantage, and the other two just get mopped up, like, that's atrocious. Like, I'm not sure, like, whoever designed that needs to go back to the drawing board.
And also,
workshop that.
I don't even know if it's like,
yeah, that's true.
They just got lost in the sauce in the moment, right? Yeah.
We can even, like, this goes to show how messy it was on both sides, in all honesty, right? We have a round which was actually won by Fury. We can just play that as well. And this is going to be just the Glocks. In case Serrado, I believe, with the Deagle, I believe this is round number 14, immediately after this pistol round where they lost. And look at the setup from the side of MIB. You're 9-4 up. You know they have only the pistols, and you're just playing these default positions, getting swarmed. By the way, great shot by K. Serrado, but also you gotta know, you know, when in a CT side, when you know they might just have a Deagle or a pistol, you can't be static. You gotta jiggle, pay for info, have the incendiary in hand, stop the rush from happening. Instead, they get swarmed, and it was a messy 3v3 retake. They're able to win it out. This should never have happened, honestly. And that, I felt, was the first domino that allowed Fury to mount this comeback.
What's crazy is the adjustment that helped Made in Brazil win the game was Lukosi picking up a second op. Who saw that coming?
Yeah,
I've hardly ever seen him use a secondary op on this team, especially on a map like Anubis on the CT side. Maybe you see it on Train. Maybe you see it on Dust too. Anubis, I hardly ever
saw
see
Mongols running it on T side.
They had 3 ops, actually. They actually saw 3 ops, and they're like, guys, this is a little too crazy. But listen, if Lukausen needs to pick up an AWP to find any impact in a server, so be it,
I mean,
man.
look,
Like,
I mean, he was missing so
nothing.
bad before he got the op that I'm surprised he didn't miss the desk when he tried to hammer fist it. Like, it's one of those things where it just came out of nowhere, but he had such impact. So I want to give him credit where credit's due. Like, he had like a big triple kill one round that kind of helped hold off the Furia comeback. He had a couple other good holds on the B side as well. So, I mean, if he can kick it into gear, which we haven't seen yet this year, he could be a really big factor for them.
I mean, I'll say now that the problem they've got is we're going on to Inferno. We'll talk a little bit about that. We got about 2 minutes before break. I think I still feel good for Furia on this one. I guess they're going to be that kind of team. Like Yanko said, they are going to be in the playoffs. I think he felt like it was Furia and Astralis might be the 2 ones in the Twilight Zone that get through. And, I mean, look, I think with this new international lineup, I think they've got players that are very good on this map. I think this can be one of those, like, as a handshake map, I think this is better for Furia than MIBR.
Oh, absolutely. It's a handshake map where Furia is going to crush the fingers of MIBR. And the reason I say this is because they got tested against Mongols in their debut game. And it was, I believe, a 9-3 scoreline for the Mongols. It felt like Mongols had this one in the bag. But Furia, that T side was looking really, really good. And the one thing which is looking especially particularly nice for the side of Furia was Yakindar towards Banana.
Yeah, exactly.
He was just cracking open the B bomb set against the Mongols, by the way, Richard. So they have a very good idea as to how to approach his T side. We've only seen one map from them. The CD side a little bit rough here and there, losing a 5v2, for example. But apart from that, I can really see Furia running away on this map.
Here's the thing with Main Brazil on their T side here. What they need to do, like they play standard very well, and they have good theory, but it's just about execution. And the issue has been is that Lukosi, as their second aggressor on middle, has not really been able to help them find the openings they need on that A side of the map. And then even Asani has at times been tempered on the B side. So what has normally been a potential split pressure situation for them, they haven't been able to convert it. When you flip sides, though, I think what's really been interesting about Furia is, you know, Yuri has once again kind of sacrificed himself as the apartments player to kind of give room to Yakindar and Fallen. And when they combo up together on banana pushes and mid pushes, they've actually been very successful. And then Case Rider can just slot in the open space and trade behind it. They just play a very up-tempo, in-your-face Counter-Strike, which makes sense. They've had limited time together, so they're just going to play simple and with pace and try to use that aggression to their advantage. And so far, even though they lost the Mongols, I saw some bright spots.
I think the pivotal player here we're going to have to watch is, and it's kind of not fair for me to say, but it's going to be Molodoi. The reason being, you can see the amount of impact it's finding on the maps that they are winning, right? On the matches they are pulling off. Great combat opping, but the problem is, Richard, we saw this on Anubis as well. When it comes to some of the most simple shots, just, you know, hold the angle, left click, you don't have to move the mouse around. He's missing some sitters, right? And again, I don't want to be too critical, but an Inferno, but when he's hitting all those crazy shots and just not missing at all, it's making life so much easier for Furia. But
I know it's Swedish Inferno, bro, aren't you rich? Get a with a robot? Yeah, I have a robot one as well. But I needed to clean a specific part in my room. You can't just have one robot, that's about it, buddy.
Which will be brought to you by Hugo and Harry in a few moments.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers. Hybrid.
Chris, not saying he is a rich, but I'm going to say he is.
Every move.
If you want to call me rich, you can, but I don't see myself as rich. Do I have money? Yes. Do I save my money? Yes. Do I do boring stuff with it? Yes. I don't do jack shit with my money.
you might have to look twice when you see this. I do have in front of me Yakinda in a Furious shirt right now. A bit of Brazilian in you as well. We're just adding to your nationalities.
Yeah, salve galera Brazil. Imagine I just started talking Portuguese, but yeah, I'm honestly like I'm quite shocked. It's the same way as you are, and yeah.
So talk to me. How did this conversation take part? Like, what was this whole process like of you being sat here right now?
Yeah, honestly, there was a possible project.
If not, yeah, you actually tweeted buy me a butterfly ruby. It will be looking nice with my slingshot. Well, my money is just in stocks and my real estate and my savings to make them bigger and better. And it's all for the future.
That's always good. Shout out Sammy. But
I mean, if I even got a chance to buy it,
they're like, yo, are you interested?
I would love to have one myself.
That's not something long term because I also didn't know like how it's gonna be like with. I know K-Serrado and Yuri and Fallen for some time, but I never really knew how much do they actually like know about CS or how good is their English like in game or whatever. But I'm actually pleasantly surprised.
Okay. Now I got to ask you this as well. You've got another teammate that is not Brazilian. Yeah. Molodoi comes in from Kazakhstan. Yeah. Did you know him before? Had you ever played him, spoke to him, anything?
No, the thing is, I've not heard about him because like his career kind of flew up in the span of like a year, basically. And during that year, I had my worst year in the game, and I was like kind of not focusing on other players, upcoming players, and whatever. And but when I heard it, I kind of understood the reasoning behind like Furia also being interested in me because. They needed an aggressive rifler, but I also speak Russian. So this would be kind of, and it shows up even now in practice that many times Moldo is like, Mary, can you translate? Like, and I'm the translator basically in between the two sides. But it's been pretty cool. I think Moldo is super talented. He definitely flew up for a reason. And he's super talented. The only thing I'm maybe concerned is about talking English maybe kind of takes a little bit of the percentage out of him.
Take the focus away, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like there hasn't been a problem yet, at least in scrims. But this is our first event, and let's see how it goes.
So tell me this then, right? You are on a loan for this period, but say everything goes really well.
Yeah.
Would this be somewhere you want to stay? Like, I know it's hard for you to say now, you're not even done your first event, but like, would you be like to be back on this level, or is your mind set on this other thing you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised by the level of this team. I think honestly, like the biggest surprise was for me the Fallen going from op to rifling.
Yes, yeah.
And the thing first thing I noticed in practice is how reactive as a rifler he is, and obviously that comes from years and years of IGLing.
Yeah.
Probably teaching other players how to play their positions because somebody's lazy or whatever, and
show them the ropes.
And legit, like any position he's put in, he kind of understands like at least to a bare minimum like what he needs to be done, what was his objective in this certain scenario.
I was the second night of my life yesterday was a minimal flip knife slaughter.
I think both are super amazing.
That's dope.
I really like many different ones, but I think one of the things that's funny is how much HE damage he's actually getting in a game. Like this I call him. This is a little bit of banter like between us. I call him the rat. He's hiding all the powerful HEs.
Yeah.
Then we're like rewatching the game, and he's like HEing here, HEing this, HEing that. I'm like, bro, when you're gonna share the lineups? Like when are you? Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry. Like I'm gonna show you after. And Yuri, I think he's honestly born to be anchor. And of course Moldo, he's super talented opper.
Yeah.
And the best thing is kind of his confidence. That guy is confident.
That's what I expected. Yeah, that's what
Especially he's from Kazakhstan, and like when I say confident, there's a different degree to a confident when you're from Kazakhstan, you know.
Okay, I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
And you touched on it yourself. You did have like your worst career year. It was a rough time for you. You went away from IGL, and then you had to try to fit back in. There's a lot of change going on around you. How has the rest been between when we last saw you to now? And what kind of Yakinda can we expect here in Astana? Because we all know the Yakinda we know and love.
Yeah, honestly, I switched back to Full HD. And
The classic one.
The same since. I'm not this like 1 year slumpy kinder. I'm back.
You're back?
I'm back, bro. Full HD is just the superior res.
I'm happy to see you back, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do in the server again. You're looking good. You got a big smile on your face right now. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yakinda is back, so I hear. That's what the news says, Harry. But a second map that just slips through Furia's fingers puts us on Inferno. MIBR on Inferno. I'm noticing a pattern. They've been struggling with this one. Furia, no different. But with a new roster, maybe that can reinvigorate them.
Yeah, you know, I think they won't be shy on things to try and ideas here. If you're Furia, even thinking back to Yakinda and his previous team, it was one that they played there, and he always had some interesting ideas for how to go about some of, you know, like the banana control CT side and whatnot. So curious to see how Furia look to implement that.
All right, cool.
And they played it once against.
We have to go over to the game in a second.
They got 3 rounds first half CT side, ended 13-9 loss. So gonna need a better defense here.
There you go.
It was a respectable attempt at a comeback, we'll say.
Sure.
Why does he have full HD? If full HD, then I'm pretty sure it's portrait on uses. I mean, Yakinda's always been used it for like he did it like when he was upcoming etc. like that. So
Triple
what the fuck
B.
is this?
Say, try me.
It's a chat. Wait, I gotta see this before.
Try
What the
me.
fuck is this? Oh no! Really? See, chat. I didn't know they added so you can see before they start. Have fun, have fun. No way! I mean, I know they added a lot of things here, but no way, that's actually cool.
Three-man B-hold, but instead they've chose right. Molidoy and Yuri between Pit and the apartments. Oh, well, Molidoy is dead instantly, and Yuri is very much living on borrowed time down in the pit.
He's a pistol.
Kind of impossible, this one. I think.
One of my first hits turns I am Melbourne a few weeks ago, so real high best experience there. That's amazing to hear, buddy.
It's just really out of your hands, isn't it? Nice little pop for MIBR.
Have just turned off screen.
Sorry,
only space you.
I wanted to share your monitor, Harry.
You know, I wanted to weigh in there and give my opinions, but I couldn't really see.
Not much to say, don't worry. Oh, clean.
He at least got the kill, right? I was gonna ask you guys watch your mouse pads.
That actually was clean.
I do watch mine sometimes. I didn't do it when I was a pro.
That one. Furia will take it. MIBR. Let's see if they can convert a pistol, because both these teams struggled.
I would say at least.
Those dastardly second rounds.
I mean, more aptly, MIBR struggled. Winning them both back on that last map, both time losing a force fires.
Yeah, but they at least recovered by forcing back in the first half. So it's kind of all over the place. How did that happen? Oh, that's crazy. From Serato, and B is clear, so once they go back for the bomb, should just be fine. They both leave. No, Serato is on A, but hoping he's rotated perhaps. Safe and secure.
I was thinking it was an equal run anyway. And most of the times they never really do anything. So has there ever been an event in Norway like a big one? Yeah, 2002.
Is this map like immersion breaking to you? That the postcard stands.
Was it 2003 or 1?
Alt mid.
Hmm.
And the shop shutters are closed. Why
But
would
Gathering was...
I trust people aren't going to rob them. It's a nice place.
I used to have like 100 hours per 2 weeks in CS. Now I open Steam and 26.
They open up later.
Trust.
They open up later.
Are you feeling disappointed, Toliko?
You were a business. Like even if people don't.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there was a CPL back in 2002.
Shaking up a little bit. I don't know. I just got back from Italy. It's pretty safe, pretty nice.
People are just leaving their worldly possessions like out in the open.
It's just boats in the water. No one's even driving them. No one's stealing the boats.
I was 12.
I think it's fine.
In 2002.
It's not immersion breaking at all, actually, Harry.
Just something to think about. Don't know if anyone ever has.
You know how I feel, though, Harry. Law is bore.
Yeah, Marcus, we're gonna see Astralis lose today.
It ain't that
law. This is world building.
Yeah, law is bore. It's all the same.
Fuck.
Don't you find it pretty immersion breaking that, or whatever you're saying, that they're just blowing up boxes?
He does get that
map,
dink
like
doing some.
cardboard boxes,
Oh.
wooden boxes. Like, what are you bombing?
I don't know how I feel. I just haven't seen any info for some time, and I know I rather play games with this person
In
different.
some maps, some things. Okay, I'll give you that. In most maps, nothing.
Hugo, if you look,
yeah.
There's an arsenal of explosives.
Okay, fine, dust too.
Have been inside the boxes.
I mean, I feel like I play a lot now, and then I looked, it was like 60.
I see you're just not letting me sell my piece. On like Dust 2, it's just boxes, man. There's nothing in there.
I think I've raised a valid point, and now in an attempt to also be intellectual on a subject you haven't considered, you're weighing in.
Oh, I'm not in the mood. Actually, I take it all back.
Forget I said anything.
I'll just cast the game.
Oh,
yeah. 4v2
Why don't you just cast the ramp?
Yeah, good one. Fallen.
Stop blowing my mind. Come on. 3-0. We can let the
I mean, it
wheels
depends
fall
if the
off now.
lineup
Round
gonna
is
keep
coming.
together,
Oh,
right,
Fury.
Marcus?
Inferno disaster class. Who's going to have it? Both these teams have been having a trouble.
I mean, $1 million to buy the whole Astralis lineup and so on.
Orb for Molodoy. He's alone on A right now. Bit delayed for Yuri to throw some util. Your Kinder at sandbags. We've seen this before. What's he got? Good grenade. But so to MIBR respond.
He's really hurting.
Wow.
I don't know how he gets out with the kill. What?
Fallen
Oh,
says
no.
enough's enough. Oh no, it might cost them everything. Queserato burns
Oh,
as
no.
well. That's a team kill. I mean, I think he was dead anyway, but it doesn't help your case, does it? What's Save looking for? He's got the sight as far as he's concerned. Doesn't believe it. You've got triple kill at B.
Yeah, Marcus is not a gamer anymore.
He is very paranoid right now. It's not like his teammates gaining space. They're going to have to group up back on B. It's giving more time for Furia to get set up. And they have smoke, sure. Furia are right there.
Fury still don't buy this.
Yes.
And in a weird way, I can't say I blame them. It took so long for this sight hit to come through. You felt like that resmoke should have been enough for them to realize.
Oh, that's a horrible resmoke for
Locked
them.
again. Kid dropped over here towards Banana. Gone safe, but now it's kind of trapped between two Furia players. Gonna struggle to get out of this one with much to say about.
Hello.
Turn.
What?
Yuri will find him.
There's no time.
But there isn't time for Breno. Or, sorry, there is plenty of time for Breno. There's no time for Furia to win this. He will be left saving. It's a rough round, man. Yekindar did so well to get out of that with a double kill. Then Bad Fallen shows up, kills his teammate, dies shortly thereafter. Says, my job here is done.
Gaming. Yeah, now you're only going out to get bronze, Marcus.
As well.
Work
the whole reason Yekindar's still alive at that point in the round is because of Fallen's flashes. But, you know, Fallen gives, Fallen takes away.
Yeah.
I mean, that Yekindar actually survives. Gets 2 kills with 7 HP.
As well, so he just shot. It's a real sad round to lose. MIBR, though, strong start to this third map.
You just realized he was flashed? Like, he had full vision.
Was he just... Did someone jiggle, or is he just pre-firing, right? Like...
Yuri and K-Serato have this crossfire between the two of them.
They're live. They're live.
Smoke up, it kind of blocked K-Serato, but they don't opt for it. Holodoy's AWP. Chance to dance in Banana alone. Furia 4A.
It's not uncommon to leave the AWP alone to kind of play railgun over towards B like this, but the guy you're up against on the extremity here is Insani, and if there's one guy who you think...
Did Fallen ever play with Yekindar in the liquid?
Fight, it's him.
Very passive setup for Furia with Yekindar just holding long side safely.
He didn't, right?
The crossfire of A, Yekindar re-blocks. He says, if you want to come get it, go for that A attack. 30-second block smoke. Big problem here. And a reboost could be a good answer. They've already cleared this. Up he goes, over the top, dropped his Lukowski. MIBR stalled out.
I mean, it's a good read from Fallen over the pacing of this game thus far, right? Having the rest of the gang hold on to all their util this late in the round has caused so many problems for MIBR. And there's no way that it gets better, right? The hit just had all the momentum sucked right out of it. They didn't have util left to play around on the side of MIBR, and they just kept getting re-blocked.
No. Okay.
Even now at the end of the round, K-Serato and Molodoy both still with smokes in play.
Oh my god, he got it!
Oh, he dies off the time.
That's brutal. Yuri chases down the AWP. Death after time.
Oh, through the
Fallen left January and Yeki on October. Fair enough.
Through the bloody door.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
The big bad wolf.
Na, 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 na,
Fury do get on the board
na,
and they take everything with them. 5 alive, 4 AKs and an AWP. Doesn't really get much better. Nice. Oh, and then they get knifed in spawn. It's
just kind of a string of unfortunate events here for MIBR.
Wheels are falling off now. Insani's going to eat 8 as well.
It's really
so
low damage.
It's fine. It's totally fine. They're dead anyway. May as well stay on this line here,
oh, I thought he actually hit that one.
But Molodoy has to give up the site, and they realize that as well. Not triple B, and so MIBR immediately take this space. They avoid the cross on the HE. Molodoy ahead of the Molotov, and he's going to get his kill. Hanging around, Molodoy, big risky move.
He doesn't know.
K-Serato through the smoke has to win this round. He's traded places. He's done it again. This is a weird spot to be in. They jump back for the bomb. He says no, thank you. And this round,
the fuck is happening in this match?
Surrounded by smokes and players. And Fallen's got a rifle.
They can also just keep blocking the top of Banana so he can't get the bomb back.
Yeah.
There's kind of no... The best chance he has is to go try and fight Fallen, but it won't ever get that far.
Okay.
It's a blinder of a nade.
Okay.
Yuri has been having a good series. No denying it. Started off Train so strong. Was phenomenal on the B site. And certainly is not letting us down here on Inferno. Fury is starting to grind back into this after the initial 4-0 lead for MIBR. It's about to be a one-round game. Actually, I said that last time. There was full Glocks and one Deagle, and live to regret it.
True.
But the fact they're treating this as a bit of a timeout suggests that MIBR also don't think they're winning this round.
Let them just burn all their util. That's kind of the goal of these kind of rounds, right? Not even peaking at the moment. So Fury have already spent a few $100 each. There's more to go when they make contact, so... Oh, I like this. Fallen has multiple HEs to set up Yakinda, who, as we know, loves to run down Banana. This was Yakinda and Liquid all over again. At times to be a detriment of Liquid CT side. But Fallen keeps him on a short leash. Pulls him back to the top of B. As MIBR just look to explode out middle with Glocks.
Yuri K. Serato's stat pad round. There's one. There's two. Screw it. Molodoy gets one as well. Like that. Yeah. Nice. For MIBR, a lot of this has just been talking about the round ahead. And that's where they'll see the fruits of this conversation, hopefully. As now there is just one round between them and Furia.
Having a fruity conversation?
It's the best kind of conversation.
Yeah, sure.
La 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 na na na.
MIBR, no money for this T-side orb here. Oh, good Molotov. Oh my god, they're sitting in it. Insani a little late on that smoke. So significant damage done.
That's a good start with the damage.
The site. App set up. MIBR 3 in Banana is quite the commitment.
Okay. What a lurk smoke, though.
That's an entry, though, and that smoke ain't going to stop him. Yakinda has to do it on his own. MP9 churns through two.
I mean, he gets two, though.
You sometimes say it's not enough, because this B site has been lost in the process, and these rotates are nowhere near.
It's where Breno's lurk, though, could offer them a way back in.
Yes.
And it will. Caught in middle, rotating back. He suddenly started regretting being in that position, right? He realized the same thing we all did, which is, oh God, if I die, they're going to attempt this. And so instead of just sticking to his gun, staying in the corner there, he tries to back out. And in doing so, it's made the problem worse. He now falls, and Furia do want to attempt this 3-on-2. The time ticked off the bomb, but Yuri and Molodoy both have full util almost. Wrecked in that peak. But Yuri still has this smoke on the bomb.
Are they trying this? There's no... You'd have to already be defusing. Now he's just running away, and Safe's going to die, but so will Yuri to that bomb. So, was it worth it?
I mean, Furia is like, they're quite interesting with their
almost whole... everything. MIBR will take it at the end of the day. Breaking that streak.
I mean, what's staggering is, you know, MIBR have this lead, but the money between these teams is in wildly different positions. The rounds that Furia have won have been super clean and contained, right? You have K Serato on 10 grand, saving at the end of that round. So you get a full buy here, and you still have another full buy in the tank, at least if you're Furia. That's before you even take into account the savings. So MIBR, it's going to be a real... you know, streak of rounds here put together before they break through Furia's money. And that's also a problem, what with MIBR losing everyone in the ending of that round. Their buy here is worse than their buy last time. They're running 3 Galils, limited util, Mac 10 for Insani as the banana player.
Might get ahead of the nades. We've been seeing Furia prioritize Molotovs over HEs, but this time it's 3B, so expect a bit of a destruction here. Actually hold their nades for some time. Yuri 12 and 2 dinked through the mid smoke. Not a good start for Furia. So if he's back in pits, he's very susceptible to utility. Kinder back on his BS, down B. Is he going for it? No. No. He's hoping maybe they pop through on the timing and then he's behind them, but they won't, so. Dude, this is so risky right now. He has nothing to stop this. Oh dear.
It's out with one. They're not able to chase.
Oh
There's the support from Fallen. Stays alive for a long while in a very compromised position.
Furia too slow for retakes. I mean, Furia is very known for being very slow on the retakes. They want the enemy teams to be like basically shaking and then like, I don't know, feels like give up to some degree.
B side now, K Serato joins the fray. No util to kind of help out here. It's just got to be dry fights. K Serato tries to play through, but the flashes.
Come on, Fallen. Show us the rifle skills now.
Oh, no. The burden in his solo sight hole.
There we go. Fallen. Ah.
Kill number 4, but Fallen did all he had.
My captain. My captain.
Can't plant. There's nowhere to plant. K-Serato has a cover. And he goes hunting for kills for a path to survival. It will not be allowed. Molodoi trades out, and Furia holds strong. Great utility.
The money though on Furia is
performance from Fallen.
Even if they're down rounds, you know.
At the back of the bomb site after whiffing his first chance as well. All
really
eyes
like
were on him. Able to find 2 more kills in quad. And this didn't go too bad at Banana either. 5v3 initially before Yakinda just gets clean traded. That's so sharp for Fallen. That's why we've been hyping up the rifling all day. Still got it.
I found a new hobby. What up, buddy? Oh.
Tried to play through.
That
was a spooky chase for Yuri. But he makes it work. 13 and 3.
I got one at least.
He wants to take all the fights. If they're willing to give them, Yuri is interested.
Yuri 15-3 by the way.
Like, is Fallen the
my
best
captain fall.
individual player of his age bracket? Like, he's 33.
Gonna DM at 3 AM and scout and try no scoping people when you manage that. Watch the reactions.
Well then, are we counting?
Is that a whole big thing?
If so,
no, right? But
kind of answered your own question.
I don't know. Did I? Like right now, I don't know.
In this game, Fallen is better than Rain. Yes,
sure.
I will give you that. I'm willing.
Okay. Like Fallen and Rain. No one else touching that. Carrigan. Trying to think.
Dying, much love for the raid, buddy. Hope you had a beautiful one.
Out there. Okay, Apex recently, yeah.
32, very close to Fallen's age.
Yeah.
So
but I think I'm going off of eye test really. Like Apex
voice com reactions.
But like eye test, I don't know.
Is there a lot of them, Toliko, like community service like that?
That's just eye test though. That's
when Apex pops off, he lifts trophies.
Yeah, true.
So I don't know.
Yeah, but you know. Okay.
That's a nice pick off from Yuri.
Fallen good.
Yeah.
No, yes, Val. It was like 10 people or so. Alright.
He should AWP or something.
This round start just feels rough for MIBR. Losing Lukowski early. There is a huge gap right now with Furia kind of bringing the stack over towards B. But they know this as well, so they try to re-aggro in a top banana, and that's the nice thing about having Yakinda.
Yeah, Kinder is very aggressive. Only problem is like now they got that kill. Like, Made in Brazil, don't tell me you're gonna go for a save though. I was taking my gaming keyboard settings.
Yeah, with MIBR kind of going out and seeking these openers, finding neither of them on both sides of the map, losing Lukowski and Insani as the extremity men. This one goes nowhere quickly. There's no room left to play, and so Furia move into the lead, in with a chance now of winning out the half. That's in spite of that 0-4 start for Furia.
I think I finally found a rapid trigger to the
nice banana take, some risky moves for Ykinda.
Not getting kicked either.
Yuri is 16.
Because he said that they're cheating setting. No,
the reason they don't want to go
not cheating settings, but you know
it's
what.
not like they've
we not be used as a spots before.
Side of the map. They are
oh yeah, getting close there with Zeus. Yeah.
But Fallen and Ykinda holding it very strong. And Yuri, even when he's retaking or coming back in, is still finding impact in terms of economy, doing damage. And MIBR have just been by eco for the most part. This save allows more rifles in the final round of the half. Furia triple B, and all the right rounds, really. It hasn't been exploited or read by Exit, when to speed up and do a quicker A approach. Ykinda down bottom B again. So consistently here.
Rapid triggers allowed. This is action release setting. I thought it was the other one was allowed. Oh, almost double.
I mean, that has been the real stopping power of
oh no.
A site. You deal with him.
Oh!
To worry about Serato swinging out with a double. He's also quelled. They've dealt with the two big threats. Molodoy's going to get overrun. Fast flank out of Ykinda. My God, this guy's quick.
Did he? No, he didn't think him, right?
The dome in that fast flick down. Plant in. Breno makes it into the pit, but he's lost his teammate in the sight. Downrange from Fallen.
The lead is gone.
Low. One shot for
that's the problem.
Ends this round for MIBR. It's a chance to split the half. For Furia, they're looking to move into that lead.
I don't think Ykinda has
Recover
this.
Very gracefully from how this game started.
He must like randomly strafe now and hope.
And a wide swing.
What?
That's not a wide swing.
What?
Floating, sliding. I don't even know. He doesn't hit one bullet.
That actually.
Not a single bullet.
Yeah, that was mad.
How did that actually work, man?
Climb up, I just thought, oh, there's no way he wins this because of the angle. But yeah, sure, you're impossible to hit.
I mean, Nolan looked very shocked at the outcome of that round.
Dude, that doesn't even make sense.
Saw him having a little laugh to Ykinda in the cabs. He couldn't believe it.
How do you win that?
How did he manage to win that?
Ykinda even wrote XD in the chat.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Breno laughed it off.
He didn't.
But that's pain. That's a laugh of a man in pain after losing.
I had actually like a 1/1mm, but then I realized I actually pressed the key when I could still not after, but still associates the open for
down. Took control back of this map. And I don't know, pretty uninspiring led T side. No moment of individual brilliance, and Sani disappearing again with safe. And I don't think the calls were anything special. They couldn't even get Ykinda out of bloody banana for crying out loud. Let alone pass Yuri in the pit.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, a bit of a pitfall for MIBR on this map is like, Insani, very, very talented player, no doubting his mechanical skill, but I feel like I see this a lot where he just gets so bullied by the util banana side that he never really feels super involved. And the rounds are rarely pacey enough to put him ahead of that utility. Yeah. It's like they want him to have the banana space, but take it slow.
Great play for Ykinda. What can I say? Nobody would expect a strafe like that. Especially running down.
Like 20 health. And from then on in, it's like the best you're hoping for from him is a one and done. Here's a B hit out of Furia, though, for their T-side pistol.
Smoke and flash. Ready to block. Look at the util, though. Ykinda's got an HE, which screams they're just going to nade the smoke. They're going to exec. Insani will block. Ykinda will nade the smoke, and they're going to go.
I gotta see this, actually.
The nade for the smoke is really, really nice. It lets them play on their timing. They're not at the mercy of this MIBR.
Yeah.
Kill, and there's a straight up check.
Yeah, Kindler, man. That was much better. And you know.
Coming in gray screening as Julies, but when you get naded, you look like a sitting duck. That's a sexy pistol for Furia. Double molly, smoke exec, and like you said, your own timing thanks to the nade. Really like what we're seeing here. 13 and 6 on your Kinder, far better map than Anubis.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
I mean, we even saw that interview with him before this game, right? He's saying he's back, and it's nice to hear him speaking positively again. Definitely was a... When you think about how good Yekindar was back in like the days of VP in CSGO, and when he left that team, you know, the expectation was it's like he could join any roster and make them a top squad, and then he had a real rough fall from grace, did Yekindar. Suddenly started to feel like more of an issue than a helping hand. And so, not just nice to see him speaking positively, but it would be a very exciting player to have back in that form you know he can bring to the table. Seems complementary to this Furia roster as well. Sometimes would lack that man who likes to go and take space, play selfless, and can open rounds up.
Well, here's your guy. Can he do it again? Oh, solo B, that. Then HE, they just win the round right there, but Fury don't want to risk it into what could be a stack.
I got super glue on my fingers now.
Stays calm.
How do I deal with that, by the way?
Ready to reblock. But he's not going to be here in time. He's walking, so they could just go. Smoke might not play a factor here. It's too late. Can't do anything about this. They're coming in. I like the contact. Like, no one has a clue.
Rak block.
Gonna just plant.
Acetone. Not hot water. Wait.
Great awareness from Furia here.
I wouldn't hate the unicorn round here for MIBR. Like, just save with 5 and try this again.
Yeah.
Right, they forced into this round, and you know you aren't winning this.
The best
So
question is to soak them in water, soap in water using solvent, acetone, or nail. If it doesn't work, oil. Okay, so you mean soak in warm water is gonna have a loosen to make it easy to remove. Okay. Ah. Well, and I got something warm now.
Stylistically, like with how Fallen likes to play, with a lot of these, like he's really good at like the mind games, playing from the front, knowing when to like go for these sudden pace changes, but largely grounded in slower rounds where if individuals kind of get space, you try to go for like little contact moves like that and you give them the freedom. I think you could draw some parallels between, you know, his eye for the game
try
and how
a
someone like a
blowtorch.
Jame used to think about it. Not to the fullest extremity of a Jame, right? He very much was like down the other end of the spectrum. But
I mean, I can still use my fingers. That's something, at least. So they didn't get glued together. So that's it could be worse, right?
Chance with this force buy.
Well,
it's a decent buy, right?
I don't leave with Hekku, so she doesn't happen. Wait, what happened? I was fixing my lights in the background. That's why I was looking into the wall there. And I super glued it. And then apparently I got the super glue on my finger.
But someone's going to have to step up in a big way if MIBR stand any chance in this game. We have a very quiet map from every single player.
Yeah, I mean, they're not
No
together.
outlier.
They're like this, you know.
Meanwhile, K-Serato's
So I can still use it and all of those things, but I still feel it, you know.
Yuri, 4 KD, and Yakinda, non-stop impact across the first half and even in the second with that double pistol entry, the contact play into B in the previous. It's all just going smoothly. Good round to make it gamble.
I'm not too worried. That's why I'm not like...
Ooh la la. They're going to do the double boost. They don't even need to, really, because the smoke's
Gatro's trying to smoke the fuse in a corner of the bomb site.
Cool. One player play first. Just hope that Safe doesn't just get full spammed. I think they're also hoping that Furia do a proper smoke. I think this is the one.
No need to panic. It's not like I got it inside of my mouth, right?
So they can now boost on the head.
And now it's super glued anyway, right? So...
What's his vision? Okay. It'll do.
It's a 5-man stack here. They should leave. Yuri, go out on A and look.
While he burns out Lukowski, it might actually work to MIBR's benefit here.
Yeah.
Because it's enticed Furia in. There's still this boost in play. The bomb.
That's the bomb.
But Fallen can't get out of there. This was all transpiring.
Oh, they lost the round.
Was out in top mid. But that one kill on Lukowski kind of baited Furia into the commit.
They've got the bomb, but they can't run it back. There's no time. They've got to go forward in, and both players ready on that cross.
That was everything.
MIBR win the 4 saved. It's actually
we got through with so much super glue.
Off the FAMAS.
I mean,
the surprise from the
it was a while ago I used it.
And that's a 3-on-5 win.
But okay, so do I have anything else?
This map, it felt like they were
if it doesn't work like oil or vegetable oil or even butter can use to dissolve the bond. But I need to... gently rub them in. Okay.
Opportunities like this don't come along often. Right, that was the saved 4-spy from the second round, and it hits the mark. They also get out with 3 players surviving, so suddenly they're feeling flush with money.
Very late spread.
And the thing that's just nice is, like, you give yourself so much more breathing room on the back of that round. Not just for the fact that, like, you're not instantly broke if you lose this. You can still cobble something together. But most importantly is just, you've closed the gap. Furia would have been on 10 and 1 rifle round away.
Smell the enemy through the screen is always busy like that. I mean, I do feel like it's disappearing with the oil here. Interesting.
Let's see if they're able to realize the potential of that last round.
It doesn't hurt or anything.
To receive here on A. Safe's been forced back, but this might make them difficult.
Oh no! You can pick up the fucking gun there. Ace? Ace?
Once more, Lukowski bait tricks Furia. This time it didn't cost him his life, it cost all of theirs. That is a marvelous round, and now MIBR are surely feeling good. A big 4K from a struggling Lukowski, who'd looked out of this game till that round there.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's a lazy clear for Furia, though, to be honest. They even manually check it, but with nades in their hand. Look at this first player, peeking it, pulls the nades when he spots him. You're not believing in that clear. Could have killed him. Could have stopped the unfurling of that round. And now MIBR, off the back of those back-to-backs, are well and truly in control of this map. It's Furia on the back seat, 12 and 4 K-Serrato, Hero AK on the Eco. Good map for a hero gun, sure, but not anymore. Legged by the AWP.
Lukowski's like, screw it.
I come back and then I look and then he stands on the same one. Like same position.
And he's actually going to start to push forward, clearing out mid, but he's not considering Boiler. Yakindar playing on the left. Ooh, they've just missed each other. So nothing to transpire in top mid. Instead, they're going to see if Molidoy can open up a route through Banana.
Heard the step out of there.
Exit even had flashes, right? Just in case they were any quicker there. Flashes were available to help out inside. That is a bit of a wild kill to have given away.
Why?
Flash through for safe. Exit gonna try and keep them at bay, and it's looking good for that right now. Missed shot on the safe.
Oh, God.
Oh, this is a rough round for really everyone apart from Molotov.
No.
Lucazi in top mid. How's that for revenge? He checked the corner this time, didn't he? Breno and Exit, what can they do?
Oh!
Oh, my God.
And that hero AK finds success for Fury.
So that's how they do it?
Molotov, but rife with mistakes for MIBR. I don't know what Insani's doing, man. He knows he's getting run at. I thought he was going to smoke.
Wasn't that bad.
He pinned it, he cancelled it. Then he tries to do it again. Gets caught in the open.
All right, back to the
That
super glue,
is a
though.
just harrowing issue. Missed shot is unfortunate. Lucazi. And then Molotov lines him up. Everything about that is ugly for MIBR. I'm hearing Portuguese, I'm hearing Russian, I'm hearing English. I'm hearing a good time for Furia. 10-7. That's the second eco, like hard eco. Sure, they have an AK, but they won that Deagle round last map. They won a hero AK round here. Molotov puts it to use. And Furia, robbery of a round. Bloody hell.
That's got to feel really good if you're Molotov, especially having everyone really pump you up, like knowing the impact of the round that you've just won, the fact that you've put Furia now on a fast track to win this game. Suddenly this round is the one that really, really matters. If MIBR fall short, they are broke. And Furia are right there on the finish line with next to no resistance. And it's all teed up by the fresh-faced recruit in the Furia jersey.
Fuck it. Do it some other time instead. Guys, have you any PC tips?
Money on the line. That's the issue.
Work?
MIBR, you lose this one, you're in the hole.
Hustle or something? Hustle as not in a scamming way, but more like hustle your way through to get some money. Sell lessons, CS lessons, if you're good enough in CS. That can be something.
So it really speaks of the tough time MIBR have been having in this map.
Hustle,
I don't think they
you
can
know?
afford to lose to
Hassle,
that
is that
eco
what you're saying?
round.
Or hustle? Hustle,
Now they're in a
hustle.
world of hurt. Lucazi, can he repeat?
That's the
strong,
first.
low health in the approach. Got to fall all the way back. Nowhere to go. Flash.
Oh.
2 kills for Lucazi. More than he bargained for. In they go.
Oh, wow, that actually worked out.
MIBR, as mentioned, their whole economy rested on winning this round. And so they might have to just save these guns. They're so far removed, and Yuri's still on the extremities.
Yuri knows where he is,
This orb's
right?
got to survive. This orb's got to make it. Safe with
now he
another
knows.
unfortunate miss. It just sails past Yuri, and he can't afford to miss those.
Molotov,
Yuri won't.
I don't know, but I don't know what I should. Okay.
So much confidence, so many balls, dude. The
I mean-
smoke, drop a flash behind you and just W through the smoke.
I don't know. I'm not
These
that good
moves
on
of
knowing
Fury are
X or
making
Y
it
things with
unbelievable.
PCs, if
Feels
I'm
like
gonna be
these
honest.
2 new players have added just an air of confidence into this Furia roster. I've never seen the old Furia go for a play like that.
PC Builder YouTube channel?
Not since
okay.
Art left. Unreal rounds being won in this game. And Furia absolutely the better team on this third map. It's not up for debate.
I love how often as well, like Fallen likes to try and find these timings and play contact, but not like with an individual. It's not on like a feeler of, okay, like let's send out your Kindar to Arch and see if he can get this room without making any noise. It's like, now let's walk 3 players up long through CT, never pull a pin on a nade, never smoke anything. Let's just call their bluff. And he's had a bunch of reads exactly like that across this entire series.
Molotov.
So in a lot of these rounds, like you're not even getting the sort of primer to tell you the end goal, right? You're only finding out the end goal as they arrive there. MIBR just feel like they're flying blind in these rounds. pistols to go up against here, but Furia looking like they will walk into the stack. Okay, the last time this happened,
you can bail.
When they lost this type of
And
round
they are
before,
stacking quite a lot. I mean, it's smart
because
because
they realized that they were going into the stack, it was too late.
Oh no.
I'm worried that something similar could happen. Now, it's far less in this round. Last time they had
Oh, no.
and the likes, but it's still a stack. These pistols can be dangerous. That bomb's going to start retreating now. Linking up with K-Serato at the B site. Furia have left themselves time to bail out of this one, and Yuri doesn't hang around to fight this. He's playing a delay, wasting as much time as he can. Oh, he's getting iced out, but he's maneuvering so well.
How does he survive? Holy fuck!
Molodoi just holds the sightline for him.
Yuri
He doesn't have to worry anymore. He's got support.
In these 2 maps at Furia,
Like, I can know he's feeling and understanding there, being like, you know, a little bit nervous.
CS.
Or like stressed. Or like, and then like, that was nice, nicely
even in this map, MIBR went B for the majority of their T side. Yuri was pit player. Like, he still did so much on rotation, on retake, hard positions to win rounds from. Sure, some exits in there, but he's 20-6, man. His impact is undeniable right now. Controlling Arch back-to-back rounds.
You are dead on there. There were a lot of B plays, and the reason why Yuri was still fighting a lot of kills is he was just down to peek through middle and try and fight them, which is emblematic of the game he's having, right? At 20-6, he's very confident.
Because he's really been having trouble this year, and it's what a time to find a resurgence. Not just these new players and new energy added in, a new look for this team, but Yuri performing like this, that's an X factor for Furia. I want to see how far they can go here in Astana. How deep is this playbook on a new roster? Clear close for the nades. They walk through the mid-smoke. It's a fearless play yet again for Furia. They've been
kinda vibing. It's so nice to see us a Liquid fan.
So many shots, and that's a blinder hit by Fallen. Lukowski peeking in. Safe can't afford to miss now. There's the first. They're up close, so he knows. Going to hunt, finding Fallen as well.
I know, it's kind of like fuck there.
At least for one more round. A third connects as well. Safe looking for the ace. He got that info. He wants to finish the job. Flash dodge. Safe dies, and it's Molodoi against the world.
Oh, these jiggles for exit nearly give Molodoi the shot back in, but
nice run by Safe
will
though.
fall short, and luckily enough, Attorney Safe. We end up talking about his
Safe
AWP
is
highlight.
playing
That
safe.
that was lovely. Safe, very good in those types of positions, able to kind of string out the fights as they're pushing up long.
You just wonder if it's too late, Harry, because he's had his chances earlier in the half to take control. He's missed some really awkward shots.
Device
let
cosplay
Furia into this game, and now 12
Is that the thing we're saying nowadays?
12-8. It's 4 chances for Furia to close this map. They go for a Hail Mary there, up pushing through a long smoke. But they've got more options than that. The B abuse has been clear for Furia. They've been pushing through the util, breaking it.
They're going OT. Oh no! Don't tell me. I want to see NIP play.
It's just some like
see how they're gonna do against Aurora.
Are, some rough things that are going
Eternal
to
Fire.
turn around for MIBR if they want this comeback.
We don't know if
happen.
that's gonna be
a
a banger or
as it stands
you know.
right now. Insani's sitting down bottom of the board where he is after a dismal first half showing T-side, getting bullied on Banana. Now having some missteps in the CT half as well towards B. 5 and 14 for the star of this team is not good, and you don't see a world where they're able to recover. If
it's the only one in the team
like
is going to win
to
first.
suddenly shoot up the top of the board, but you need this guy because there will be a round coming where Furia are going to test the limits.
I mean, he's there for a
health.
reason.
It could even be this round right now. And in that
least if
moment,
they ask
Insani
me,
will
so.
have to step up. If he gets nothing done, that could decide everything. For the side of Furia, the floor ain't super low. And it feels like everyone's had their moments. Yuri, certainly the one in the limelight, but even this kind of K-Serato, Yakindar duo, finding their footing. Molodoi with some sick rounds in there, including the hero AK. This is the one map where Fallen has kind of taken a bit of a back seat in terms of the fragging, which is already a wild enough sentiment, isn't it? But he's had a great series keeping them in it up until this point. And even when you kind of look at the board for MIBR, Lukowski sitting at the top of the charts right now, but that's helped out massively by his 4K like bait round in mid. Up until that, it had actually been a pretty rough game for Lukowski. Safe now showing some signs of life and starting to warm back into it. Like they are warming into this game, but it's this guy that has to deliver.
Gonna get tested instantly. Molodoi with the cross covered. Good jump, escapes the orb. And then Sana gets back to safety. Got a smoke, gonna get it down. Better sooner than never. A 3B for MIBR as they feared execution. Furia pull back out of Banana. Retake utility gives MIBR that B control yet again.
In this round, MIBR and Insani have at least made all the right moves, right? Didn't fall to the AWP at the start of the round in B. Was able to get out there in spite of Furia pressuring it, and they've just re-cleared Banana at the minute mark. So they're going to free up this third player to rotate back over, and it is Insani that they put in this position. And so he will be here when this site hit comes. Breno in the pit, Lukowski and Insani side by side, trapped in the bomb site. Nothing but one kill from Lukowski, and that should be this one dead to rights. Furia in such a strong position here in the post plant. There's no real world back into this for MIBR. AWP in the retake, safe, hoping, praying that something connects through this smoke, but in his heart, he knows this one is over. Molodoi will be the one to seal the deal. Furia locking in this series. It smiles all round from Fallen for his boys.
All right, beautiful people. We'll be watching the Heat game.
Smiles all round indeed, as it should be. Last time we saw Furia with the all-Brazilian lineup in Bucharest, they were pretty bad. This is a far more improved team. Very exciting times if you're a Furia fan, I'd say. Because they're improving series to series, map to map.
The best Brazilian team in this event, Rich, as I said earlier, and you can clearly see why. Inferno, that was a map we touched upon as to how good the T side looked against the Mongols. It was just unfortunate that a CT didn't have too many rounds for them to really work with here. But phenomenal.
I'm trying to also understand when does that game start?
Really popping off the two maps they've won.
Solid series for him.
But
12
what
minutes?
impressed me the most here,
I mean, they have the
one-man or two-man show.
setups,
Every
so
single player on this Furious side had their moments.
Couldn't agree more. I think Yuri's actually thriving in these new roles that he is taking on to make room. I think it takes a lot of pressure off of his shoulders, knowing that K-Serato and Molodoi can kind of be the main fixtures of the team. Fallen, I think what has been great about him being a rifling IGL, not only his individual performance, he's doing a great job in that regard, but I think it allows him to be more reactive. You know, he's
that's the 20 minutes on that one. Do you think some tires can play like before?
Kind of quickly make the follow-up
I think so.
Once they get that initial space, like, hey, let's go for it.
And it also means they can bring in someone who can all.
Yeah, that's also a big.
That's like a huge bonus.
Let's be honest, like the Brazilian scene has lacked a really true powerful opera for some time. I mean, NQC's pretty solid, but we just haven't really seen it there. So they did what all Great America's teams do: import players.
Yes.
They've learned that from us in North America. So congrats on to you that one, Furia. But
no tariffs on Molodoi, I hope.
Yeah, definitely not. We took 25% off of that one. So here's the deal. I also just really like the adjustment Furia made in the first half defensively. They were kind of getting battered early on, but then they flipped the switch. This new combo of Yakindar and Fallen on the B defense has been working out so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And also what I liked a lot was, apart from couple of mistakes they made on T side.
Is it weird that I want to eat now, by the way, Shad?
The full stack towards B when
like
they knew
lunch.
they should be more worried about
I should
that.
probably
pre-order them.
They got a 4K.
Despite that, despite two free rounds given away with MIBR. This was such a convincing scoreline coming in from Furia. And yeah, obviously Yuri on top of the scoreboard, but you can see Yakinder finding impact in some of his lurks. He's the first guy in, sometimes lurking, seems like he's doing a lot of job. But I gotta just add on to what Adus just said right here, just the fact that Fallen's working with the pack. He has all the information at his fingertips, and
what
just
up, Kim?
being the master of puppets right there. And
how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say while Yuri's on the screen, definitely it's great to see Fallen kind of acting as the Yakindar whisperer. You know, we talked on, I think it was day 1 or day 2, we were talking about all of the issues he'd had, you know, personal issues, stuff outside the server, lost all of his form, lost all of his confidence. It's just great to see him coming back because, you know, he's still young and very talented. And then obviously for this guy on your screen, Yuri, as Dusty pointed out,
anyway,
is a player that, you know, he's locked into Furia. He is Furia.
Meanwhile,
so he's been one of those.
Waiting for the game to start, I can show you guys what I printed yesterday. With help from one of our dear viewers. We did an AK. It did break though, as you can see on the handle there. But it does have my little beautiful logo up in there. Wait, can I block my eyes now? Is it? Somewhere there. We also did this. Probably have a better filament than all of those things, just a little bit. And then we did 2 cards, but one of them is like broken on the side, or you can see. Wait, can it block my face? Hello, block my face. As you can see on this, no, that one, like looks a little bit better, but that one looks like a little bit so. So I need to do a little bit more of them. It is thanks to Doki. And we tried to do like a keyring thing, but it didn't really work. But the AK was a little bit unfortunate that it broke during the handle there. Like in that way, I guess you can see there. But that was like pretty nice with the logo up there in the corner. And then the rest looks pretty so. Of someone who has had my 3D printer for not that much for a long time. I'm still trying to figure things out. I will probably keep these 2 though. I guess saying hello. Yeah, I mean, I need to think of potentially get like if I'm gonna do the AK and actually make it to work in the corner there, is to maybe also change my logo to like something else, and then when I'm doing like sort of giveaways, then I can just like throw it in, you know, it's like a, oh, here you go. Like this. But it's something. And then we also did I did also print up this one. So that's a holder for my stream deck. Now I can't show you guys, but now it stands up. Also thing, I got like this one, just have next to my PC. I do have one in my bed, like with a real charging station, but I don't want to have a charging station yet at my PC. Then I did like a key place.
Defensively, and he's trading very well when he's able to follow behind Fallen. And they're playing way finer, more tuned than I thought.
I was going to say, just while I got you there, just I know you wanted to talk about this.
That
yeah, I mean,
like I have it in my next to my
shift on banana defense from Furia in the first half. They were getting mobbed kind of early in the game, but you see this pairing, this Yakindar Fallen pairing. You know, Yakindar obviously being a guy who loves to be assertive, who loves to get forward on banana as defensively.
Yeah, I'm not showing anything special in it, but
he's trying to recover that form. And there were so many rounds where he was dancing around.
It's dust from
behind
TV.
Smokes, find the perfect maneuvers to duck and weave in between what Main Brazil were throwing at him. He had such substantial impact in the last 6 or 7 rounds of the first half alongside Fallen to really kind of turn the tides of this game and put it in their favor.
Especially considering it was like, what, 4-0, 4-1, or 5-1 up, right? Something like that for the side of MIBR. Just when this duo, they kind of said, yeah, Banana, it's not open for business, right? And that's what kind of allowed them to come back into this game. And once things died up, T-side just ran away with it.
Yeah. Just before we go to break, I want to talk about MIPR a little bit. I mean, with your analytical eye, what do you think they need
Exit,
to move on?
exit is IGL, isn't it? Or maybe it could be the coaching department, because I'm looking at the individual. I'm looking at Lukowski. He came in, and we saw how good he was before he joined this team. We're looking at how Insani was such a star for this team, should be the star. We know how, well, Safe can be a very reliable pair of hands with the AWP. The pieces make sense, man. Even Breno, he's the only guy who's been doing all the heavy lifting.
So it's just small things I'm doing, and now I'm gonna do pen holder and then put in the kitchen so I can store all of my little key renewals.
Overall, it's just failed. It's not the individuals. The structure has failed for this team.
I'm going to be a little more harsh. I think Lukowski's played underneath 2 IGLs now on this team, drop and exit. I didn't see him play well either time. Safe, obviously, as an opera, is fading away and getting older in his career. My honest assessment is airlift Astana out of this team. Get him somewhere else. That's my final conclusion.
I mean, that's not MIPR, but I like the energy.
I just want to save Insani. Like, you got to salvage something out of that.
All right.
Well, I mean, someone might have $1 billion, maybe. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for your thoughts.
Can we
guys.
watch that again?
Time for a quick break. When we come back, more action. NIP will be taking on Aurora. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she...
I mean, we're following that game though, but we can see me watch this one if you want to.
If it's expect to play a single,
I just need someone to be.
Right?
Is that O2? No. Is it no?
Davida's position.
One game, yeah.
Very well. Catch out Matthios. Oh, Messi spray just about stabilizes in time, and now Case Logs. Yeah, he's going to throw out his incendiary. No one's home. And I think Time's just his greatest adversary right now. He'll clear NQZ. Now, oof, first bullet hits the head. Okay, Payne, 2v4, turn it around, Odic. They started with such a bang, Panks pushing smokes. It looked like it was their round, and then very quickly they rectified.
So there's the opener. They're playing yard control, so Panks outside as well. Case-Logs gets the double, okay. And then that push through the smoke is what draws it back. Davidaeus catches Pank, who was in a tough spot, to be fair. It just looks silly because his back's turned in that scenario. And then NQZ, by getting lower, putting on the brakes, sowing the seeds of doubt. There were so many unknowns. Odic weren't able to work back into it, but they can still buy or something that represents that. 3 M4s, 2 MP9s, Util lacking, and Woody. Oh, I don't know about this. Pank's dead immediately. DGT will open the account up on him.
Okay, now they're working hamstrung defense.
Just gonna try to
Wall of smokes, Molly's secret.
See whenever the other game starts, so we don't miss that one, because that's a game I don't want to miss.
Hard to retrieve as well with a forward position on ramp.
Yeah, and that's when the confidence from the kills you got on the pistol.
I mean, I do love myself
a
new
out of the box maneuvers, which are less predictable for your team. As Case Logs, he's sharp.
Oh, not sharp enough for the second, and QZ will trade out. Oh, they were not ready for Nate. How has he got 2 there?
How did he get
awkward exchange? He pulls us back.
I mean, I know they didn't hear it, but still.
And DGT, wow, he's looking good as DGT gets the job done just as his teammate needs to get up the vents. He opens up a path.
Are they still playing with their?
Are able to open. There should be 3 rounds now because we should.
Payne, are they playing with their coach still, or?
To you, the people at home, if you're watching from
someone was
globe,
missing it, right?
On Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you watch it. Maybe it's on Twitter. I don't think it's on Twitter stream.
No, Twitter doesn't exist anymore.
No. It could be the X stream.
On the X stream. That just sounds like
something coming out of the back of a plane.
Yeah. Or a pop-up.
Well, here's the eco.
Always someone has to be different, right?
Okay. Yeah, where's he meant to go? He can't go on the head. Where's he meant to go?
He could have been next to them in a line.
Okay.
Had to be jiggling, had to be wiggling.
Yeah, but
how dare he?
Look, what they could do is
he
make
today,
sure that there's enough gap on both sides, so then the
you could get
top,
3 on top.
You could get top 3 on top, yeah, for sure, easily.
Hey, 3 on top should be the strat.
Not even a problem. It'd be easy.
So yeah, so that it's actually the bottom 2 players' fault.
If we were pointing blame,
it's the bottom players.
We could label it.
Glad we got that sussed out. As Big Uzera has already got an awful lot of space. Isn't this nice? He's already like waltzing through decon. No one's home. Teammates are going to throw diligent util. There's a smoke for one side, Molly for the other.
Well, that's clear.
And they're in.
Yeah.
We will have a round.
No, worry.
As we expected. As everybody expected. As we all knew. But anyway,
I mean,
how
we
are
have
you
it.
watching? Are you on the TV?
I mean, we have to be happy so we get a solid. Let's get 26 of them now.
Let us know. Send us a picture.
The Steam Deck.
At Sponge or at Machine GG. Send it our way. Use the hashtag PGL Astana. Don't know if it's being used, but we're using it now.
Yeah.
Hashtags are kind of dead.
Yeah.
That's 1 and 2. As the AWPer will try and profit on the SMG in the lighter buy rounds. We'll see him wield something a little bit heavier.
Oh, he's done well.
I'm all good. How you doing, buddy?
Extra cash.
Thanks for your kind words.
Okay, well there you have it. It is finally
So our
confirmed.
game.
So path of least resistance taken.
I mean, we are, but
exits to cause a bit of a
they haven't
nuisance,
started
but really
yet, right?
nothing
I mean,
to
we
be
can see
worried
the
about.
map
Let's
for
get
those
into the
people who
game
cares
plan then,
about
shall
that
we?
for the prediction, actually.
The reason they haven't won a single game in any of the all the tournaments they played thus far, because they made it to playoffs of every event, right? They haven't won a single game. It's a mentality. It's crazy. They just choke when it comes to the stage. The problem now in a server is we're talking about ring rust. They haven't been able to shake it off. That month-long break they've taken, seemingly they're still in vacation mode right now. So mentally, they haven't clicked in yet. They haven't locked in yet. I'm looking at Walksick, man. Day 1. First map, the frustration on his face. And I'm like, bro, you can't get tilted this early.
Tilted on day 1.
Map 1.
And forget not being able to win playoff matches against elite opposition. They're losing to teams they shouldn't lose to. Like, they lost to 3D Max in Complexity at the last event they played in Bucharest where they took their break. That's massive. Like, again, you're right. I think it was really meant for Aurora and Mongols to be kind of the two teams fighting for that 5th slot when we kind of saw who the top 4 was going to be this year. And so far, Mongols wavering a little bit, but this team is falling flat in a big way.
Oh, really?
And the other big concern I had for them is that their map pool is in tatters. Like, outside of Anubis, I don't know.
Steal.
Right now.
I mean,
Brother from another mother, much love for the raid.
As well.
Okay, but
how are you doing?
Way worse, in my opinion.
Let's just quickly talk about NIP and introduce them. I mean, you're probably at home thinking, what year?
Do I need to become a hate watcher now, still?
S-tier tournament.
Is that the thing?
It's been a long road back for them. Obviously, they won Philadelphia. What I loved about what this team did, they said, listen, guys, we're not going to get it done. We're not going to get to these big answers. We go out into the wilderness.
I forgot about that. Sorry about that.
They played like Philadelphia, and they climbed up those VRS ranking points to make sure they could be here if other groups dropped out. And now they're here, right? And I'm
still playing PUBG still.
When you have
one legend stream to another.
Also, you can always have some beliefs, a little bit of hope, right? But the thing is, for Snappy, he's got some really good pieces, man.
Hopefully, if you go back a little bit in about like 10 minutes or something, you can see me what I 3D printed a little bit.
And Ujux, they really haven't had to do anything too crazy. So it's like it's a team that hasn't really found their final form yet. They're coalescing and they're looking good while doing it.
Yeah, I mean, Shush has been the shocker for me on this one in the sense that I knew he was a pretty good player, but he was more of a supportive element on Heroic. Let's be honest. You know, he was kind of just playing his anchor roles, his extremity roles. He wasn't really a feature of that team. That was the Tessus and Nert show when Heroic were making the runs that they did at the end of last year. But he has been a star of this team. He has been fantastic in all their online performances. Not only is he just sitting on the extremities, he's being a playmaker. He's creating openings, and he is the 3rd best player in this tournament right now. And he's also in the top 4 in almost every other metric that you really care about. So he has really been lighting the world on fire.
Yeah, and look, I think for NIP, you know, obviously they are they're evolving game to game. I like the pieces. I think I just want to introduce this to the conversation. I don't think Exist gets the respect he deserves as a coach, because I think he did a pretty good job over at Heroic. Heroic were on the up under him. They didn't really talk about him then. You know, he's always just been this guy because he's so associated with, you know, NIP and the streak and all of that stuff as a player. People haven't really talked about him.
Numbers and lands, but nearly.
He's been doing a great job.
But not the nearly the level you have. What's the biggest difference of player stage nerves, cry nonsense, or more you can play at the middle level?
Yeah, for sure. And also,
like, I mean, I think in the end of the day, it's always about the nerves. Do you got NIP?
34 years young.
I mean, it would be nice to see NIP actually back as the brand, you know. It's been there forever.
They have been subpar.
But
what we saw
now we're finally gonna see the map.
Coming into this duo getting
probably going for like
really be the heavy hitters instead of Shush and Wrinkle, but they haven't done it. But once they do so, I think things are going to get interesting, and that Oh, what do you think about that, Dust?
Permaban's exactly how I expected. Will Nip pick Train again? I think is the big question. They've been picking it. That's been kind of their pocket pick.
Anubis. Oh yeah, I forgot about Anubis.
They've been one of the best.
I forgot Aurora. Oh yeah, there's a Train.
I thought they stick with the Train pick. That's been the one that they've really been. I mean, honestly, it's a good pick because a lot of teams either ban it or they just outright don't really play it very much. And they hope that they don't have to deal with
yeah, what's Aurora's pick?
First right away, not a lot of teams are doing that, and I think that's giving Nip, who's an underdog, an edge to kind of start shocking things. They almost shocked Spirit yesterday.
Inferno's decided.
Inferno's actually going to be.
No, I would say it's more than nerves.
They've had a success when they've been playing recently as well, grinding it out.
The MKC, I don't know how to say that. I'm just saying, sorry about that.
Like, yeah, sure,
but
all of that, they still lost a hot 2.
I would say it's more like.
They lost the best elite.
Taking care of that issue, if you ask me.
It will Counter-Strike, and they lose to a team where I bet you most of us couldn't even name 4 members in a team.
I agree, but I also just think their overall body of work for the year as a whole, I'm not going to let a couple of losses scare me off of Anubis just yet. I'm going to still allow them to have that one.
Here's my worry, though, Dust. I mean, like, yeah, certainly on Anubis, I think they're heavily favored. But
it's the rest of the pool that's the problem.
Yeah. But also just overall, like. They look like they're still on holiday, man. Like I'm gonna just be real with you. Like it's elementary mistakes and super easy to tilt. That's like you can't be bringing that energy to a tournament like this.
It's not even a nice holiday. It's not even a nice holiday vacation. It's like you're having a breakup with your wife. Like everyone looks miserable right now. So it's mentally. And listen, we all know how emotional this team could be, and we can see it's the ups and downs. Right now, it's down. They need to turn it around here, Rich.
So, look, Dust, I'll quickly ask you. We've got about a minute before we're going into the game.
2023, okay.
So far, what I have seen them be able to do in some of their online play is just play like really basic Counter-Strike and do it very well. I mean, that's the thing. They're not reinventing the wheel, but they're just doing things well. I think the X factor for a team like NIP is they have something that many teams don't have, and that's a true hybrid in Wrinkle. So Wrinkle is a guy who, obviously, solid opera, very flashy. He's the one standing.
Oh, no. When you make a play very promising on the stage and you hear the crowd and your teammates yelling like fucking nice job or something, you're like, oh, nuts in that way.
He's doing it with an AK. In fact, I think last year he had more AK kills on land than op kills. So just to give you that perspective, that means you have like a third guy.
So now we're going to watch Anubis.
Critical piece to have in a situation like this.
Well, we'll find out if you're correct. We are ready to get into the action. So I'm going to throw you back over to Harry and Hugo.
Also, long time no see, hope also. Maybe sad. Oh, look at the time that we grew up playing with, bro.
I think it's going to be pretty darn exciting.
Part of life, buddy.
You know, the
part of life.
Through for the Aurora squad.
I'm doing good other than that. How are you doing, buddy?
Well. I like watching NIP on train.
Yeah, I was sad that the handle or whatever you want to call it, top line actually broke.
Trying to make it a mainstay, and I agree with what the desk was saying. I think it's been giving them an edge in these matchups that they are actively first picking it. But Anubis could be a different story. Aurora might have had a rather shocking loss on their home map just yesterday.
That's vibing your own life as much as one can. That is true. That's how it should be, buddy. That's how it should be.
I don't think that discounts the body of work for the entire year for Aurora. This has been the mainstay of their pool and the reason behind their success.
It just, to me, it screams upset potential, right? That's what it screams, because sure, if we go off of Aurora's
that's a while ago, heard someone say call.
Yeah, this team should absolutely be winning against an unproven NIP, a new roster to Tier 1 events, but we know how hungry NIP are. We saw that yesterday. We saw them almost beat Spirit on Train. I mean, really, they should have beat Spirit on Train, if not for some 4v2s, a 5v2 to close it in overtime. And so I think NIP are really hungry to run away with a strong tournament. And, you know, losing to Spirit, we can write that off, but I think this is a very winnable game for NIP right now. Inferno is our decider. I mean, even looking at
so weird to see Shush in a fucking NIP jersey, to be honest.
They're in Eternal Fire, brought it straight away into their pool, right?
Feels like he's their best player, though.
Winning it at the start of the year, they beat Cole on it.
The Portuguese are slacking a little bit, it feels like.
Made this a staple of their map pool, but they've...
And they so far I've been watching. I can't say X or Y thing in general that way, but,
not really sure what to expect for Aurora there. Making Anubis win all the more important to this Turkish team. It is a map 1 of this series. We do have NIP starting on the T side, and with what we saw yesterday, some cool little pops, some cool little plays for NIP on their T halves. I want to see what set ideas they have coming into this matchup now. Very important game to go 2-1 here in the Swiss stage. We already are so close to sending some teams to playoffs, and we will later on today in those 2-0 matches.
want to see Aurora kind of shake off the weird vibe they've come into this event with. I hope we see them firing on all cylinders, because we did see a lot of frustration. Guys like Woxic.
If you go back in the vault a little bit, Colin, you can see what I show on the stream.
1v3 from Woxic at 12-11 to close out the series against Totu. Like
15 minutes back from now, basically.
You know, that's kind of crazy, considering how
I have full screen. You will see me like show a little bit.
Dismembered on day one by
that. Then there you can see the quality on it
with a stand and with a coach. So.
I was thinking about sending it, but I wrote on Discord on the phone to you, so that's why I didn't send like click directly.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Such a strain. He walks into a lot of tier 1 teams and he's NIP a real gem.
Aurora, they've just not met them.
I mean, I'm a little bit surprised he went for it in that way. Like, I generally believe him and Tessus are,
but then you're never seemingly getting closer, you know, to lifting the trophy. You kind of feel like you hit a bit of a ceiling, and that also starts to take a toll, because it means, you know, you're on the road even more. You're playing right
Can
to the
we
end
get
of these
the
events.
game up and
Exactly,
running?
right? Like you saw that happen in phase at the dawn of CS2, and you know, that felt like it very much caught up with them as well. You kind of get used to the disappointment and marred down in the sudden lack of progress for you know, for I nearly said Eternal for Aurora.
You did.
For Aurora, it's like.
The issue is, Harry, it's just like, you know, at least you're making playoffs there.
I mean, the good thing with PGL, though, is running schedule, though.
They're playing such good Counter-Strike at the start of the year.
But the negative problem is, like, when issues happen, so I'm pretty sure there is an issue
originally, it was like, okay, now they need
so.
to get used to doing this in stages and high-pressure environments, but suddenly I think the test is actually, like, widened on what Aurora need to do. They need to... Because, you know, you start to kind of lose a bit of faith in things, right? Like, it feels like you're not progressing anymore. And I think maybe that's where they're at. You hit this point now where maybe it even feels like you're regressing, which isn't nice. You don't want to be slipping off when it felt like you were right there towards the top end of teams in Counter-Strike.
But let's talk about Nip as well, because Shush on your screens, this was the guy yesterday. He played a phenomenal series. He's been the standout player for this NIP squad, another old heroic piece that has found their place in a new squad. And, you know, this grind, no doubt, has been difficult. 4 months of online play for NIP, just trying to get to a tier 1 event. They're finally here. Of course, they drew Spirit. It was never going to be easy, but already a win in their pocket over VP, and a statement to make today if they can take down Aurora.
I think it's also, you know, quite a humbling experience for a lot of these guys coming close to the top edges of Counter-Strike. You know, you think about the kind of stories for a lot of them. You know, you have the old solo duo that were phenomenal, that felt like they were destined to go to a great team and go on and do great things, having to try and carve out a spot alongside guys like Snappy, who obviously had a very disappointing
no shot in game
post his end success. He felt like he took a big
they
step
actually
back
wrote
there.
You see, have fun, have fun, have fun.
Kind of the
that's a cool little feature from
from all the
PGL
heroic moves. Everyone had a point to prove, and they had to go back to the grassroots to kind of rebuild their stature. I think that's a nice reminder for these guys of why they do this, why they're so hungry, why they're so keen.
Yeah, and of course, probably the biggest critics of the VRS system, but they did manage to eventually break their way through. Every win here matters a lot for NIP. It builds up their points going into next season, so they come in hungry with a point to prove, with heads to take. Quick entries into the B-bomb site from the temple flank, and Wakardi can stop this all on his own, but he's pinned in behind the site. Aros Dos overwhelms him. 2v3
great split from IP so far. Oh,
they're going to try come through dark. He's got Snappy right in front of him, though. Clean on the dual Beretta.
Actually,
in the clutch. It doesn't look like he wants to take this one any further.
There's nothing to save. You may as well go just to get the kills, to get a bit of money.
All right, and a P on board.
Just hoping for
must be over. I think to get used to. I feel like it's over the years.
Very
no, I mean, if you're a pro, you try to always get IMs who are like fitting your ER perfectly.
Through the temple.
Of course, there's always some who have, like, when they lose this up and it happens, you know, but that's how it is. Yeah, YouTube looks. Oh, okay.
I think a T-side Anubis could be very exciting. I think
Hold on.
Snappy,
Is it possible to get
roster with
the logo if I can change it to another color, maybe?
He was a really strong in-game leader.
Like overall?
Really nice.
Because now it's, I mean, now I do only have like
play fast rounds, fearless
gray, light gray, and like black, because I'm also testing a lot, and I will buy more colors, I think, this week. But I was thinking like, if the logo itself, maybe it could be like similar to gold or something, could be cool.
Hungry team, and that's the mindset they have to be in.
I don't know if that makes it more complicated and if you are smart and good with it. I don't know.
A solid T-side.
I'm just thankful that you're actually doing it for me.
We saw in that Spirit game yesterday was Snappy. Still got it, Harry. He was holding his own strong individually.
Oof. There it is.
Couple of pistol kills there, but it won't matter too much.
Santaris on board. There's a way to pause mid print to swap element. Oh, okay. Need to learn that more than.
Yeah, this is a sick Felico round out of Aurora.
But we can not sure how well it would turn out for a small logo.
Sweeten the deal here. That's also an AK on Snappy laid out in front of Madja, but it looks like he's going to get flanked here and not ready. Pins to the spawn, and they will flush him out. Still,
that's a good eco for Aurora, but 2-0 for an IP.
Good chunk of damage done by Aurora. Let's see if they can capitalize on it as the guns now come out for the first time.
Most boring map in the game.
On a huge streak on Anubis, double digits to start the year when they were in Eternal Fire, and they had great CT sides as well all the way through it.
I haven't tracked this in a minute, but when did Santaris move teams?
Showcase.
He left big during the COVID era, and then he joined Eternal Fire. Which is Aurora. They got bought out / left Eternal Fire 2 months ago, I think it was, or less, because of financial things.
Push out B main with a flashbang. They clear this entirely. Second flash, perfect. Shush. Oh, he shot too soon. Now they swing him together. Shush with the kill. 4 on 4. Could have gone worse.
That's a good trade. I think it favors NIP more than Aurora, though.
Split.
Oh yeah. When the CS players usually makes a lot of money, so
he's got the full support of the rest of his team here. Wide swing for Woxic playing.
He gets away with it.
And the round just kind of peters out for NIP. They still have low HP players that this Mac 10 could try and break through, but ding straight away as Ujerks. No love for Wrinkle. That was a well-handled round from Aurora. Good timing on the move over towards B.
Not a single bit of utility on that defense, and they get every kill with the rifles.
Could be good,
That's
right?
a very impressive hold, considering they were mollied out of position. Jota swung early, took a lot of damage, still able to tuck in for his kill. And like you said, that rotate for Xantaris couldn't have been better timed. Some very sharp shots to get Aurora on the board.
Oh, he really wanted to take through, it felt like.
Not as good as blocking the smoke as Magic.
Well, I was going to say that was actually a different lineup that Nippy using, one that looked a lot harder to block because of the way it bounced, so...
Okay, Magic. It's very, very sharp stuff to find the opener into Dark. Now the block in main takes the pace out of the round. Aristot's dead. Spam makes it curious. They don't have to commit here 2-on-3, but they're going to play through. Don't have any control anywhere else. Don't feel like going back to check, and so they try to battle forward.
So hard to go through that anyway.
The crosshairs of Woxic and Jota.
I don't know about it. Gonna drop my girlfriend. Have a nice
Aurora will tie this game
do
up.
it,
This
call
is
him,
where
do it.
now you get to
Big back
capitalize on all that damage you
kontra.
did in your full eco.
You're a saucer, aren't you?
Might even have pistols to float around really in this round coming. And so already this is a very nice start for the CT side. To be in control of the money so early in the game is fantastic.
Freaking sorcerer, man. Freaking sorcerer.
When the Aurora guys were kind of on their streak back in the Eternal Fire squad, it was their surprisingly hefty CT halves that helped them out a hell of a lot. They even had that crazy comeback right at the start of the year at Rivals. I can't remember who it was against. Yeah, Bounty rather. But they were like 2-10 down off of their T side and then pulled it all the way back in a CT half.
Yeah, Aurora is. I mean, Aurora is really good on Anubis, so it's one of their strongest maps. So it was for a while their best. So
either way, yeah. Didn't take long for them to set their foot in this map. Nice easy ante was never going to be. Couple of Glocks put to bed.
I miss seeing A4 more of.
4 kills.
Is that a big feeling a portion of the academy team currently, or just rebuilding? No, this is the main lineup.
It was Spirit, yeah.
This lineup that's playing right now is the main thing.
3-round T half. Pulled it back and won.
Won in reg?
No, in OT, but still.
We'll allow it.
Crazy, you know, it's a 9-round CT half.
Nip with attack. You go into the series, you know that I think both teams know the 2 maps they're playing right before they even do the veto.
The camera on that angle when it was looking at
exist.
Exist.
Map pool and a very clear favorite.
Not being disrespectful at all, just wondering.
No. On map 1, they're hoping that
they were having issues beginning of the year when they rebuilt the
and you
team.
feel like they have to do a lot of
and they had to have Jax to play as a stand-in for a while, so I thought my screen was there. I thought as well. What do you think? I was like, like this. I mean, you can see my arm most of the time, but like, I was like, what the fuck was that?
I think at bare minimum, you need to feel like you pressured Aurora a little bit here, and you yourselves get warmed up ahead of Train. As the map to follow. Aurora never been super keen on playing for mid-control. You'll frequently see the defense kind of split like this. Having Xantares is a bit of a roaming piece to come and take middle if needs be. And in rounds where he doesn't, they'll entrust that defense to Woxic and Wakadia. But Nipper heading towards B, and right now Xantares has been pulled away from this side of the map thanks to that blocking util in mid.
Huge Molotov though, they really wanted to just go, and now Xantares is already back in position. The mobile Terminator in position to stop this B hit. Maja, another Molotov, they're gonna eat it up. Xantares peeks out, and look at this threatening triple hold. All the rifles fighting forward. Nip getting slammed into the ground. They don't get a chance.
Oh, Snappy immediately called for attack.
Really?
Yeah.
A second tack immediately.
That was very bad, by the way.
Well, he didn't like how that one went.
Well, the thing that's so actually, I think like the idea behind this round was super
Our
cool.
Minister Interior is buying gaming pieces, one set for 3,400, including 1,200 Europe monitor.
Woxic kind of covers it from A in tandem with Wakadia, and then Xantares floats around. And so they threw the util in mid that like blocks off the view from camera, opens up the world of possibility for a temple wrap, and that pulled Xantares away from the 3-man.
I mean, the problem was like also
exact reaction
they were attacked instant.
But
I'm very surprised though that that attack was really bad.
With enough time, thanks to that Molotov and blocking util,
2 Molotovs
for Xantares to get back there.
Yeah, 2 Molotovs.
You can see what Nip were doing though. You can see the idea. They know what they're up against. They know how they can shuffle around this CT setup.
I think that Snap is not super happy with the Portuguese players.
Some flubbed attempts at the entries for NIP.
Yeah, I think.
I feel like they'll be
It's very hard to
semi-lacklusters, both of them.
Xantares, Jota,
In IP.
2B main fighting.
Or being the hype of what they're
Madra
supposed to
as
do.
well. A lot of eyes on that position. Nip needed the con control to draw at least someone out of that fight. So what's attack going to show us here? Maybe something they go back to in the next gun round. For now,
Oh shit, they actually have 5 AKs. Holy
AK.
smokes.
Ouch. Oh, 93 damage nade, no biggie. It was all a dream.
It does seem like a lot of this game plan is going to hinge around trying to create these opportunities in middle through, you know, a variety of different means, whether that's faking like in the last round, this time actually trying to play with the space that they've been given. They get very close to Woxic, but that is a sick opening.
They also get the AK there.
There's Wakadia coming back to play in tandem. These two right at home in this A-hold. Even though Aros Dos has secured the plant for NIP, which is sick, he won't go on to win this round. He's in a 1 versus 3 at 2 health. No armor and a wide swing will seal his fate. Still, Nip.
I have no idea what they're going to use it for. They should also police and
It's a shame
information
because
service.
they walked up close and Woxic looked really good, but Wrinkle
They're
was
going to sit
covering,
in
and Woxic
game
just
CS in
obliterated
the
him. You feel like the
downtime.
pistols like jumped the corner or made first
Do a
contact.
pro
Maybe
team.
the rifle could have traded. That wouldn't have gone as bad, but Woxic gets his kill. He gets out. He's able to play off with Cardio really well. I think both these sites are terrifying. Xantares and I know he's floating, but Xantares and Jota at B or Woxic and Wakadia at A. It's two terrifying sites. Sure, Magic is the B anchor, but I feel like Xantares is always there when these hits are coming in. 5-2, this stellar CT side again showing up for Aurora. I want to see if Nip can ever pull Aurora into the wrong place in this half so they don't have a triple setup. Wakadia with a flash play just
such an insane flash play though. Yeah. Like he is alone on that. There's no one even nearby who could rotate. Like even Xantares was pushed up in middle. And so like Wakadia assumes all the risk in that round with a flash play. And the thing that's cool about it is now if you're Nip, you're thinking, well, he would only do that if he has support, right? Like, there's no way he's pushing up alone. Someone flashed for him. But no, that was a self-flash from Wakadia. And now Nip have to go and clear all this A main space. They do get it. Calling the bluff of Aurora. Looking like they've moved through on this. Wakadia gets the spot, sure, but they're already in.
Gets owned by U-Jerks. Woxic flashed off, and they lined up for Shush, but it did not matter with Xantares on the other side playing like this.
It's a durable retake.
A hard guy to beat. It's a retake that Aurora absolutely will attempt, but they have to reroute through spawn. No blocking util.
He's gonna go
Flash
very
goes
close.
into heaven. It was nice, but the cover came in late. One player fully blind, Xantares not the case.
Aristos was feeling a lot of pressure there, right? All the smokes used to block camera, left only one angle open, and he was responsible for heaven, but toppled out of the round. It's going to come down to Wrinkle and U-Jerks. Bomb to play around. Orb strikes first. There's U-Jerks taking it even further. Aurora fast running out of time. And even though these nades rain in, it won't be enough. You won't win this retake. NIP pull up and turn around a 2v4. Wrinkle and U-Jerks making Nip magic happen.
That's a very impressive round to hold on to. I feel like Aurora are getting too dug into the amount of util they have, and they're really slow to actually make that happen because they're throwing such a flurry of utility. They're good grenades though. Smoking off Wrinkle, he has to come through. He still hits his shot. None of the flashes do a thing to NIP. And yeah, I mean, look at that clock. When the first peak comes in, you're relying on that instant kill. So Nip went around out of nowhere. And Woxic's lucky
1
to be alive.
HP.
Get out of there. 1 health.
1 HP.
Wrinkle robbed. And Woxic's the type of guy that's still gonna kill.
I mean, if he gets 1 kill,
Even
it's
in this
so
position.
good for Aurora.
Again? Oh, you had your chance. You should have taken it. The nade does end Woxic, but Xantares is on form. Ooh.
Great kill by Shush.
Okay, Nip with a chance. 4v3.
Or up, Cheese. How you doing, buddy? Bruh. Bruh.
Can't afford to lose this round here. Aurora have so much money. Nip
The gamble
in the
stack.
same place.
BNP just walks in, now there's their free run. Where is the Centaurs? Oh, Brian is in. Not much, not much. How you doing, buddy? Need a big poster for him. Well, great.
Exits for Aurora would be very valuable here, but they don't want to risk their guns. And the AWP is salvage, so very good round for Nip.
I don't know. Stealing that in towards them could have been something. Jota and Santaris has shit tons of money though.
You know, calls the slowdown there, like gives Aurora enough time to kind of opt out of the round themselves.
If anything, some chance to win Aurora, they could have a good start.
It was pointing to a B hit once that slowdown comes in.
I mean, it's also nervous, right? So, but the Aurora has 5 rounds on CT, so I'm pretty sure they're
outside of B. He'd already found the kill on Madger, who Nip knows that B site anchor.
I can move my POV.
Gamble comes up short. Snappy slow down. Let Aurora move off target. Nip starting to find a way back in on this T side after all.
Feels okay, man. Hello, Chris. Or Mr. Chris. Hello.
Oh, good check. They know about Wakari as well. He should not swing this, knowing there's an AWP in water. Just going to block instead. Nading the window for Woxic. He's been in this position round after round.
That's a very deep molly.
Nip, but they don't want to take it. It's a fake out. They're going back to A into the Woxic AWP.
I think every one of us are very excited for FaZe, aren't we?
Woxic nails that first shot, has support on its way, but has to stay in this a little moment longer. Wakadia now arrives, at least keeps this even in a 3-on-3. Hold off on this plant. They're ready to fight and die for this B-site control, and it's Snappy out in the open. Needs support. Shush moves in, but is cut down. Snappy has to do it alone. And he comes close, but no cigar. Wakadia the one to walk away with that, tucked neatly in the Aurora side of things. 6-4.
Devastating round to lose.
I don't think it's a mistake
like you made
with
the right
Simple.
play. You even got Woxic 1-for-1, which is really
like I said
nice.
before, I'm freaking excited.
And Aurora just thrive in the chaos there, all coming through the camera smoke, all fighting through the flashes, not letting you take space, not letting you plant that bomb. And they shoot harder. Oh, Snappy. Taking down Xantares? 14
Snappy better than Xantares? Hello? Magician is back. Hello, buddy.
It's frustrating for Xantares. That plays a bit of a follow
No, I've never heard about that rumor.
When they opened up with the aggression,
is that a
on his
rumor?
way to B, went mid first, through the mid smoke, to give the illusion that they could cross bridge and like throw more chaos into the water hit. And then Xantares ran it back again, hoping that once more they would kind of discount this bridge smoke as nothing more than blocking util and a fake. Snappy was holding for it, Watsik round, but not the same results, just one from him. And this time, this site looks to crumble. Jota has added a bit of intrigue with that one kill there. This lurk from Wrinkle could be very influential. If he falls, they're going to go for this, but if he hits that timing, it seals the deal on the round. Madge has got to commit to the save.
It's hard to play if you close the main, but I don't know why
screw this one up, but no. It is optimistic. You don't get
mean,
ninjas on this map very often, especially not on A. With how
Oxys is a very, like...
Well, the ninjas are loving this map right now.
Aggressive opera like that way.
I say loving it, actually. This is fine.
Yeah, 6 would be okay.
TJ.
6 would be fine. Like, you know, Aurora, they went on that early streak. Forced those 2 timeouts. Ever since that point, it's gone pretty much to plan. Like, the previous round loss, you can write off because I feel like you did everything right. You got into a 1v1. But this one makes all the difference here. If Aurora finds 7,
you're crossing by
very
CJ.
healthy CT side. Part of the course for this team,
and just high for flash and
hard to repeat
easy when expecting
for most squads.
As well. I mean, the problem is also...
That's alone 1 up.
I mean, Nip and Snappy, for their credit, have clearly done their homework. They've had a lot of kind of tailor-made ideas for how to move around this Aurora defense, and their reactions have been great.
You're timing out yourself for
first. Where they slow it right down. Well, that one they didn't. They immediately upped the
God,
pace.
how much is
that floating player? He would have been the next to rotate.
1,806. Oh!
Snappy, you mad lad.
Okay.
Just walks through the smoke. That was just a solo play to try and force an entry kill. Force it did. Aurora tried to get information. The whole map is quiet. Swing into middle.
When you kill Xantares there and with Watsik there already, you have to go A. You have to go for this split. You have all the room. You know there's only one guy here. The rotates
Brian,
so
why did you
away for Aurora, with the 2 B players being left in the picture.
Brian, what?
And so another one of these just
sell it through. Much love for Prime, buddy.
From NIP, clearly a great understanding of what they're up against from this Aurora CT side. And they just need to seal the deal on a 4v2.
Oh, give it up. Yeah, second AWP. Oh, bang, so many AWPs. One of them will connect, and that's it for Nip. Getting 6 on the half.
No way I got stream ball like this.
A lot worse with that.
I think Brian is, he hasn't got his morning whiskey yet,
I don't think you're happy at all, you know, with like a 6-6, but the knowledge that you recovered a game that could have felt so much worse. And, you know, when you think about the fact that
Thanks
if you remember that, like,
stopping by.
Where they actually got the reaction out of Aurora,
yeah.
they won it. And Snappy like immediately calls back-to-back tag timeouts. It's like if you didn't have that one misstep, I think this could have been an even prettier half for NIP.
Yeah. Or just have 1v1 on B or A rather.
It's morning whiskey.
So you know there were certainly moments where Nip could have looked.
You know, Brian loves to go to the toilet for a while because he needs something to start his engine a little bit extra. So he's thinking about the little morning whiskey, you know.
Taking the final 4 of.
A little cigar as well.
Expect to see a very different looking T-side for Aurora, right? A team that don't really use lurkers too much and do.
I don't know, but I know they're supposed to come big updates this month.
3 or 4 middle, having Xantares just entry doors.
I haven't heard anything yet so far. Like
just going off of.
Maybe they have pushed it a little bit.
It's fun to watch, especially on this map.
11 a.m. on a Monday, it's a whole level of whiskey. I mean, if you're on vacation, there's always 5 p.m. somewhere in the world, right?
Kit in play.
No? Can't argue that. Exactly.
Oh, I love this.
Coming into the 3-stack. Ujax needs a couple cleanly. He'll get out with 2. And now Shush plays his hand from backside. He was unaccounted for, not known.
Knife. Chance knife.
Oh. And he'll clean up. NIP. Dominant pistol round to open up their CT half. That's now both pistols for them on this map. Giving them a nice little leg up here to start off on the
When there's
harder
one thing
half.
I don't drink at all, though, it's whiskey. We can always figure that out, buddy.
As well for you, Chugs. Shush full blinded that B main player and then closes it. But both Biancas are locking in a double apiece. And a full eco for Aurora. They didn't even make a dent.
I don't get anything the Swedes tell me to do. Go drink some whiskey then. Good in French. What is it? Hashtag not a financial advice.
Snappy ace incoming. 1 mag, MP9. Unk still got it. Check this out. Oh, Aristos ruined it.
Ooh,
I think he was
that is
that.
disgusting.
That was his. We all saw it.
Well, he's top fragging, Harry.
That is disgusting.
Right. Snappy has clearly done his homework, as have the rest of NIP. And so now the onus is on Aurora. Do they want to move off kilter and try some new things, or are they going to stick to their guns with their, home map Remedy being one with a very proven track record?
Well, they've got a strong Xantaras right now, so keep that in mind. Tip of the spear entry man here for Aurora. Somewhat reliant on this guy.
Small fact about myself, I played a ton of gun games, such as Fortnite, that let me know what kind of seconds they go, but it's left for that
to do a lot of these 1-4 lurk calls.
Oh, really? Okay.
The rest of Aurora focus on taking away this main control.
Huh.
And he can hear a lot from this position in mid. Even the kind of light scramble of these
Sounds
B
like
players,
a
I think, has given him a bit of interest.
good
He
thing,
feels
to be
like
honest.
Right now, they're shuffling the defense around. We know, though, that NIP cancelled that rotate. They didn't commit to it. And that's with Snappy pushed all the way up in mid. Still having this part of the map on lock, and the A play having slowed down. NIP maintain the 3B stack. Aurora, through the info collected earlier, might be about to play into the hands of NIP.
They killed Snappy dropping in. They still have time to cancel if they don't like what they see. Realizing this is a stack right now, they're still going in.
Try and follow through. Shush back plat, gets rid of Woxic. The hit is stalling out. Aurora, this is getting awkward. Those rotates now arriving. Pressure's on. Smokes will start to clear. Wakanda will make up for it. Plays straight through and into the heart of NIP. 3 kills from Wakadia. Course correct that round.
I can't believe they don't bail. I can't believe they don't run back. You kill Snappy dropping in window like that. You hear 3 players in the B bomb site. You stall for a moment and you still commit in and it works out. They had the bombing con as well. It could have left. Sure, the B main players are left doing nothing, but you have an empty bomb site. Aurora just go forward into the depths and they emerge
they
with a round.
pain right now.
Big 3K for Wakadia, had a quiet game.
It could be a pre-call early, so...
And it seems like Aurora are just going to storm into A.
I mean, it feels like NIP had an idea of like countering it. Like a fast A push.
On Aristos, that's all that can stop this.
It's not massive damage they did there, but... Yeah. See, they leave aim open now, though.
Oh dear.
Not expecting this level of aggression so quickly with Zarastos. Neither were the rest of NIP, but that one kill on
very important kill there.
Gives them the advantage heading into this retake. Ujak's going to extend that even further. Good for one more.
Okay.
It's only Woxic left. AK retrieved, but he's got a gnarly task ahead of him. Woxic, first man lit up. A lot of damage done, but not meant to be.
Retake by NIP.
Nearly doesn't cut it. NIP will keep that lead.
I mean, I always wanted to go well for NIP because, like, the name is legendary, right? I want them to be up there at least fighting. I'm not seeing them as potentially a winning team, but
come out and fight.
Like I said, you know, it's always fun to see what they're cooking, basically.
Aurora had in that first half with that smoke, all pushing through, fighting together, and look at the layers here. Multiple players using that smoke to their advantage. Really nice defensive smoke. Take that one home. Use it yourself. And Shush with an important spray. His team kill was worth every penny to win that round for NIP.
Will be some tier 1 combat to go to playoffs.
Money is a question.
I mean, it's great for the VRS points. That's the thing.
If they win this and break
like, for example,
right now,
if NIP wins this game,
their opponents pick in this series.
They go up to 28 plays in VRS.
It is within reach. It is within
We're talking like a lot for them because then they potentially can get some invites, you know. I think you need to be like around 28 at least to be like guaranteed playing tier 2 or qualifiers or like getting invited to qualifiers.
They feel like they really have to hit that turning point.
Oh no,
so they were ready for it with 3 players here in the side. Woxic has added a bit of intrigue with that kill there on a wrinkle. That's opened up a route to a bomb plant here. Could look to get that down now. Doesn't know it, but they are on a timer. Snappy's flanking all the way through main.
It's Molly.
Trying to close the distance is Snappy. Zantares caught and won't even be needed.
Yeah, it wasn't even needed.
Surplus to requirement as Shush farms up.
It feels like they're very prepared for them on Anubis, though.
Right? Snappy's probably calling, wait, and Shush just goes in, has the option to stop after 1. He takes 2, he takes the round. NIP absolutely sink Aurora's ship right now. This money is in the bin.
I think if anything, it's worse for Aurora they didn't see Snappy there, because that would have been multiple times over. They see him getting aggressive in middle. Right now, you think about it, he's sat close mid doors in almost all of these rounds, just siphoning info, and he knows at most he's going to have to go up against Madja with how this game's been playing, right? It's been the return to those 1-4s with mid-lurks from Madja, and that's a fight that Snappy feels, you know, pretty capable in. And so I think if Aurora knew that Snappy has just been this free in mid, playing deep,
and
they would look to exploit that.
And that's, to be honest, I feel like Aurora moving away from, you know, some of the old strat book, because Zantares has not walked out mid doors once, right? Like, he used to love doing that. We might see it in this round, right? Hero AK, bunch of pistols. It has been pack play, but I would love to see Zantares actually test middle. They don't know what's going on.
He doesn't have a gear brand anymore.
And a second flank, this one not seen. Aurora all hot and bothered right now. 10-7. I mean, I'm never going to call this series after a map, but given NIP is Train speciality, Train is NIP's speciality, if they win Aurora's map pick, they are set up very well. Oh, this is dangerous. Shush.
No one pain has been so shared at the case of some sort.
Pistols. Keep that in mind.
What up, buddy? How you doing?
Jokes can block. He doesn't choose to. Oh my god, what a kill. Wrinkle peeking deep. This is going very wrong right now.
Sometimes with another one.
Found Snappy in the mid window as well. The Portuguese have to put together a 2v4.
Jokes getting that one for the smoke.
That is a really awkward round.
It is a save now, right? Because they can potentially drop guns.
You feel like you have to give this a go.
Tempted, but your money's on the line. If you save, you can fall by.
You're actually
going for it. You lose everything.
Zantares, 2 kills to his name already. Very much the trigger man in this round. Cut down that Snappy mid-lurk as well. This is his chance on the swing, but he's teed up with Cardia, and now they have Arastos pincered.
I don't know what they were doing. They're just sitting behind the smoke.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't like that retake.
Didn't even try and take space there with the smoke up.
Kind of felt
Great stuff from Zantares there. That's exactly
questionable
what you want to see, right?
to some
He was
degree.
phenomenal in the first half. The rounds that felt the most bitter for him were the ones where he was just kind of left to the wayside. It felt like a lot of the NIP game plan was centered around making life uncomfortable for Zantares, pulling him all around the map. Well, finally, he gets his say, and he did catch Snappy on that aggressive routing through mid again. And that is now, 3-4 times over. They've seen that mid aggression from Snappy. So this is more info for Aurora to work with on this T side. It's also a hero AK coming through in kind of dire straits for Aurora to keep this map alive.
Zantares peak, baby. Wrinkles now learned. Just holding down water, and Zantares crouching in. Gets that crucial headshot. 3 kills to win the round. And all of the worry, averted now. Wow.
Oh,
So
is that how he got Snappy? That was actually a very fast one.
3 M4s,
Did they write something
they
new
do
here?
fall by.
No, it's the same one, okay.
And I think Snappy's finally caught Zantares' attention here in mid.
Yes, like final boss there,
This
Chris.
is the round where he
Final
wants to try
boss,
and fight
final boss, man.
and take some of this mid space back for Aurora. It's taken them a while to piece this all together.
As a CT molly, so it's not going to do too much.
Still, Zantares wants this. Oh, but Snappy's going to close it out.
Okay.
And that is a huge blow to Aurora.
That was an ugly shot from Zantares. Not been seeing that today.
After a 3K tear on a hero AK.
Oh my god.
Oh.
He doesn't know when to stop, does he? One wasn't enough. He wanted everything. But it was so early in the round. Aurora have not picked their destination. Now the bomb slinks back to B, spotting that aggression, and in fact, not doing anything about it. Wrinkle gets his kill. He doesn't overcommit. Seeing the bomb's enough info. Wrinkle doubles up, fighting back to Con. You can have the bomb. We'll take the round. Thank you very much. 3 M4s in this
Honestly,
one.
if I had to favorite person favorite, it has to be Forrest, right? Because I like how this is such a personal link could also be an amazing streamer YouTuber. Why are you on my stream then?
I mean, this is usually the main player, right?
Wait, what?
Trying to be slick with it, trying to be smart.
Are you doing advertising for Patrick's stream on my stream when he's streaming as we speak? Huh?
Southport versus the Sweet Rice. He departs the angle, has to start to consider other options.
Snow Kit in the smoke, playing the time. I think it's done.
Let's have a kick, right?
Oh, he's open.
Nah.
He is open to Woxic, even if that molly doesn't stop him. Woxic runs him down and wins the round with Cardius 3K.
Right, a bit like a bot,
not in
no?
vain. Maybe shot in the back, but Woxic saves the day here for Aurora.
It has 9 messages in total.
And that was a 5v3,
hello,
Harry.
hello.
Or, sorry, a 4v2?
Yeah. When they double swung in through dark, that's exactly it.
Snappy traded, then Wrinkle got 2.
Actually, every mess. Wait. 3 months ago. Hello, and how are you doing, by the way? Also, you made me PJ. Next time was call me to you. Wait, what?
Starting to see, loves a repeat, loves to kind of throw himself into engagements. When it works, it looks sick. The first 2 were really nice.
Or it's also changed nearly as much as
in that fight on the drop down, you're supposed to have the edge. It's not even like it's a bad engagement for them to take.
Huh?
But it did feed a crazy lineup to Arcadia.
I know, I would know because I paid all the payments. Wait, what's going on?
Up until that hero AK round from Zantares, there was kind of no question Nip were the ones in the driver's seat, even though they're on the harder half. They'd had every solution. They had some really nice
the vibe that Tirololol commercial with sorry, changed it to a
Same in that first half, but now it feels like things have changed.
I mean, if they sit and spawn in here, that's no problem. But he is live though. They can also
staying power at 10-all. And they have NIP on the ropes in terms of the money. Aurora are the ones in the power position.
Mid completely open. A smoke down and they leave. Do Aurora threaten that fact? Fake in middle. And a reaction forced here. Nip feel like they're losing space because
how can I become vanished?
They take a main. Proper
Does
exit to take it back.
box?
They have to respect
I
that
don't think
smoke
so.
combo. And, well, Wacardi won't respect a thing. Runs through the Molotov.
PO boxes in
finds a little
Sweden
cubby
is
in between the
quite
two,
expensive,
and takes a
what I
kill in the
understand.
smoke. 5-on-4 is a perfect storm to just hit
Me and
the
Hiku
site
were
as a
looking at it a long time ago, not long time, a couple months ago, and then
Now Arostas is here.
looked like it was really expensive.
Only gonna get out with one, and these rotates are a long way away. Nip's best option.
It feels
is
like they're
saving.
settling now. I know this.
And that's because of where this money's at on the CT half. So Aurora, that one kill through the smoke.
If I actually have monster in this fridge, yes, I do.
No, at that point, there's only one more man to get through in the A-hold.
Your left, much love.
And what a devastating wave. This map just slips through Nip's fingers right at the end. But that hero AK round absolutely had its ramifications.
To become a Dame, you had to
And a couple of mistakes in man advantages. It's feeling like the Spirit match yesterday.
Rude boy. Wait, what? Is that the thing?
Yeah, they've also burdened by a few of these rounds where it feels like they've done everything right. That round there, right? Their first departure from playing mid really all game. They lent into a AA setup. They had two players in the right spot.
Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Kind of ended the hope of the round. In the first half, you had that T-side call where they get the exact reaction that they wanted, but then they failed to stick the landing. They had the 4v2 where Wacardi decimates them on the drop.
I'm mostly cheering for a good game.
And
so far,
they could have and maybe
been
should
okay.
have put this game to bed already.
It's also
Zantares has kept the lights on, and now the rest of Aurora are here.
a little bit questionable because of like Lisanovas, you know. Been lots of good concerts, I think. Yeah.
Aurora just doing
Vitality are stomping everyone, right?
Take it. Here comes that. Oh no, Molly. Gonna crawl in. Snappy's in the corner. Full flash. Nothing you can do, buddy. Zantares wins it this time around. Arostas up close. May not be expected, but he's committed in this position. And Maja has no issue dealing with him. It's Wrinkle or it's Aurora on map point here in the A site.
A man who loves a re-swing with his weapon of choice. Well, it's a target-rich environment for Wrinkle. First shot lands onto Maja. That's the low HP captain gone for Aurora. Still, Wrinkle is the only man who can make a difference. Follow-up shot finds Wacardia.
Still a lurker. And they might be thinking about saving right now. It's so unrealistic. That smoke is only halfway through and Wrinkle is out of there. Even his safety is not guaranteed. Woxic with the read, and Aurora getting rid of the big ticket item this late in the game sets him up to shut it down on their map pick.
Seeing Woxic there only adds to the disappointment. You now know it was a 2v2 in the site. And I mean, we have all the info, right? We can see on the X-ray, the post plants for Aurora actually weren't that good to try and cover main. There would have been more chances for Wrinkle there, but you just don't know quite how winnable that crazy 2v3 was. Now the AWP removed, you're dead on. They lose their big ticket item. Aurora with 2 chances to get this game over the line. And bro, like, you know, that 1v3 from Zantares wasn't, not 1v3, sorry. That 3K hero AK from Zantares was a real turning point in this game. It hasn't just kind of uplifted the spirits of Aurora, but you can tell the info they've taken from it with how often now they've looked to exploit Snappy in mid. A position they just weren't aware of throughout the first, 5-6 rounds of this second half. And now with remarkable consistency, they've looked to take this first fight in middle.
They've still managed to buy an AWP, which is a sigh of relief for Nip at least. Wrinkle in middle as the rifles have just been destroyed by utility.
I mean, this is the adaptation for Nip, right? But a missed shot for Wrinkle. The result remains the same. It's another opener for Zantares in mid.
He sometimes
just
doesn't feel too
take
patient,
Simon
right? Like
for a
he's
few
always
minutes
trying to look for
now.
something else. Like he's checking both
Wait,
left and right
why?
angles there. If he just remains on his angle, he's going to get the fight he wants. But it feels like so often we see Wrinkle wanting a bit more, a bit too much.
Wait, He's
And he will be
texting, sees
punished
what to do
by
right now.
twice
No,
with
I got a message
Zantares.
where it's like, it felt
Welcome
kind of
to the
out of the
club.
place of a number I don't
2
know.
and 12, Zantares came to play
So
today.
I had to send it to someone else that I know.
Got to talk about his resurgence
Double
on his
check if
T-side,
it's
'cause he had a
real
really
or not.
slow start to this game, but he's had his
I have no
impact
idea what it
in
is
his
though.
big 3K. He's been getting some entries, so
I think it's GD already.
missed this one. Missed this one completely.
They're still going A though.
Delivered to him.
Missed it 3 times over.
Yeah, it couldn't really be worse timing. There's still the chance.
That's not.
Oh, sorry, Snappy. Might not be ready for more, but they get the spot. Wakaya
Yeah.
hits a shot,
That's
and
GG.
Aurora just like that knocked down this map.
Yeah, Nip
GG.
came into this with a game plan to try and test the limits of Aurora. It certainly pushed them the distance, but in the end, Aurora were able to piece together this puzzle. And Nip gets sent packing from Aurora's home map. They've got to hope that they can turn this one around.
Alright,
on
Train
their
next, though,
specialized pick
Shuttering
of
up.
Train up next. As Aurora will
Prediction
stop
up
them
for that
out
one.
when all is said and done on Anubis.
For GD.
Yes, once again, Aurora winning Anubis,
my mods
but
can
a little bit late
edit
for
my
the
emotes
guys.
there.
It wasn't as clean.
Who as that third are kind of like the 3 to watch if you haven't seen a whole lot of Hosu. There are a lot of to keep track of. On the other side of things, for
They
the
haven't
region,
even started.
It's kind of like they're looking at this with this failed qualification for the major. Is like this event kind of is their major. You know, like some of these events right before the player break. Before
It named dudes. Wait, the actual team. I mean, it was first game for DVT though.
shutting down the middle defense, and they also were able to.
I mean,
start
I'm
a little
hyping
bit
up
better
always
on just their
Shushan
execution
tests
trading
though.
in general. And Zantares was really a big part of that.
I don't know how
we
many
talked
people
about the
can,
hero
but I
rank,
can
they
see
took
Marcus
the
and
field, but
Vemo
just generally
editing.
speaking,
Hello.
Zantares finally showed us a little bit
I got
of
3
why we're
guys.
usually
One
excited
has
about this team, because
727.
he is that star
Right off.
entry, and he definitely had some big moments. And Wacadia, credit where credit's due, he had
I
some hero
forgot
moments
with
as well.
mute
Yeah, and look,
profiles.
you know, I mean, this is what we
that's
keep talking about with Aurora. If things aren't going well tactically,
So
if things
funny.
aren't going well emotionally,
Really?
at least they can just have one player that will just take over a game, you know, post 20+ kills like this man. And, you know, they can just style it out.
Yeah, and as I alluded to, it was the round number 18, where it was 10-8, sorry, 10-7, mind you, in favor of NIP. And it looks like, this kind of, you know, this ship's sailing away from Aurora. The money was looking good as well for Nib. And then Zantares pulls out the 3K. But then, as you just mentioned right there, Rich, immediately preceding that round, we have Wicadia with his own 3K on towards a B bomb site. So the hero plays coming out. And I feel like that kind of settled the nerves after that. Because you go to the final round there, we could see the aggression coming out from the CTs, pushing out towards A main, trying to find a little bit of information. Where you can see how Wicadia was waiting for any potential push. There, when they get down to the
Well, something I was
they're
supposed to
so
look
very
at,
solid on the T side, and
hero.
you could see them finally calming down after what was, I won't lie, a pretty hectic start to the second half.
This is the team that I wanted to see, right? This is the team that got us excited at the beginning of the year, right after the Joda roster move, when they had that second place run at Blast Bounty, and they were looking like they were a top 4 team at the beginning of the year. I think one of the ripple effects of Joda's addition to the team, besides him being a very good player, is that I think Wacadia looks sharper, you know, at least.
It was a good game. It sucks to
this year
lose, but it was
compared to
positive. I
last
think they
year.
had
He
a few
wasn't
good
bad last
ones,
year,
some
but I've
good
seen
ones to look
progression.
at probably.
And so it's like
Next
if
map
they
is
can just
Train,
kind of
and it's
model
NIP's
this,
map
you know,
choice.
This is what they did so well earlier in the year. This is
They
what
like.
made them
They
look
seem to be
contenders.
liking
They
to
just
play
slipped
Train
off,
quite a
like,
lot.
these last
So
couple of PGL events, and even at this event, some of these wins have been labored, like the one we just watched. So it's all about just we know it's possible, and that's why we're so disappointed when we're not seeing it come out on the server confidently.
And for me, look, I got to give a lot of credit to NIP on this one. I think, we were talking about this before we came down to do
12 minutes, the next map.
They've had like a
Could have
tough run,
probably extended more.
VP,
15 instead.
now it's Aurora, probably the hardest schedule at the tournament of any team. And they're picking up map wins, and they're playing these teams close. And it's like, again, this map really hung in the balance.
Yeah, for sure. But when they go back and do a VOD review of how this map played out, they're going to be a little bit disappointed as to a couple of rounds. I think one round comes to mind where they went for a bit of a mid fake and they're just contacting out from B main without really using any utility. They got completely shut down there by the B defenders. Timings are a little bit off here and there, right? You go for the fake, you want to instantly try and abuse that rotation.
How low budget and small experience
Wrinkle as well.
NIP has against high teams that play extremely well.
He gets the op in a must-win round to stay alive in that particular map. He's holding the angle, and then he starts getting a little impatient, right? Trying to make things
kind of true.
Force a fight, so to speak.
See,
and
Zantares
swings out wide. Typical Zantares peak finds him. So you could see a bit of the, shall we say, the newness of some of these players as a unit. We've seen his players all, you look at Snappy, you look at the two Portuguese duo and Wrinkle and all these guys, they've been around for a while, but as a unit, you got to remember they're still very, very new. And I feel like when really tested, we saw a few cracks appear. But that being said, again, it's fine. It was an opponent's map pick.
Sure.
Good fight nonetheless.
I mean, on that note, I think there was a round you wanted to highlight, right? You said there was a CT. You want to take a look at the CT?
We can take a look at it, but just talk about it.
I think just in kind of broad
maybe,
strokes,
brother, but it doesn't dictate the quality of their players.
And E-Jerks looked so promising last year on Sol.
And the thing is, like, they have the pieces that they have right now.
They won a Challengers Katowice event, and Erdose and E-Jerks
were the see after the major if they're gonna keep the same lineup,
the attention of international teams, and ultimately
or if they're gonna go the whole distance the whole year with it. If they see improvement enough,
kind of standing piece of
the VRS system sadly decides so much things for a lot of teams.
You notice it. E-Jerks not being able to have that star entry performance really limits this team. Yes, I know you get some entries out of Shush, but that's not his main job. Yes, Wrinkle can be a hybrid with the AK, but that's not his main job. You need someone like E-Jerks to be able to do that. And look, I think you're fair to point out that, they're coming from a Portuguese team. This is their first time in international waters. There is a lot of adjustments to make. Even online, they had to play what Jax as a stand-in for a period of time. So it's like they didn't get to hit the ground running. Exactly. So I'm willing to give it a little bit more time, but I will at least start to say that I'm a little bit concerned because I feel like we should be seeing more out of those guys.
How are you doing, Lux, by the way?
We move on to Train.
No, it's 20 minutes ago,
we were doing the veto segment. That this is likely the map they're going to pick. They're trying to make this essentially their home territory, and it's a new map, and not a lot of teams are playing it. Do we have high hopes for them here on this one?
I think this is going with 3-mapper. Yesterday, the way they were able to battle out with Spirit, and Alcha should have 100% had that map. If not, well, it's a Spirit, right? They make it so hard to put away. And I feel like they've been putting a lot of work
with the players.
Obviously, the
that's why the teams got putting a lot of teams kind of weird in that way. That's why Falcons got into a lot of tournaments because they took Nico.
Their results haven't really been
I mean, they've had some wins over Complexity and Falcons, which Complexity was a train
they
specialist.
Took like the trio of heroes.
So they had some quality wins, and most of their losses
when it's free players, then the VRS points stays intact, basically.
Playing it. I think for NIP,
so they got Dexter, 6
we saw them do so well yesterday. Is just play very aggressive and confident Counter-Strike. Shush was so good on the inner side of the map.
Then they removed Dexter for Monacy now. And now they have Monacy and the Magus is there. Magus was the only player left,
taking forward angles.
But then the rumor says like now the Magus is gonna leave after the major. But
what I will say that they have to worry about from the opposing side is that when I have watched,
but you have to have a core though, so you have to have like a trio specifically, then the two other players can be other players.
It's so good at dictating the pace at pop on both sides of the map. And they split outer differently than other teams, which I think gives other teams a huge problem. Most teams are heavy team main entry teams. They're a heavy pop entry team. And no one's really been able to consistently figure out how to deal with them, I feel like.
Blair, final thought from you?
Yeah, no, look, they're going to be starting the CT side over here. And obviously for NIP, considering how they're trying to make this a home map, they're going to have a lot of tricks and whatnot up their sleeves. I'm looking to see, as you point out, the aggression coming out from Aurora. I want it to be in the CT side especially, right? Just deny that A main. Don't even give the teammate that T main control to the Ts. Force them to burn the clock. Force them to use a lot of utility and kind of asphyxiate them. Don't give them an option to really get onto the bomb side without suffering a lot of casualties. And I feel if they're able to do that from the get-go, and the individuals like Zantares, like pop off right there,
you can.
It could still be a 2-0 for
technically you can, yeah.
All right then, thanks a lot, gentlemen.
But then also like the players and the teams, whatever you want to say, it also has to
She said she
you know,
loves you,
keep
but
up
she
with
can't
it.
love me.
But I love you.
So they have to still be in a good ranking spot, right?
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I won't play window anymore. Yeah, when you do watch like a lot of the CS tournament, you see the ads so many times, it gets stuck into your mind. Everyone knows the Secret Lab's old ad, you know. I wonder how Astana is though. Fuzz?
It's been a long and very troublesome journey at times, but a man who has managed to put his team back there is Snappy. You always do find a way, and you qualified through tough qualifiers, not just the open into the closed as well, to make it here to Astana. But it feels like this has been kind of just a long time coming for you guys, right? Of near misses on it or not being able to put up to that standard. How does it feel to be able to get back to this kind of event?
I mean, it feels good. I think we're kind of on track where we want to be, in the sense that if you can't play tournaments, then you can't really gather points, right? And that's the situation we've been in, that we have been needing to go through open qualifiers and play open LAN events. And I think now we kind of got, like, I think our first rank was like 180, then it was like 150 maybe. Then we won the Astana closed, then it was maybe 80. And then we won Philadelphia, now it's 40. So we're kind of on track. Like I think I said in the first interview I did in January, that the goal was to be top 30 before the summer. Yeah. Because you can't really, as I said, gather points until you kind of make it to the tournaments. But now we're here, and we have a chance to speed up the process if we do a good result here, and get further than what our initial goal was. So obviously we hope for that.
What has it been like for you from being on
the
top events, being there all the time and all
it's
that?
Not every day you hear a player call
into this product.
So it's like 30, you know.
Not just grind your way back up, but like go through these online events. It's such a different environment, right? So like, how has it been for you to go through personally as a leader? This must have been tough.
I think it's kind of, it's kind of like a mental battle where you just have to accept the circumstances. But I also knew what I walked into, because I could have taken probably an easier road with some teams that already had a world rank, but I also felt like this project long term had better chances of surviving. Yeah. And I think now, kind of where we are at number 40, and we can kind of see light towards the end of the tunnel, I think it was definitely the right decision. And as I said, I hope we can perform here, because then we are nearing territory where we'll actually get some proper LAN invites in the future.
Yeah. And talk to me now about the pieces you're working with, right? We know what Shush can do. Wrinkle's started to show himself. You've got your Portuguese guys in there as well. What is this mix of players like if you're comparing it to other teams you've been able to work with? Because you've always been a guy who's been able to get the most out of players and talent. We've seen that.
I mean, it's just a hungry team. I would say people are here to give everything. Obviously, it's a process we've been in for 4 months now, and at the start when we had some of the roles set, obviously they didn't fit 100%. So we've been trying to kind of fix the puzzle, and I think now we have people in the roles that we need, and I think we've been having kind of consistency with that for 2 months or so, and I think that's also why we saw that our results started to get better with obviously winning the Astana qualifier and winning Philadelphia. I know we fell in Lund, but we fell to the winner, and they are a pretty good team.
Yeah, they're definitely showing up. We've seen that from the results they've had. And on this team, who is it that's like helping you the most? Who's the other voice you have in the team? Because my brain would go to someone like Shush, for his experience, you know. I can imagine being quite vocal, but how does it work within this NIP we have right now?
I think it's a little bit of all 4 of them. Maybe off the server, it's true that Shush is probably the kind of secondary leader, maybe because of his experience. But I would say in the server, it's kind of split, obviously by maps, but also I would say all 4 contribute in different ways. So yeah, it's split well.
Now, what do your expectations set out here? Because if we look at community, it's very harsh on NIP because of everything the org's done in the past, right? We look at this lineup and we don't know what to expect from you guys yet. So what can you tell me? Where does it sit right now in your hand snapping?
I mean, I don't want to focus too much on the result. We will take it one game at a time, also because we know the first couple of games will maybe be a bit tougher due to our seed. However, I do think that playoff should be a goal that we have in the back of our mind, and that's where I want to get as a first step.
Well, hopefully you can get there. It's good to see you back, and the grind has definitely been worth it to be in this situation again. Let's hope it pays off further for you, mate.
Thank you, thank you.
In a close series, 2 squads with favorite home maps going head-to-head. We had Anubis just moments ago. NIP able to push Aurora the distance, but Aurora still picking up the win on their home map. Well, now we head to NIP's specialized train pick, getting it in first whenever they can. You saw them push Spirit to the very limits on this map just yesterday. So now we see how Aurora will fare.
Yeah, very interesting. You feel like this is going to go 3 maps, but Aurora have a special trick up their sleeve. They have Xantares in great form, and that proved to be too much of a problem back on Anubis late in the game. Him and Wakadia winning some crucial rounds. Spamming the windows and almost catching Nip on the cross, but they crouch below and they head to B. Going to have to be a retake if they hit this B bomb site, but we have a 5 Kevlar buy for Aurora. It's not the most common at this level. You often see something supplementary. This is the same pistol we saw from Nip against Spirit. The smoke, the molly, and the run down the ramp. The Molotov will miss, though, and Wakadia feasts with 2 quick kills in the site. There's a lot of players here right now. Jota pulled back, but he's pulled,
okay.
Pulled off, rather. 2 on 2 now.
One is fast behind, though. He has no armor, though.
But they didn't see a second player. Ooh, and so this backstab
right below him.
Oh,
didn't check.
We'll get
it backfires.
Wrinkle with the spot, and now Xantares knowing about. They
How
spotted
did
him
get
over
back
at
to
CT.
this so fast?
He can't pick this one up. So even though it's a real nice start for Aurora there in the pistol, Wrinkle goes on a tear. Those were some clean shots with the P250. Swift double kill to kind of level the playing field and bring Nip back into it.
3 on 5. After Wakadia is double in B, and that's with the miss Molotov for NIP. None of this matters. Good start for Wrinkle in a must-win game, really, for Nip. If they have aspirations of playoffs, going 1-2 with this inexperienced roster, it's going to be very difficult. They're trying to drag us to a third of Inferno. Running out into the A site in this second round. They've actually got Shush out, and no one knows right now. Caught completely by surprise, but a bit of a bungled opportunity there. Shush, out through this smoke will do. Out through this smoke will do for 2. Through the smoke again. They haven't even seen their opponents. Oh. Joe's out of there as Nip converts.
I mean, it's a good start film this year.
Oh, you're dead. Keeping their AKs and removing that FAMAS. It's going to be a nice free round as a result. Just continues to line it up.
Back to throwing so smoke.
On the wall bangable surface.
So bad.
Oh dear, I said free round. I'm starting to regret my decision. Oh dear, and they are regretting going into this yard with Cardia anymore. Looking for a third off the Deagle, is caught by Shush out pop.
It is a bit of a favorite pastime of Nip in these eco rounds to run it out A, and I feel like this happened to them literally yesterday when they were facing off against Spirit.
Oh my god, you're gonna plant this?
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Oh.
Finishes the job he started earlier.
Oh dear.
Classic.
Yeah, I've seen that pitfall before for NIP.
Oh, I can't believe they stick that. Like, I know, I mean, we have the info, but Aurora have nothing to lose in pushing through a smoke in that position. And Snappy on the tag. I mean, whenever you lose,
I had to run to the toilet in my little
how they lost this to Spirit.
stomach.
Donk did that from that position with the Deagle backed up to red and got a third. You know, sure, Wakadia didn't get the third, but already he'd found a 5v3 for his team. Frustration setting in for Snappy.
That's a tilter.
Not the round you wanted to give away.
No, just you're meant to get those free ones, right? And now look, and it just ruins your economy.
Here's
They
the other thing
bought 4 AKs.
Yeah, not only were they all in there, but I think the thing that's like really going to stick out to someone like Snappy right now is, bro, every game that Nip have lost, it's been by like 1 round, right? They have been rounds away in the last 2 series they've played from winning maps. And suddenly, you know, thinking about it through that lens, giving up that type of round is really, really important. If this ends up coming down to a 1-round game, you're going to think back to the anti-eco you threw away.
And it's always anti-eco, isn't it? It's always the bloody antis. Okay, Wrinkle spraying, and that just stops him. Fires right back. Oh, trying to test B. Jota does not let that happen. I mean, that was even a way in yesterday when Nip were able to catch Zontix's legs on B, get a bit of damage off. Jota plays it very safe. Boom. How do you like them apples? Nip setting up for an execute here. Xantares and Jota.
All right, that's a pretty keen trade out of Shush. And this will allow a plant to come through for Nip. But can they sweeten the deal? Arostos has been spotted getting aggressive. That's the 1 AK, but right now it's all about the Mac Daddy Shush.
Mac Daddy Shush.
Oh, Snappy joins
I
the
have
fray,
right,
and
right.
Shush will be there as the
All right,
perfect
3-1,
complement.
3-1, 3-1.
Shush loves trains and train as a map. The conductor. That's what I might start calling it. The conductor. Yeah. The conductor will see you now. 9-2 to open this up. 3K on the Mac 10.
Crazy impact. Limp retake for Aurora, right? Like, Xantares has no smoke, I guess, for the molly. His teammates smoke it. They don't really get any space, though. They just stay behind that back train. Oh, through the molly. Ricardi had a warning. It wasn't enough. The conductor. Oh, my God, he's unstoppable.
Ticket to ride. He's putting Aurora on the bus replacement service. To Basingstoke.
Oh dear, poor guy.
Shush, meanwhile, he's going straight to Glazingstoke. These train games from him are great.
That's one way to play it.
Only a mastermind such as the conductor would come up with this position.
Triple Ivy, Xantares is still here. Look, I don't want to say if we're going to lose this round, but Xantares is still here. He goes back. And that timing works wonders for Nip at 40 seconds to walk out Ivy. Nip are not afraid to use this position very late in the round. They were doing it against Spirit as well. And it seems to work very well for them. It's often just assumed to be clear. No one's considering. No one's looking. Walk 6 dead.
This could still get weird, though. Both players are here. Shush isn't in any position to help, and they're getting thinned out. Snappy was kind of acting like a mule as well, just carrying this AWP to take it out of the round at the end. Now this is his weapon of choice here, but he will nail the shot.
Very well done. Dinked as well. Whew, could have gone wrong in a variety of ways, but Nip stick the landing. 4-1 lead on this T side, looking very good. This is where they get a lot of rounds as well. T side, Aurora eternally struggle with the T half on this map. It's their defense that's actually so solid. Sure, Nip are playing weaker opposition online, etc., but they still have very good win percent on T. Now Aurora broken.
I mean, they have been. Okay.
He moved.
I mean, I've been playing Twin quite a lot, so.
Double entry goes back to throw nades, of course.
Scariest nade position, as they've learned.
Don't like it at all. One minute and the call is just chill, guys. Freeze. You have a 4v3, make them paranoid. Maybe they push. Maybe they gamble B. It is Aurora. Pop smoke in.
I like that. You haven't had info about B the entire round, so for all you know, there could be players in Pop. It's Woxic at the red train that they've got to be worried about. Still, these sightlines open at range. A lot of damage found.
Not like this.
They're softened up. And these MP9s are going to hit hard now. Kills found straight away. Xantares gonna have to
a
get
chance.
And he can't quite find his footing. 3 guns trained on him.
Chance.
And the ace for Wrinkle.
Under the radar.
Started the round off with the double. Goes on to close it.
Very nice round out of the Wrinkler. Oh, didn't see that.
Felt like he would have had to have flicked, right? Yeah. He changed off of his POV and where he was holding, right as Wakadia was kind of moving in for the kill.
No,
Are you forcing or not?
That was an eco. It's just very hard to win them for Nip right now.
Yeah. He's right to have felt a bit confused. There were MP9s and stuff, right?
Sure.
So.
But majoritarily armorless.
I think adding to the confusion was the fact that like another SMG got picked up from Snappy's body.
Yeah.
Straight out through.
Let's see how we can do with this aggressive though.
Oh,
the Vicaria falls down like that.
On the side to extend the fall.
When Rickers want to clutch us there.
Just gets offered up as a free kill.
It's a nice flank, but if Nip just keep going forward, they're going to avoid it.
Nip are a fan of the slowdown though, right? And so even in these types of moments, knowing that there's nades on the smoke, there's rotates coming in, they take the pace out of it. It's a check for Wrinkle to flush Madger out of the
That is such a disgusting position though when he stands there.
Yesterday as well, they were very ready for
Next
those
to bomb
flanks.
train. He got checked anyway.
Zantares won't let Arostos last in that cubby.
He's so stuck here.
But no more. Nip slowdown paying off. The kills come to them. Good trade work. Wrinkle having a game right
now.
Damn,
okay.
Wrinkle.
11-3.
And he doesn't want it back. 3 kills from Wrinkle. Put Nip up to 6. This game is just swimming by. Interesting that Wrinkle just gave away the orb, maybe because we're going into a low econ round. He wants to get those entries. That's a sick combo. Nades on the molly. Fine with Cardia. Yeah, for that reason, they think no one made it, but Madger had a better spawn. Doesn't matter. Choo-choo. Shush with 2. And even though Nip get caught off guard, it seems like they will convert on this anti-eco. Aurora getting desperate.
You would just hate to have to fight Shush in this position. He looks so comfortable with all the angles.
They're good fights.
He's hit a bunch of these like 180 flicks on the pop flank. Even there, taking the timing to fight down ramp first before going back and dealing with the players in pop.
Oh. I mean, this is a specialty map for Nip. Absolutely showing. Every team's got to be careful. Facing NIP on train. Shush and Wrinkle domineering results. 13 and 12 kills each.
know, buddy.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting that Nip are this good on train. And I think speciality map is the way to phrase it. I don't think you can say anything like, oh, they're the best or one of at this point. You haven't seen them versus the depth of opposition required, but they took Spirit the distance on this map and arguably should have even won this
should
map.
have won that,
Now they're decimating Aurora. All right, Madger and Zantares do have something to say about it. Couple of kills from them quickly. Woxic in the kill feed as well, extending this advantage for Aurora. Arostos can't sniff with Cardia
he took damage there. He's done.
Even though it's Shush.
I'm ashamed like OG2 right now.
10 points of health.
What's the score right now?
Jota's gone all the way through. Oh, he's ready for it, bro. He did check that. Still, Jota remained tucked, played a timing instead. But just for the fact that they are looking this good on train, I'm also in the Nip camp hoping the VRS situation for them, start seeing them at more of these events, because it would be cool, you know, catching Nip versus an even wider pool of talent on this map.
I think they've probably already shot up just from their one win, but I think they don't want to go out 1-3. That would be underwhelming, and I don't know how, I don't know how many they gain. It's still going to be losing some points. So pressure's on to actually get a couple of legit land wins here. Oh, the smoke just over the top, boosted for Zantares. He's going to get his kills, 2 of them, and they're out of there.
I think they were even debating recommitting to the boost for a second, but fade on out. And a 5-on-3 off the back of that boost at B upper.
I think one thing is clear for Nip. Even if this tournament doesn't go well, right, and they go 1-3 and they go out and they don't get as many points as maybe they wanted, they're not stopping grinding, right?
No. And I mean, also, the other thing that's just nice is I think you see the potential with Nip. I don't think it's fully realized yet, but they're a growing team. And like we've said, in kind of every game that they've played, or at least once in every series, it's come down to a matter of 1 or 2 rounds. Hell, even the VP game, they could have 2-0'd.
Yeah.
That one also came down to a couple
like I said,
of
the guy would have won 700 matches. She don't face it.
Okay, drop for the orb. This could hit for Wrinkle. Let's see if he's got the mustard.
Wait,
oh.
really?
No, he does not.
More like mayonnaise. Had no kick to it.
Snappy arriving later, playing catch-up. Ooh, that's clean. Saucy stuff from Snappy, but he can't go any further.
Yeah, Nip relishing in the opportunity to get a couple more rounds on this T side, but Aurora seeming to wake up a little bit. Nice double entry for Xantares, finds 3.
Tag pause called in for Nip. They don't want to feel like they let Aurora back in at the end of the half here, right? 7-1 in your favor.
Every single time he knows.
You don't love that they took the last 2 and they took them cleanly, but you want to try and get back to the grind now. In that last round, you kind of fall prey to an Aurora opening move. For the most part, they've been, you know, the ones kind of waiting to receive on this CT half. That was them changing the nature of the round and making a play early. Curious what this does for Nip. That way at least doesn't look like some crazy pace change or anything out of the gate.
Yeah, back to Ivy, that's nice. Haven't seen them here in a while. Run boosting the orb. Saw Madra on the cross, he saw them, and they just leave. They know it's enough to keep him occupied for a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Triple B with the bomb. Woxic on the line, ready and waiting. Yeah, shush. Lucky to be alive. That's only one player seen. It's not like Aurora can do too much with that info. Main taken is huge.
Well, also with the run boost spotted from Madra at the start of the round and then the instant rotate away, this feels like it was Nip's game plan from the get-go, right?
Yeah.
Just that presence of seeing the run boost, you know there's 2 players over towards Ivy, or at least there were. So Madra kind of has to stick around here and watch a dead position on the map.
And there's no flank, there's no second rotate. It's only one guy on B. Joseph's got to be a rock right now.
He's just going to go through the motions, kind of fall back a little bit here. Doesn't want to run the risk of going down, leaving his team in a 4v5. Instead, he waits for them to move in, hoping.
The fucking Mac 10s though, bro.
He'll have teammates nearby to help him, but they don't get there in time. Madra will answer back with 1, but low on health and in a 3-on-4. Still a real rough spot for Aurora to be in. Aros Dos holding on to this flank should seal the deal on this round. Bacardi has no room to play.
It's already done.
And Woxic's trapped out over at the spawn. Oh, that's clean.
One thing we've noticed twice now on these B hits is Xantares never has a smoke. He's always used his, and so when NIP do their B hit, they Molotov connector, and Xantares can't go through and help his teammate out, right? And that's made better by the way that that round starts, right? Typically, Aurora would be 2B in that position with the whole map quiet, but they're scared from the Ivy play that you mentioned. And so with Xantares having no smoke, Jota's on his own. There's no pressure. Nip can take space and can flush out Jota. So some small details are making all the difference here for Nip as they charge into A again. These rounds don't often work, but they get Snappy behind red. It's a great position. Madra has no idea. Sorry, Wicardia running in. Oh, Snappy. Damn. Just clean up. Him and Shush. Dane's on duty. And dirtily done leaves Woxic in an unwinnable one. 9-3, Nip, a bloody good half.
Yeah, and doing good as well on the timeout they call in right at the tail end of the half just to try and stop that regaining of rounds from Aurora, right?
Yeah.
They went on that 2-round streak with some dominant rounds in there. That was where you had the call for the switch up, kind of the Ivy fake into the B hit works wonders, get Snappy back in control over the game. And Nip go on to put up a very, very good T-half. It's all spearheaded by the conductor himself. That guy right there, Shush, 18 and 5. And a little smile on Snappy's face. For the man who was raging a lot at the start of this.
Yeah.
Feeling a little tense with how, you know, they give up every now and again these rough-looking rounds in games that always feel close. There were some frustrations, but he is very, very happy with how his squad have been able to deliver on the remainder of this half. Not many missteps for NIP. Where have I seen this one before?
Double Ivy push again. Nip just running the same pistols. This leaves you really late when it comes in B, though. Pretty sure Spirit won this round when they just came out B like this. Okay, so one flanking. Arostos comes back, but the whole map is quiet. We all know where this is going. Or do we? Pop or B? Aurora clear both. Nip gets set up into the site, committed. Ouch.
Clean entry for Joe. Only 2 players left in the site for NIP, but they'll hold on. Shush just can't set a foot wrong. Finally overextends, and it's Madja to collect. Where did that come from? The captain turns heads. Can Nips do the same? Down the ramp, in with a chance, but Woxic decapitates him, and Aurora pull up with a pistol, hand delivered by Madja. Crazy quick 3K. That round falls through Nip's fingers before they even realize what's happening.
All right, I still think, I'm going to say it, there's no excuse to lose this game, Nip. They absolutely have to close it, right? They've got to bring us to a third. Pistol round in the pocket of Aurora gives them a bit of momentum, but I'd love to see a force from Nip, and there they go. Can they stick the landing? Ujux with a CZ75. It's been a while. Welcome back, old friend. Let's see how it fares. Mac-10 running at it. Not exactly fair. Yeah. Oh, he saw another. Hello, Wrinkle pops.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But
I mean, I played loves the Force, though.
It's a good scrap for Nip, but feels like it may have run out. I say that. Shush is still alive. And at 21 and 6, you just can't put this guy down. Flank contained. Shush resets. He has time to win this one.
LeBron's legacy.
Doctor's room in the train, checking tickets. And Aurora trying to beat the fare. They don't want to have to pay. But will Shush make them? With the D, there's the backstab as Antares gets active, flanks on Shush, and lays him to rest.
That's why you don't sit still in the post plant, right? You always want to re-clear, you always want to find more info, check more timings. There are always timings available for flanks, for players to get into silly positions. So if you stay moving, you stay ahead of the game. Scary round, but one that Aurora do convert, and Nip take an eco with some grenades. Shush.
Perez versus Shush. Stalemate.
Draw.
Aurora really hoping that Nip force a play through on the low econ round just to give them an edge. They're holding this default still. They don't have a lot of info to go off of. You've seen one guy beat. That doesn't tell you a whole lot, and so they'll start to explore a little bit through Pop with Jota probing. He's seen two.
Oh, Stars close is scary. It's only a USP though. Oh, and going B anyway. Shush from afar still takes one with him. He's just KPR God.
He gets so unlocked on this map, and oh my god, now they're going back in a snappy and Pop, but he can't quite find Wakadia. That's rough.
Should be fine now.
Aurora, though, stick the landing on this. Well navigated, they do good to dodge the stack twice over.
Don't tell me Wakadi's going to start having a late game activation. He got his eco kills. Had, again, another quiet map. He did an Anubis until the final few, where he stepped up big.
The whole story for Nip have been these close games that it feels like they should win, that get away from them now. Look, we haven't seen the CT rifle yet, so not too worried, but it's on trend for pitfalls of this Nip team. I mean, we saw how, like, that one misplayed first rifle round on Anubis ended up costing them a string of rounds. If that happens here, Aurora right there, chomping at the bit to overtake you. And I mean, right now, Shush is playing phenomenally. Wrinkle has had some great moments too, but, like, the rest of the gang haven't really been super involved in the conversation. Ujax and Snappy have been serviceable, but Arastos has had a lot of swings and misses in this game. He had that one nice shot in Pop Dog, but that's the only thing that springs to mind.
And I think is a Kobe, isn't it?
There's that window smoke. Comes in, really constricts Aurora in this round. It's going to slow everything down. Can't take the B control.
You seen none?
Pop
Which one?
Be ramp pressured.
Just gave the last
Shark attack is what I need.
Snappy, so I feel like he wants to take a peek here, wants to make a play, and that's because Arastos is ready to react.
He survived like that.
Close by on ramp. Smoke deployed. Arastos sees a lot of bad guys. Snappy's going to be the first to move in. Farms
of course, it's Snappy, by the way.
Tail,
oh, I almost survived.
Getting down the ramp. That's all the
Why should I always Snappy with his fucking MP9?
2 kills out of the captain.
It's a pretty good trade out for Nib. Look at the space they've got in this round. They still have 2B. Pop is the gap, but there's a big flank coming in main. So even by the time Aurora get into A, Wrinkle's going to be right behind them.
Wrinkle's going B on the flank.
Oh dear, that's a little late, but they can just play retake, right? Ujax doesn't need to commit here. If he can get out after one, they give it up.
It wasn't up close. Okay, finally gets the spot. Cardia goes a little wider. They don't know about Madja in this very forward position, and they're going to try go back B, but that's where Wrinkle's decision to flank the B side has just saved Nip. Madja is in a powerful position, but Arastos doesn't think so. And with the game he's having, he's checking every corner. So
true.
Madja will get located. An important round for NIP to pick up. And in the fashion they do it, 4 alive at the end, that at least dodges the worry of this early reset in the second half.
Yeah, that's one of the set plays that Nib like to do, right? They're just the pop crunches. They have a lot of util behind this one, and they dedicate 4 players to that play, with Snappy and Shush pushing B upper and lower, and 2 players in pop as well. But the shame for Aurora is I guess they felt they were so committed starting 5 upper B that they don't want to, go back. They don't want to ignore, the fact that they've been blocked out of this position. They want to fight, and it's not a nice fight with the amount of angles Nip are coming from. So he started that round on the back foot. Snappy, great double too. getting a bit desperate for Aurora, looking like they want to B-rush. Oh, saw him close. Surely not. Julie's
We're benign.
Snappy News committed either way. Couldn't get out. Now B execute is tantalizing, but there's two CTs here, Shush and Darostos.
Full blind still gets out with one, but that might not be enough. Shush, strength here, usually in his multi-kills, just ability to stay alive. Picked at the first hurdle, picked after the first man. Wakadia storms the board, on for the ace. The saving grace of Aurora has another late activation from Wakadia, blesses this T side.
Yeah, what a hunt on that B-bomb site. Aurora very aware of the positions Nip play on their default. Arostos at the very back there, flash peeked with no info. And Shush, unfortunately, caught in the open. He does take one, but as said, not enough. Sadly, was not in cover in time as Aurora ran through the smoke. The more we see this map, the more B executes we do see. Starting to get very abused. Just with how hard it can be to get into this quad outer site. I'd rather take the 5v2 at B. And there's some really good util that teams are throwing just to get themselves out. Final timeout for Aurora. They are nowhere near out of the woods. But all in all, it's been a good start to the T side. Just one blemish with that four-man Hawes crunch.
I mean, the last few rounds, Aurora have been putting a lot of attention over towards upper. And as you say, the one round that Nip were able to pick up thus far on this CT side was where they played for that upper control. I wonder if that's something Madge is expecting to make another appearance here. They just had the timeout. You saw him talking a hell of a lot. Seemed like it was him and Zantares having a bit of a dialogue.
Yo, hey then.
Zantares is dispatched once again to try and clear upper, but Nip completely leave this side of the map open. They want to take away the main control. I'll get Ujak set up here. Wrinkle left to hold
a little bit up and down, I would say.
He's actually creeping
That's
up
okay.
on the AWP.
Dangerous. Alone.
Seen some moments where Wrinkle does this and will get caught by a second guy just playing trade, but the spacing for Jota won't allow that. The AWP is ready.
There we go, Wrinkle.
Down for a double.
Really
Wrinkle has fired up with Shush.
It's a great question, Harry.
That's where, you know, the change of putting Wrinkle there is nice, though. Up until now, they've largely been fighting Snap, who's been on like SMGs.
They're doing their
M4s,
thing, you know.
So you're trying to not get lined up and caught on each other against the rifle. The AWP comes as a bit of a surprise to Aurora.
It's just weird because he gets a kill and then Jota doesn't like hard reswing. He like backs up like the AWP is already ready. But if you're going to take that fight, you have to take it straight away. Smoke fade, denied, bomb loose, and round dusted. 5 up for Nip, back to their winning ways. And it all did feel like a matter of time on this map after a dominant first half. A stressful series for Madja, barely eking out a win on Anubis. And now maybe running out of track here on Train. We're looking at Inferno Decider.
I mean, that feels very much like, you know, pause comes in, you're expecting the round to change from a B-focused game. They left that side of the map open. And it was the right decision. Aurora did try and change things on the back of that timeout.
Lots of grenades. They really thought that was an A-rush coming. But it was same situation. Aurora just blocked. What do? They're 5 here. Strangled. There's not even a push off of this as well. Nip change it. The conditioning is going to make Aurora very scared of this position. But they don't really have the util to clear this out. They have 3 flashes, 1 smoke, a nade. They just have to be execute. It's not going to be much of an execute. This could go very wrong, very quick. Santaro's going to flash him through.
At this point, you've heard that flash. You hear the footsteps clearing pop. Nip should have a pretty clear picture as to what's transpiring here. 2 players in the B site.
Let's see here now.
He gets caught out in no man's land. Him and Shush were trying to readjust, so they will get run through.
He really tried his best there.
Minds about how they wanted to play that. Jota spotted creeping up, but he still tries to follow through on this aggression. Hides in the smoke. Arostos on a reload.
Does he survive this
not
though?
to pressure.
Think he'll win a third man?
He
But I
hopes
think
that
they
just
can.
how long he's been here, the fact that Spam didn't find him, that's enough to
There it
control
is.
his movements, but eventually Arostos hits his mark. Zantares, can he be the difference maker? It's him and Magic side
No
by
nades.
side.
If they are
both
nades.
pinned in on the train here. Arostos is bottom of the board for Nip, and so double swung by the front men of Aurora. He'll get taken out. Back and forth we go. If this continues, Nip's still on track to win this game. Is this where we see Aurora start to streak some more rounds together and close it up?
They need to be more careful on this B site because every time Aurora come B, they've run through the smoke, right? They don't respect it because they have flashes, and it's nice to run through the smoke because your legs don't get shown to a back Thomas player, for example. But there, Nip are playing 2 back site, and only then do they realize, like, yo, I need to move. One of us needs to move. Snappy's in the open. They need to pick their positions better when this smoke is down. That is their opportunity to get set up. And Aurora have broken the timing, sure, but that's still both times. Same thing. Huge entry kill here for Zantares, actually winning the pop fight. It's been something Nip have come up with a lot. Oh, did clear Olaf. Snappy, even though he's blind, gets away with a kill. Walks it, quick shot, up close.
Okay,
Comes in They trade rounds again. And like you said, that's a winning recipe.
Absolute cinema shot. 24, 21, 8.
To finish
Shush,
the job.
and freaking...
and this will be maybe the worst by yet for
freaking Shush and Wrinkle.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the biggest difference in these victories is for Aurora, they've all kind of hit like a Pyrrhic victory. You get out with 1 or 2 players surviving every time you're doing it. Nip, meanwhile, the rounds they win are kept very, very clean. They've got some of this residual money. They've been able to keep that pressure on.
Ooh. Okay.
Push with the trade.
It's fine.
Now is to try and stop the spillover through ramp, and Aurora decide not to pressure.
Yeah, it's just cycling this AK again. We've been here before. It's a good angle for Wrinkle.
Bang has Richard been cooking the winning train strat, maybe? I mean, the thing is like this, and he plays it a lot, right?
So the re-smoke is fine. Aurora are blocked, both sides.
If Aurora was...
And it's feeling like it's going to get stalled out here as Ujux takes main as well.
Main.
Aurora have not even really played towards A main in this T side. It's been all pop or all B. Haven't touched Ivy. Not one Ivy player this half.
Look at Arostos.
Well, Arostos is now decided to make his play through Ivy. That might roll out a red carpet for Aurora to explore this option.
Okay.
Bare minimum, Woxic's going to go grab that rifle. Now looking a bit better armed.
40 seconds left, though.
Worse for wear. And the whole map dark. You don't really know what this kill in Ivy means. Woxic's going to keep the pressure on and keep Wrinkle in this position.
Oh, he feels like it's a fake, and he's right. Woxic is reflashing it. That might keep Wrinkle in position as the B hit comes in. Shush can win the game.
The conductor has to be the one to stop the trains. And so here he is in the position to do exactly that. One for Shush. Can't find the planter. Wakadi is going to trade him. And Aurora have that bomb down.
That position in lower is so disgusting, though. You can barely see him when you walk out.
Go fishing and see if there's a reason to go for this, because Woxic is not in the conversation, not in the picture.
Feels like every time I see someone place there,
it's another multi-kill round to carve
they
this
fucking
out
get
for
those people.
Wrinkle is feeling it at least, but there's no saving this situation. He had to run. And again,
I just want a good game, but
keep him in the game.
I wanted to
time after
be
time
and like up in rankings, etc. like that, so we can see them play more, you know. But then Voxic is my brother from another mother, so, you know.
Nip can just about buy. Concessions must be made, but all in all, 3 more shots.
It's rough though for Aurora. We were saying every round they win, they're getting out with like 1, 2 players surviving. They had a chance to get out with 3 there, but they go for the high risk, high reward play. If they did kill Wrinkle, this wouldn't be a buy for NIP. They were focusing on the future, but it has hamstrung them in this round. Losing those extra players means they come into this with some MAC 10s up against the full buy from NIP.
Number 1 team in the world right now, Vitality.
You're just hoping.
And welcome back, Gold.
2 rifle stars
How you
of
doing, buddy?
Aurora.
Yeah, they're breaking a lot of records right now.
Woxic has been a shell
1 Grand Slam,
map.
and you know. Ooh.
Oh dear, Magic can get core throw utility.
It's a very shallow hold.
Double up is a great bait though. They're not going to be ready for the second player. Shush. Oh, he gets 2. No way. And you have no clue. Snappy's here.
Badge around the corner. Nades were pulled. They didn't know, and so Snappy looking to be there.
All right. NIP. We're going the distance. We're going to 3 mappers, Shattering, yo. 3 maps.
Keep up.
3 fucking maps.
Once more,
all right.
putting on a clinic. Him and Snappy combining.
What is Infernal last
this one over
map?
the line. Nip Aurora rages on, and once more,
Something up a 15 minutes prediction for those people on the Twitch chat.
Yeah, thanks Hazard and the Huguenot. Love this one for NIP. I mean, I've got to say, it was also nice of Aradoce and Woxic to say, let's see if 4v4 can work in a game of CS2. But very exciting for NIP that they are mastering this map, and really good value for the win here, particularly Shush, who just continues to excite and delight.
Yeah, and I think we could see 2 things here. Firstly, how solid and well regimented the T side was from the side of NIP, but also for the side of Aurora, they just don't know how to approach this map on the CD side. They're not playing this at the level.
It's just another planet. Just take a look at the HSP records.
And we're going to be touching upon a few rounds later on, but credit where it's due, man. Nip, they came into this map confident. They looked
you find more than 5 reds per friend. You won't below 1 when
Nip are
rating.
doing the same things we've seen them do throughout train, throughout this tournament, and throughout their online play, and that is that on their T side, they play with pace. Like, they're a very aggressive and assertive team. They have guys like Wrinkle and even Shush, who is not naturally an entry, willing to be aggressive and go for it when they need to. They have some good, well-executed intercept.
That was actually a nice triple by Mayor, to be honest.
And then defensively is the biggest difference I think Nip has compared to a lot of train teams, where they are just so relentless on their pop aggression, whether it's Wrinkle's op, whether it's Snappy, whether it's the 2 of them combined, the fact that Shush will pinch with them by being aggressive on the lower ramp or swinging the upper side of inner. It's that combination where they actually disrupt teams and unsettle them. Meanwhile, we never saw that from Aurora. Aurora never did anything to like throw a dagger into, you know, Nip's plans or try to shake them up. Like, no, they just let them have their way with the map control and execute their game plan.
We saw the worst quirks there in what Aurora do, and that is that, again, they kind of defaulted back to they were relying on individuals to open things up on that T side. It didn't really look to be incredibly sophisticated. You know, I'd never believed in the comeback on that second half, and as I said right at the top of this series, I think Aurora are gonna lose to NIP. I really do.
They just lost it on the first half on the CT side, right? I mean, sure, it helps out that Shush was, that's how he likes to call it.
I mean, you're gonna have
the conductor
about this guy.
Yeah, this is just a night train running all over them, but at the same time, it did look like they were caught in the headlights most of the times, right? Like, we can probably roll around very quickly here. It's just like that's not how you play CT train. You got to be proactive. You got to be in your face. You got to try and disrupt whatever execs or whatever. And we all know how Snappy likes to call it the T side. Likes to call for these full execs, right? He's calling it from the spawn. You need to disrupt that. They never did it.
I just want you to look at this heat map very carefully. Oh, well. Hate to say that.
Dead now, of course.
Dead now, of course. No, but with that, what I wanted to kind of illustrate is just the fact that he is such a great inner anchor, and he's also very good at attacking inner.
And this is one round, right? Where it's basically just a half buy, and look at the push coming in. They've isolated the one defender here all alone towards an inner bomb side, and the CTs, I think it was Zantaras playing towards connector. He should have just jumped into the bomb side. Instead, he waited towards connector, allowing his T's to push in super deep onto the bomb side. This is such a hard side to retake, especially when you've given him so much real estate right here.
Another cool thing I want to talk about with Nip as we're kind of celebrating their success a little bit here is, again, this is one of those maps where you get to really see the versatility of Wrinkle as a player. Again, he is one of the very few rare true hybrids we have in Counter-Strike 2 where I feel like he can at times be just as effective with an AK-47 in his hands as he can in AWP. And so when you're playing that T side, you have full confidence that when Wrinkle puts an AK in his hands that he's going to be able to deliver with you. And so I think what helps that so much for this team is that we've been talking about EU Jerks as an entry having a little bit of struggles, you know, at different times here and there, right? So the fact that you have someone like Wrinkle who can kind of slot in and also play that entry role with an AK, you have Shush playing more aggressively on this team than he did on Heroic last year. It kind of makes up for it in a sense, and it lets some of these guys who are a little bit more tenured and proven at LAN to be able to flourish.
We can also like touch upon there's a full buy round a little bit later in the same half, right? You're just going to illustrate they do the same thing here again, do NIP. They're going to be going for this inner execute. Look at the defense, right? It's going to be one player towards inner. He's going to get spotted out here. And again, they don't have any A main control. They have no IV control. They have no idea what's happening, and they have to play all the way from the back. The exec comes in, no real resistance being met by the T's, and once again, it's almost like the same run being played out, except few variations in the utility, and obviously the T's had a weaponry. But again, Aurora weren't able to adapt on the CT side. They weren't pushing and getting the info early on, and that was something that NiP were abusing. This game, this map was won by NiP in the first half, in all honesty. Like getting to 9 rounds on the T side right there is donezo, right?
Yeah.
And for Aurora, I'm still a little bit surprised that, listen, you know this is a map that you have in your pool, you're willing to play it, you know, teams will pick it against you, and you haven't been really able to adapt to what the current CT meta is. Question marks for me.
Yeah, I think the big picture I kind of want to look at just as a scene as a whole when it comes to train is a lot of teams have permabans and aren't trained, right? You know, we have some teams that permaban Ancient, some teams that are banning Anubis, Nuke, you know, so on and so forth. And so the problem becomes is that a lot of people are either floating train into the second ban rotation and hoping they can get rid of it there. But what NiP and Complexity have done is they have noticed this trend in the scene, and they have said, okay, well, if you're going to leave train open in the first rotation, I'll just pick it because I'm the underdog, and I know this is my chance to make a move.
Yes.
And Complexity, to their credit, I think that was a big reason why they had kind of that big run in Bucharest and why they were able to shake up a couple of other games that they've been able to win. And it's what NiP has been able to do at this tournament. They've won it against VP. They've now won it against Aurora. They nearly beat Spirit on this map as well. And people have to start watching out for this because now you have to start kind of reconsidering how you approach pick bans if you can't cover them.
And this is one thing we've always kind of spoken about when it comes to the, teams in the upper echelons of CS, where like, here's a new map coming in. Guys, you can't afford to just, either it's a permaban or you need to start working on it.
It's the same process every time.
Vertigo, same thing that happened.
Exactly. They say, oh, new map bad, me no like, we get rid of that.
Yeah.
And then...
eventually.
Yeah, eventually you're going to have to fold it in because teams like this are going to use that as an opportunity to level the playing field.
And especially when it's such a competitive field and environment right now, where apart from maybe the top 3, top 4, things can turn topsy-turvy real quick right there. You take a little bit too long to adapt. Suddenly now your map pool's looking weak. People know it's a map where you're going to be struggling on. And then you need to start deciding. So basically at this point, every best of 3 you enter into, apart from your map pick, teams are going to start picking the map against you. Underdog teams are going to start picking the map against you, and you're in for a rough time right here. So adapt or die, as the great Charles Darwin said once upon a time.
Indeed, yeah, that was the exact quote.
Exactly.
Now, a map we're horrifyingly used to, the decider's going to be Inferno.
I love it.
I mean, it just always seems to be a deciding map. And of course, it's a map that, it's kind of fallen out of favor for a lot of these organizations and teams. And I'd say with the fans as well, a lot of people are disenchanted with this one. But I will say, I do fear for Aurora a bit here, Dust.
This is going to be NiP's offline debut, on Inferno. They played it online a bit, but this is the first time they're going to bring it to LAN. And on LAN, what they've been very successful at is dual pressure. EU Jerks has been very good at Banana for them, and they also, again, use Shush as more of an entry piece in the apartments as opposed to just being some type of lurker. Also, Aradose is kind of put in a more active role in this team than he was on Saw. He's their mid player, so they're just going to have to make sure that they're able to kind of keep up the trends that we've been seeing throughout the series so far with a guy like Shush and Wrinkle being able to make those aggressive plays. And then, look, if you're Aurora and you're trying to salvage this series, when they have done well on Inferno, which to be fair, they've been very hit or miss on it, is because Xantares has been an absolute monster at Banana on both sides of the map, and they can just rely on that. I mean, he's one of the best Banana controllers in the game, in my opinion, next to like Xerxen and Nico and things of that nature. So we need to see that come alive again. And just, we just need some form out of Chota and Wicadia too. Like, I'm just not seeing it. No one's really been stepping up so far.
I am done with that, buddy.
Previous map.
For me, it's fine.
He's an opera, by the way, right? You're expecting him to do much more. So if you're individual,
I am super duper fine.
And the game plan, like, they've had some very close losses, right? You can be like, oh, it's 11-13s or whatnot. But I'm looking at the teams they lost to. Big. You're losing to Pain, for example. Those are the last 3 games they've had thus far on this map. So, look, on paper, Aurora still should be the favorites, but looking at the, just the individuals, the body language, and how it is in the server right now, I'm going to edge the way of NIP, and I haven't said that in years, Rich.
I know, well, you've never been a cause to. You haven't even been at the events. So
yeah, there we go.
That's a phrase you can just keep under the desk. Anyway, guys, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break, and we are going to see who's going to pick this one up shortly.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's top 4 predictions here at PGL Astana as I ask some of our players who they think is going to make it through the tournament into the top 4. We've got Mazino with me here from Mongols. How are you, Maji?
I'm doing good, Maji.
That's our little running joke we always have. Now, give me who you think will be in 4th place for this event.
Maybe Aurora?
I think that it will be some Astralis.
Okay, Astralis. Yeah. Astralis with Hooksy.
You know what? 4th G2. You know, with their ties, they're doing pull off some magic.
4th one is gonna be Mongols.
Oh, okay.
For the memes, I'm gonna go with Big.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They did win their first game, you know, it's all possible. Okay, then who would be in 3rd place?
3rd place will be Spirit, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So Spirit would be beating Big and getting 3rd place. No gold for them this time.
3rd place, I think some no-name team like Hotu or NAP. No, NAP is not no-name, but I think they are not strong as top teams. Yeah.
Well, hopefully it's you guys then. I'm going to say he's choosing himself a 3rd place. I like this.
After we smack Na'Vi, they're going to bounce back. I have faith in Na'Vi. I think they have a lot of good players, so 3rd Na'Vi.
It's between us or Na'Vi, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, really? Really? You're not putting yourself as winners?
Moshi.
Okay. Who do you want to put there then? Na'Vi?
Weird. When I switch to stretch, my game gets this reddish tone. When it's 1080, 1690, it's okay again.
I think Na'Vi. I think 2nd.
Had a good weekend.
Play Spirit in the finals.
Nothing special in that way.
Let's see. Yeah. We got Mason, you know. We're going to throw him at him. A little shit talk, you know. A little 1-2.
Maybe us or Spirit.
Give me one name.
Yeah, Spirit.
2nd's gonna be Na'Vi.
First 2 easy, VP is Team Spirit.
No Na'Vi in there?
No, I mean, I don't know. Could be random in my opinion. I mean, I didn't I don't know Na'Vi form yet. They can shock everybody with their game, but they didn't play it really good on the last tournaments, and they like been not playing a lot. You know, they was practicing, and we can only guess what's in what form they're gonna be. So I cannot really guess. I just making up predictions of what I've seen from the previous tournaments of the team I know.
I like this here because he sounds like an analyst right now. So in about 10, 15 years when he stops playing, analyst version of Flamas can come to us all.
So I'm gonna put first M80, you know, repping M80.
First, it will be us. We'll beat now in the finals. So yeah, we are top one. First is Spirit.
Number one, the champions.
Mongols, but we really try to win this tournament. Yeah, we have to. I think we just try our best to win. I don't want to Delulu or something. Yeah.
Exactly. Try their best, fight the whole way through. That's what the Mongols always do. Let's see if it can come true.
Getting my food now, that's good. Or they're doing it, so that's something. I'm gonna be able to give it a oh, really? Is that the thing?
Nip versus Aurora has arrived at its natural conclusion, the third and final map needed. We're heading to Inferno here. That's after both these teams walk away with their map picks in the bag. For Aurora, it was an Anubis in which they were pushed to their very limits, but they end up picking up the dub there. Nip on their specialized map of Train looked good with Shush topping the charts. But Hugo, do you like your three mapses?
I love them, Harry, except on Inferno. That being said, I think this one might actually be quite fun. NIP have been playing this one a lot. They've got some things in the bag. You know, last series, the two Brazilian squads, neither of them were big fans of the map. But yeah, Nip, this has also been one of their sleeper picks recently in their online grind. They talked about how hard it was to even get to Astana, how you have to fight through 300 teams in an open qualifier, and you can't lose one series on your road to qualification. Well, they didn't. They're here, and they're looking to show up against this Turkish squad. Aurora snuck through on Anubis, ran out of tape on Train, and now we go to Inferno, hoping that Woxie can get reactivated. Very quiet last map. A 4v4, as Richard said. Who's going to stand the test of time here? Xantara's dinked low. They just gamble on this A site.
Makaria anti with dualies. Creeping in the mid-fight for a match. Just wanted the info, right? It's pretty resource-intensive having 4 players in top mid like this. Did leave him in the prying eyes of Nip. Wrinkle and co get out through the apartment. It's just him and Aros Dos. The plant is for short, but it's not punished. Wrinkle even manages to make it into the pit. 2 kills to his name already.
And it's doable though from A side here.
Loves a fight. Sometimes doesn't know when to stop, and he'll keep taking them out towards short. Badger and Wakadi are able to break through.
I mean, he has the P2K, right? He
quite hard
feels like
now,
he wants to thin the herd early while he's got a nice engagement, but just no rest for the wicked. Aurora nail the headshots. And those Julies come through to take a pistol round on this CT side. Madger cooking. Rubbing his hands together. They're back. Good energy.
Yeah, safe to say he's trying to bring some excitement.
Ooh. my God.
Nade hitting Arostos and slowing him all the way down actually gave Xantares the time to back up and then delete him.
Could have swung and just killed him, I think, but was slowed down by the nade. Didn't like his odds. Matcher right below the boost. Are you really checking this? Flash over, dodged, and deleted by Snappy. They jump the corner. There's no trade available. That's a desperate play. Snappy's just doing it on his own. They don't know about the third player. Wrinkle bails them out. This is a bit of a mess, but Nip have made it through for now until Lucadia runs a smoke.
2v1 though. Yes, one is low.
These guys are really low on health. Jota's also fast flank up through Banana. He's got good timing on this. Resmoke goes down in CT is another reason for him to give this a go. He will have the path in. And he knows his timing's good. Collects that kill on a Snappy and is ready for Wrinkle. And Dark, who has to get that kill before the nade goes off. It was a race against time for Wrinkle.
Oh, if he naded and didn't re-peek insta, he would have had it. But up in the open, committed and stolen away by Nip's force buy. Big round for Snappy. Entries up B. Oh God!
Oh, it's really awkward. Ujak's battling back, but Xantares still putting up numbers.
Huh?
Okay, Snappy, you haven't been given the easiest clutch here. You know it. We know it. And Aurora even know it.
How is he gonna turn this around?
Slink on out of there.
How?
The rest of his team decimated by the charge through Banana. The one kill that takes place over in alt mid also gives him a lot of pause here. I don't know where Wakadia could have gotten to.
Mac 10 over AK.
I guess
maybe,
he dies. He doesn't give them
doesn't
the
give
AK.
it.
That's...
Yeah, smart. He's going to get peeked. Oh my God.
Oh,
Bloody good try. I tell you what, bloody good try. Had us going for a moment. But it's the decision to regroup for Aurora and actually commit to the mid-clear that does them real nice.
I like that. You know, they give up a bomb site, but if they clear mid, they just walk the flank and they get behind Banana and they shoot Snappy in the back. So it's a really safe way of playing that. And you're right, him swapping off the AK, Xantares didn't find it. So actually worked out in limiting Aurora a little bit. Nip by again. They have to. Trading rounds right now. Aurora, Pandemonium in Banana, going back for some more with 3 here. Grenades go in. Nip have less victims in this position now. Flash to fight this. Nip coming through the smoke. Oh!
Match wrestling back. All alone in this endeavor. Wakadia doesn't have util to help him either. Match is just dumping everything he's got. And Wakadia offers up his body, but lays down his life. Wrinkle with the turnaround. Dinked on the fight up through Banana. I mean, Aurora right here. They may as well see if they're given a reason to believe. Can Jota collect and capitalize on all this damage? MP9 tears through the front man and follows up on a Snappy. 2v2. From the 2v4, it's just Arostos left. Back in the side.
Fucking cinema game right now.
Aurora pull up.
Freaking cinema
and
game.
they managed to salvage that round. Jota and Woxic do the heavy lifting.
They keep getting caught just in the open in these post plants. They need to be locking into positions more, right? It was Snappy in the previous one that Wrinkle actually won, just swinging out of new box to check coffins. Now it's just trying to take coffins when the flank's in that fast. I mean, Nipper all over the place. These post plants have looked shaky. Frustrating rounds to lose when it's whiffed that hard by Wakadia. He looked away thinking he'd already finished that kill.
I have no idea what's going on in this game, to be honest.
It's just enough to shut down that 2v4. And so I thought we were going back and forth on force buys, and hey, we still are, but Aurora at least stick the landing. A buy that screams frustration for Nick. want to jump on Aurora while the economy is low, but the weaponry is not. 4 M4s and a FAMAS.
Yeah, much like how, you know, Aurora back on train even had some of these like high risk, high reward rounds. This is NiP's attempt in that very same vein of capitalizing on some of the damage they've done. The bomb plant enticing them to recommit into this. But falling down here gives Aurora a hell of a CT start. So you're hoping that this Hail Mary pays off if you're NiP. Aurora have the read. They've grouped 4 players over here at this A site. NiP right now are walking right into this stack.
Oh, brutal. What a transfer for Xantara. Is able to get 2 kills despite snapping.
It is
corner.
quite up and down CS right now. But NIP is always like with snapping. Oh, fishy. Match left for 13 of the primer.
Catch him.
Oh, I saw him, right?
And he has great timing on this flank.
Just walking.
He's dead from banana. He's gonna search all the angles.
Aurora's 4th for sure.
It's like snap is in-game leading
Imagine
is
knows, and he's not
quite a lot
it either.
all in. So.
But a bomb plant allows NiP to buy again. I don't think it's going to get that far, right? You imagine Wakata, you imagine just swing in tandem. Ooh, don't let him plant! And they will deny it. Aja gets in there just in time.
I think a buy again, even with a plant, would have been a crazy decision, to be honest. Like, you're doing damage, but you just saw 4 rifles for Aurora. You know they can rebuy.
You're sure about that?
So it's probably for the best for NiP. 4-1 though, considering the craziness of the start of this map. Aurora have landed back on their feet, looking for a 5-1 lead against the Deegs. What could go wrong?
Main thing here for Aurora is just, you know, even though you've been fine to keep the investments coming through, you haven't had a round to make money yet. This is your round to do exactly that, so you just don't want it to be expensive. That's kind of the bar here. So far more passive start for both squads as NiP just kind of talk about the rounds ahead, knowing that with each second wasted, they're getting util out of Aurora anyway, they're extracting value, and they're planning for the rounds in the future. Now comes the time for them to try and look for that damage. They've been so great finding at the top of the game.
Unlucky.
Seems more like Aurora will get their wish of finally having a cash-making round. Magic collects. And Aurora get that 5-1 after these high-risk, high-reward forces from NIP early.
This is going to be a very hard game for NiP to win, just off the back of how this has begun. It's gone kind of worst-case scenario. You've lost all your money. You've given Aurora a huge wealth, and you're 5-1 down on a T-sided map. A map that they get the majority of their rounds on the T side. And you feel kind of goaded into all these buys, and I don't even necessarily think they were mistakes for NiP, but they didn't pan out. And so
Is it NiP I remember?
Right now.
I mean, they're a little bit up and down right now,
Feels
right?
like it's
So
meant to be
that's
for Aurora.
how we
8
go.
rounds from just ending this whole matchup.
Let's see here, actually.
So NiP
Okay.
have to dig deep and start
There
this
you go.
match late. And I can't even say you have a read on how this game is going, right? You don't have a read on Aurora right now. They're going to go quick. Falcons-esque round, just fast up long, smoke, mollied smoke, and they go through the long one as well. It's a bit of a disaster, isn't it? Arostos has to abandon. He has the bomb. that's the worst.
That's smoke.
It's a bit of a
Is
bad
it?
smoke. Snappy's going to walk out.
Fair enough. I mean, that's such an invitation. Woxic.
Peace.
Oh, only tags. Oh, it's not that good of a tag.
Now they know where
It's a
Ricky
tag,
lies.
but it's not that tag.
Disaster.
Can we get a pause so I can get to my food?
All 4 on the site. He could go B.
Ooh. Ah.
This is a wild setup. He could still go B.
No.
Oh, wait, they have the bomb. Yeah. Sorry, I'm crazy.
But, you know, if he could also do
He could go B. He could just go B.
Yeah,
you know, couldn't win.
I can't disagree with this
No,
statement.
he couldn't win. But if you want to save, presumably.
Yeah, you know, that's a bit of a snappy classic. Like, calls just the set play out from Spawn.
They have lived their life in sin.
It
It's not
smokes
about
in, try and brute
it's not
force the
stated in
play.
the book and a lot of
Double
favorite
for
tries.
Jota.
You ran into the
That he
weakest
who
gun
for speed
and
coming
it
to
kind of
the
chewed
rest
you
way
up
around.
and then spat you out. This
What
round,
are you
I think it's
yapping
going
about?
For an IP.
Ooh. I haven't had this one in a while,
This is,
Chad.
Stano
The
for
meat
how,
with
you know,
rice
they
thing.
like to play for the things they usually do to try and bring themselves back into the game. A set piece like that, it falls on deaf ears though, and so you feel like you lost out big time on the rifle round that you've been waiting. You know, first quarter of this game
one again.
before. Snappy knows.
Yeah.
That this is,
Hello?
you know, you said
Focus.
going into that last round, this is a hard game and this is the worst case scenario. Now this is the actual worst case scenario. The first rifle round you were waiting for.
Why do you have to
It's
take
ripped
permission
away
to
from
cost
you.
you like
I
the
don't
others
even
can
mind a
understand
fast
that
set
you
play.
were
I think
pro?
it's a nice
I mean,
call,
everyone
but,
has to do it,
yeah,
or
we
what
get
do you?
triple B, going
Why
on
do you
the
have
long
to take
side,
permission to cost you?
And Jota just shuts it down. And
It's just a regular meat right now, but it's not super fancy meat.
The
but
whole
it's good.
stack, the whole gang. This is also, oh dear. This is also a great map individually for Maja. He has a lot of say on these rotates. He has great utility.
Yeah.
He's that guy who's cycling between the
She's
two
structuring
sides.
them. Yeah,
bringing
Mike.
nades
Sorry,
around.
look.
He's 9
Look.
3 right now. When you're playing top banana alongside Xantares, you're going to have a good time. So, him and Xantares locking down this side of the map. Just trying to lurk apartments. Ain't getting through that door. And Nip can have banana, but they are not getting into this bomb site. Oh, and a hit. So,
There we go.
jigs
Now
up.
we got everything.
7-1 looking like.
I don't know who he's trying to think of who has been throwing.
Impatient Xantares catches them with nades out. Still a trade, but there's more where that came from as Aurora willingly take every fight. This might be a bitter ending for Nip and a feeling of if only we won that game of Anubis, how close it came. And we haven't even really seen a slow default out of Nip. They've not had the opportunity to do so with rifles, with how many of these rounds have been forces, low money. I mean, look at that graphic. Look at how many semi-buys they've had. It's been a disaster. So you almost feel like you have to play a default round now on the T side.
Mm-hmm.
But Aurora have got wind in their sails.
Yeah, Nip might have had the conductor on trade, but Aurora know a thing or two about an everlasting inferno.
Nice.
Quad B-stack from the get-go for Aurora, expecting a bit of aggression here. It gets dismantled quickly once that aggression doesn't come through. Jota will leave. Link back up with Woxic on this A side of the map. Wakadia also moving over. Just giving them the foresight that this is a slower start from NIP, not a set call from Spawn.
I mean, if NLP like gets away with like 2 rounds in a row, could potentially be a chance.
Could do it again. No connection for Santara.
Triple guys on B though.
Nipper up ahead of it. They're gonna go.
Yeah, the molly action forces them forward, forces them to go for this play. Now they've been re-smoked and they don't take the time and it goes through it.
Maybe for the best in a weird way. Everyone was in the site.
It's just what other option do they have, right? They can link back up with Shush, but it's not like he's been in the apartments kind of probing and locking down this side of the map. They've got to take their time clearing angles here. So as they slowly slink back to join him, and B falls completely quiet. Now util being used just to remove some of these angles at the A site. It should become obvious to Aurora what the plan has become. Archside wrap on the cards, but Woxic answers for the first.
Okay.
Okay. After missing that kind of hero figure for Nip, that double kill puts the hurt on Aurora, and the 3-man stack is too far away to launch this retake.
Good jump on the timing there. Nip shows so much presence at B because they were trying to commit to an execute, and when they get blocked, they realize it's 3B. They just speed up on the long wrap. Aros Dos actually gets a chance to play around, and double entry will do it here for Nip. Fighting for 5. And because Aurora have money, they're going to make sure this one's expensive. Snappy. So many rounds where he's just pulled nades or pulled a knife and been punished. They're all dead here.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Nice turn. Bit of a whiff, but all in all, good exits for Aurora.
That's a very, very good turnaround.
It's a step in the right direction, but there's still a gargantuan task ahead of NIP on this T side. Aurora still have more tricks up their sleeve. Playing from the front, they'll send Wakadi aggressive through middle.
Yeah.
Shush will find him.
Yeah, they need Shush to get activated.
It's really awkward. Shush able to elude capture, and Jota can't capitalize in the meantime. Ujax hits the go button on this B plays. That dead.
Okay. 2 rounds in a row, the Portuguese kids.
For NIP.
Yeah, they keep getting caught with nades in the B site. Finally, Nip just commit through the smoke and punish them for it.
Yeah. Great timing.
Wheels off in these last couple of rounds, and it's worked well. Survival game here. Money on the line.
No, where both are.
I'd love to keep their guns up.
And push it together. Yay! It sounds like a face it pug when everyone wants to, or like a pug, you know, when everyone runs in one by one. It's like, yeah, finally, guys, we did run in together.
Oh my god. 5 not out of the realms of possibility here. Aurora call attack. It's 2 rounds in a row for Nip.
That was a little bit debatable from everyone.
It's not out of the question for sure, but you know, I want to give Aurora some credit. Even in these rounds that they're losing, they're doing a great job of making it expensive. That one, they actually, you know, they weren't the ones trying to hunt. They were just trying to save. They were getting hunted, but they repelled everyone that came knocking. And this means, like, you're in this weird spot where Nip have taken these last 2 rounds, but still economically feel really fragile. Meanwhile, Aurora, thanks to that strong start, taking 6 rounds in a row, each time getting cleaner and cleaner, they still have more than enough money to come through with the buy and save depending. You know, that will keep up till the very end of this half. Nip, meanwhile, could get broken still here and now, and this late in the game, that would be a disaster. Not out of the woods yet, are NIP.
I just got so many grenades, not just here, but also stacked up at the bench.
Doomsday prepper.
Yeah, dude. Squirrel with his acorns. Ready for winter. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. This B hit has been the object of Nip's desires.
So much loot, he was struggling to get the incendiary. He kept picking up every other nade. So now he's put them in
Yeah, he
little
got really
piles.
fucked there.
Molly's here, smokes here, flashes here.
God, they didn't come through while he was shuffling the util around.
Snappy goes back for a little bit more. Nut. And they're going to go for this B hit. But there are so many grenades, Harry.
There are, and there's not a lot of time left in this round. Now, Snappy does have a nade. If they get smoked off, you're going to be able to blow that open and still play this on your timing. Snappy, did he just throw the nade, or has he dropped it? That's awkward. Now the re-smoke in.
The giggle pigs there, man.
You have no choice but to go through. Trying to play in their gray screen as they approach. They see that Woxic Corp and it tears through the first man in.
Oh.
Spam for Zantares will hit its mark. This is NIP's money, an entire half. The recovery of it on the line, depending on Shush and Arostos in this 2v4.
He's so fucked.
Shush was lights out back on train, but has really struggled to get on track here on Inferno. First kill comes in to try and tip the scales in this 2v4. He spots them making their ways out towards coffins, but he's gone. It's Arostos or it's nothing for NIP. And he will get bested, overwhelmed by Aurora. Magic and his stockpile of util combined with the fast rotating.
Train was really good. I think a bit decent overall, to be honest, which is really nice in that way. But
thanks to the bomb plot with enough money to put a buy together, but it will have limitations.
And that?
I mean, Blair said after Train, it felt like Nip won the game in the first half, and it is starting to feel the same for Aurora here on Inferno.
It's been very chaotic, this map, though. Are you supposed to stay alive when you get bigger, or is there more info? I feel like people die.
Too far gone.
Oh, yeah, Marcus. I'm printing as we speak.
And Nip with nothing to show for their T side. A fourth would go far. U-Jerks just
I'm imprinting non-stop since I got it.
Running in and finding double entries. This will only be one. Shush does catch Jota. They're going to walk through the mid-smoke off that
You're
kill.
becoming a real dad.
Oh, shit. Patiently punishes Arostos and Maja.
I have 15 minutes left. If you're going to be here in like 17 minutes, you can see the next product added. Oh,
God, this can't catch a break. Nip. The wheels
very
really
chaotic round again from NIP.
In this half. Coasting.
Every time they done something like chaotic NIP, they lost it. I mean, it is a good position.
Winkle's going round to B.
Major stand with his back, but
right now.
Oh wait, you gotta hurry.
Clutch was gonna happen.
No, he changed it.
Start, but a missed chance.
Wait.
They are over-rotating. Cardi going to help out his captain. They can re-push CT together. Woxic needs to be very cautious.
I'm printing like a pencil box.
With it. We all know how
for the kitchen.
hard those retakes are. Even a man up.
Just standing there.
Does Woxic find this timing? It looks like he
I did
9-3 on the half. Aurora
I've done so many things.
Landing and it's all gone so well. Maja, top performer for his team.
And oh man, yeah, like I think the thing that's been sick here for Aurora is not only did they survive all those 4 spies early on, but then they constantly kept the pressure on, knowing the type of game that Nip were having after that initial bout of 4 spies. They never let them establish any money on this T side. Those are moves that Maja and the gang had to make, and he
from the Slayers have entered the facility to the Slayer has to be
activated. I think this feels like such a punch in the gut because all those initial forces, while they are without risk, and it's not the safest way you could play those rounds.
That's your friend, right, Hidden, or who was it?
With all the damage that was happening, right? And so essentially, you took the
gamble.
Well,
still
on
your own ability, you're sneaked in here.
Like the risk was worth the potential reward, but they didn't get any of the reward throughout this game. And then the few rounds that they did start winning, as we've said, Aurora was super punishing in, and so even the victories hit like losses to NIP in that T side. They never got situated, and now Aurora get to move into this T half with a massive lead. all their players feeling switched on as well. You had everything you could have possibly wanted all game long. Whenever Woxic wanted the AWP, he had it. Santares got to play so much of that half with an AK, it was terrifying. Meanwhile, NiP were constantly working with limitations, and so everyone just feels a little bit cold right now.
Yeah. There we go. Now we have food in our stomach. You want to try high Halo Infinity sometimes? Nah.
Well, it looks like things
I don't know.
might be getting worse for NIP. They've got a 4-1 stack between the A and
fuck
B
was that?
site.
Is that my keyboard?
For the eagle-eyed among you,
No.
You'll see that Aurora are all going B.
What's happening? Yeah,
you know, they're flanking,
not that
but
bad.
Aurora going to be in this bomb site before
good
NiP.
timing on the
Yeah,
flank call.
but they're going to miss it. They're not going to get the kills, right? They're going to lose the site. Jerks. Oh, they spot the flank. The bomb goes back. That's a risky maneuver, but Magic gets a kill. Jerks ahead of the smoke that he blocked. Double off the headshot box, and Shush and Wrinkle are here to fight. They fall in Banana. Aurora really dedicate to killing that flank when really pushing forward felt like the answer. Nice block for Jerks. If he doesn't, hit that smoke, his headshot angle's gone, and Aurora make it into B. So suddenly a very difficult round, even with good timing for NiP. But look at this angle, it's easy for him.
I mean, that's like
that was a fast
falling into the lap of NIP.
Yeah, better take it. And a force buy here is interesting. No bomb plant. It's a very committed decision.
History can't be repeating itself already.
No.
Barely history.
No. I mean, it's just bold, really. But they believe in it. The apps pop. Smoke is not a threat in a round like this. Aurora will happily go through if they want.
In the apartments, but it's short the object of their desire. Aros Dos getting out with one wrinkle.
Wrinkle. Okay. Okay. Damn.
Great stuff from NiP's Alpa, getting it done with the M4.
Not bad, not bad, not bad.
It's a goddamn rifler. Absolute tank. Only guy in the site, 4 kills.
Can you print shot glasses?
They're all facing him.
I'm pretty sure I can, but I'm not sure if I recommend it though, Marcus. You can print out so much shit though.
I'm not gonna lie, it's very early, but I am a little worried.
You're buying in.
These rounds,
Sorb is my
the way
bad.
you're
Okay.
winning them feels really good. If you're NIP.
2 rounds.
Huge plays. That was
just don't
real
underestimate,
nice.
especially for a
Wrinkle is feeling it right now.
someone hungry and keen like
That is
Wrinkle.
good for
What
an
the
NIP.
last few rounds will do for the confidence.
No. Oh no. Oh no.
Snappy.
2v2?
No.
That's a bit much. He could go B with the bomb.
And I said I was getting worried.
Oh
I
no. Nice.
Oh god.
Nah.
Yeah,
confidence.
Confidence
Yeah.
dead in the water.
What the fuck are they doing?
Why did Snappy push the smoke? You wonder. What comm did he have? Oh, don't plant open. Yeah, in the site. Ujux has timing.
Uh-oh.
Santares has to get off, and he comes running. Oh, dear.
Why?
Ujux wasn't ready for that. He thought he'd stick.
Never mind then. This is
How about the full eco?
such an insane round for Aurora to pick up. And it's one that NIP kind of give to them. Like, some of the pushes there, you're trying to react. You're trying to get your part of the chaos all in order in a very chaotic round.
Oof.
But that is such a rough way for this to go, just as it felt like something was panning out.
And
for
wait,
NIP.
Game
Snappy calls
Legion
the classic
lost?
tack timeout after a tilt round. How many rounds like that in this series? And I'm not even going to ask about the T side, the first 5 rounds of this game. Let's forget about that. But in this series, how many rounds have they lost NiP like that? I've never seen anything like it. They've lost so many like armorless ecos low econ rounds. It's been crazy. They've done it all 3 maps. Got that 1 Deagle 4 Glock round on Anubis. Oh wait, that was last game.
Yeah, that was a different game.
Sorry. No, but Train, the anti-eco.
They lost the same anti-eco on
twice
in 2 different matches.
Yep. I don't know.
I think that's why, you know, when you look at the squad, you say, like, there is potential. They have to tidy up these very important rounds within the context that they always are losing these series by a round or two's difference. And it's like we say, you know, you did the hard part. You beat the pistols in the even fight. You beat the force buy. But then you fall down to the naked round from Aurora. It's not even like the classic where, like, you know, you lose the first pick and it just kind of snowballs out of control. They were in a great spot.
It was winnable every step of the way.
All right. 3-man at Behold.
Behold.
It was Ujax's work with the pistol that started this off for an IP.
You said?
That's a collateral. Arosdos comes through as well. Soaring heads off. Woxic makes the play through the smoke. Gonna catch Shush in the back line. Is he ready for Snappy?
What the fuck is...
Going back? Oh my god, leg.
He tags him.
They've dealt with Woxic.
What the fuck is happening? He's
pinned in. And someone up there keeps Nip in this game that much longer. Wakadia just doesn't have the time to win this in the clutch. Oh, they lined up, but second shy of being able to do it. That is a roller coaster of a round, but in the end, Nip get out with the round intact.
Eye for an eye, collat for a collat, just doubling up all over the map, and somehow Nip win it. They'll take it. They don't know how, they don't know why. Ujerks 2 for 1, skewered. Meat on a stick. And look at this. Woo. If only there was another second. Yeah.
Anger, but then straight to acceptance. You realize, that's kind of unlucky.
Can't deny that. Dude, what is this game?
It's really started to heat up. But this is where, you know, you look to a roster that's been together for a long time now in Aurora. They should be able to find their composure in a match that's getting a bit more chaotic. Nip still, you know, teething pains. And Wrinkle falls first.
He's sharp.
They made Xantares angry. And they don't like him when he's angry.
Waiting for that fade. Bomb deep in the apartments. Oh, timing. It's a good grenade back from Shush.
This is the round that could win Aurora the series.
Yeah.
And it is Xantares to have opened onto the top performer for the other side. Those are the kills, the rounds that Xantares is supposed to bring you. Let's see if it's all for naught. If they can do good on that opening. Shush and Arostos. Lightning.
Oh no.
On this
it's alone now though.
Okay. They're going to try and chase down Arostos, and it comes down to this one.
And it's against crazy motherfucker Snappy with
Snappy for NIP.
Go.
Low on the board is Snappy. You can hear the jump up. Matt gets caught in the air.
He actually
HP is the difference. Snappy might sit bottom of the charts for Nip, but that one round right there has kept them in Inferno.
The bomb on the balcony, it couldn't be worse.
It was a scroll wheel / dressed, also the bomb on balcony, you know, those kind of things, like a lot of facts in it.
And it's Aurora put
map, please. It's Inferno.
Now nothing to speak of. And Nip, the comeback dream, stays alive. From a 4v2 down to a 1v1. And still Nip win it out.
I mean, this could be a nice breakthrough moment for Nip if they can keep this going, right? They've had some very, very fortunate moments in here to get to this point. But if they can keep this going, this would be a real turning point. Usually they're the ones in sort of Aurora's position. It feels like everything's going great, and then the scoreline starts to close up. It's their turn to be the ones dishing out a comeback. They've broken through the Aurora bank accounts, leaving them again on just one of these partial buys, but you can't say that Nip have been great at dealing with them. Let's see how serious we are about this comeback. If Nip can put this one away, they are right there. Triple B lean to open up. Wrinkle gonna try his hand at the peak with the orb through mid, doesn't see a thing, and that's because Aurora are fast up in the top banana. Ujax does get sacrificed.
That's the classic one. You never hear.
Oh God, where's the gun?
Oh well, you know, they've had some good divine intervention, some bad divine intervention.
Yeah,
he is able to find that M4 eventually.
Used to playing with pistols in this map at least, but.
But like Banana and the sound in CS2 is oh no.
For Aurora. Once more he's been deked out. Shush tries to keep them at bay, but he can't slow the roll of all these pistols. Plant found.
Not like this. Woxic AWP in a post plant.
That's a saver, right?
Because all these rounds have come down to clutches, come down to real tight scorelines. Nip don't have any money. If they go for this, they risk the entire game. Saving at least, they'll have these guns and a chance in the next. But really, it feels like a mission now for extra time if you're NIP. The fact that twice over, the 2 rounds that Aurora have found on this T-half are on low buys is concerning for Nip. It's becoming a reoccurring trend in these games. Losing to low econ rounds in matches that go the distance.
But will this one even go that far? 11-7. No real buy here. Nip might feel like they have to invest, and that's akin to how this game began. A force that is out of your hands, frankly. And Aurora have so much opportunity to end this series once and for all. We've only got those 2 saved M4s, SMGs and a pistol behind it. Something's got to give here for Nip. Or Aurora will be finishing what they started here on Inferno. Heartbreaking series for Nip. And an Aurora who are finally waking up after a slow start here in Astana.
I mean, right now, Aurora know they have Nip nervous. They're making noise on A, hoping that
it's for pencils, etc. Could be a little bit taller, but it's okay.
Nip are jittery. Ujax felled straight away.
Now I need to find it.
Another big opener from Xantares.
It's been followed on this T side. Will be shut
Looks
out
like
with
a
So's B side. Snappy swinging through the smoke. And there's no stopping this plant. That should seal the deal. That should signal the end. Even the lurkers going back. Aurora make it happen. 12 rounds on this T side. And 5 opportunities to finish Nip once and for all here.
Where did I put that one? Oh, it was there.
And while it was Madja top of the server in that first half, Wicardia has taken the cake on the T side, 22-9.
I think it speaks volumes as to why things have felt so restricted for NiP in this game. They haven't been able to win a gun round with more than 2 players surviving.
Yeah.
The only exception to that is the pistol right at the start of the second half where they got out with 3. Even when they are finding success, they still feel like they're just hemorrhaging money, and that trend has kept up late into this second half, where in these final few rounds, it's been these back-to-back forces. Aurora, 5 chances.
Flying through those pencil holders locked together. That's a little bit right.
The first entry.
Only thing I wanted it to be a little bit taller, but it's
like
okay.
Every time they commit.
I like it. There's about a manufacturing game competitions.
Zantares cracks a skull, be it Wrinkle on the AWP, or anyone really. 6 opening kills in the map, topping the charts there. No surprise. 4 SMGs and Shush on an M4. He's solo in the site. They play aggressive in Banana. The AWP spots it. Zantares is pinned in the corner, but he's fighting for survival. He's fighting and thriving, perhaps. Wrinkle with a jump shot. Woxic still here through the smoke. Shush alone on the arch side stops him, but Woxic might just end this game. 2 kills from him, leaving Jota in a clutch.
Try and move in, get there before Shush can join the party, but he won't beat him on that timing. Been re-smoked in at the bottom of Banana. Jota tries to play through it, and it won't happen.
Bye-bye.
So 1 more round gained for NIP. 1 more chance to keep this game going.
This at least means they have everything now, right? You said that was going to be the easiest one for Aurora. They make it difficult just in the way they play. 4 SMGs swinging Banana together.
Someone needs to give Wrinkle a restraining order from Zantares. Like, those 2 matching up just hasn't been kind to Wrinkle.
He's the anti-AWP
damage right at the start.
He's just an anti-AWP rifle. That's the thing about Zantares. You can hold him, but he will have that Pika's advantage every time. Great shot for Woxic.
It's the anti-rifle AWP. Snappy backing up, but they see this as a bit of a red carpet rolled out. They at least get away with all this control at top B, and now that they've left alt mid, it feels like Aurora do want to follow through on this. Reload to send them in, and Snappy will fall. Arostos does what he can, but a double kill is not going to be enough to keep NiP in this. Wrinkle and Shush left in the retake. Banana is held by the Woxic AWP, and so you might have to pay with your life to even get this control over top Banana. Flash misses its mark, it blinded Wrinkle, he turned, and it wrecked him. And now Shush, from top in the charts to bottom of the board, can't set a foot right in that 1v3 attempt. Aurora lock in the dub with a clean victory on Inferno. In spite of some
could have gone a little bit better, but
wild moments in
it was such an interesting fucking
fair enough.
Game
I
in
think
there.
NIP probably need a little bit longer on Inferno as well if we're going to be cooking up some strats in that one. First time, obviously, this.
Do you want to jump in and watch?
in
Wait,
a LAN
which one saw
environment.
that up?
But look, I thought there was bright spots for an IP there, and I'm still not fully sold on where Aurora are at in this tournament. But job done, I suppose.
I feel it took 3 days for the Turks to wake up, and I feel like the individuals really woke up here in Inferno, right? We saw Zantares, as Harry was pointing out, needing a restraining order against Wrinkle.
I mean, MADG
for the side of Aurora.
I mean, they're playing with
Katie
Taz,
was phenomenal in the second half.
Stam,
leading by example.
they've been like,
just kind of moving them
yeah,
down.
I feel like
That
the
being said,
Mongols
man,
now is
so
the
many
best
nip
one,
slips
right?
on that first half, if you ask me. NIP,
In that way.
4v2 scenarios, and just getting completely wrecked, getting caught out of position. It's just sloppy, messy CS, Rich.
Meanwhile, Zantares, just the controller of the Banana, as we talked about, really good at just absolutely dominating that area of the map.
Yep.
Start to finish, really both sides, did everything he could. We saw a couple of flashes here and there from NIP. Like,
I mean, look, it's about what's on the screen, just what's happening there. It's like you cannot have a T-side like that, essentially.
Guys, it's been playing all right, to be honest. I mean, better than
later in the half, they got a couple of rounds, but it was just way too late at that point. Meanwhile, Aurora has just
so that's something, but
when they're at their best,
what a fucking like up and down that game was, by the way.
And we were able to see some of that here in this game.
Holy smokes, man.
I'll say as well, there were definitely moments, you know, came out here at the desk, just kind of chilling or watching the game on the back nine, so to speak, and they're still getting tilted when they lose control to Aurora. Like, it's still needlessly emotive.
Well, that's just the way it is, you know, depending on which part of the world you're from, Rich, and some people are passionate. You're cold and dead in the north of England. That's, I mean, I saw the reaction. So I saw exactly what happened. They just got, like, just ridiculously one deep. There were some crazy moments in this, in this game. And even for NiP, if you look at the 3 rounds they won in that first half, round 2 was just a crazy force by win.
This round was ridiculous. The one where Major has to get the op off balcony and Snappy rounds the corner. It was just like one of those, you know, cartoon moments almost.
You just put in the Benny Hill theme song for this.
Exactly.
And even one round where Ujux, by the way, 2 of the rounds he won in the T's, that was Ujux just waking up and be like, this is what I could do a year ago.
Yeah, I wish he would continue to do that, because then this team would actually be dangerous. And look, I will give some relief to NiP in the sense that they've had the toughest schedule probably of any team at this tournament. You know, you play VP first, you beat them, then you have to go play Spirit, then you have to go play Aurora, who, yeah, they've had their issues, let's be honest, last couple of tournaments, but for the bulk of this year, they were still right near the top 5. So these have been some difficult opponents.
I still believe NiP are going to make it to the playoffs. I'm just going to put it
very likely.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, it can't get any worse.
The one thing I will be concerned about is, like, how does their map pool hold up at this tournament against these teams that they're playing against? Because, yes, we obviously see that train for them is very much in their hands. But I haven't seen so much on any of the other maps that give me like a ton of confidence.
They
but
could also get drawn against the team who have trainers of permaban.
Exactly, and then that becomes a real problem.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see Xantares, despite the frustrations we could see in the camera from there. He was popping off. To be fair, you could just toss a coin and pick one of the players. I believe at the end of the game, we had almost 4 players on the side of Aurora over 90 ADR. So even though the scoreline might look a little close, you know, 13-8, don't be fooled. It was a very lopsided.
Hopefully this is a sign that this is the Aurora we're going to see the rest of the tournament, because if we can, then all of a sudden this tournament gets a lot more fun.
I mean, look, I definitely agree with that. I want Aurora to be the best version of themselves, but I'm still not buying it. You know,
it's been tough, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a rocky road so far, and you know, obviously they could easily face somebody that I think could clean their clock, especially when it just looks like the break was really a break. You know what I mean? It's like it didn't look like they actually boot camped. It looks like they've come in really cold to this.
I'm okay.
Bro, is he sleeping or
right?
something? No, I'm listening.
Really having to reset, but this is
and
the
then I'm
price
looking
you pay.
at something
you have
important.
To choose two, but it
At the
feels
same
like
time, I'm listening to what they're yapping about, and then if I say
sure,
interesting, then I will say like something like that.
Just need one more win, and
basically.
Yeah, and look, I'll just give a final thought from you about NIP. And look, I know Aurora won. I think NIP were the more interesting team in this series for me, and kind of just an interesting team at this tournament overall. You know, I think their financial record dropped like this week as well. That was public, and they've lost a ton of money. They're really trying to get back to shades of their former glory.
I think it was a pretty decent showing.
I mean,
problem is though,
for the playoffs.
My bad. Nah, it's so good. The only problem I see from the first and the third map, like
I think Wrinkle and Shush are getting exactly
what
Anubis, I think they have a fun, quirky play style.
Could have been something,
limited,
but
I just need to see more out of some of the other players that are supposed to be stars of this team for them to be able to contend with some of these other squads.
Inferno's like
who can deliver.
My final comment is I'm just gonna echo Maui's tweet, which is made in jest, I'm quite sure, but he's like, you know, just get res on this team instead of you jokes. He's a tweet, scary, but he's like, just get res on his team again. It's gonna be great. I doubt res is gonna go back, but it just goes to hammer the point that Ujux is nowhere close to what he was once upon a time.
And I suppose before we go to break as well, worth just noting Gaming Legion out 0-3.
Yeah,
I know, it's
bro.
That's crazy. Yeah. Well,
from the stage at Melbourne to 0-3 here in Astana, like that's just unforgivable in my opinion.
Unforgivable.
Unforgivable. Yeah.
Very forgettable though.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, guys. Great hanging out with you over the course of the day. We're going to be switching up the desk and bringing in the other guys. It's going to be Yanko, Maui, and Tech Girl. That's it from us, but not it from the action. Mongols versus Na'Vi after the break. Take care.
Aww.
She said she loves you.
Bye-bye.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I mean, it all depends on who are they gonna face, to be honest, NIP. I think there's a lot of teams they can still beat here.
I won't won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan.
Who has the biggest chance to win the tournament in your opinion? I mean, Spirit is here, right? So if we go and look here, for example, Navi is here, Mongols here, Spirit is here. I think it's like those three, like guarantee ones. Aurora, depending on how they gonna perform in my books. G2, I mean, I think they're falling a little bit too far down now, sadly. At least right now, so. I am quite impressed with Furia so far, to be honest. Their new lineup. Still, like, not too long to play with. Astralis looks solid as well, but VP a little bit up and down. But I would say those three at least. Navi, the Mongol, Spirit. Nah, I was thinking about watching that game, but I was like, yeah. How's Hooks doing? I missed their game, question mark? I think he's been doing pretty good, to be honest. At least it feels like it, so.
Welcome back to PGL Astana. We are halfway through the day, and now we get to go into that 3-0 space. 2-0, and one of these teams will be 3-0 by the end of this. It is, of course, Navi going up against the Mongols. Quick change here on the desk. I will be with you for the rest of the day. And so will Maui and Yanko, two of my favorite analysts. They pay me a lot of money to say
Maui
that.
and
Let's talk about this particular matchup, because coming into this event, I'd argue that both of these teams have probably disappointed their fans in 2025.
I like PGL, dude.
Both of them
like
have
they
had practically identical seasons.
Wait, what?
Just both of them had missed the playoffs. Both of them had semifinals finishes. The only thing that's going for the Mongols, and it's a weird way to find any sort of positive here, is that they haven't won a major in the past. So the expectations are a little bit lower for them than Navi.
And a few other tournaments. And yeah, their results are the same, but it's a very disappointing year for Navi, and Mongols can be content with it, right? When you put everything together. I think I've said this yesterday, I'm repeating it again because now you're here, but I think the only reason why we were looking at Mongols or Aurora for that matter and expecting like them to contend for trophies, because these other big names were struggling as well. And we would have never thought that, but they were always in the playoffs. Other teams, you know, FaZe couldn't do it, Falcons couldn't do it, Navi couldn't do it at times. So it's like, oh, maybe it's these guys. It's not these guys. It's just not. Now that you see some of the other teams stepping up or making moves and making roster changes, it's so glaring. Like
Similar heights.
That last step is a massive one, and there's still a big difference. And I think they probably hit their ceiling.
Let's jump on the Mongols, though. You mentioned hitting their ceiling. You've also had a chance to see them for the last 2 days. They've been in the morning. What do you think about what they're doing and what they're bringing to the table, Yanko, and why maybe there's also been a slight drop-off from them performance-wise?
I mean, for them, I said it. I have no questions about them in this stage of the tournament. It's only when we get to the playoffs and when we get to the arena, you know.
I showed it
their star players drop
during the
off.
game a little bit.
Senzo goes from being highest rated to the lowest rated when we talk about playoff games, right? So
Yeah,
I mean,
here,
also
obviously
they
going
need
up
to
against
change
an opponent
observer.
of the caliber
Really?
of Navi. You
The
know, I'm not
observers are
saying they're
fine.
a clear favorite or anything like that, but you know what you're getting when you go up against the Mongols. There's not a lot of finesse to their game, right? They're very good at what they do, which is play just straightforward fundamental.
Yeah, I showed it during the game,
I
Ryan.
their
Like towards the
style a
end of
little
it.
bit
If
more
you go
than,
back a little bit, you
say,
can also do it on the YouTube to go back there.
The
Since I'm also
Mongols, to their
streaming there.
credit, are able to use lurkers at least. So sometimes there's a plan B to a failing plan A.
6 minutes. Wait, we
Yenko's
should
right.
actually do
Senzu
prediction.
is practically
We
a
can
Mongolian
do...
sound in the way that he crumbles under playoff pressure.
I'll
So
put it
this
up
kind of performance that
here,
they've had,
there.
being 2-0 here in the group stage, it's expected. It's just that we know once they face somebody in an arena or really a top 5 team, they can truly fall off a cliff.
Is it a matter of just their ceiling isn't high enough, or is it on-stage nerves? What do you think it is, Maui?
Pressure and nerves. Because everything that they've proven to me in group stages is that they can take maps off of some of the best teams in the world. They can beat the Na'Vi that we're going to see them today. And even if they beat Na'Vi today, it doesn't necessarily change my opinion that come playoff time, when push comes to shove,
When I start designing your own stuff,
really
and
come out
then
for some of these individuals where they just look like a shell of
I have a
themselves.
couple ideas. I need to just figure out how to do it.
3 times lost to Vitality in the
Now
playoffs,
I'm just
but they didn't
printing
just
stuff
lose, they
that
got
I
whipped a couple
feel
of
like
times.
is
And
necessary
that's
for my
also where
home.
you see it, like, okay,
And also like some
so
small fun
you can't
things.
really even put up a fight. Like there's really a long distance there. And Navi on the other side of things, you know, a team that has just been struggling to figure it out. Like, sure, you lose a couple of times to Spirit, but there was also the loss to the Mongols at Pro League in the playoffs. And this is a team that
Where
was
do we
in
have
contention
this
for Team
Crystal
of the
Server
Year
Hub?
last
Was
year,
it a
won
blast
one of the
bump or
2
something?
majors, had
What do you
very,
mean?
very deep runs in the second half of the year, and just can't find that spark, lost that swagger, really, that made them a championship caliber team.
I love that line, lost the swagger. I think that actually just defines exactly what happened to Navi at the start of this year. Obviously, in this tournament, though, Maui, they've had 2 very convincing 2-0 victories against opposition that, to be fair, it should have been expected. Anything less would have been concerning.
Of course. The way that Navi dispatched of Big, for example, yesterday, just really felt like
On the
they
hub,
were
the nades
playing
were always
individually.
displayed.
They thought they could get
In
away
white
with
with
being
base, I
lazy
bought
with
them
some of
in
the
gray if they
protocols.
hadn't.
But once they just started
It's
saying,
also
okay, we're going to
controversial.
group up, we're going to
Was
trade each other out,
that
they just started wiping the floor. I don't
PGL?
think once that happened, the switch was flipped around round 7 or round 8. I don't think Big won another gun round for the entire game. So Navi they've played themselves into shape at this event. And something that's kind of weird is that in the pregame interviews, the one that Alexi B's done with James Banks, for example, he's talked about the fact that they're just not playing with the most pressure. I find it kind of a weird way where you're in the middle of your season, things have not been going well, but it feels like they're not really too bothered by that fact. I find the headspace for Navi to be a bit perplexing.
Do you find it perplexing, Yanko, the space that Navi's in right now?
A lot of things are perplexing, yeah, but I don't know. I think for this particular matchup, I'm also interested to see.
I only know they
when you look
fixed
at
it
the
up
maps
2
that they
days.
played the
I
last
think it
couple of
was
ti- yeah,
ESL.
also Blade when he
We
what
can be
he's
prepared,
talking
have a
about
good
in the
game
interview,
plan.
saying,
I have
at
interest
the
in
end,
getting some
it
news
comes
to
down
rest
to
by the end. What
clutches,
matters
advantageous
is clutches,
situations, and
advantages,
pure
direction,
mechanics.
pure
And what you get
mechanics.
from this is he
Skill,
doesn't think the issue
skill
for them
can
is the
matters.
tactics,
Oh,
the
okay.
protocols, the game
I
plan.
mean, that's
He feels like their playbook is
wise
deep
words, to be
enough.
honest.
It's just that his guys
Wise
aren't really
words.
stepping up per se, right? And aren't making that difference. And it always has to be that way. JL was the 3rd most impactful rifler last year behind Nico Edonk, right? I don't think you can make a case that he's top 10 in that department, right? Like, I mean, just from the eye test, Bit as well hasn't been up to the same. Like, we can say that for pretty much every player on the roster, that they've not been delivering. And everyone needs to find a way to get those 5 extra % to contribute and to be able to grind some of these games out.
I do have a question. The video's going to come up, but really quickly, Yanko, last year, Navi was one of the best teams in the world, but this year there's been changes. We've seen what Vitality's brought to the table, some of those shakeups. Does Navi have the firepower to really go toe-to-toe with the best in the world now?
I mean, you'd say no, but then again, that's what we thought last year as well, and they were able to win some tournaments, obviously win the major. So I think here is where we're seeing, are these guys actually them, or did they just have a good year, right? Can JL be that guy, or was it just like a great year and now he's sort of regressing to the mean? And sure, it's been a poor couple of months considering what they're aiming for, but they still have time to turn it around.
All right, Vito is coming in right now, and I'm a little bit surprised by
Inferno
some of the first picks here.
Mirage.
We've got the same maps that we saw in the last time they matched up against each other at the Blast Open Lisbon, but they're in very different orders. And actually, I'm extra surprised by the fact that Mongols let Dust 2 be the decider here when they had the option between Nuke and Dust 2. It's the same 3 maps, but I'm just a little bit confused again by the order here. But this kind of matchup here, because these teams have faced off against each other 3 times this year already, it's kind of like when you play a sibling at a sport or something, and you just kind of see, oh, your brother, he likes to dribble left, but then he knows that you know that he likes to dribble left, so he's going to counter by going right. Like, these teams have such a deep familiarity with themselves. It's almost kind of shaping up to be a low-key rivalry that's forming this year on now the 4th matchup.
I think I'm also disliking the fact that Navi went for Mirage. I know they're back when it comes to Mirage, and they're picking it against everyone, but this is probably the one time where you should just go for the Dust 2 pick.
And the Mongols are good at Mirage.
Yeah, it's their best map. So
Corona
it's like,
Mask,
okay,
man.
it's your best map, but it's also #1 map for them. Usually you want to avoid that in the pick. That's why it was the decider last time around. And now they took it in overtime, right? And I think it would have been better for them to do the same. I was expecting the same order of maps
still the
like last time. I like that Mongols didn't switch it up or go for Ancient. I don't think they're going to have as easy of a time on Inferno this time around, but probably their best bet when it comes to picks.
Mongols and
should go back to
Navi
me.
here in the winners brackets. I don't know if you know,
Yeah,
but it was
better
actually
than those guys.
DDK's birthday yesterday, turning
Nah.
into a little bit of an old boy. You know what? I think you and Anders should start a club.
It's not bad. That's really good content, actually. I love it. That's a fantastic setup.
That's pretty legit.
Yeah. Was your birthday?
Yes, it was.
Feel old, Dan?
No, never.
All right. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
If you just work
Never.
on horrendous, you can start to win that.
Never.
Subtle digs.
Yeah,
All right. Just getting attacked on the broadcast, Dan. I like that.
You have to survive long enough, Anders, so that when we get all that transhumanism fully online, you're just fine.
That is
We go
true.
live.
I just have to survive until they can
Shut
replace
right
all my parts.
Exactly.
You're right. That's a good point. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed into it now. It's the Mongols versus Navi. It's a best of 3. It's day 3 here as well in Astana with PGL, and it's the Mongols starting on the CT side, already taking a bit of a peek down. I do like this 1-2 punch of the USP, you know, distracting, taking away the attention, and then if you run too deep, if you try and hunt down Senzu, well, we've got the dualies up front. Already a bit of a gush here. You can see he's really trying to bait it in, but it actually feels like JL kind of knows. Yeah, now he definitely does. Nice awareness for the Navi side to not just run straight into
If the coach is playing, then calls in game. Probably still the ideal, though.
Try and set up Techno, and I guarantee
I would say.
they wanted more than the 1 kill. They wanted the dualies there to pick up at least a couple to stabilize the round.
I wasn't here.
Senior already got goosed. Oh my god. Goosed again. 2 versus 3 here on the defense. And it just seems so easy at this point. Navi
JL with a triple.
No problems whatsoever.
That's nice.
9-10 though, little savage with the headshots so far this tournament. You can never rule it out. You can never rule it out in a pistol.
Yeah, I wish he had a hit here just because it would make it so much closer to being possible. I don't know if there is one on the ground, but I sort of doubt it. I really think the moment where this round was almost lost for the Mongols was in that flashbang in with the dualies. I think Techno has to get a couple of kills there, and he just didn't this time. It happens. It's 9-10.
I mean, it would be nice to see
eyeballers at that point in time. It's JL
speeds,
3 kills in
match
this
this
round.
board. The Swedish
you know what,
teams
it was straightforward for
go the
Navi too,
distance,
like,
if
not
you
too
ask me.
complicated. They just you know, they went B.
Yeah, I mean that's often the best thing to do.
It would
on
be
a
nice,
pistol.
you know.
Especially if you get the bomb down. You know, that was something that I think is always really nice to just think about. It's like, whether you win the round or not, if you get the bomb down, that's kind of like a different story. Like, you can always index, like, focus on how do we get, like, assure that we'll get that bomb plant, and then at least even if we lose the round, then we get the extra money. And especially on the T side, I feel like, you know, you can always do so much cool stuff. And, well, we have, of course, a great spot here for Na'Vi with that win on the round. All the danger here, Anders. There's danger around every corner.
Nice double.
Yeah, that could have been an interesting fight to be won there for the Mongols. Scout's doing awkwardly well in this position. Gets one more tag in. Oh, if his teammates in the hallway there would have done a better job at the beginning, I think that could have been quite exciting, but didn't work out. Immer instead with 3.
They really pounced instantly.
Great scout action, though.
That's really good job from
Senzu
Navi.
messing around with the smokes. Thought for a second he was going to throw under the chicken. But
Very good, right. What up, Brennas?
the second round for Na'Vi.
What up, what up,
Yeah,
what up, what up?
It's going to be interesting to see what form we get from the Mongols again in this matchup. Obviously,
I can say I
Na'Vi
have
is a
almost
really great
100
opponent to be up
viewers
against.
on YouTube.
And I think
That was
we
pretty
talked
cool.
about this previously, that with
Well,
the Mongols,
are you
we saw some
retired?
great
I haven't played
mechanics, but you might
professionally in
see
a long time, buddy.
some sloppiness here and there, just because we're in the earlier stages of the tournament. And it's just,
Say
it's just a
2021.
matter of fact that when there's less pressure in those earlier stages, the better teams that are used to going deep, they're not going to be as tight in a lot of cases. Some teams are a little bit more disciplined in general, but the Mongols, I think, they have a lot to answer for. They have a lot to set themselves up with. If you just think about the macro of, you know, the looming major and everything else, I feel like we can't forget about that.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations for them are really high, but I guess the same is true for Na'Vi. Both teams with, you know, more to prove. This Na'Vi project at one point just looked rock solid, but there's been many questions raised about, you know, what is going to happen here. You know, like, will we actually be seeing some more trophies, or, you know, are they just forever going to be behind the vitalities and spirits of the world? Because I don't think Na'Vi are going to be satisfied with that situation for too long either. Blitz in a position as the Deagle. I do like the aggressive style here. If he could have won that fight, the cool thing about winning a battle at that point of Banana is that if he does win it, they can probably even recover the Galil. And that would make it, you know, a little bit more interesting. But it's not going to happen. It will be very likely 3 rounds to start with on Inferno. So for Na'Vi, that's obviously a nice position to be in.
See if we can farm any guns for the Mongols. Rotating on over.
What's your favorite for the major?
Na'Vi actually not speeding up.
I think it's pretty safe call is Vitality so far.
Trying to bait the Mongols into a play,
but you never know when they've been winning so much and pressure's gonna come up.
Even terrible spot.
Because winning the major with all of the things they won so far is like, oh.
Can find a good spot, they will take it. But that pause actually kind of threw them off. They actually read that as a straight rotate off.
Yeah.
And so they will carry these weapons.
I generally think that Na'Vi is going to walk away with his win.
I do feel like so often when, you know, when you're in this kind of position, it is just a bit of a coin flip about what happens. You know, you get a bit of a feeling, you make a call, you know, there's a
Complexity winning it all, of course.
So
I mean, there's a high chance they're not even going to play with Hollister, so.
Nice shot from Senzu.
Mouse?
He is going to get flanked eventually, but if there was a world here, we could get, you know.
I mean, it all depends on the bracket, right?
Take it easy, Tom. It's not going to happen. So pretty straightforward stuff.
Yeah,
for
I don't know.
Na'Vi, who I'm just noticing, do they even have their own like little toy in front of them? I feel like that's been spreading more and more.
Nice, yeah. You know what?
I don't know what Patrick
history. The
has to say.
Popularize that was
Since he's a streamer,
no.
But maybe he does do something, but
really,
he never said anything to us, at least the rest of us.
He famously had a tiger that he would take to every tournament. I think it was like an old girlfriend gave him or something like that.
Okay.
Once
I think it's just like...
created a lot of drama.
That does sound like something James would do. I appreciate that. Well, this will be interesting. Starts in a bit of an awful way. Techno going down. Senzu dropped next. The timing on the HE was expert and wonderful. Cracks down Blitz as well. He's just found all the kills they needed to win the round. Even the first 2 probably would have been enough, but that is a sick sequence from Wonderful.
I mean, I'm a Nico lover, Nico fanboy or whatever you want to call it. I always want them to win.
There's no way out here. That's shocking.
And they look really good, Falcons, actually, now, after Monacy.
Didn't even get to sort of play it out.
Towards the end with Dexter as well, but like with the Monacy, it looks like, oof. What is it, 2 out of 2 tournaments, second places? Sadly lost against Vitality both times, but took them 5 maps both times, so...
Try to not be in a horrendous situation.
It is something, you know?
Well, it didn't work out.
But he also barely had any practice, so that says a lot as well.
At the very least, they need to keep this all in hand, of course, and Na'Vi's
honeymoon period.
Like pretty decent, so they are going on the hunt.
I definitely think it's a good idea to do something. You've got the Mac 10 and the Galil especially. Why not try and throw that away? Now, you picked up the M4 on a player, but still, I mean, I would throw away an M4 and a Galil to try and get rid of this AWP. It's such a crucial weapon, and they know where he is now. Bit goes down. I would probably still advance on this one. Wonderful's got to be a little bit careful because he does have
no idea what my print is doing right now. That's why I'm sitting looking at him on it.
For the round. It's kind of close, but some.
But no, if they go to OT, true.
Well, I mean, you got to be creative.
Yeah, I think Junior is the sub. I mean, also simple, by the way, chat.
Careful what you say, Dan, because
we gotta see simple next week.
In there, and then you're gonna be to blame. The whole community is gonna be like, remember when Dan invited Valve to make? I actually, there's a part of me that.
I mean, I also hope we see Rain directly on the first one, not Skulls. No offense against Skulls, but
I guess it wouldn't be very Counter-Strike
like
we just have
see it.
All we have is teabagging, you know.
Yeah.
If I don't get rights to watch Dallas,
at the end of the day, that's how you do it.
I'm gonna turn off the stream or sit with the stream and just like look at without showing anything.
But they didn't find him, so he does get to live. But yeah, this is so they blow the smoke at once. They do it again. It's just such a beautiful round.
Yeah,
wonderful player that's been under, I think, a lot of criticism and maybe for good reason. But
Rain is waiting for his second born. That's why.
Thing that's been holding Na'Vi back. There's been sort of a general, general lack of.
And then do this around those corner, you know.
Deep push the bench, unexpected push the bench, and that's going to yield a great kill there. Love that from the Mongols, getting aggressive. Okay, getting aggressive once didn't work. Let's just do it harder next time. Deep smoke, top of T-stairs. Oh, another kill with the HE smoke combo.
Did it hit them? Did it do a
V3
call?
For JL, and I mean, just as quickly as the Mongols lost the previous round, they've done exactly the same thing to Na'Vi, it would appear.
JL is on exactly 1 point of health
here.
Oh,
JL's dead.
About to be shot in the back. You see the power of saving the AWP. That's why it was
no.
Wait. Maybe throw
you picked.
Even more people
they're gonna do double up. Okay.
Coming into this round, yeah, the aggressive.
I don't know why,
nice,
but my opinion, Monos was better in
GTA.
Maybe
by 9-10 on the AWP playing up for the back, and he's able to support his team super well.
What I want to see.
Huge impact.
Yeah, but that's still too early to say. Like, he was all over the place as well in Falcons, it felt like.
I love that the threat of that exists. I don't think that's something that you want to do, obviously, every round, of course, but we'll see if it'll get sprinkled in later. Double AWP, though. Senzu and 9-10 on Inferno. This will certainly be interesting. No AWP online for Na'Vi. Starting with the same approach.
Blast always refer me to I have to go and ask the Swedish one, so I don't want to ask them.
Fast through that banana smoke. In fact, JL's challenging it by
well,
himself.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't
want to see if he can find that opening right away. That might be possible. He's going to be grenaded all the way back. Blitz here. Smoke goes up, and he can't really see a single thing through.
Once the AK giveaway, you want to do that?
Any kind of luck with it. The M4 in the middle of the reload. Going to get taken down. That's so risky that it almost looks like a bit of a mistake, to be honest. 9-10, just on the corner, and he takes down Alexi, close as it can get. He dropped very low. He's down to 19 health. He could have died right then. Ooh, I thought he was going to grenade his teammate for just a minute, but it does land on the Na'Vi side. A minute on the clock, and they open up the bomb site, and I doubt if Senzu and Techno even want to go for
That's not a lot of breathing room on anyone in freaking the Mongols there.
This is the
holy smokes, man.
Uncharacteristic
holy
game
shit.
I think I've seen so far. But look at Techno.
Wait, are we gonna go on
unlikely timing.
Oh no.
There's Bits dead up in the apartments. AK's
I mean, it is Techno though,
It is Techno. Oh, you just saw it happening there for Techno, but it looks like it's going to be shut down. So another round for Na'Vi, and again, Anders, what is happening? Why is this Inferno look like, I don't know, why is it so aggressive?
Well, I think just the straightforward answer is because Na'Vi's making it that way. I really enjoy the fact that there's not a lot of faking and running back and forth, right? Once they see the opening, this time it was the arch position. They catch, I think Blitz was reloading, and then there's not, they don't even think about falling back, which other teams will do. There's a classic Inferno back and forth where, you know, you fight middle, and then you run banana, and you fight there, and you run back to middle again, or the A-bomb site, and Na'Vi are essentially choosing a much more straightforward approach. And I can really appreciate that. The Mongols here having a hard time holding on and getting the reinforcements there. Frustration, no doubt, for Techno, because he knew there was a player. He had already seen JL, so probably feels like he should be winning that fight. They're actually back on the double up anyway. That's very interesting.
Okay, well, same opening with that deep banana smoke. Gets challenged fully. JL looking for the deep. Oh, the deep angle is found. It gets beyond Senzu's position for an easy kill. And Na'Vi, they can fall off of this, they can slow it down if they want, but so far they've shown no desire to do so. The burn onto Techno. And now suddenly, again, within the first 15 seconds of a round, multiple players for the Mongols are dead.
They're just going to keep going. They know there's only one player here. There's absolutely no other way. Blitz on his own, and that is just not even close to a victory. So immediately the round is over.
Ah.
Now, the beginning of this
Back
round
to
does
same.
highlight, again, a complaint that I've been trying to bring up quite a bit, and I'm pretty sure
You
you
have a
need to prove it.
feel when you're watching this, not
Very,
just
very
like
often when you
only for
flash out of this
glasses,
position
30,
and you swing
50.
out on the CT side, because the T's are already holding the crosshair and the corner, even if you get the flashbang, you're going to...
No, not
always,
really.
but you will die a lot of the time anyway. Because pros at this current stage of the game, they're so
I don't know
good
why
at
are
getting
they
the
so
spray.
trendy
They
right
don't-
now.
I mean, obviously better if they see you, but they don't really have to see a lot of you. It's just one like little frame, and they're going to be able to track it. And it's pretty much what happened at the start of JL. He did get flashed completely, and he still got the kill.
And he was in such a nice spot because he beat the timing ever so slightly for Senzu, where he's beyond the angle that Senzu can see, but you can still, from JL's position, still see enough of the shoulder and the gun. So it's like, it's just such a sick timing. And it's interesting, the game plan here from Na'Vi, where this is like the fastest Inferno I feel like I've ever seen. And
I love it.
Against the Mongols of all teams. Like, oh,
I'm
what should
putting
we
my
do
hand
against
on my
Mongols?
monitor so I
What
can
if we
borrow
just
so
go
I
into
get this CS
hyperdrive?
power.
No, it's appreciated, and it's
That
also,
is something, right?
You know,
That
for
is
Na'Vi,
that
you
is
know,
something.
look a bit nervous in some of these past games. I think it's just a nice way to shake off some of the rust and just really feel like you're in control. You're suffocating them. Not a lot of time here. Curious that Mongols haven't taken more of a timeout themselves. The only thing that's kind of working for them is even if they're losing rounds, the Mongols, they're saving some weapons. They're kind of keeping it dangerous and everything around, and that is something to look for. But on the Na'Vi side also, the money is building so much because they're winning the rounds so early, and the Mongols are being forced to save that the Na'Vi economy is kind of blowing up here. Another three-man setup at the B-bomb side this time, and they are going to push down towards the bottom of Banana.
Oh, great read there from
Nice
MCA.
kill.
Techno with the push there. That's a maybe preemptive. That gives Na'Vi enough options. Deep on connector though. Take it out.
Nice kill.
Is Alexi B. So that's under control once again here for the Mongols. Retaking the position. Asking questions, the CTs. And they start to drift back. 4 versus 3. A minute left here, Anders. Na'Vi could go anywhere at this point.
And this one, we're back to sort of more of the classic Inferno setup where it's about trying to shift the defense around as much as you can here on the T side and just get that little bit of information that you would need. They are going to be throwing
Where is Sensu?
the Molotov there towards the top of Banana and then rotate the bomb on back. And that actually does force, look at Mongols. That one Molotov made them rotate on over to the B-bomb side, leaving just Messinio left. Now he's stolen the AK. And he is up on the high ground here. He's he pulls his crosshair away, tapping at JL, but unable to complete the kill. And once again, very awkward position coming in for the Mongols. They need to get this round. They need to get back in it somehow. Smoke goes up, and there's another one even behind this one that can keep them locked out of the clutch for a really, really long time. AWP on 9-10. He's alone on this side of the map. Sensu trying to retake it from the middle. Almost walked straight into the shot there. Looked like Ima was about to pre-fire it for the straight headshot. And once again, they just have to walk away from it and concede the round to Na'Vi. That is a super different pace.
I mean, it's probably the call or something like that. That's why.
Yeah, and it was not necessarily because they didn't want to go super fast all the time, but the
did.
Mongols did a good job of shutting
actually
it down.
survived. Okay.
And I think one of the curious plays, and I think this is why the Na'Vi pace is so strong, it forced an error, I feel.
Yes.
Because the Mongols, they pushed deep Banana at a spot where Na'Vi had paused, where typically Na'Vi they just keep going. And so
I mean, they have played against Na'Vi a lot of times, so
you just get
maybe there's maybe there's small tells
and
there
it's
and
such an
there where
excusable
you're
error
wondering
for
like
Techno to make because they have
X
been
or
so
Y
fast in
thing,
every
you
other
know.
round that you almost don't want to even blame you. Like, well, yeah, of course he was going to be really fast to rotate because Na'Vi have been relentlessly attacking once the fight goes. So
power of pacing control on the T side.
7-1. I'm definitely curious about this. Is the Mongols map pick? Not that we always have to read too much into it, but it is a little bit curious, if nothing else. Is Na'Vi leading with a 7-1
clutch or
scoreline
kick? You
here.
mean a
It's
cock
JL
moment?
and Wonderful playing very well at the moment. We need...
Wait, did they
Hero,
write
maybe two.
good luck, have fun here though?
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough.
I didn't say anything when I started.
I think it is so difficult.
I think that's what I need in my life. Someone yelling at me.
Everything's sort of been working. It obviously powers up their levels of confidence too, to an extent. And now for the Mongols, every round it's like it feels so risky. Everything just feels terrible because if you are aggressive yourself, and try to hold onto a position to deny, like we saw in the previous round, like they did a good job there. you're still in this situation where if you lose that battle, and Na'Vi are super confident, of course, then now you're just in the same position again. You're just in a disadvantage, and you don't know if Na'Vi are going to pause pace or if they're going to keep hitting it hard, and both have worked. So the Mongols in the pits, they're in the hole.
I really like this full CME, full buy.
Climb out. I'm going to be honest.
Full echo, CME echo, CME buys, full buy. I think it's like a pretty niche thing they have there.
Is it like a prison? I can't remember.
And also
what the
showing what
they had to
they potentially played with before.
Overcome the fear of like one particular leap or something where you just die if you drop, if you're not like
well, in this case
affected by fear too much. Which I guess is the analogy. It's like if you allow fear to control you, you're just gonna you
can't let
will
that happen.
Inevitably stay trapped within it.
You're
inside
gonna
the
get
pit.
murdered by Wonderful and that AWP if that happens here. Pretty serious stuff too. I mean, just to highlight it again, I think it's for Alexi as calling for the team here, the luxury of knowing that both the fast and aggressive style, and when we slow it down, like we can do both, and it means we can pick on all sides of the sort of the tactical spectrum for that reason. So pretty good stuff here. Round number 9, headed into it once again after the timeout that was called. And let's see if the Mongols can start to build. I don't think it's too late to recover this. It's obviously a terrible start, but they haven't really automatically lost the map yet. So these grenades it's pretty meaty.
If it was one more nade, that would be a entry.
I just don't even want. I'm out.
So Mongols deciding to play passive on bananas. This is one of the big change-ups. And Na'Vi not prepared to literally run straight into the site, which I feel like you have to wonder if that would be the case. And so far here we're seeing that is not, in fact, the case. So slowing the round down a little bit. But what's interesting is that Na'Vi have had more players towards the apartment side in the early portion of the rounds, as you typically would in Inferno, unless you're going mega aggressive. But they did not. So it's taking a little bit longer to start clearing the space in through apartments. But the Mongols need to do an info play. Top banana retake or pop flash, something like that, would probably be the most sensible thing right now because top mid is currently under pressure.
I think they will have to change things around when they run out of grenades on the B bomb site. But for now, they're probably saying, well, we got 9-10 on this, and then we got the double pit position on the other side. So they might feel good about the A bomb site just because the AWP is there. Although it's obviously not a guarantee that you're going to be able to win it. Wonderful putting on some pressure, selling the idea that they could be there. Alexi going down to 9-10. So the first part of the plan for the defense is kind of working out. Now it's a double hit position. I like the grenade being thrown in behind there as Messina is picking up Immer in it 3 versus 5. And Na'Vi finally slowed down and really slowed down the 12 seconds on the clock as they get the kill. And
they had a chance to actually get into the site.
Which is a bit surprising. I thought they were going to be quicker, but I guess the running into the AWP over there just made them a bit unsure of themselves.
Yeah, and there was a really strong Molotov or incendiary timing on the apartments side. That was just it was staggered the push so much that they couldn't trade their way through to pit. And I think Na'Vi there, they played a really slow round because they're trying to force an error from the Mongols. Because again, I think that after effect of playing the fast pace so much, I think they're still expecting to get value from that. And the Mongols played mega passive this round, and that really works. And we saw they didn't even go for an info play. Mongols said no info play, no pushing, because we don't know what Na'Vi are going to be doing. Let's just see what happens when we play the clock, and it worked.
Typically not my favorite style of defense on the map, but I'm not going to complain. Mongols need all the rest of the round here. We've got to get 5 on the board, and if they can, I think it'll be a very interesting game once again. Na'Vi probably feel like they are taking great strides towards a victory. Missed shot for 9-10. Will immediately set up a bit of a smoke and a flash and just try to escape before they throw stuff at him. That's pretty good. That's about the best you could have hoped for.
Back to banana for Na'Vi. 4 players for Mongols now on A. They started with 2 top banana did Mongols. They felt they won this position. Now floating back, unsure what Na'Vi are going to do. 1 minute, and Na'Vi looking to set up this push into the B sites.
That is insanely risky for Techno.
I'm a smoke.
The payoff is kind of huge. He landed a grenade on 3 players. The Jiggle, not betraying him. He could have walked into the shot there. Now Senzu's with him. And Techno's actually playing a fantastic round. He sprays them down right to the smoke. They didn't even get to see him on the other side. PGL and Wonderful, they get blown up. Immer and Bits. No entry here. More smokes landing to slow them down.
Yeah, the Lotto skins is something else, right?
so much of that round that's just on a knife's edge about whether or not Techno gets timed. If he gets caught with a nade in hand, like so many things could have gone differently, but at the end of the day, it's a very, very nice play for him.
And, you know, it started off with Mongols playing 2 top banana, which they had in the previous round given up, because in the earlier rounds, Na'Vi were just barreling through that position with just full send util.
Yeah.
So we might see Na'Vi going back to that, because I feel like the Mongols probably should be thinking about let's run that again, because it is more optimal to have more map control if you can have it. It's just that the Mongols have had to adapt you know, based on the previous rounds. So for the Mongols, I feel like, yeah, let's take top banana again. If you're Na'Vi, thinking about just ensuring that you try to take a win there, that's why they got their openings in the first.
I mean, how much is that worth?
So
a while
I expect that could be a follow-up here now.
A lot, right? Like, a lot.
Timeout called. Na'Vi want the chance to discuss what's been happening here, even though it's not, you know, still a pretty good first half. You don't want to end losing all the rounds and into a 7-5. Like, technically, you should be happy, but we all know that it doesn't really feel that way when you end up in that position. So,
you know, Anders, like we talked about the Bane Pit, and like the Bane's Pit and the fear thing.
Yes.
Can't let the fear defeat you, be imprisoned by the fear. We saw the Mongols actually respond in that right afterwards by just playing so passive, and that is one of the most like spots that will induce the most fear. And they conquered it, and now they're back in it.
I like it. I like the turnaround for them.
2,000 to 15,000, I think that's.
You say that for the first 6 or 7 rounds. But,
that's quite an interesting
very similar setup. They blow open the smoke down here. And the
take, no?
They did get a couple of kills here, but I'm going to be honest, they didn't seem like they were ready for it. The flash was there for Techno. I don't want to call it luck because the spray down was absolutely sick, but there is 100% a world here where instead Techno is just the next victim of the same trick. There's so many rounds now where this has happened, where that bottom banana smoke, Na'Vi blow it open, and they just murder whoever is on the other side. And
yeah,
I'd venture to say Techno was really close to following down that same round. A great job that he managed to recover it, because if he hadn't, they would have been in a lot more trouble once again. But they have the man lead. Na'Vi won a round like this earlier in the 4v3, where they slowed it down, and they eventually found a solution. If they could do it again, I mean, they're going to be in a very, very good position, no question.
50 seconds to go. Now we've had somewhat of a pause. Oh no, that is so terrifying. Rotation coming in for the Mongols now, but just a free pick like that. Na'Vi know they can just run straight in. There should have been at least some delay here to get Blitz into position, but locked out of the sight now, the Mongols, in a round where they had the 4v3. Is there a recovery now here for them in the afterplan?
They should go for this. They have enough money on the CT side, so the 3v3, this is not a round you want to be trying to save it in. No matter what it is, just throw it all onto the bomb site. They have some utility. Incendiary as well on Messinio, but unfortunately, they will lose Blitz right at the start of the retake, and that does put them in a very strange position.
Like
Wonderful. Scoped up and ready. It's going to be big to take
some
the
of
head
those
of
like
9-10.
mega
Any dream of retake,
with how you can search for a specific skin and you can see what the balance
will
is
have
there.
to settle for the AWP save, and Na'Vi will find an 8th round. Very, very well done. And obviously the kill for Wonderful, they're a massive impact. Just one AWP shot, but it's also
back to new one.
The fact that
I mean, if you
want
to have one, the cheapest one I can find right now, it's on $14K.
Yeah, it's
cheapest one.
It really is. And Na'Vi looking so strong. They are really bullying the Mongols in this game so far. I do like this round. Like, I like the fact that we saw so much
battle score is 2.8
because you got to provide some sense of danger.
But I think it's also hard to
because
crack.
If you just allow Na'Vi, it's like this, Anders. If the bully in the playground takes your lunch money, and then the next day he takes your lunch money,
yeah, you
one
need
day
to
you're
get
going to stand up to him, so
Wild
there's
Lily
some level of
to do
risk
it.
involved.
Listen, says something about your childhood that you brought your lunch money to the playground, Dan. Maybe you just work until you...
I mean, I was trading for other things.
Buying Pokemon cards for lunch money. Fair enough.
Who shows this map?
Really awkward position, I was about to say, because they could peek him at the same time, but
Na'Vi.
he knows what he's doing.
They're starting T, so
takes down Imma to begin with.
But there's also a chance that the Mongols
this will be a hard
comeback
comeback, no matter what. Even at 4 rounds, they are set up for a real struggle. once we get into the second half of Inferno. Wonderful. He sees just the tip of a hand there. Alexi hoping to sneak through the smoke and just be real silent about it, but they will not allow that. Wonderful and Bits. What should be an unwinnable position. Mongols would have to make some critical mistakes. The rotation's already coming in. It's essentially a 5-man defense at the A bomb site, and they get the kill on Blitz to begin with. It's not really a problem at all yet. Fake plant inside of the smoke as Bit is hoping to lure somebody else in. Bit coming out. If he had more bullets, he might have had the kill right then and there. 35 seconds, 1 versus 2. He misses the shot, and Messinio will control things, but this should have never been that close.
I think it's against super perfect. I mean, it's like that with every gun, right? Everyone has their own personal opinion. Like for me, I don't like those. What is it called? Blue games on the AK. There are a lot of people seems to love.
I'll try to take a shot. Oh, I'm dead. That's fine. Just got four teammates behind me.
Still good.
Oh wait, oh wait, it's all falling apart. It's the classic thing. It's the hubris, Sanders. It's the hubris.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh shit! By the way, I was only searching on this website. It was 13K. By the way, was the wild lotus, not 14.
Fall on the bomb side. It was also insane timing for Bit, like the fake plant and then running through the smoke. I do think the
Western market is like.
Bullets, he could have continued that fight with the AK, but that wasn't going to be the case. Okay, 8-4 at the end of the first half here. We're going to the second half. Now it's going to be Na'Vi on the CT side, the Mongols on the T side. Definitely very curious how Na'Vi are going to end up playing this one. They don't need to do a lot, right? They just sort of like a
what is gold guns
middle of the road game for Na'Vi here, and they take the first map.
Yeah, certainly. And what's interesting too now, though, is that the shoes on the other foot, as it were, with the Mongols being on the side where you can take all the initiative and put all the aggression on, set the pace. So we'll see how well the Mongols are able to do it. We need to get this pistol on board first of all. Looking to select B, as so many teams tend to, it seems. Although maybe I'm wrong, because they pause on the stairs. Battle against the USP long range.
Yeah, I probably don't want to be doing that. It's an awesome amount of utility on the Mongol side. And Na'Vi playing an opening that they don't typically do, I feel like. Very often see them do something like a 4A, 1B kind of opening. So it's more spread out. It's not a huge deal. Smoke down here. I never trust this smoke. I feel like whenever we throw the smoke in a pistol round, and I say it all the time, you just end up getting crushed. But they have a backup plan, which is Jail on the flashbang. So they're going to put down the smoke, then Jail's going to throw the flashbang, and they're going to hope that the USPs are going to do the job. I wish he had dualies here instead, but that isn't quite going to be the case. Smoke does go down. They've already thrown out the Molotovs here. The Mongols, you've got to go for it. They blow open the smoke, and they crush Alexi. Immer next to fall, and it's just without even a single error in that for the Mongols. Such a great plan.
Bits through church, or rather, wonderful through church with Bits. No, I got it wrong again, Anders. I keep mixing up their names. It doesn't really matter.
So some of them are going church.
someone is in the church.
Yeah, it's nice.
Bits genuflecting as we speak.
Wondering what it all means.
Yeah.
It's not that deep. They just did blow open the smoke, which is a very, very cool counter to whatever Na'Vi were trying to set up there. I like it. Okay, this actually is kind of cool. Wonder if Na'Vi will feel tempted to, invest some more into this. Messinio not going to allow them the extra money for getting the kill on him. Techno here, seeing if he could find anyone. That's not going to be the case either. But yeah, super well played. But I do appreciate Na'Vi for not just... There are so many teams that just trust in that smoke, and that's the only plan in the round. They did have the flashbang ready. The timing just wasn't quite there for it.
Yeah, and I feel like the pull flash setup is can be one of the most effective pop flash setups to really easy to avoid blinding your teammates, and it's going to catch all the T's. All right, well, into the next round, and Na'Vi, of course, on pistols, the singular FAMAS. There for Wonderful, so they're Wonderful with all the firepower. 3 players here on the B side of the map. JL maybe trying to die and encourage a push further into B. I think he wants. I think he generally wants to encourage them to rush into his teammates, but so he has a higher risk profile than perhaps his B friendlies do. But
I feel like he's just trying to get highlights on Reddit. Like if I jump with this deal and get like a kill, then everyone's gonna be excited about it. Low-key kind of a dangerous round here for the Mongols, right? On Inferno, it's so scary. Armor and 5.7s. You know you're going to have to run close. So you can throw as many grenades as you want, but at the end of the day, like that turning on the corner is just always going to be kind of risky.
Okay, one smoke left for the CTs. That is in Bit's hands. He's currently in pit on A. And the smokes on B seems to be enough to have Mongols rerouting to this A site, which is the weaker of the two. So we'll see if they have success. 5-7 needs to get something pretty quickly for there to be any chance to hold this. Distracts the wonderful. Oh, the spray down isn't too bad there. The 5-7 still alive for the moment. Oh, the flashbang comes through, but can't find the kill though. Unfortunate, but still 3v3 as the rotation comes in to retake on this after plant.
I think there was a friendly flashbang on Messinio that stopped him from getting the kill right away, and that absolutely could have worked out. The 5-7 there. Maybe there was a chance to pick up the kill. I don't think there's much to win by doing the retake at this stage. You still have armor and pistols. It's not a great fun to save, but it's definitely better than throwing it away and just having a flat round in the next one. But the Mongols' comeback is kind of on here, right? It's going to be 6-8.
12,
they are
11.
throwing their way back into the game. Obviously, the first rifle round for Na'Vi, which is not going to be just yet, but once it pops up, will be very interesting. That will be the real tell moment of what's going to be happening here. JL jumped on, flying Galil. That's a lot of money gone here for the Mongols.
Yeah, that feels worth it. I mean, they lose, as you say, they lose. They were trying to maybe keep hold of 3 of those pistols, but opportunity comes their way. They get 2 extra kills. I think that's not too bad. And
just looking at the stats for what the Mongols actually like to do, at least historically on this map, there's an enormous overrepresentation for B hits. It's kind of interesting to see how much they love doing that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing a lot more out of that. And also a bit of a challenge to Na'Vi to figure out, well, how can we stop them from having an easy time of that?
Bits looking for the Deagle. Headshot early in the round, it could make all the difference. Oh, he actually gets it. I thought for sure that after missing that first shot, that was not on the cards. But there we go, 5v4. That's actually going to apply more pressure to the Mongols to potentially even consider speeding up a little bit. I don't think they're ever going near the A side of the map now after that.
It's like one of the... that's persuaded.
Wait, Anders, why is the bomb so far away from the pack?
Splits is enjoying the decor.
Ah.
There's a fireplace up here as a little, it's just keeping warm. I don't know.
Okay, for a second I thought they were gonna try to do some really weird flake because 3 of them were on top banana, but
I can't imagine anything more insane than trying to do a one-man fake when you actually have better guns.
Yeah, exactly.
Senzu having a hard time of it. Smoked the sandbags that he had already cleared. Yeah, he's so disgusted in that smoke. He might have called the team away. He's like, actually, guys, don't show up because you'll see the smoke that I threw. So just he's
going into stack handles.
Yeah, he's calling an A-strat because of how embarrassing the smoke was. That might lose them the round from sheer embarrassment. 25 seconds, Dan. They are heading into it. The stack is here. We've got the MAC-10. It's going to be spraying down Blitz. Senzu trying to get back into the round now. 18 seconds on the clock as they are turning the corner towards the site. 5-7 down to the pit jail, and here with the USP, it's going to be wonderful to open up with, but they've already been slowed down quite a bit at range, though. That MAC-10 can't
that
really
flash
do that
on
much,
site kind of failed, to be
in the
honest.
afterplant. The Mongols at least
It did work out for Mongols either way, looks like, but
there's still a chance here for a bit of a comeback, and Imma snuck around. The smoke, I think, is saving 9-10, and Techno already kind of tagged up a little bit. Gotta be careful here. They're landing some good damage, though. Imma does go down. I think Alexi is going to follow pretty swiftly afterwards. A really good spray down there. It's 9-10, finding 3 kills in the round, and they will survive it. But for just a minute there, I was getting worried.
Yeah, it's very dangerous stuff. I mean, that's the thing, that Deagle kill very early on. Some teams might have the capacity to fall apart a little bit there. Obviously, we're dealing with 2 very experienced and highly skilled teams, but even still, we've seen it happen in the past. That fear starts to set in, and you don't have any control towards the apartment side of the map. Now suddenly you imagine the worst. They've got pistols. We gave up a MAC-10 in the apartments. The apartments are super dangerous, but still there was the equanimity there for the Mongols to take it slow, see if there's any pushes, re-clear together, and that actually was a great move. Very calm from them.
It's really important not to crash out of a round like that one, because if you let Na'Vi back into the game, you know, a round earlier than they should have been, it easily is the kind of thing that will lose you the map, you know, once you get down to the last couple of rounds. So not allowing for it, although it's still, you know, cuts into the confidence of it, perhaps, that it's so hard to win some of these early rounds, and they lose so many players, the Mongols. Does mean that cash, if you look at it, even if they won 3 rounds in a row, they have almost nothing in the bank, and that's a result of, you know, Immer in the previous round with the 5-7, and this one they walk into the stack. It does hurt at the end of the day, it does. Now be definitely ready for some sort of B shenanigans. 3 people at the start for them, and they're keeping the 3 people there for, you know, quite a while.
Banana under assaults. Net, brave retake coming in with him and JL. Singe. Now to the Mongols. 4v5, and they don't have top banana, and it doesn't really look like they're going to be able to retake that reasonably. So likely the only option here is to go with what they have, which is top mid. So right now Na'Vi are in a great spot, despite being only 3 on the A site. Feels like they're in a good position to defend.
Oh, okay. Blitz. He might.
Did G2 win actually?
Opinion. Huh. That is such a fast shot. And why would they slow it down now? 2 in the pits. Rotation for B hasn't really happened yet. They're not going to be able to get there in time, I think. Wonderful is creeping in the right direction. Actually, Lexi's creeping in the right direction. Wonderful down to the pit. Going to get the 1 kill here, but again, the time to kill is just so low for the Mongols. They are lightning fast on this one. Grenade very nearly gets the kill. If it had, it obviously would have been a very, very different round from here on out. Got a 2v3, and unfortunately for Na'Vi, they have no more utility. If they had Neichi, a Molotov, anything, they might even be able to get a free kill and launch the retake with, but it's not available to them.
Really well played by the Mongols. Let's not forget that they came into this round with a disadvantage, losing top banana control, losing a life as well, going into a 4v5 somewhat early, and still managed to recover, but hold that thought. Maybe a little bit of extra damage here before all is said and done. Lexi B, JL trapping them in the apartments. There's no escape. No escape. Give me your guns. Give me your guns.
That's a good one.
A bit greedy, perhaps, but in this case, it works out really well. Now, that's the highlight, really, for Na'Vi in the second half so far, is that even though they're losing rounds, and a lot of them here, they're making it as expensive as it really possibly could be for the Mongols. So the turnaround moment for Na'Vi is always just 1 round away. And that's really encouraging. You're going to be happy about that. Not going to be happy about losing the rounds, but...
We're tied up. They did it.
That is correct.
8 equals 8. We can do math here.
Wow, speak for yourself, Dan.
Okay, another challenge on banana, and wow, the aggression here for Na'Vi is actually wild. JL, right before getting flashed, able to actually get that kill online. The flick making its way just before the flash comes in. And once again, an early 4v5 for the Mongols, having lost banana, but this time, they're not going to give it up.
So aggressive, relentlessly running at the bomb site. Counter Molotov comes out there, but I don't know if it's good enough to slow them down. Alexi does get a bit of a spray down, and he very
kinda interesting W push, no?
The rest of the Mongols here, but they've still found a way to get into the site, and the bomb planted as well. There are some HGs left here. They could find an easy kill on Blitz in the back. We'll see if they're going to be having that idea at the moment. They need Bit to get there. He's the one with the artillery. 1 good grenade control.
Wrong place.
All right, the incendiary, it's still kind of doable. He's trying. Throws it on the right-hand side, but Massino, no, he had the opportunity, but he didn't trust in it. Wanted to step away, but failed on that one. JL does get taken down. Immediate return, and Bit with the headshot onto Blitz.
They managed to do the retake.
With the kit
it's
as well.
9-10, your shield.
Time to win the round. What a nice retake. And Na'Vi, they needed this. They needed it so badly, but you've got to appreciate the Mongols making that call.
Yeah, and I really liked the individual moment from 9-10 too, with the Galil running through the smoke, just picking one player
That's
up.
what are you selling?
The site to create a 3v3. Wow, these rounds have become are so marginal. It felt like there's like two other
survival
rounds like this where it was really close, where one kill went differently. It would have been the Na'Vi winning the round. So they take the lead once again, 9-8 for them. And look at this. The Mongols can't even buy Anders. This is exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Na'Vi making expensive time and again.
By the way, after was it you, Besser, or someone else that said about Censor's gloves? I have missed it so many times. I haven't really seen like where it is.
Ton of cash.
I feel like I'm
Then they
always
really
watching
can be quite
Techno.
defeating rounds for Na'Vi, but I don't think it's felt like that for Na'Vi. I think they know all the time. Well, it doesn't matter really that much. I'm sure Alexi and Blade are going to be able to hold on to the.
I think
morale
Simple will
of the
do
team
well on
because
phase.
This is it. One single
I
round.
think so.
And you're pretty much back on top. Almost guaranteed here a 10th round. I'm going to say guaranteed just to be sure.
You're going to do it.
If Na'Vi lose this round, I'm going to be assuming a lot of criticism coming their way. We're going to have to use the adult voice at that point in time, you know?
I'm just waiting for it to happen now.
It can't.
Oh, he's done it again. No pop flash through the smoke, just the SMG. So, wow, okay. I'd actually be swimming in cash after that one.
Stealing the kill.
10-8. Na'Vi 3 away from winning map 1. And I feel for the Mongols in a way because
I think Simple will do well there. I'm excited. I
so
think a lot of
much
people
more.
are excited now.
So in the first half for Na'Vi.
It's gonna be fun at least.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's been a battle to get back in. And with this being their own map pick, it's probably a battle that they are pretty well prepared for. Like they have a lot of ways to try and get there. But I do think that the game plan for Na'Vi, I appreciate the fact that Na'Vi are so insistent on taking away that banana control. And I think, again, if you go look at some Mongols demos in your spare time, if you feel like doing that kind of thing, you're going to understand
I'm a
why
classic
Na'Vi
guy. I'm
want
not
to,
fan of
because, again,
expensive.
the
I like
executions
some
that they
flip
throw
knife, like
onto the
blue
bomb site
steel
once
or
they have
blue.
banana are
This is
really
something.
powerful for the Mongols. And you can see that
You
even
wanna
just
buy
when they take
my
fights, they're so quick to take the
flip
shots.
knife slot there, factory new?
Smoke CT, smoke coffins. You don't really want to be holding an angle inside of the B bomb side on the CT side against those kind of players. So, yeah, Na'Vi's game plan so far on the CT side, I think it just makes a lot of sense. If they win this next one, it might almost all be over. Wonderful. He's got some backup here, but still, this is an all-in kind of position. Bit gets one, and Blitz wanted to re-peek it, and that's the other power of having that double setup, is that you feel so much safer re-peeking it on the T side, because you think, okay, I'm going to be fighting a rifle. But it's going to be the AWP instead here, Emma. With another
If I try to
trick
buy it,
up
I'll
the
be
sleeve,
homeless.
this time on the other side, and they don't know that.
Why would you be
here.
homeless?
Oh, the timing is so awkward. He probably should have that kill.
I'm gonna be homeless, buddy.
That is somewhat of something, I suppose, for the Mongols. 3v4 now, but still feels far away. Into the angle. Can see
How
the
much?
EP. Down to 3 HP Sensu.
Offer me and see what.
For the trade.
What?
An attack on the side. Techno does something for the team here, but still, this defense looks quite formidable. And indeed, 11-8 for Na'Vi after they defend. And Na'Vi look really good right now.
So much of it is absolutely boosted by the fact that Wonderful is hitting some of these shots in a terrific fashion. Even the ones here where he just, he gets the sort of halfway wall bang, leg shot, or whatever it is. 3 kills in this round. I think he's up to 21 overall. We got a taste of it right at the start of the first half when he was getting the kills on Banana, but
I'm only using no money for expensive games, honestly.
With the HE.
21 and 8.
Money for you.
Let's go.
I mean, that's how you do it, right? You grind and then you get more and more and so. Like, think about it like this. I'm also like similar to you, Besser.
There was no bomb hunt in the last round.
But
no, the Mongols getting starved.
Like for this.
They're really starved and just again Na'Vi
wanted on Dima challenge.
It does feel like the Mongols want to exit.
One this is a CSGO thing.
Pistols, but at the same time,
this one gifted by Jesus the streamer.
How much util do they want
Gifted slash Bard. I don't know still. I'm seeing it as Bard, but we'll never know.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it's also.
But yeah, I have also had and owned a lot of things back in the days.
What they're doing here is creeping as far as they can before they throw anything. Ooh, they call it off. That's very interesting. With this kind of weaponry, I mean,
you should never expect to win and all of those things. I mean, I've taken part in a lot of things as well, so.
They take the angle away from Wonderful.
And I mean, like, if you already done like that, Cases made a promise though, kicked up. Yeah, I know, but Brian, it's more like you know how much it's worth. It's like $2.5, $3K or something. It's like I said it at least, and if he says one day he wants it back, I'll give it back to him. So I know, but and it's proof there is all of those things, but you know, shit tons of money.
About that defense that just did not work out at all. Bits
I think that's actually
getting the kill on the player that was
that is actually a great thing though.
He changed the jump there. It's all the time wrecking people. It's so funny. But it basically,
you know that he had unboxed 20K by Ryan. The first thing he said, "Oh no, get this gonna be back." Oh yeah, I've heard about it, but I haven't seen that specifically that video, Ryan. But I heard that. Oh, hi, like it, buddy. I heard that he had like one of those case battles, opening cases with was it Anomaly or was it Furious or both? And then he opened it up and lost. No, Sipple, right? He lost it to Sipple of everyone, if I'm not mistaken.
Bit spray down just to see, because normally the pros, you know, the reason why I don't use the M4A1 is because 20 bullets is enough for me to kill like, you know, 1.5.
I mean, he did a video about the Sapphire.
But the pros, obviously, you see them get like 4 kills, no problem. But like, they're just so efficient when it comes to saving the bullets. And I feel like for Bit here, it was so much that he was forced to reload, and then, you know,
also
no more defense.
Shattering. I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna.
It's a really tough spot. Again, just the Mongols playing really well.
I see one thing
to make
here.
that happen.
If the program
adapting on the fly, did feel like they wanted to go for that B round. But speaking of Banana, once again, the challenge comes through. This time, the Mongols really looking to take it. Techno looking for the swing.
I'm doing this one
looking for the timing, looking for
right
the
now.
flash.
Off way the layered sculpture.
26 points of health. Very scary. In fact, gives up the ghost on that one for the moment.
It's gonna be done after I'm done with the stream though. It's gonna be almost done when I'm done streaming today.
They want it so much, but they keep getting denied. Oh, Techno.
As a crushing.
It's a Darth Vader, the mask, you know, that face sculpture thing on the print.
You just have to accept that there will be a lot of rounds like this where you.
So I'm doing it as we speak.
Sometimes you get blown up all the way. They are actually walking.
By the way, how do I connect my phone to OBS?
It's going to be forcing a bit of a
if there's something I want to show sometimes, like you know my camera, for example.
But he's in a lot of trouble right now.
Is it hard?
Sensu just holding down Mouse 1 to try and get the spot. He couldn't see anything. And now Alexi will throw down the smoke and hope that it keeps them back. He's just got the MP9 on the other side. Flash comes in from CT spawn and setting it up. That's Immer or JL, I think, trying to help out here. Alexi
problem after that is a virtual cam. Is that the thing? Let's see. I do have that program. Is it linear?
But somehow they do find a bit of space for it. And re-smoking CT spawn. Massinio holding the lineup, swings wide against Wonderful. He picks up the kill, spins around for the headshot on Bits, and suddenly the Mongols back online, and they turn this into a victory in a very unlikely fashion. They were about to lose this round, no question.
Oh, that headshot on Bit was stunning. That was pure reactions. The precision was excellent. His crosshair was nowhere near that. And it's just an instant first bullet headshot. That's the kill for me where that's the overperformance almost. That's getting one more than you expect, and that's what helped them to win the round. Excellent stuff here for the Mongols. Resiliency absolutely online. And look, finally, after all that, they have now forced Na'Vi into money problems.
Over here, MP9. I like it. Senzu was in position to deal with it. But I still think it's worth it to try and do something like that for Na'Vi. The game will be most likely tied up here at 11-11. It's Wonderful in Bits. Again, just revealing the position. There's no reason you wouldn't want to fight this if you're Blitz. Just keep the pressure on.
What the fuck is Kalmakal?
Yeah, Senior holding. Sort of the bouncer. Just trying to keep Bit out of the club. That's it.
Yeah, that's a wrap. The Mongols back into winning ways. It only feels fitting that this goes the distance here on this map. It's been a really fun game of Inferno. We've had a bit of everything almost.
Yeah.
Except maybe only thing that we've been missing is like an elaborate fake or something like that. But otherwise, fast rounds, slow rounds.
I mean, something that weirdly, I think all the games that we've seen on Inferno so far here in Astana, I can't remember. Maybe there's been in some of the other games that I've missed, but I don't think I've seen a single B split for CT Spawn, which is obviously a super
11-11 shot though.
Really well, but it feels like that's out of the current meta for the moment. The fact that it's out of the meta, though, is also a good reason to try and do it, because when no one's done it for a while, you know, across the board, all teams kind of, you know, you become a bit numb or a bit blind to the fact that it could be happening. So, so maybe there is a way for it. But I do like this. I do actually like this game. I think it's been a lot of fun, and it looks like both teams are really well prepped. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, the issue is that fight for Banana is so dependent on utility and weapons that if you start to run out of cash, you have to go back and play a different kind of Counter-Strike, where either you try and go really aggressive, or you just end up holding back at the B bomb side. It doesn't seem like that's what Na'Vi love to do at the moment. So, see, they have some weapons here, but it's not perfect. They don't have the AWP on Wonderful. He's gonna exchange the M4 for a FAMAS to buy another Incendiary. It tells you something about how much it matters to him to have all the grenades, because he could have bought the M4.
Well, here we go. Fight for Banana once again. The Mongols actually relaxing a bit here, because which makes sense. Your opponent's a bit more conditioned to dump, and so then if you allow them to dump, their utils are wasted if you're playing a slower round, so then you can use less to more efficiently take the position. Also, 9-10 trying to do what we saw from Wonderful. HE's there, trying to get forward position. 1 HP for 9-10, but still pressing forward.
The JL could have been, maybe should have been dead. It looked like it was so on him. Even the follow-up wallbang through the boost wall there. But yeah, just to highlight your point, if you look at the utility on the Na'Vi side now, still a minute on the clock, and they've just thrown so much into that Banana position. Let's see. It's possible that Lexi has another grenade behind him, but otherwise that is his only flashbang. There might be, one dropped a little bit further back. 45 seconds though. If he has one more, then the timing here for Lexi is actually kind of crazy. Normally at 40 seconds, you really will just have the one grenade. So does throw it out. HE as well to try and put a little bit of pressure on Blitz. It lands straight on his face. But they are going to, I think, turn around with this. They're taking top mid at the same time. And look at Na'Vi, they are eating this. This is one of those elaborate fakes that you just brought up.
There we go.
You could see it coming slowly. The Molotov there kind of fails, but it doesn't matter. It's about the rotation. That's the only thing that the Mongols care about. The last stand here for Bit and Immer at the bomb site. 10 seconds on the clock. They take down Techno. Bit, fantastic, spectacular double kill, but it is not enough. Even all of that, they have time for the bomb plant. One more second, and there wouldn't have been, but the bomb goes through. And the question is, do Na'Vi want to risk it here, or do they just want to fight for overtime? They've already got an answer. Mongols on 12.
Amazing. It's so cool, because if you think about when Mongols decide to put those rounds in, where they're the kinds of rounds that you don't want to do more than once or twice. It's just interesting, the timing, like this late into regulation, that's when they're doing the first proper fake. And then when we saw them go super aggressive on the CT side after losing some rounds, it was like immediate. They just ran down mid immediately. They never tried to play a slow round. So they are picking, I think, surprising moments. And especially, as you mentioned, they knew that Na'Vi had dumped so much util. So because of that, they were able to create more of a threat, because Na'Vi had to be like, oh my god, we got to get in position faster because we don't have the delay, because we don't have the util.
Yeah, it's easy to put yourself in Alexi's shoes in that round and say, once he throws the smoke out, he has nothing left to defend with. So if he doesn't call in the reinforcements, we could have been critical the other way. We would have said, why on earth would he not call for reinforcements? He's got nothing left. There's still 30 seconds in the round. Like, it's kind of madness to be there alone. So he almost had to, because they just had no information. This time, outsmarted by the Mongols. 12-11. We're going to round number 24 here. They have some weapons. They have some utility as well on the Na'Vi side. And they've got a 3-man stack once again, starting off on the B-bomb side. That's been the game plan a lot of the time. And the Mongols, I mean, if they know that, if they've seen the demos here, if they can do the research, they might just want to go, a little bit quicker towards the A-bomb side early on, because there's going to be a window where there's only 2 people here. Grenade going towards the arch position. Molotov on the other side. It isolates Wonderful. Got no backup here. Imma's going to be going down. Techno with some fantastic openings. Pits.
Wait, did I disappear?
Burns alive, but he's done so much work already. There's a minute on the clock, and because they control the pit, they're going to run in here and get the bomb planted.
Wait,
JL
what's
and
happening?
Alexi in a fight to try and hold on to Inferno. They
Oh,
had,
there I
what
am.
was it, like
Hi.
7-0 lead,
Hi.
I think? Maybe
It's
7-1 or something. It was
Sorry.
really crazy. Super
Sorry.
one-sided in favor of
It was
Navi
like
at
this.
the beginning of the first half on the T
I
side.
am,
Navi
I'm
were punishing the Mongols,
trying
but
to do
somehow
nothing.
they found a way back into this one. 9-10's taking down JL, and Alexi, there's nothing left to be done right now. He's got the utility, but that is not what's going to win this kind of a round. Some good grenades, it's all worth watching for, but Techno's still alive back here, and they're going to tag him up. He gets the first kill, but time is already running very low, and you can see he's just no time for it here. Desperately hunting for Massinio, who just has to hide in the pit to win the game, and he absolutely will. It's a nice headshot, but there is no time for the defuse. 13-11.
Navi actually
Mongols managed to take down Navi.
Wow. This is what a great game. What an absolute stunner there from both of these teams. Both playing really well, but it was indeed the Mongols coming out on top. What did you guys think of it?
Did you think of that, Yanko?
I think that was a monumental collapse from Navi in the end. I think this is the worst way to lose a game. Like, you're doing everything right, and then a couple of rounds towards the end, things just fall apart. You make some small mistakes, communication is just a little bit off, and it's the worst case scenario. And funnily enough, this is exactly the sort of a game that Mongols would not win in an arena.
The resolve that the Mongols showed, the resilience there off of some pretty solid planning through the rounds, great mid-rounding with the map control that they had. And Navi, you don't see them crater like that all too often. Some critical mistakes towards the latter stages of that, which we're definitely going to be highlighting.
That's the thing. Before we get into that second half and that monumental collapse that Yanko mentioned, let's start in the first half, because I still wrote down in my notes, I was like, wow, Navi looks confident again. They looked aggressive. They were doing well. That was the first half. It was a tale of, oh wow, this could be a Navi reinvigorated.
Wonderful was incredible in the first half. The offensive opping, the way that he was able to find picks, the way that they set him up to find picks too. Navi were definitely in their bag, but it's obviously a tale of two halves, because that first half, you can do all of these things right, but it's almost like, did you actually feel like you needed a bigger cushion? Because I didn't when they switched sides.
Yeah, last time they played Inferno, Navi got one round on T side, right? And everything was going wrong for them in that one. Here, the big adjustment was, breaking the deep smoke for Wonderful with the op. I mean, he got three entries in the first gun round just off the back of that. And they were very, very good at finding openings this time around. So that's a complete 180 compared to the last Inferno they played, and it looked like it was going to be enough from Navi. Good job from Mongols after being 7-1 down to win a couple of rounds towards the end of the half. Winning pistol obviously was crucial in converting, but I liked what Navi was doing. They were constantly keeping the pressure on the Mongols. They were getting a lot of kills in those force buys, even though they didn't win the rounds. Even in the first gun round, that goes sideways, they still keep the pressure up. And that's why when they were finally able to win a round, all of a sudden, Mongols don't have a great buy, and these rounds become easy. And just the crumble at the very end all started against the half buy and went downhill from there.
Let's talk about that second half. Obviously, Yanko has done a brief sort of synopsis of what we saw. But what did you feel, Maui, happened
that one like that
as the half turned?
Well, we'll get into some of the rounds as to kind of like the specifics, but the main thing for me was a lack of forward information in a lot of the rounds for them, where they were just passively rotating between bomb sites, trying to
it's not
get
to
where the action is instead of trying to take action on your own terms. Inferno,
it's still here, but just
for a lot of fans, sort of boring because you just see teams just kind of passively rotating, because it's risky. It's risky to push and try to get information, especially at the top of Banana. But Navi were so in the dark for that second half that it kind of just became a battle of Blitz knowing I have absolutely every tool at my fingertips, and he knew exactly how to use them.
Okay, let's go back to the first half. Let's break down these rounds that you've mentioned. We're going to start with round number 7. That was kind of the
Streamer,
first
but
half of this game.
I'm trying to get my phone to be a camera.
I think it was just another good round.
I figured out it easily, but I don't get it
them,
on the devices.
The banana fight, they did it in round 4 when Mongols were trying to be more aggressive. Here they made the adjustment and were playing for top banana. Still didn't make a difference. Now he was able to get the entries, speed up on the B bomb site. just a nice and easy round, and were really, really dominant. That was the big difference compared to the first time around that they played it.
But now we move into the second half, and I think we can all agree round 20 was the moment where it kind of went, okay, cool, Mongols they're going to take this potentially.
Yeah, I think for this one, like Na'Vi, if they win this, they're on match point. They've secured overtime, right? And it's just speeding up towards A. Wonderful is playing close short, right? He sort of sees the shadow, doesn't hit the shot, falls back. They just swarm them. And the problem is, because they didn't have that early information Maui's talking about, it all happens so fast. I mean, they just swarmed the bomb site. Ima and Bit are scrambling to help Wonderful, who's, you know, in the site with the op, can't do much. And once you fail to kill that first guy, he just pushes past default and creates way too much space.
No, this is like called Camel Studio. I didn't even know there was an Elgato one.
To the Mongols.
There's that cartoon of the snowball that just gets bigger and bigger as it goes down the hill. So we've started with round 20. We get to round 21, the snowball starts to get a little bit bigger.
Again, I feel like
I got it instantly work, but I don't get it up on OBS.
Actually take an early casualty, but they get that top banana control, and they take the space.
I don't know why it's
with
not
quite a few casualties,
like
but this
don't
feels
get
just
a
kind of like a
background.
backbreaker.
Don't
This swing
get a
around from
background.
Mizuno right here, where he's able to get the second headshot on the
That
bit.
looks
Like
so
I've drawn
worse.
the parallels between those two players before, and in some ways it's a bit poetic that the new babyface headshotting assassin is going to take down the old one who is on a withering roster. So yeah, around where there was a definite opportunity for Na'Vi to course correct in that moment, but Mizuno with some heroics.
This is also where the communication broke down for Na'Vi. I mean, they were on the fast road. Bit was very quick on the flank, but the smoke from Alexi in pool was still there, right? And he was sort of thinking whether I should push immediately, wasn't sure.
I mean, I'm using it right now. I got it to work with my phone instantly, but I don't get it up as an advice. I don't know if I need to potentially restart OBS.
It allows the Mongols players time to reposition.
I mean, I can do that. My stream will not die. I will restart OBS. 1 second.
This is back to back. That's why it was
F5, okay?
critical,
F5,
because
F5,
it's just two
F5. No,
devastating
wait.
rounds for Na'Vi that they should have been able to close out.
This was pretty darn bad.
Am I back?
We end up seeing what's happening here. They're throwing all of these Molotovs. They're throwing all of these nades, but they have no idea what's going on. That molly that lands towards logs right there, you don't even know if there's a person actually in the close right cubby. And so Alexi has to fall back. They spend all of this utility. They spend all this manpower. And they had nothing. They had absolutely no idea what was happening. They didn't even know if anybody was right by the half wall or at car at that point. And so they played a minute in the dark here. Like that's for me. If you're spending 4 people and you're spending about $2,000 in utility, you need something. You can't just walk away from that space and say, "All right, we threw the nades." It almost was performative. Like you got nothing practical.
You know, the most funniest thing is like every time I'm doing something for properties here,
they throw all the nades to simulate more people are there. They leave Alexi playing retake. They had 4 guys A. I think they were a bit unfortunate. It was a great call from the Mongols. They sort of cleared top mid with 35 seconds left, right? Didn't see anyone. That's when players started going back to B. B fake comes in from the side of the Mongols, and they're going back to A. Still have 2 smokes actually for Arch and Library, and they're wrapping kind of 4v2 on Bit and Ima in the side, right? So for Na'Vi, they were going to sort of just play 4A and kind of save for the last round if the call was wrong, but they got baited by information that mid was clear that it's going to be B, and just the patience from the Mongols. We were talking about they don't have too much finesse for the game, but that was one of the rare times you see them with a sort of a layered call that worked extremely well, and just props to them for being able to bounce back, come back, and win the game on the T side.
So obviously between maps, normally there's that break. The players are getting spoken to by their coaches. No one's focusing on the loss. Everyone's focusing on falling forward. Let's look at the next map. We're going to look at Mirage now, but I'm curious if you were to be able to say something to Na'Vi now about what's just happened and what needs to happen next, what would it be?
I would say that, I mean, Ursula and the Na'Vi mental staff can coach them to get blown out or lose in any fashion and move to the next map almost like nothing even happened. So their ability to just have short-term memory loss in a great way has been great for Na'Vi over the last year and a half. And also a reminder, they did win this one in overtime last time for the Blast Open Lisbon event. And they did so even when the Mongols were throwing some pretty complex plays at them. There were some good flanks from the Mongols, but Na'Vi were just airtight. They covered the angles extremely well. They held just enough information. But I think that the difference when I watched that match back and today is that people like Bit popped off. People people that like Ema popped off in that game, whereas today Ema was incredibly silent and Bit and Pit was kind of a liability. Like he would get one at most today.
I don't know. I think a loss like that just leaves a terrible taste in your mouth because it's across the board that everyone was collapsing, really. And you had the game and everything was going well. And sure, you can go into it and saying, we did better than the last time or whatever. We're going into our map pick. Like you can say all those things. It's not going to make players forget how this map went. So usually in those situations, right, the only thing that helps you is a strong start. Just kick things off, just get rolling early. That way you're just looking ahead, focusing on the game in front of you. Like, sure, they'll say all the right things, but whether it will, be received by the players, I think it's not the same Na'Vi from last year. Like when you're already struggling this year and losing some games that you shouldn't, and now it happens again. Just look at FaZe as well. You saw that documentary. It's like you start thinking about it. Oh, it's happening again. It's just happened again to Na'Vi, and I don't know if they can snap out of it.
It's that snowball, but now it's the negative one that may be encapsulating Na'Vi. On the side of Mongols, how do you expect them to play Mirage, Yanko?
I don't know, they'll keep doing their
We're
same
so
thing,
back.
right? Like, they played Mirage so many times against each other. You'll see if they'll sprinkle anything else, whether it's just playing default a little bit slower and going for those B splits, whether it's, last 2 times they played in this tournament, they were doing B pops early on. They tried to focus B in their last game, but Alexi was actually having a good game and was punishing them for it. So we'll have to wait and see.
What about you, Mao? Are you in agreement with Yanko?
I'm a little bit worried for Na'Vi if I have to take a side. So I would love to see them bounce back because it felt like in some ways one of the best ways this tournament could run is for Na'Vi to have a deep playoff performance to prove to themselves and everybody that they are a contender team. But if they're going to collapse in that sort of fashion as they did on Inferno, I'm going to have a hard time believing.
Are Na'Vi in trouble? That is the question that is going to be answered after the break.
She said she loves you,
but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I'm not playing against Mary, who knows? V-Satious. That's why.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move.
Oh.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He saw a lot of these things.
Map number 2 is coming up. Na'Vi suffering.
I mean, it looked like Mongols were not like
because they were quite far ahead.
So good in the game.
Map pick. Now we're going to Mirage, which is the second map in the series. We'll see if Na'Vi can, mentally get back online. I don't think that's an easy loss to take. I don't know about you, Dan. Like, how do you get back in from that kind of a defeat?
Yeah, I guess it depends on how they perceived it as a team. I think if they feel like, okay, we played well, but the Mongols just also played really well, and then you can kind of just say we give it our all, and there's like some degree of variance. But that's the thing. It's hard for us to understand how they feel about it because it's always a bit different from the player's perspective. But I'd imagine, given that they're so seasoned of a team that, and we're not like, in too dangerous of a territory here.
Sure.
So I would expect they'd be all right going into Mirage here. Now, the cool thing, I think, about last game is that we saw that Na'Vi were putting the Mongols through their paces. Despite losing, that 7-1 lead that they had was done in just such a crazy, fast fashion. And so if they tap into that confidence into Mirage here, I think they're still going to be in great shape. And we can't say anything but good things about
timeout, right?
The AWPing.
Pass?
He was a really big reason why
it
got as close as it did and why they had such a fantastic start, and might play even more of a role on a map like Mirage, you have to expect with the AWP. So very, very curious how that will end up playing out for him if he could do it again. The Mongols look like they are going to be starting on the T side with Na'Vi on the CT side as well. So I think it was really fun. Like, Inferno was a really fun game to watch. It was obviously a lot of back and forth, but I think we got to get a good taste of really both teams. And we'll see if we can reproduce that kind of quality here on this map. For the utility, we're going to have a little bit of defensive on the Imma side there. Alexi also buying the smoke kit combination. It always makes me excited because it means no matter what, you can win the round on the CT side. Like, even in a 1v4, you can do it. And for the Mongols, it's way more light. It's one single smoke on a Blitz, and he's clearly playing towards that middle position, so might just be sort of window and then go split that A-bomb side from 3 different positions.
I know, it looks like the Mongols were looking for that early CT aggro in mid, which isn't too uncommon. After a while, they decide to go through to connector here now and forcing the issue in towards the A side. The split is on. Is there any shots here for the defense? Imi on the other side gets destroyed by Sensu. Oh my god, the knives come out! No, you can't do this! Sensu, why? 5 versus 2, and the Mongols are in the A side.
It wasn't just that it was the stabbing, it's that it took so long. Just slowly poking holes in him. That was actually gruesome to watch. And so is that JL making the leap across in the middle and shot in the head by 9-10. Alexi, is there anything left? He does have the smoke kit, but you have to get closer than that. They'll shut it down. The Mongols laughing their way through that round. Oh no. Can I request not a replay? Just avert your eyes. Don't look at it, guys. It's not. Oh no. We've got multiple angles of the replay. We've got CCT cameras where the evidence is all there. That is a savage way to win a round.
That's actually so wild. All right, well. Okay, I got to get my head over that. Okay, 1-0 for the Mongols.
Obviously, it's all over the place. I don't like it, but it is funny.
Control. Watch out for the scout, though. Wonderful on that scout. On the A side for now, but.
Yeah, they love this default. The Mongols, this is their favorite thing where they got Messinio up in the palace. And I would even say it's so much of one of their favorite things that I'd not be too surprised if Na'Vi try and punish him in this position later on. Because if you double push the palace for Na'Vi, you're going to find him there a lot of the time. But they run this, yeah, pretty much all the time. So I doubt if it's going to be disappointing. I might actually go look for him right now. And I think this is just a stats question. Na'Vi have been looking at the demos same as I have, and they are going to be prepped for that one. So pretty sick. 4 versus 5, 55 seconds here. Blitz, that's a long range. And the MAC-10s, even in spite of the fact that they lost the early player there, kind of powering through the sheer mobility of those weapons, making it very hard to stop them. Alexi will find himself once again alone, trying to do a tiny bit more damage, which, remember, in a loss on the CT side of Inferno was something that Na'Vi actually managed to do. Even when they lost rounds, they did a lot of damage. This time, the Mongols just losing 1 player.
And I'm so curious when the... I mean, we talked about it already, the AWP showdown. I think it's going to be so interesting. By the way, sometimes the MAC-10, like we saw there with Blitz, it's like a laser sometimes. Sometimes it's just like it's straight on their head.
As much as I hate to admit it, it is probably a skill issue for me. Like, you know, I think if there are some players who are just so good with taking those side of shots with the SMGs, I am just not one of them. It's one flash on Alexi. So you can see that they're set up to crunch middle. Just a matter of timing when they sort of try and get people there. All right, he's pulled it out. They're falling kind of away. I wish they would have had all 5 players for this crunch. I think that's a, you know, you might as well. You're very likely not going to win this round anyway for Na'Vi, but just try and see if you can make it more expensive somehow. Still hasn't really set himself up to really do anything with it, so.
Joe got spotted there. I was looking for an angle onto Senzu, but can't go forward. Oh, a bit there we go. JL Faceby was waiting for that for so long, that opportunity. At least he gets the headshot. So there's the damage you were looking for. And now there's no more Deagles. There were 2. Now there are 0. Oh. It looks like Wonderful just gave up on life.
I think he was getting wallbanged from the other side. I think he was like, he slowed down, so he was just annoyed at the whole, the whole situation. These MAC-10s have done so much work, and the fact that they're carrying them into the next round.
Haha! 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 Wait, do I have both for the sounds now? Is it double mic? Yeah, wait, how do I remove that?
Kind of a menace.
I think that's fine now, right?
Getting into position with the AWP in
But it's good now. But yeah, here it is. Just playing around.
9-10 again. We know that he's still up there. Obviously under the cover of smoke.
Yeah.
9-10 not with an angle on it just yet.
There you go.
But
Sus.
with Wonderful creeping out, we might be denied this AWP battle.
What
for
is
now,
sus?
With the 4v5 for the Mongols,
Huh?
they're going to have to reset now and figure out which direction they want to go. You can't just stand in mid forever.
Or you printing the off waiter mess. That's why I got off. Yeah, but now when wait, I mean I gotta figure out how to use that program a little better. Like how the fuck do I remove?
Will eventually try to Molotov out bit in this shadow position. Smoke goes up in front, but still they kind of have to do something there. We'll see if he can find the right Molotov to put some pressure on him while they push. That is a fantastic beginning, though. Ima does get shot down.
Why is there a...
Still waiting on
you guys see that?
move on the other side of the map.
Okay, you don't see it, but on
a
mine...
critical moment of how much pressure
you can't even click like that. If I do like this...
Catching 9-10, there's Techno in the window and no head armor. He goes straight down. Bit is down below, but you can see the Molotov. It did push him into a bit of an awkward fight, and he ends up going down to Blitz.
But I don't know, it says 30 minutes on my phone here. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Still in the 1 versus 2 now. Baumann is back for Blitz.
So now we're going to have a cookie stream where you can't have better shit. The problem is like this. Yes, I wanted to fix this, but I think I need a better solution than this one, because this one is like, hey, buy this thing, and I don't know if you can see here.
Very close now to walking.
It says 30 minutes there. Like, I don't know what the fuck that means.
Getting closer, and I think just
okay, it literally like, hey man, buy this shit. Hey man, like, Alex, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really keen on that one.
That was crazy close. Blitz.
Use Hippocamp. I did use Hippocamp. That's what I tried to do. But it didn't work like I wanted to.
His opponent was kind of clipping the wall there. You kind of know you can kind of reset it, like go back into cover, re-peek. Really nice stuff.
I can try to download it again and see what happens.
Spot there also. Good find from 9-10 to open up the round. This is a lot of really cool moments, I think, in that one for both sides. But again, like Alexi B winning it by the skin.
No, Hippocamp is not supported on
still alive for both
on Apple Store.
So would imagine to see that we'll see
Toliko.
mentioned that Mongols like.
I can't find it on Apple Store.
Yeah. It is such a catch-all approach. You might as well.
I mean, if someone is on a tech nerdy and knows how to do it, I have it in my iPhone. Yeah, but like they have removed it because when you go to like I went to Elgato's website, for example, they said they don't support it anymore as an example. But if we have that set up and so on, I could potentially do IRL streams. That I can just turn on my PC at home and then just leave.
But soon as the spot is in,
I guess that's how usually the people do, right?
Cautious grenade to hold them on back. Bomb is dropped further back, and there's still plenty of time in the round. One opportunity missed.
To some degree, if they don't want to be like, you know, lagging out and blah 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 blah. So.
But the Mongols, you know, the issue here is that you invest a lot in time in looking for that pick. If you don't get it, now all the time is gone. You might be forced by the clock to make a more risky move. They're actually regrouping into the B apartments.
Interesting.
They're just playing pretty defensive.
Was that on purpose, that moment? Felt like he wanted to throw it in ladder room there, though.
Good, depending on how clean the entry is against Alexi B, who's just on an MP9.
Missed opportunity, wonderful. Can't catch the shot, and the flashbangs are fantastic. Alexi,
what if he got a Cloud9
time, but he really didn't get anything done. And you almost wonder why. Just 1 or 2 kills could have, or especially 2, but just even 1 kill could have distracted a bit from it. It's 25 seconds, and they will go for the bomb plant here without being.
Are you
already given up the round?
The R word or what?
B from apartments is their favorite strategy, statistically in the last 3 months. So it's not by a huge margin. So it's not really easy necessarily for Na'Vi to predict. But I did actually think the setup was kind of nice for it. The MP9 by the
combo.
There.
I mean, it's the same with, you know, that one I got baited in a while ago, you know, the classic one that everyone sent for a while. I actually did fail for that one, fall for that one.
Certainly is. Yeah,
I mean, credit to, like, I just literally got this printer on Saturday. I think I need to do at least half a year before if I want to do an extended breakthrough.
How a CT side plays.
What did I use for that one? To record that program?
Aggressively to find information. They're just
Video Ninja. I know about Video Ninja, and because mostly because they try to do it, but like I don't know how to set it up in a good way. Now I used I Google, and then it was like some girl on the.
It's a tough spot to be in. But Mongols coming out ahead.
I saw that one before. I don't even. I think I have it actually. Let's see here. I think I still have it.
4-1.
Yeah, I have this one. Maybe that one is the right one. Install our plugin for OBS Studio, then plug into your device.
Anything can happen, right? We do know that the game is slowly.
Yeah, they have like literally removed. It's the same here. Remove the watermark and shit like that. But maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. But they're also like every one of them is doing the same.
A hard time at the moment.
But it's like, okay, get started, install the plugin. Okay.
0 kills on Imma, but high fragging is jailed with 4 kills.
Yeah, we were discussing this off camera as well. You know, generally I feel like at LAN you kind of want to select the T side just so that you can get everybody online,
right?
Because you can kind of be the aggressors.
Droid count? Is it free though?
Switch up, obviously. 0, AK, and M4. Well, actually 2 M4s.
Well, to be honest, Dan, whenever you start a conversation with, we discuss this off camera, I'm immediately nervous. I'm like, oh, what's he going to bring up next?
Yeah,
but you're right. We did talk about that. You could see Bit looking for Mazinho. He does just know it, and I think you should. It's worth thinking about this at home. How much research goes into it for Na'Vi to
I was going in.
As they are, that someone will be.
I was going in, and then I see like a rating.
Even if you know he's there,
you see here.
Find the kill, and the answer is absolutely yes.
Bro,
it's a very important victory. And again, it's finding reveals for the puzzle. You understand? Okay, that was the default kind of round.
All right,
so
the next one
was.
was.
At least we have an idea.
They got it to JL. He's stolen the gun away.
The humor group, the old school humor group.
Scot-free, at least for now.
No, Hopla, the second review, and I'm not trying to be offensive or anything like that, but it's that the meme and every Swede knows this. The song that Shilling Gänget was singing.
Take him down.
It's the
what a shot from Bits.
Gay's fault.
It's dangerous. Can you do it one more time?
5 out of 5 stars.
That's not going to be an opportunity.
That's the next one. That was the next one. Like, what the fuck?
Couldn't really keep it going. Double kill for Blitz. And Alexis snuck on through the connector. Might as well try and go through the smoke at this stage. No bomb plant yet.
Oh, good test. Sorry, I couldn't just remember exactly. Totally sorry.
That's Blitz going down. The bomb actually lost now. Out in the open. That's so awkward. Picked up once again, and this time the plant will be going through. He's got 15 bullets left still, so plenty enough to take down Techno. But he's got to find him first around the box, and Techno's just waiting for a minute. He will swing wide for it and make the escape.
But yeah,
that will be annoying. There is no. either on
yeah,
Lexi,
someone
as I do think
could help
Tekno
me out
knows
with that so we can
Look at
set
how
it
far
up.
away he's going. He wouldn't do that if he thought there was a smoke and a kit in play. This is such intelligent Counter-Strike. Now going for the 10-second defuse. Tekno getting a bit closer. He's got the timing in his head. He knows there's still a bit of time left. Lexi going for the full-on defuse, and unfortunately, Tekno is down to seconds. He knew exactly when to peek to get him off that one. That is expertly timed.
So
and
it's gonna feel terrible for Lexi B to be in these two positions where he's the one that, in fact, well, at least he won the last clutch. So I'll take that back. But yeah, that's rough.
By the way,
really rough.
today I've been like probably like the worst watch party like ever since I've done watch party. I'm literally like missed all games I've been sitting and watching. I've been doing other things at the same time and I spoke to that one.
But it's so smart for the Mongols to throw
no utility, he needed to actually
because
kill
that could
them.
have been an easy mistake to make. Is you start to grenade around the corners and you're showing the other team, well, yeah, we're going to be coming for this position. They found out when they were getting shot in the back of the head, and that's pretty rude.
I mean, the thing is like this. Me and my community, we know this. It's like, you know, you guys live in your own world. Everyone's talking to each other, and I'm sometimes jumping in and out. Either I'm sitting and playing fully and all of those things. I think most band guy are the leader from Twitch. Nice.
Trying to escape.
I'm pretty sure everyone is already know how I am as a streamer. It's fine, but like.
But we reset in a round where Na'Vi have dumped more util.
And now I also have a toy at home. So. And now I'm sitting in 3D printing like all
on the other side. So incredibly risky Counter-Strike.
What did they write in team say here? Or like in all
really decide in my own brain if
Thank
I think it's good or if it's
but that was nice shot.
At the same time, you're down 5-1, so you probably will have to take some risks to sort of build a comeback. But he was alone in the middle. There was nobody.
Priority set, 3D printer
CS.
CS.
Such a forward position. We are going to be seeing a bit of a, you know,
it should be Twitch chat
with the ramp position
or stream.
3 of them there with Messinio once again up in the palace.
The last opening the Mongols did like this, they actually hit B. So trying to throw Na'Vi for a loop hit. Seeing that player top mid, what does that really mean? Well, that's going to mean a lot. Bit goes down straight away. But wonderful with the stoppage there into Palace. And this might be a little bit harder than the Mongols wanted. Can't make it across, falling into sandwich.
I still have missed the whole.
Get the bomb down.
They've got to hurry a lot more than that. The Molotovs are kind of annoying, but it doesn't help them closer to the bomb plant. The Mongols, someone has to make a choice right now. The spray is perfect for JL. Just had to drag his mouse down further and controlled it beyond belief. Ima does drop, but you're right, there's no time in the round any longer. The Mongols just
a droid
waiting and waiting and waiting and never made the decision to actually go for it.
Camo was the one I was trying.
I actually didn't even check if they had the smokes, but they did decide to throw a bunch of Molotovs to top of the stairs and even towards the jungle position. But, you know, Molotovs don't accomplish the same thing as smokes do. So maybe that's why they were never able to run out. A weird scenario.
Yeah,
I tried Camo. That was the first one. It worked on PC and the phone directly, but I couldn't load it into OBS. No idea why. That's why I restarted OBS. Didn't work.
Where they don't really focus on pressuring mid early. They instead apply more pressure.
Android I haven't tried, but he seems to be also.
Because the previous one they did that, they hit the B site.
If he's saying that as a Swede as well,
like that's get onto the B site. And then here, obviously, switching back up to the A side. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of util for Na'Vi, but they still... The problem was Mongols, they didn't have enough time for something to go wrong. And we had some...
Video Ninja is a web-based
that just really stopped them getting across
Video Ninja I tried before on the PC, and the I have already installed. Actually, that's... Wait.
Also,
maybe I should have
some
done
ways,
that
though, it's a sketchy round for Na'Vi to win. Like,
and
you're going to be happy that you're winning any rounds at all right now, but it's a round you win because of a bit of a fumble on the Mongol side. So I don't know how much you're celebrating it for Na'Vi. I'd like to see just some more individual, you know, hard-hitting rounds where you just feel the strength of some of the Na'Vi players. I think Bits had a couple of really sick shots on the map, but like get some rounds where that's just how you win. Like, here we go, we just dominate. That's not going to happen in the middle.
He's going so fast.
Yeah, he's going to keep going for it. And again, it's that late smoke in the middle is always a sign to be worried. Oh, JL
he's alone
for it. He's just powering through. He is a one-man army crushing the Na'Vi defense. He's still alone, by the way. There's no one there to back him up.
How do you read this? And in the meantime, completely alone on the A bomb side is Bits, and he has got no chance of defending that. 9-10 still out here, still absolutely destroying fools left and right. And I mean, this is a shocker of a round. An earthquake under the feet of Na'Vi as Imma tries to defend. But what on earth possessed 9-10 to just run down mid by himself the entire way with an AWP? Open to everything, of course.
It's so sick. This is the kind of stuff that made the Mongols so popular in the beginning. It's so fun to see. And I mean, what can you do about this? I will say this. The fact that the smoke was later, again, is, you know, maybe a bit of a sign for Wonderful, but he was ready to take the fight. He wanted to fight there. 9-10.
I just can't understand. It's open to everything. He's fully exposed. He's naked. Sensu now through the smoke, picking up one, and it seems like Na'Vi can't get anything going. Obviously, they're not on a full buy, but still, Anders, you'd expect them to maybe find a little bit more success.
You would certainly hope so. You'd want to see a lot more power out of them here. It's been taken away. The Mongols have shown up with real force in this game. I actually love this. This is so sick to see. And you said it earlier, but you know, this is the 2-0 teams, so it's not like Na'Vi are immediately in danger of getting knocked out here, but still. Spit.
Hello.
Giving a bit of a neck drop to Techno, maybe. There's no way to repay him.
Oh dear.
You know who gives fantastic neck rubs? Is Blair. He's got strong hands.
He's got that Indian tech.
Yeah, listen, I'm just telling you now, you can, you know.
Because like head massage is famous out there.
Is it? I've never been to India yet.
I'm pretty sure.
It's one of the it's great failing. I really want to go.
You're right, Anders, you are a failure.
Listen, people tell me all the time, Dan, so I'm glad you're at least, there's a certain comfort in the fact that you're affirming that. You know, I don't have to even think about it. It's like, it's just,
yeah.
We all
we govern by consensus.
It's like, I like that. At least I know what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Second time out. Listen, I'm not the only one. Na'Vi are failures too. So I'm in good company in that sense. I can appreciate that.
Well, it's really, you know, we actually had another conversation off camera earlier. We were talking about, it was in the context of player slumps, and we're like, how do you know when you've hit the bottom? And I feel like Na'Vi, that last round, that kind of felt like it could be the bottom in this game of Mirage, because it just, the last couple of rounds. Because it really feels like there's zero answers, and when Mongols are running at you like that, that's not a good look.
For Na'Vi, I mean, it has been a bit of a turbulent time for them. Start of the tournament's been good though. This is a bit too much to deal with. Nice flash, blowing up on the smoke. Sensu goes down. Smassinio still on the A ramp, but I kind of wonder if he wants to take it on himself to try and do something. He's 9-10 in the middle. He's not afraid of anything, but yeah. For a minute there, I thought maybe, because when you're a man down this early on, maybe what you need is just one of your players to do something. I think he jumped before he went for it. He's already shown that he's here. Out fighting. Deep nade. Is it actually going to catch JL? It's close. A little bit too close for comfort here.
Perfect timing for Bits. Great defensive smoke. I don't know how you deal with this one. It's got so much space to work with down here. This is so awkward. Up the ladder he goes. It's getting even weirder. Keith with the AWP. Blitz will put an end to that.
Why is the after here?
Techno out of the connector, looking for kills jungle. 2 players to find. So much damage to be done here to win this one, to save this for the Mongols. But Techno's on the case. Oh, up on the angle.
Oh.
Just weak on the sides.
He has a left.
Bomb is down. He has to collect that.
Oh, yeah, yellow. Nice run by Yell.
Saves the day, and it feels like every
cattle on stairs.
Labored for Na'Vi.
It really does. I can't believe that we saw 9-10 try to clear Shadow with an AWP. It's just,
yeah,
it's just so wild, and it very nearly worked.
Who shows this map?
They want more. But already a very strong position to take the map here.
It was the Mongols.
Na'Vi barely stabilizing the game, sort of barely getting their feet on the ground at the moment. No balance at all in their play. But for once, they have a bit more cash to work with. They got rid of the FAMAS here. We're all on M4s. They've got some more utility.
But I can remind you, Anders, that in the first map, the Mongols were in this position.
Yeah, that is true.
So maybe Na'Vi can do to them what was done to them.
It's very
that makes sense, right? Does that make sense? I was like confused when I was saying it. I'll be honest.
You are a philosopher, Dan. You know.
That's good.
But yes, that is obviously what they want. A little bit of revenge, turning the tables and all that. Still have seen way fewer be executive than I think we normally would out of the Mongols. So I'm curious about how that plays out. I feel like that's something that maybe they will reach into in the last couple of rounds here, because they certainly have the experience to try.
I never got it up in as a plugin.
Sensu goes down at the start.
But I downloaded
so no surprises on that front. 9-10.
The droid thing
before with a lot more
now,
speed.
and I need to restart OBS though.
Wonderful is
you don't need a
there in
plugin.
front, but he's got
I did exactly what you're doing. I never got it up as an option. That was the thing.
5 versus 3, and Navi.
That's what's the thing.
Safely, but I appreciate Wonderful trying to really summon some more strength in the team. He's got 6 kills after getting 3 in this round.
Yeah, and it really does look like Na'Vi have managed to just find their way back in here. This is looking great.
Install camera. Yeah, I have it there as well. I have already that.
For them, I don't imagine Mzenia really has the ability to find a position to get kills because the bomb is down. And if it were the case that the bomb wasn't down, he had it. Maybe he could find a fight or two, but we'll see exactly what he's going to be walking into. It's a pretty nasty setup.
It's the kind of round where if this was like 2013-14 Counter-Strike and Get Right or Forest were alone here, you would say, oh, there's always a chance, you know.
True.
You never really know. Oh my God,
dude. Okay.
He's disgusted by himself. Let's see the face cam replay. Caught in 4K. Submit the report. Pull up the scoreboard right now and just report him instantly.
It's just like such a random amount of time has passed. Oh, let's spam it.
I just want to see JL's own face. It was so outrageous that even JL feels bad about it. Arrest this man.
Call the police.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, Tech Knights online for the Mongols. As they look to charge into mid. Oh, Wonderful is close here. They are closing the distance with the orb. This is very bad for Wonderful. Got to be cautious. Able to back away in time. Carefully does it. Carefully does it.
Yeah, I do see it on the app and everything.
Smoke in hand. Imma had a really rough time in the first half here, but he does control the spray just well enough. It ends up dropping. It might not be that much of a problem here. Imma trying to see if he gets to another kill. It's a very labored spray, and he doesn't really get what he wanted. Blitz will take one more shot, and they're actually now.
I'm never getting it in during a device.
Last of the half, so if Navi can't win this one, I think it's going to be quite deflating.
That's the thing, Tulika. I never got it into a device at all.
A couple of more bullets left. He's got 5 of them, in fact. Should be enough to get the kills here. And Alexi and JL, they got to talk together. They don't have any real interest
it's
to get rid of him. They got to be careful.
lagging
Sensu
because
drops JL, and
sorry
now
about
it's Alexi. Quaking his boots on the other side. This would be a disastrous round to lose. I don't know if Navi have the mental to recover it. He's baiting him into it. He's saying, I've got to be reloading at some point. He's down to just 2 bullets. Shooting those out. I think he's tempting Alexi, saying, you know I've got hardly anything left here. 20 seconds, and it's so close. He's almost got that one. You could see, instead of a celebration of winning the clutch there, Alexi just happy to make it out alive.
Oh, Sensu. Dangerous stuff there with the Deagle. Oh, man. The damage, I mean, after they win the round, of course, but after all is said and done, the damage is quite nasty. We'll see the impacts of that in a moment.
That is sick. Still, it's not a terrible first half, right? 7-5. There is a bit of a battle to be had there for Navi. They're not out of it yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, if we think back to the first map, you know, it was a more dominant start, to be honest, from Navi.
Yeah,
going up 7-1 and what was it? 4 rounds in the end that the Mongols were able to get. So with all that said, I mean, you know, and looking at that game, you know, Navi showed that they had the ceiling. They were able to reach it to be in winning ways for a large duration there. So as we move into the second side here, oh yes, let's look at this lovely flick. Oh,
So scary. 10 health.
Incredible.
Now, on the T side here for Na'Vi, they do like a good.
I have a very stupid question, but you know how it is. It happens. Sometimes, do you have a camera installed on the correct PC? Yes.
Something like that. They're going to set up a couple of smokes in the middle of the
Of course. It's the streamer PC.
The bottom of connector, and then they have one of the window already, and it will in fact be.
Because I don't get it up in OBS. That's the thing in sources at all.
Yeah. Late push from Emmett through the underpass, looking to catch a timing as Blitz looks to defend here on Sandwich. How long can he live in his forward position? Sensu and 910 picking up players.
Na'Vi was looking so good in the big. Oh.
I don't understand. Wonderful. Wonderful.
In the beginning, but now it looks like.
What have you done?
Shit, I don't know.
The betrayer.
The thing is, you almost have to, like, there's no the risk is that USP is gonna get the kills on you instead. So. It's hard to even blame him, but it's obviously a dreadful time to have that happen. And the Mongols winning the pistol. Oh, that is disgusting timing. I don't know if you saw that the first go around here. Yeah, it looks funny, doesn't it? But
it actually almost looks completely needless, Anders.
You might be right.
In the replay, it's like, you just missed. Or did you?
Accusing him of mutiny, shooting Alexi in the back of the head.
Yeah, there's a foreign agent on the team.
Yeah, no, I was just like yeah,
no
I don't
reason to take any risk whatsoever.
Yeah,
there was no bomb plant. You know that Na'Vi are very likely not going to have anything in this round, so...
Right, let's see here on the other one.
Just relax.
On my cam.
Enjoy the
That's something there. Not that I think it is,
out
but
there.
still.
That's what TVs used to look like.
And that one is like restarting 400 times because it refuses because Elgato
couldn't exist without relativity. We need to understand
That's true.
how photons move through the tube, and otherwise we're going to get the wrong image.
Don't talk about my tubes, Anders.
Dan, you might go to the gym a lot, but I'll talk about whatever I want.
All right. Wonderful Hazard Eagle. That's really all I can say about Na'Vi. Wonderful Hazard Eagle.
I mean, that is probably, to be honest, the most... the only thing we really care about, presumably, is going to be whether or not you can find one of them, and we're just completely robbed of that entertainment. They couldn't even get us that. At least feed us a Deagle headshot so that we can enjoy that. Puts a smile on everyone's face.
Well, this is not good for Na'Vi. I'll be the first to say.
You might be onto something. It's a kind of a careful position you're taking. Sort of riding the fence on this one, Dan. But fair enough. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how British people speak. You know how it works. You say the words that you say it's not really what you mean.
Yeah.
Which is really the beauty of it, because you get plausible deniability at all times.
Yeah, I like it. I'm into it. 9-5, round number 15. We have the deep incendiary. Again, you never know if you're going to be able to catch somebody. Sometimes the T's, they are already running through, getting flashed in. Speaking of getting flashed in, that's how you want to use one of those MP9s. Moving forward, though, and that is a straight death automatically. Messinio, don't hate it, but I did like the early kill.
Straight in mid, Alexi B. That's a huge extra find. Well over a minute to play this as well. The bomb moving its way towards the B apartments as Alexi B jumps up, and it's the worst possible timing. Techno, and the fact back to B.
The fact that he finds him going through there, I think Techno, it's not a surefire thing, but it is a bit suspicious. And he does take the safe route. Just ducked down here. You've got to be so careful coming in on the other side. One mistake for Wonderful, and he ends up getting dropped now. He hasn't seen it, but Techno certainly has. He knows that someone's going to be coming. He's calling in the reinforcements as well. Bit is walking in from the catwalk instead. 40 seconds now. And Techno, one job to do. Wonderful has no idea how much danger he's in. The backpack showing.
I think somehow they were both over
take the chance. Not yet anyway. Waiting for it. And there we go. The headshot. Execution. Back of the head as Bit gets the first one. Still a player to find in the corner. Nice little grenade actually will soften it up. And he peeks into the debris. A sick round from Techno. The patience in that clutch to get the job done was beautiful.
That is actually an awesome round there. Really well played by Techno.
I think I figured it out by my
Techno can do it all.
Yeah, he actually does have a pretty wide skill set considering how many different weird positions he ends up playing, but
I mean, this is so well played because, you know, he really wants his teammate 910 to just be able to, like, be the distraction there, especially because he can't really effectively shoot at that spot. But anyway, back on the pistols, quick run up catwalk, straight into the brick wall, aka Senzu.
Yeah, fun.
Oh, how does Techno go down? They knew what was coming, obviously. Oh my god! JL!
Yeah.
This time on full-on rollerblades, just never stops.
You know what the issue was, Tuliko?
We need to see the replay for him taking out.
Apparently, up in one of the corners,
on catwalk, they know what's coming.
you need
Mongols,
to,
there's no more surprises. They exactly know what the next part of the play is going to be. It's going to be a rush through the B hallway. So the fact that they somehow end up in this position anyway is sort of ridiculous. Deep grenade here to force out JL, and he's going to go down immediately. The retake is on once again. They do not want to surrender this round, the Mongols, but they might be forced to. Bit gets a kill, still back here with the incendiary in hand, and he can throw that, slow down the potential bomb plant, and he gets the headshot. Don't even need the incendiary. Bit to claim it at the end of triple for him, but the whole round is manufactured by JL and that absurd Tech 9.
And what was crazy at the end right there too was that it looked like I had no idea where 910 actually was.
Don't tell me it didn't.
910 was like,
parrot. No, parrot was fine. That I already know all the time. Now I also love because I've been sitting and doing so much things, so now my regular cam is like shit right now. But that's how it is. No, the thing was like this. Up into like the left corner, there's a bubble that basically like they don't scream in the beginning in the program about like, hey, install this extra file to make OBS work. But they don't pop up. But when I looked at a YouTube video, in one of the comments it says like, hey, if you look at the top left comment, corner, like not comment, corner, there's literally like a bubble. Click on the bubble, it will literally say install a file for OBS specifically, and then it works.
Navi themselves will be
so weird.
This is actually such a crazy pivotal round for both teams. Timing is perfect.
And now we got it
fixed. The second one, Imma. That's all you needed to do. Keep going, but yeah, the first couple of kills probably enough to secure the round. Super well played.
This is really helpful to get this happening quickly so that they can get the hunt onto 910 a bit sooner. Because, you know, definitely want to get rid of that.
Now that was an anti-stream snipe cover.
Being kind of annoying, forcing
unlucky Techno. Unlucky.
Spend a lot to take him out. This gives a lot of time to 910 to get the hell out of there. And also, those 2 extra kills on the Navi players, maybe that discourages them for going for this. So it might just be the gentleman's agreement. All gentlemen. Yeah.
Alright, good. Alright. But now we have that sorted out.
It's
cool.
As much as you want the AWP out of there, it is risky. I don't think Navi have the confidence either to take a run like this one. So just be happy that you win the round. You lose the early fights, but Imma essentially willing them back into that one. 7 to 10. It is a 3-round gap here, and there's still
my colleague age very fast.
They've really severely limited the economy now on the CT side, so could easily be a bounce back here. Navi trying to stabilize the game.
Literally was like this.
Like the bottom fragging on Navi is Imma with 9, is well 2 players with 12, Alexi and JL, so it's very sort of tight spread that they've got going on in terms of the kills on the Navi side, which is kind of cool. I like that. Just everyone on the team pitching in.
And right now for the Mongols, obviously they have the AWP.
I had to still go down into the YouTube comments and find like a reply somewhere to figure it out.
Hello? Okay, alright. Oh, it's unfortunate.
Basically.
It's unfortunate. That flash coming in. 910 though, he's going to have a look at this.
Yeah. That's what I needed to do, and then it worked. So I haven't set it up. Set it up now.
We're all laughing, but there were a lot of ants on the bomb site, and Techno was, you know, banging them out.
Ooh.
JL really knows
disgusting.
How to, you know, stylish kills, you know? That's his flavor.
There's the black glass almost
well,
right
the
now.
ants are dead at the B bomb site, but fortunately so are the Mongols players.
Okay.
This actually
main upper.
MZini are looking to maybe try to move towards the AWP in case.
I mean, they asked me for like 400 things though, Tuliko, and I said yes to all of them, but then at the same time it didn't just work somewhere, I don't know why.
We gotta be so... Oh, he dies.
That's unfortunate that MZini dies indeed. 10-8.
It's a really important thing for Navi to not lose any more people in that round. That could have been It could have been kind of a disaster. Keep alive at 3. I think that's acceptable. Timeout call. The last one that they have for the Mongols. What is the play?
Yeah, it's certainly a good time to do it. It's been a hard-fought game for both teams. Again, we kind of talked about it. Na'Vi were the ones doing this to the Mongols in the last game, and then the Mongols came back and won. And Na'Vi, they're creeping. They're creeping all the way back, looking pretty good at the moment. And it'll be fun to see what kind of round Mongols select here. I feel like they've been fairly standard so far. We haven't seen a lot of crazy mid-aggressions, for example.
Yeah, it's not in the immediate top thing they love to do, but they do it. They are a team that will do those kind of 3 mid kind of setups early on. So this time
they're out there.
Yeah. Sensu also coming in from Catwalk.
Oh, this is big. What a shot there for 9-10. Falling off as well. Great opener. Oh, no, but they've lost sense.
Technology, there's not point looking for reasons as girlfriend.
Ima has done so much work
Okay,
in the last 3 rounds.
Let's see the socks on the car.
A very slow map for him otherwise, but he's found the groove all of a sudden. Bomb
White
picked up.
literally.
Might just be a walk out of Palace here for bits with no warning. Same as the Mongols tried to do in the first half here.
There.
So just sneaking on in. 9-10, it's such a smart play in front of the smoke. They were not ready for it. They felt like they'd already cleared that.
Where is
a little bit of a fight potentially could be happening over at the B bomb. So
no,
they lost
bomb,
and that's the bomb on the ramp. So yeah, they've got B, but they don't have the thing that actually goes on the bomb site.
Yeah. Well, MA might be in a position to do more. It has a good spot to maybe find a timing. That's a great kill. If Bit can slow play this now, activate Imit, that'd be really, really good.
Oh,
there comes Imit. Here comes Imit. Oh, what a catch there. And 2 kills out
they
of
know
nowhere.
he's
2 versus
CT.
1. The Mongols had everything going for them. But Techno, do they know where Techno
oh,
is?
Oh no, Imit that.
Against Techno,
no,
and he gets it, Imit, rather. Imit, you said it, Anders, he has been lifting the team on his back in the recent rounds, and it continues.
I am so shocked at how this one played out. The flank coming in from Blitz, the fact that they turned what should have been a retreat to the B bomb side into, a giant flank, and 3 kills for Imma. But honestly, this is probably a round where you have to point out that Blitz needs to get that kill. He should have every single time. 9 rounds for Na'Vi.
The result.
Yeah.
The result of that round is crazy.
Got a couple of smokes here. It's sort of a half-buy situation, armor and some pistols upgraded. So the Mongols, they're hoping for, one of those freaky rounds where suddenly somebody gets a couple of deagle shots, or they jump into the 5-7 over here on Techno. That is the dream here for the Mongols. But honestly, that last round leaves a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. I feel like that could be where they give up the map and end up playing a third one.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a slow grind from the Mongols back in the face of something much worse, I guess in some senses, in the previous map. So we'll see if they can hold on to that resiliency in this spot too.
They've guessed wrong. Stack going towards A and middle. Na'Vi, on the other hand, looking to equalize and most certainly will in this position. Sensor's going to be burned out into it. Classic play.
Great Molotov. Oh, Techno causing problems. They should be able to get that AK too, so that's a small victory.
Yeah, but the rest of it's bomb down. And again, you're probably just going to be trying to look for exits and get the rifles here as much as you try and lock them in. And I think for Na'Vi already now, it's probably worth it to try and think of a bit of an exit plan.
Yeah.
Go all together and hope that you pick the right side where Mongols aren't waiting for you.
Yeah. Yeah, there's only one opening. We'll see. And they don't actually have anyone in shop. And at this timing, I don't think they're going to be confident to clear shop. So they're actually going to go into the MP9 potentially.
Let's hear. How much could he done? Even a little bit of damage could go a long way for the bomb to go up. It's a nice stink onto Wonderful, but just not enough. He does go down, but I'm not even sure for Na'Vi losing a player here is the big deal. They have so much cash.
Yeah.
It is more about stopping the Mongols from getting the rifles on their side, because right now what's keeping them in a very
What kind of
weird
faces
position,
are
as
you
they
guys
just don't
doing?
have the money, and that's
You
going to
guys are
continue to be a
doing your
problem
own
potentially
thing
for the rest of
again,
the half
aren't
here for
you?
them.
Certainly. Well, 10-10. After some of the domination we've seen out of the Mongols, much like the first map, we are down to a tied score right at the end of regulation, at least. And just like you said, Na'Vi, they're not going to run out of money anytime soon. So the pressure really is on the Mongols.
I despise cats.
They are
Well, the
certainly
boiler
toast.
down at work, so I'm putting swap air sensor right now. Oh, shit.
Perfect would it be, though, if we have a bit of a reversal of the roles here with you know, Na'Vi having the lead on Inferno and then giving that up and losing in, you know, right at the end of the map, and Mongols are kind of setting themselves up on a similar path at the moment. I think that would be, I mean, set the stage very nicely for a third map, which would
Best
be,
1v6 players of all
I
time.
don't remember, it's Dust 2.
For edit gameplay?
Surely
For
is.
edit.
Surely would be.
Yeah, we'll just make them do it.
Yeah, we'll force them to play it anyway. Alexi, wide swing. The flashbang to set him up for that. That's why the CT sometimes throw that really early incendiary, because then Alexi, he can't necessarily wait for the timing for his teammate on the grenade. He sort of has to keep on running. So sometimes when you see the CT throw the incendiary early on, it's to stop that, or it's not to stop, but it's to make the timing on the flashbang for the T is really awkward. Which has some power in it. They're in the middle, and they're on the ramp and palace position.
They are
so
in the middle.
default setup here for Na'Vi, but it could be turned into an execute really quickly. Senzu, important kill, stopping Wonderful in the middle. Alexi, I'm shocked that they get that one. Messinio looked like he had the opportunity to really shut it down.
Run, Alexia,
He's running
run!
away. If Alexi had died there, it would have been a bomb on the ground in the middle, and the round
Wait,
might
where
have been
did
almost
we
over.
connect them?
Blitz still battling his way back into it here in 3 versus 3. The bomb is going to be carried on over. This is a tough round once again for the Mongols.
Oh, Blitz finding jail there is a massive win because
What's
the
for dinner,
scaling
Chris?
hasn't
I have
really
no
been
idea.
completed with the bomb.
I mean,
has
I
to
only
go
ate,
across to
what
the
was
side.
it, not too long
Means
ago
that
either.
The
So.
Mongols are able to better set themselves up. 3 versus 2. All the positioning in this retake that they need. So they make their way forward, taking the open engagement. There's no trade frag there for Senzu. Out there alone. As his teammates start to move forward. Techno and Blitz. Can they do it here for the Mongols? Again, their money's ruined if they don't win this. Great shot there. Good opener for Techno. Alexi B with an even better headshot, stuck behind the firebox. Can Techno wrap his way around and find this? Could be the next bullet wins in this scenario. Oh, Alexi B trying to juke it, but Techno, he's going to do
spam.
it.
It's so hard either way.
The time he needs without the kit to get this one locked in for the Mongols.
That is just so scary here.
If you had a potential chance to delay more, but
Techno had to take the shot halfway through the box.
I'm pretty sure every one of us is waiting for a third map, to be honest.
That round, and
it would be nice at least.
Na'Vi slowed down by the Mongols. It's been a really sick comeback for them, but this was a bridge too far. 11-10. The downside for the Mongols is they win the round, but it's a 1v1. They lose almost every single rifle here. They will actually purchase into the double AWP. All right, they had a bit more in the bank than I was expecting, so double AWP and an MP9. And the fact that they have the double AWP, I think Na'Vi are not quite going to be ready for so close, but Alexi will stay alive.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I think it's very hard for
yeah,
the T side
let's
to
watch
dodge
it.
both AWPs. And if you
I want to see actually how Astralis does.
become more susceptible
Maybe
to
Marcus will
these
watch it
picks.
as well. So we can become a hate watch.
Oh my god.
Kappa.
I thought he was going to pull the trigger then.
And it's bit, he has been pretty scary today. Oh, I love this. This is reminiscent of like 2016 SK Fallen.
Yeah.
It's like have someone holding with you. I forget if it was like Fur or Cold or whoever it was back then, but
yeah, you might be right.
I think Fur.
Yeah, it definitely would have been Fur.
They're falling back. And this is because Na'Vi is, they've slowed the timing here around us, so it's hard for the Mongols to read them.
They still have a very strong setup here. So,
he hits that.
That's crazy. Headshot on jail. But now the second AWP comes into play. Are they going to be able to dodge it? They know that 9-10 died over on that side, so now we might think, okay, that's it. No more AWPs in play. Blitz, good timing on the swing. He'll take the kill. Alexi actually still picks up one and might be able to win the fight here. He's done a lot of damage already. Wonderful. Drops Techno, and Senzu's already been pressured towards CT spawn here. Blitz hoping to keep
one
it
bullet.
alive. He's got one bullet left. He has to reload. He just had one left in the M4, and that was not enough to continue the battle. So patient, Na'Vi. Down to 17 seconds here. The bomb is going to be planted, right? The round has been won,
4 months before your birthday.
That was such a long grind of a fight where everything is stretched out. Every single fight takes longer than it should. And it all starts with JL and that
unlucky, buddy.
Leg shot into headshot.
And I don't know what you do if you're the Mongols now. Like, this AWP is everything. They just won a round. Their economy's completely reset. They've got nothing in the bank. They were all in. All the chips were pushed across the line on this one. And so Na'Vi, they've got to be feeling amazing about this. And you're right, Anders. Patience is such a reward.
The rookie numbers for me.
The money for the Mongols is in such a weird position.
Yeah, Rapt. You gotta be shilling more, man.
Recover from now. 11-11.
What's the economy though for the Mongols here? And they can buy though.
Question about
they can buy.
You're going to be lacking so much utility on the CT side that playing the default sort of game now, I doubt it will be a thing they can really do. So the question is, do you just want to try and do something a little bit more crazy?
Yeah, but then if Na'Vi just play a slow pace, then you're in a really bad spot. And so it's like the mind games there. Yeah. It sucks so much. And this is where the experienced in-game leader is so good.
Blitz potentially has go and being a nuisance on the map now.
Very interested to see. Thought maybe go, like if you push B hallways with 2 people and one of them is the AWP and the other one was an MP9, but they don't exactly want to do that. They've got 9-10 set up towards the ticket booth instead. He is obviously the main threat here. They have utility for the beginning of the round, but I think Blitz had almost nothing to start with, and
it's gonna be an A split, I think, Anders.
Yeah, it will
straight up.
I mean, it's worked for them in the past. I feel like this connected fight especially is one that they've been doing well, but the only downside is the fact that they are going into the AWP, right? Blitz.
Ooh, could have worked.
Eluding Emma on the other side.
Like if at least they got 1 for 1, you know.
The Mongols gotta be careful they don't move around so much that they give away this advantage, because this is a great luxury to have got that first kill in such an easy fashion. And the fact that there was somebody in the window is in itself, it makes you think, okay, well, what was the next part of that play? Because they haven't seen or heard anything in the B hallways.
And the position of JL, if Ime would have survived, is like really sick, because it's like that double layered lurk, which you like never expect the second lurk. But because Ime died there when he did, it really creates a hard spot for Na'Vi. Bits walking out, he has been so successful. Oh, he finds an easy kill. The trade's there from Enzinio though. But the rest of the team, Na'Vi, they have to go off of that straight into the site. This is the one chance, 20 seconds to get the bomb down. Enzinio trying to defend the AWP shot, the pirouette. It's not going to work out for Wonderful. As JL now looks everywhere, all these targets. Senzu finishes it off, and the Mongols, they somehow survive.
Did he just track him in the air while he was... Senzu was a TT spawn. That is not necessarily... Maybe he just got all the damage in early on. Yeah, JL staring deep into the abyss.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah. Who could blame him? This is could end up being a suffocating loss. I mean, they just had this happen to them on Inferno, where they really were there. They had really done all the hard work, and they just couldn't find the last bit of strength, and they look like they're going to be falling victim to it once again. So the 12-11 scoreline. We're going to round number 24.
How did Na'Vi lose map 1?
In this third best of 3.
I don't know really. It felt like they kind of just
and the AK left on the
basically started throwing.
The rest of them not with the best weapon.
In that way.
Look at
so
the
I don't know.
time for Mongols to pull this out. Aggressive push. It was essentially what I wanted the previous round. You're covered by the AWP, and then this time they're just going to keep it going. They've got so much info. They can rotate the AWP back in the middle now, and in 10 more seconds, they're going to know almost everything.
Oh, no. There's never a read on this timing. He can just keep going. Oh.
You waited till he turned. That's not even necessary. He wanted to look him in the eyes. He wanted him to know who was there.
Oh, no, in the smoke. This is... Okay, so they have 50 seconds. And they've lost all their map control. The only map control they had was Ime towards underpass. So right now for Na'Vi, you are assuming that everything is pushed, and so you don't have time to really fully clear everything. You have to go into a full setup that's waiting for you.
The only thing that's a bit weird is that I think the Mongols have maybe overcooked it. So they're thinking, okay, they must go back to B now because we got the kill in the underpass. So they're expecting Alexi to be a little bit more, you know, elaborate than this. A lot of missed bullets there. In the corner, Senzu, the spray on. He's trusting Messinio on the other side. It's just Alexi. A 1 versus 2. That crossfire was so good against Na'Vi. And I don't think there's anything, unfortunately, the Finnish captain can do with this one. He's already so low on health, and they are all on him already. The pistol, Saudi gets the headshot somehow, but there's no time. He doesn't have it. He
time.
can't the bomb. 13-11 as the Mongols take down Na'Vi.
That is so
on just 2
unfortunate.
maps. That is such a wild way to end this one. Unfortunately,
That
we
is
do have some experts
so
with us on the panel.
unfortunate.
Sauna Mike is there. I like to call him. It's an anagram of Maui Snake, but he doesn't want you to know that, Dan.
Anders has been sitting on that for a while, Maui.
Sauna Mike?
I think that was what he went with.
I'm Sauna Mike now? Oh my goodness.
Sauna Mike now.
Taking Darth Mike's job, I guess.
It wasn't Anders' best work, but you know, he's had a break, so hopefully he warms up a little bit here. Let's talk about what we just saw, because I mean, after the first map, Yanko, you mentioned like it's just heartbreaking for Na'Vi to lose in that way, and then the exact same thing happens here. This is a rough loss for them.
Yeah, I mean, for a moment, it looked like Mongols was going to pull what Na'Vi did on map 1, right? Like
Actually, we can do like this.
Seat, all of a sudden, a half-buy happens. They lose it. Na'Vi's able to string some rounds together. They seem to be right back into the game. But the difference is Mongols still managed to persevere and find a way to close out the game with a couple of rounds at the very end.
They did it. I mean, it was a 2-0 victory for them, Maui. They go straight into the playoffs. That's going to be a big win for the Mongols, because they have had a bit of a shaky time the last few tournaments.
Oh, yeah. The Mongols missing out on the Lisbon playoffs, just kind of losing in some games that you really feel like it's hit or miss for them. Any given day, they can pop off, and the individuals work. And I think the Mongols, in some ways, are kind of lucky that they got through this, because to me, they survived the storm that Na'Vi was brewing. But I don't really know if they changed all too much, other than just started hitting a few more shots.
It's not going so well for me.
A little bit more aggressive in positions to get some info. But Na'Vi, on the other hand, definitely scratching their heads after that one, because it felt like it was right there in their grasp.
Back? Is this
so lucky for us, as we watch.
So this is what I'm doing.
We do, in fact, have one of the Mongols players joining us. We get a chance to chat to Inzinho. Inzinho, are you having a good time in Astana?
I'm having a good time. Trio made playoff. Yeah, that's great.
So what is the plan now for the rest of the group stages? Are you going to be practicing a lot, or are you going to be doing some sightseeing?
We're just traveling a lot, and there's no time to practice. So maybe there's 2 or 3 days we did practice.
But yeah.
Lots of practice. I'm sure the boys have some questions for you.
No, here it is.
Mazzinho, I feel like, I mean, you've just did a show match for the Mesa event. You're getting this, well, there's this event in Kazakhstan. What do you think about Counter-Strike kind of moving a little bit more east recently? It was also Shanghai Major, of course, happened too.
It's really...
It's like FaceTiming my grandma.
To in the Asia, there's no time.
Inzinho, congrats. I wanted to ask you about this game, because you played Na'Vi a few times.
You guys can hear me, right? It's only from my regular microphone, right?
What was the preparation like going into today's game?
Did I remove it or something?
Just made some anti-strats.
The problem is also, it's like, when I look here, it looks weird in that way.
What do you think is happening at Na'Vi? Because they're not
why no sound? Christopher, why no sound?
I think they played really good.
Yeah, but I think it should be coming from the camera.
Yeah, they just played good.
How do you keep up your individual form then? You said you haven't had too much time to practice. What are you doing in the hours after games are over? Are you playing Face It or what?
Just playing Face It. Just keep the form. Yeah, keep grinding.
Keep the farm.
Keep the form. Who is the team to beat here at PGL Astana? Which is the team that you think is the biggest threat to you lifting the trophy?
Biggest opponent?
Biggest opponent.
Maybe Spirit right now. We beat Na'Vi, and
I didn't want to do that.
So we can beat Na'Vi, so maybe the hard opponent is now Spirit.
You played Na'Vi 4 times this year now.
Yeah.
I'm watching, not listening.
Most familiar opponent for you? Are they the most comfortable?
I don't think so. They're just individually very good. That's not...
Oh, actually, it was also...
Yeah, we just managed to win.
No, it's a little bit better FPS.
Inzinho, congratulations going
through
like, the playoffs. Thank you also for chatting to us. We're going to break down that victory, and we're going to send Inzinho on his way.
Man.
If you are watching, of course, the Mongols have just gone 3-0, meaning they are making their way to the playoffs, taking down Na'Vi in spectacular style. Let's talk about what the Mongols were doing right in that matchup. Yanko, for you, when you took a look at all of that, what allowed them, if you like, to get the victory?
I mean, they're at their most dangerous when they're playing from ahead, right? Because when they start playing with confidence,
no, please turn it on. I'm not.
Moves, they're already fearless to begin with, but when they hit that state, it's very hard to stop because you might stop.
There's
always a reaction on the other side. Like, just requires you to really be on point across the board, and you know the Na'Vi players just weren't up to it today.
And no one on the Mongols is afraid of taking a fight that might be seen as fundamentally bad. Even if a fight is untradeable or a death is untradeable, the Mongols will so frequently just peek you because they think they have an advantageous duel for themselves as an individual. So even if you're Na'Vi, you're going through the motions of constructing a round and you think, okay, we just killed a guy.
You didn't
We're
know
in the
that
clear right now. The
plays
sole
from
defender
Mongols.
on a bomb site will just swing you, and you're like, well, why didn't he buy time?
That's a tender, man.
This is a great
That's
example of just the aggression, right? 9-10, best spawn, gets the first kill, just keeps running for Cat. Connector isn't smoke. There's no utility in Connector. He doesn't care. He knows he killed the Opper, right? He's just going for it. Finds JL as well. I mean, he's deep Cat at 1.
Actually, I was going down.
Sort of holding B. Senzu, Vok.
Just barely. That Molotov is perfectly timed, and no one wants to push through anything. So G2, they wanted to pounce. They felt like they had the opportunity. The window was open, but it's closed very,
I don't know when the next game starts.
Smoke is going to fade shortly. They'll break it open a little bit early to get a glimpse in. Snacks leads the way, but Lake with a double kill, and Swisher's going to peek now, and this round should be done. Snacks with a trade, and now a 1v2.
Yeah, little 1v2 here for Snacks. He's going to have the AK-47 go into the ruins. He's got a little bit of time, but they're doubled up together, so he has to hope that he gets a quick kill here. There's one separating them, but Ruck, even with the MP9, wins out that fight at range. So 2 rounds in a row, finally. Just at the end of the first half here for M80.
Yeah, and I got to say, I got to give a lot of credit over to M80 because that's a solid T-side out of G2, but the idea that throughout that half, the beginning...
Have you thought about joining an org as a streamer? If not, it's not very beneficial for you. I had 2 offers last year for 2 different orgs. I don't know what happened with it, actually. One of them, I probably would have turned on again because it wasn't beneficial, like overall. The other one I think I would benefit more from. So I don't know. But I was supposed to join one last year.
Now going to be on the defense.
Bro, I played one game, I had a storm and my ping was 140 and still top fragging.
Elimination on the line, an 0-2 matchup between these teams. Loser goes home. And it all gets decided in the second half of Inferno.
Like, the thing is, like, being in an org as a streamer could benefit you, but also could, like, not benefit you in a lot of different ways.
Able to make something of that happen
like, the one other in general thing that could happen is, like,
right down to the final wire.
you do usually get blocked off on a lot of,
The piss around for G2 in the first half was a straight up B rush. Revolve's got 2 brilliant entries.
Like sponsorships, etc. like
a bit more
that.
conservative.
Sadly.
Not willing to go for the brush.
That could be one of them, you know.
We got Taz and Heavy got up in the apartments. They're not hearing.
Are we getting a raid? I'm not seeing anything. Is Olaf sending me over, or is sending his people over, or is it Tausi maybe? Ah, Olaf Meister.
At the B bomb site, just a little bit more considered and
hello, part-time streamer.
2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov.
Ole, are we gonna play tomorrow?
Utility streams over. Maltz is dropping the smoke of his own, but they will not respect it. They'll come through.
No, I think isn't it you rating for him, Tausi? Or is it Olaf is rating?
Flank is coming. See how far Taz can get. His teammates hold.
He did it himself now? Because you usually do it, right? If I'm not mistaken.
And that flank isn't even required. Hades with a dual Berettas just mows them down.
There's even a counter flash thrown into the mix by G2 as soon as
it's always nice. If there's some other people who wants to keep watching or watch some of the other boomers and shit like that.
Really well executed.
Olaf's community, I'm sitting and 3D printing a lot of shit. I'm having fun with a 3D printer. That's a new update for me. And I'm also fixed.
Actually, everywhere they're going to look at that small area they have to work with around the smoke.
So now I have a cam for my iPhone as well. So set that up. Need to just fix the sound though for later on, whenever I'm gonna do
to
cooking on
the
stream.
all-important
For
third and
example.
deciding map, and they forced a third and final timeout of the M80 already.
You need to talk slower, Totte. All of community and all. Wait, what? Really? You and Olaf are enemy partners now? Oh shit! Has Olaf joined now? Nice. Did he do it officially today? Oh, nice.
MP9s for Mass for Heavy God, 2 M4s. Strong buy here in the second round for G2. M80 gonna go for the force himself. Reveal Tech 9s in the Mac 10. And
That's actually a massive W for.
Yeah, even with the first bullet dink onto Lake, he's still able to manage the spray for the kill. So puts a little bit of pressure on Snacks, who's playing behind the smoke, and there's no defense behind this. So if this play goes south, if it goes sideways, it's all over. Snacks recognizing that fact, that deep smoke is going to do absolutely nothing for you. Now you've got to drop the Molotov, and you got to hope that Hades is fast enough to get here in time. He's got one flashbang to set.
I don't see any announcement from him on his socials. Or did he not add it today? Like all of those things?
Somehow, some way, M80 looking much better here. They're into the bomb site. Plant's already coming in. And if G2 want to win this, they've got to do it in a retake fashion. Problem is, lack of hits, lack of utility. To try and come back into this, they need to move quickly. They need the bullets to
got a
connect.
time in the chat today.
Where the last players are. They know there's one in.
That's good though. That means that
how do you get them into the fights? And they just decide to
me and Ole can do in-house games against each other with the community easier as well. And we also can when he wants to. I don't need to leave. Like easily now. That's awesome actually. That helps me way more than he thinks actually. So that's awesome.
Yeah, and good on Hades.
Recruit
as well.
Freiber, please.
Tough series. He's had some rounds that have gone away from some shots that he should have landed that could have been critical. But it's nice here in this third and deciding map to have this 1v2 to make sure that G2 is still in the driver's seat down the stretch. Now, if you're G2 right now, you're loving this win, super happy about it. But you also recognize one player survived. They got a plant. There's another buy coming into this. And for M80, it's a desperate scenario where this kind of economic reset at this stage of the game is their best chance of winning this series. So they have to keep the pressure on. They have to keep buying into it.
I'm sorry, Elmer. Someone stole your nickname. Fuck you, Elmer. I know you have the power, and I know they call you the puppet master and monster in English. Puppet Master English. And Monster, what the fuck, man? Maui Snake calls me El Mario. I've actually heard your nickname when I went into from you being on the watch parties for Blast.
Yeah, ruins the total.
I heard that you got banned on the stream, didn't you? On the watch parties.
The action for M80 is to throw the long side smoke out. Flash into the top mid peak and just clear brackets here for Swisher.
Yeah, it's like it's their YouTube watch party. They're trying to do it on their YouTube stream. They do like a semi-watch party. They tried it out for Rising.
You're going right at
so I was watching a little bit, not too much, but the one time I was watching and I heard that they were answering a lot of Elmer's things and flaming him a little bit. So. Are they doing it on Twitch as well?
Steps up with only one kill, traded out by Lake. Remember, Taz is in
I thought it was only YouTube.
Elevated in the corner. Can he get anything? The answer to that is no. And so now G2 feel locked out with the bomb going down inside of the A site. Not a lot of chances to get back in on the retake. Not a lot of money left over. So M80 battle.
Oh yeah, but Chapterino.
Into the save call.
Now when we actually have this one.
Scenario at this stage of the game where we're not going to see too many retakes in the early going.
When we anyway watching and waiting for the game.
Of this half are going to be an economic slugfest back and forth as both teams jockey for control.
Now
when got a little bit of an advantage now with this victory, but the fact that they have cleaned up all the weapons makes it a little bit rough. Next round is still going to be a very solid buy for G2 to try and convert again.
Yes.
But a good hit towards the A bomb site. Freezing the rotation, not letting them have access to the A bomb site. Finding Heavy God. Taz is left all alone inside. And they've got a 6th round within 3 of G2. Oh, there it is. Cool. Do we need to...
how to call it. Do we have to? What are we doing with this one, especially Olaf's viewers? From back, right? Yeah. What are we doing with this one? I've been having it soon for a whole year. Should we do a giveaway on this one?
Round 16.
But in my community?
Op in the hands of Hades. They supplement the saved weapons. P250 on Taz. MP9's picked up as well.
I don't know. We just haven't figured out. Break it and 3D print another.
Here goes
Malls. I'm already doing it there, brother.
I'd have to leash around like this.
Oh, the timing is so sick.
Like still low.
Might fall prey to wreck.
Oh no.
Wait, how the fuck is the camera?
Like Malls, he's gonna look at the door. He's gonna see him in time.
No, I don't know. It's just been lying here for a long time, though.
Rex like what?
The good thing with his is that he can just plug it in. I need to have like a charge aiming.
There we go.
I have tried it out like 1 or 2 times though. But, yeah.
Caught there by Lake, who is now smoked out.
I think M80 has just kind of accidentally fallen into this position where the only.
But I do have chat. What do you guys think also about this? I got that one
the map shrunk and they were already kind of over here.
From as a gift when I bought the 3D printer, so you could do your own wireless mouse. Should I do like a boomer demon challenge of 3D print a random mouse? Do it wireless, send it to them, and do like a request of like 1 week I wanted to play with this, and then we do a compilation of who's the best player in Boomer Demons with a shitty mouse. What do you guys think about that? I think that's actually fucking tender.
Falling all the way back to the A bomb site, especially with that Mobs push earlier and the fact that he's still alive. M80 doesn't want to mess with the idea of falling back because they know Mobs can be an alt mid, he could be in T-spawn, he can be
make a Razer boom slide with that shit inside. I mean, that would be something, right?
And G2 equally with the right read.
No, I don't know what to do with this one.
Well,
it's been lying here for quite a long time.
Allows his position to be very powerful indeed. Now Hades in the back, miss shot, can't miss another, so he won't. He goes into the open.
I did find the crater of mine and Olof's and Hector's and a lot of different people of this.
The darkness. So we've got 10-6. We've got G2 up to double figures as they're looking at 2-1 this series and knock out M80.
Yeah, and it's a good job to get it done. This is nice from Mobs. This push.
Also, how is it going the other game now? Have they started yet? Oh, it's just 2.
Just not gonna stop them easily.
And people have had success also with utility.
Why were you cheering for Navi, man? Mongols started future top 1.
Good timing.
I weren't cheering for Navi.
Let's see if that's the approach from Astralis. Obviously,
mail it to him. He will never pick it up.
Yeah,
but
to be able to pull that off,
if I'm anyway gonna potentially do this one,
because I could see a
by the way,
in Copenhagen, he was trying
shouldn't I mail that one as well and say this is your punishment?
From Donk, so I want to see if that keeps.
Send him a little bit a bigger box, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm getting my sign," and they're like, "What the fuck is this?" And then like the requirement.
In 2023, I would have said that Shiro is the easiest elite opper to push off of an angle with utility. A flash would send him packing. Like, he'd just sprint away, and he would even just go for the save after a molly lands at his feet. Now, he's trying to fight through utility so much more. On a map like Dust 2, I feel like it's going to be a slightly less of a factor than, say, a map like Ancient, where he's going to be holding some tighter and more forward angles. But he's actually been getting into the fray more often. They're definitely using him as a new entry point to try to puncture defenses. So it's just another new option for Chopper in some of these rounds.
I think the point with that is, he's never going nuts. He's not supposed to be Monacy. He doesn't need to be, as aggressive as someone like Ultimate or whoever is your pick for that department. You just need to do it sometimes so the other team is afraid of it, right? Because now you just know he's going to be sitting somewhere full passive. You don't need to use extra utility to flash him off angles that he never holds. So yeah, that's why you want to see him be a little bit more aggressive.
It's Hooksey's Astralis up against Spirit.
Yes, it is. Let's get right into it. We're not going to delay any further. Astralis versus Spirit. It's the first map of the best of 3 here.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Final series of the day.
You look disappointed when they lost? I did. Chat, like, I've been, like, seeing me looking similar enough, like, I've been, like, a little bit all over the place of the streaming today. Trying to get back into it, so. But now, I felt like Navi was winning that game. At least first map, and then all of a sudden lost it, and then like they tried to grind themselves back into the game, and I don't know.
You just never know, and it's so frustrating to watch.
And Astralis, I think, doing a smart thing here, just gambling. If you are to try to find information, honestly,
I mean, also like watching. Oh yeah, actually, this is fun though.
I think the gamble here is highly justified. Okay, now We got the B split smoke. They're in CT spawn.
Like, but I'm pretty sure you guys watched NIP as well, right?
Finding one through the smoke. That's a big
Oopsie.
win.
And
now
Drip.
big pressure on Team Spirit to make these kills happen in the site. Don't check for Yabby though. Yabby's out in the backside, able to get so much damage, buying more time. That's crazy. Yabby with the value, with the USP.
Oh.
And now it's a 4v2.
All right, Donk is alive though, Shad.
Straight wide, here is Donk. He's going to go straight down. Magic dies at the back as well at the same time. Yabby just absolutely saving
NIP produced the worst
very
but most entertaining games ever.
Coming out there from Spirit, they pretty much did the B split and yeah, Hooksy's kill. It's.
I am Olofmeister. I can show you a sign that actually says Olofmeister. All of them. It's all fine.
They would every time and win the round, but this.
No, but the thing is like this. When I looked at NIP, and I've been seeing me looking at some of the other tournaments. I know like Forrest watches more than some other people, and they probably seen their camera more. But it seems like Snap is like pretty tilted when he plays.
Really.
Like the Anubis game when he instantly took 2 timeouts in a row was like he's sitting and complaining about, you know, stopping pussies basically. Which is good to some degree when he's not going to that direction. But I'm more surprised of like Train looked good. Anubis looks like fucking all in all over the place. Inferno was a clusterfuck as well. Where it's like I am confused with it.
So they end up playing Dust 2 an enormous amount.
And I know how Snappy plays though.
Ban out Dust 2 against Spirit because it doesn't get any easier anywhere else either. At least for most
We're
teams.
talking about NIP now, by the way.
It's just not a good time. Donk on the scout. Which I guess is kind of interesting. They do also have Shiro with a couple of flashes.
Wait, how long am I left on the 3D printer? Will I actually have time to show it before, or I have to show it tomorrow on the stream?
Really, it should be Astralis making their way through this round, hopefully without too much of an issue.
Yeah. Back up for Stare with device.
2.5 hours. That's a chance, actually.
You'd be a bit worried being that close to the doors with the M4. But device can help.
Oh, yeah, Elman, yeah, like you know that round they won after like they won like an Eek or something, and then they died on A and shit like that. I'm so confused about the whole thing, like the whole run in that way. Well, device got in, so that's good. Stern is pretty close though.
Trying to keep it cool here. It's very well done. Donk will do some more damage. Ooh, he's back in. He's lightning fast.
He has tagged everyone.
Get an AWP on this guy for whatever reason if you can. That would be a lot of fun to see. He's going to get one more kill. Pulls out the pistol. He's still got 2 bullets. Imagine if he hit that no scope to kill Stare.
Donk, man.
Would have. He was low enough that there
Don't
was
worry, I just speak random things out of nowhere. That's my unique way. That's all fine, man.
They might just quit the tournament.
We know you're quite random. It's fine.
I think like, everyone watching, you just see it
also,
happening.
I need to reset
after Donk is just basically hitting every
There's
single
a lag
shot.
Still though.
So that's pretty scary. And again, we talk always about it. Just the keeping that integrity of the CT economy is huge. And Astralis did a great job at doing that. We didn't see any silly fights. We just saw, okay, we're going to try to make sure that we know where you're going.
Yeah, no,
so that we have all of the guns pointed at the choke point. Because they have to go together. They only win the round if they get the integrity of numbers. Swarming players, that's how you mitigate having a gun disadvantage. And so Astralis played it perfectly, but just the ever danger of Donk.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that very likely will continue to be a theme throughout the broadcast here, is we're going to say, yeah, but Donk, yeah, he showed up once again. Matt, just pause for a second here. It does give me an opportunity to discuss something else, which there are so many cool things about Spirit. I'm not even necessarily a big fan of Dust 2 as a map, but Spirit is one of those teams that do make it look really, really interesting. And one of the fun things they'll do is they'll throw 2 smokes in the middle. So one is the smoke that we saw on the pistol round for blocking CT spawn, but they throw one on the other side towards the B bomb side. So they basically smoked off both sides of the middle. And then there's a lot of different plays to make around that. But one of the things they'll do is sometimes they'll either get Suntix or Chopper to basically sneak into CT spawn. And they actually turn it into an A split through CT spawn. And then the other
no, it's a tech already.
God waiting there. So when the CT try and retake middle, they got a couple of players waiting because the CTs often will flash their way into that one. So wow, we've got
the mouse doctor out here.
Mouse surgery.
I know it was interesting because he's like staring into the sensor, and I'm like, what do you see? what are you seeing by staring into the sensor? Like, what kind of vision do you have to be able to detect the problem by staring into the sensor?
I don't know. Our producer says the ball, which that's an instant age giveaway.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I appreciate that.
I remember cleaning out those things because they've got like there's 4 little rollers inside. You can like clean the dirt out of them, but that's kind of just it's basically just your own skin. It was cleaning out of it, so it's kind of gross to be honest.
But it was a good feeling when I worked there. You're like, oh,
yeah, it feels good now. Yeah.
I feel like the whole having like dog hair or cat hair in the sensor. I feel like that's not an issue anymore. I don't know if sensors just somehow got better at mitigating because I feel like that all like in the early like laser mice, like anything that got in there and like the whole thing was kind of off.
Yeah, especially the laser ones. Yeah, the opticals are much better in that regard. But you can there's like certain tricks. Like if you have I know with certain mice, I forget which ones. I don't want to say a brand just in case I'm wrong. But like you'd have to like put some tape if you wanted to like change the lift off distance. You'd have to like put.
Is that the famous get a butt crack I see? Wait, did I show me the butt crack? Really?
Because the default
no,
is like
did I?
Like too high.
That was not on purpose.
That's a
that
level
was
of
just
try-harding that I just can't imagine ever getting to.
You just buy a different.
What is that trophy behind you? Exclamation word
trophies,
trophy or something.
Go through all of that. But I guess if you're if you get a high enough skill level, maybe you
no one clipped it.
I'm happy if I can just shoot people at all level, Just don't
That's not weird anyway.
By the mouse, you could do it.
That might be the thing that's been holding me back this whole time. Here we go.
We're going back now. Cool.
The mice have all been repaired. We're back online. Round number 3. Let's see what Spirit do. It's, in a way, a lot of it is so one-dimensional with Spirit too, because they do love those catwalk executes, but for Astralis, this is more how I like it. Aggressive at the beginning. Donk sees it coming out, and he will get rid of the one. Shocking that he can get the second one. Sontex is there to take on over. So 2-for-1 trade, which will be favoring the Spirit side.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty of time to decide what to do from
that
here.
one is from 2010. The hero, and then that one is the DHL Challenger last year.
Spread out.
It's tough.
Need a wall for a shot. I needed to remove my 3D printer. It was standing where I did that before.
How many can he get? 2 kills. That's actually fantastic.
Holy shit.
In position for the assist, but the bomb is down by Car. So Device is going to be holding that one. He's basically in a 1v1 here. Huxi is too far away as Shiro makes his way forward through the window. The Molotov, he knows precisely where or does he? Does he realize how perfect that was? Oh my god, it was so perfect. Device is dead, and the bomb is in the hands now.
Die.
Shiro.
Yeah, Huxi left to walk up through the middle here. Smoke is really well timed. Huxi, he's trying to go through it. He's trying to outplay himself at this point. And Huxi was right there. If he would have crossed, there was a chance at least to try and, fake out the bomb or whatever.
What did you print? I print so many shit. I'm printing right now Darth Vader thing.
To take the fight at window.
If we're lucky enough,
he could have run out
I will show you towards the end of the stream. I think it could be potentially be done then.
I'm just going to stop and wait for somebody to peek me and hope that, I at least get the kill as well, even if I die. This is huge. Device. It's another classic scenario where they pretend to clear the corner, but they don't.
Wait, they got an entry?
Spirit side.
And it's really hard to get those types of multi-kills with the M4A1S, I would say, as well. So, big ups to Device.
What? That was a spam?
That is Shiro on the scale.
Oh.
The assassin.
3-2-0, man. Not 3.
Assassin.
Print another 3D printer so you can print 2 things at once. Pong.
You've won the hard round. That last
How much does it cost to print?
That should have been the round where Astralis kind of lose the money.
I don't know.
But,
I'm too noob to know that in the beginning.
It's going to be pretty devastating.
You can calculate that out to some degree, but like...
Nice. But
I mean, I literally got it on Saturday, so...
which is just all they want to do. You could already see that they're ready for it.
By the way, Huxi 2-0 shot.
Spray down. It's down, I think. It's already so much damage that this round should pretty much be under control of the stage. Donk will find a kill. He's just up. He's just standing out in the open saying, if anyone wants to come, I'm definitely ready to fight it. It's Device picking up a quad kill, and they don't have the bomb planted. Even more importantly, I think Astralis actually survived with 4 members alive.
Yeah, Device up to 9 kills right now, so... It's the start that you want to see out of the Danes. But now Shiro picks up the AWP. And I'm curious how that's going to perform here. Against Device, we talk about the AWP battles, and I feel like on Dust 2 especially, it's really the map. It's the map to think about that.
Maybe Spirit can't know too much about how exactly Astralis have set up, but...
Whoa!
Well then, that's pretty nice. I think one potential weakness that surely Spirit want to test here is Hooksy out long. Like, why wouldn't you want to try and do that?
Yes.
Well, this time, they're pushing middle. Device just leaving with a grenade. It's kind of bold, but annoying nonetheless.
And this is what the devs were talking about as well, just like showing the aggression.
Hooks
really
stole
important. We
days.
saw that from the very first gun round with the push lower dark with 2. So this just, as Janko was saying, forces the...
I don't think it was that bad when you adding Canadian. I think the problem was still like they had 2 uppers. I think that's the biggest issue where it's like... And the thing is like, if any one of them 2 needs a rifle, I would say it's Device. Which is strange for me to even say Device, because you know how good he is as an upper. But I don't see like it would be fitting at all to see Cadian being a rifler. But that's just, yeah. Where's Cadian now? He's benched.
They're gonna throw this smoke.
Yeah, but like,
it's a B split, but they do that
it makes sense to have Hooksy.
Like so many rounds for Spirit,
or any other idea.
Doesn't tell you anything, and they do it with the catwalk stuff. It looks like it is gonna be catwalk. I would say 85%.
What do you think about NFP game? It was total
35 seconds here, and they are setting up
clusterfuck.
Just one player at the corner in Device with the AWP, and that smoke is making his life very,
Wait,
very
Elmer
hard
agrees
at the
with
moment.
me?
Now
What
they
the
are fully
fuck?
committed to it. 25 seconds and a missed shot. He did get some damage.
Elmer
the bomb plant should be following.
Has agreed with me.
2 smokes there to creep and set up those util is just devastating. And I think this is
so
a
shocked
very
right
hard
now.
situation for Astralis here. They
This
don't
is
have
insane. There's
any
no point
retake
even
utility
trying to go
whatsoever.
for it.
So this feels hopeless, but we'll see if they can maybe extract some kind of value, make an argument at least. They are going for this one. Closing in on Team Spirit, playing from Sight and Cat. Another kill there for Magix. Good trade though, coming in from Hooksy. They progress, scaling there, but too many men up on the catwalk position. Storm's gonna have to fall off. That's all they could do to get a few kills, but I think, Anders, this means that Astralis can't just play passive for the cat control.
Yeah, I mean, that is ultimately what sort of leads to this whole scenario.
Why did it go for it, by the way?
In the 4v5. I actually
after Heroic, when he was ideal up, he becomes the starter, he's again ideal. That's a little bit hard for brain, honestly.
Yeah, with no util, I agree with
the reason why people hate Hooksy, because he's playing an elite team, but he's really average in the end. There are these people are doing that. I'm pretty sure it's
It's just
I think it's just
putting your team in a
oh, you still have a teacher Dubai. Oh shit, that's a long time ago.
I mean, but this is the challenge.
No, I think the biggest issue is still like once again with the whole setup being a double up players in the same team. Right?
Their default is good enough that they
like you can always do it a little bit differently and better in another different thing. But that's I guess just the
and so close.
Almost.
And indeed, the consideration of you want to hold onto your util as a CTs, but then that opens you up to like fast plays later from Team Spirit, where they can exploit that. So it is an interesting balance. And right now, Astralis not looking like they're too interested in having a challenge for deeper cap position, but you can see Device on a more passive angle. But at the same time, will this just get smoked off again? So now he's going a bit deeper. See what he can find. There's that same smoke, and Anders, I think this is what you're talking about.
Yeah, this time it's the B-split version of it though. So Device is calling it out, saying, all right, they've thrown the initial smoke, but he really wants to know. He has to get the information, which is why he's pushing this way. It's really smart. Chopper's really going to get the jump down and shoots down in the back as this is all happening. Flash is there to be set it up. It's down. There we go. That's a good kill for Chopper, even if he ends up getting traded. Flank from Hooksy coming out long. That has slowed
I'm done with that. I'm gonna be focusing more.
Back for the middle. Hooksy, he's so
if I
efficient
can,
slowing them.
because I did super good myself
3 versus
again.
3, which 27 seconds. Spirit, they might have
are they gonna go
a
up
little
here?
bit in this round, and also being pushed by Hooksy so much that they weren't ready. Device to take down Magix, and it is Sontix and Shiro. Not a lot of time.
Oh, classic Device.
Shiro will have to walk away from this round.
Classic Device, Shatrino.
Very proactive to shut this down. I'm actually really surprised by this. I don't normally see, this is the sort of stuff that's so hard to do against Spirit. It's one of the reasons why they're so hard to stop, is that normally you don't get to get away with these kind of plays.
Yeah, and like you say, you know, the Astralis seem as aware as, you know, as you were describing precisely, like the main dynamic of how Cat is played by Team Spirit, where Device is looking for the info, and this delay from Hooksy, even if he didn't get the kills, just the mere delay staying alive was so huge. And the fact that, again, Device had that timing for the info, that then there's a stoppage on the scaling through mid doors, so they can't actually scale through mid doors, so they're just stuck. Just absolutely brilliant. And Anders, this feels like Team Spirit have to reevaluate how they might run this Cat control.
Yeah, but you gotta wonder if, again, the long.
I mean, I think the issue is just like Spirit is a team on that stu that take their time to do like execute some B or A from short.
The options here are slowly.
They don't really do like crazy shit in that way.
Hooksy timing there. Those long pushes are exceptionally hard to get down perfect. I'm going to be running towards upper.
Is that a new door smoke?
Be an early
oh
down.
No, really?
Smoke actually being thrown in as well. You see it bouncing down here that goes through the ceiling.
That's the window smoke, right, from outside doors.
Very hard to push through on the T side.
SMD because it doesn't have the real tap down.
Okay, lurk smoke set up now for Spirit, so it's trying to create a bit of a platform for them to flush out through. Gabby doing the best they can to bait them in the stair if anyone wanted to show up. Yeah, it looks like it just will be a B execute. Trying to push while the reload's happening. Actually, Suntic shooting straight into the sky. He thought the stair might have been there. It's a lot of pressure. This might actually work out. Very low on health, and Donk with the double opening to get them back into the bomb site.
Oof, and Device has the orb. Not really the best weapon to retake the B site with. And their economy absolutely sucks, Astralis. So yeah, they're out. They are out. Interesting stuff. Okay, so Spirit will pick up another round.
It's a funny situation because Gabby's spraying through the smoke is just to try and lure somebody in, and that's what happened. So they actually get what they wanted, Astralis. It was just, unfortunately, still too much to handle. And I think, shout out to Sontix, I think kind of showing what it means to be an entry sometimes, because even if he didn't get the kill, he managed to run so deep in that all of their crosshairs in fighting him are so far away. Like, they're all focused on, like, they've got their backs turned to the rest of Spirit, and maybe worse to Donk. So even with no kills, just getting deep enough in, and the lurk smoke also allows him to do that. So it's a very nice setup.
It reminds me of, again, maybe dating my Counter-Strike self a little bit, where we had JW, and that was all Fnatic, also just like bunny hopping backwards into sites.
People are,
man.
It's interesting you bring it up, because it is a thing that people do, not so much with the bunny hopping, but they will actually, they will backpedal in with the first guy who has his back turned and is looking down. It's super hard to hit those people. That is a thing that is done every once in a while. Although I haven't seen it necessarily with these teams.
And the movement it feels doesn't feel like it's good to like execute that. I feel like maybe in CS2 as much. At least the bunny hopping backwards.
That's not, we've lost
that one.
We've lost some things. Although I'm still not sure if it's done for the better in terms of trying to represent the game for new players. Might be hard to explain what's happening with the bunny hopping thing, but it is fun. Smoke out long.
For all I get reviews, how does it feel to be neglected by Printer? Lost their free Winter.
Looking for a timing, gonna give up the kill. There's a lot of people out on long for Astralis at the moment, so they're investing time and resources into clearing this part of the map. They might still be in a good position to stop any kind of a catwalk play. Donk runs in there, but Device ready and waiting, and now they probably will just turn it into a split. I don't see why they would want to go into the AWP Device here. They've thrown the smokes down.
That's how it is sometimes, no? Hello, dude. Hello, dude.
Sontix goes down. A bit of confusion on the Spirit side. They did get the kill.
I lost that.
Still,
to a noob 3D printer. What the
pretty quick with the flank. Shiro gets dropped before he had a chance to fire that rifle. And even with the bomb plant right now, Chopper and Magic's in a lot of trouble. Just one player left to try and clutch it all against the 4 members of Astralis that are going to be coming in. They've already thrown all the grenades here. Another HE landing. I haven't really touched him yet, but as soon as they figure out where he is, they should surely be able to collapse. Bit of a peek there, and nearly a free kill to start with, but it's just way too much. Nice retake, and generally a very good round out of Astralis, but
I'm doing good.
It's a confusing one for Spirit.
How are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, that was really interesting because I was wondering when Donk
Astralis playing with manly male
team,
balls again.
That was sort of a weird fake. And it did actually.
I mean,
it was actually
maybe that's
that after you see nothing, no trade frag, like nobody after like 5 seconds. Okay, where's the rest of the team?
I mean, it doesn't also help
it,
that they
which
have
actually
like this organization problem, the team, right?
But then it almost helped their retake so much. It's so bizarre.
Also, if you think about the positions that Astralis are holding, they kill Down. That was Donk getting the kill. Then Device gets the refrag. They know that
Chopper will
is
call
gonna
up
be
B
long,
hit now.
so they must know that there would have been 3 people at the bomb side. So that's why I thought the instant B split would have made sense. But because if that was Hooksy they killed there, they might think Device is the only player left. That could have been possible, right? If it was Hooksy instead. But that's all in the past now.
Yes.
Double scope in that range, though.
Yeah, it's a great start for Astralis so far against Team Spirit.
Denmark's back, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit definitely, one of the favorites of the tournament for sure.
Oh.
And maybe that's one of the reasons. Great shot from Shiro.
Shiro's 4 kills. He kills Dan twice indoors now.
With the 1 minute 40 for the T's to play it. So, man, that's so close.
Sick idea. Very deep nade landing on Sontix. I do want to point out that Spirit are relying on this single smoke in the doorway, which allows Astralis to blow open the smoke. Oh. Some of the teams now, we saw one of them already, they will double smoke middle, like one in door and one on the Xbox, so that the CTs can never blow both open. But Spirit are vulnerable to this kind of a play for Astralis, so we'll see if that becomes more of a factor in the future. Good damage. This is a 4-on-5, but some of these Spirit members are a little bit tanky.
No, Helmet back into his copy pastas.
Play around here. Nobody's really
spamming only one thing.
They want to make it
Chopper.
catwalk attack, and they're all in on this one. Smoke gets set up, but Hooksy's there.
Hooksy.
The stolen AK. He's taken out Donk. What a show. Hooksy defeating Donk. Nobody saw that coming. 4 versus 3, but again, a tough choice here for Astralis. If they lose this, they don't have.
It's going well.
There we go. There's a save.
It's going well.
To be frugal.
Go Astralis.
Love to see the boosts.
Look at the scoreboard as well for the Spirit side. Donk with 10 kills. It's like 4-4-1-2. That's just nice, You're out there in the fresh air.
Yeah, it feels good.
Wind in your hair.
You just feel important when you're boosted like this.
That's what you get out of it?
Yeah, man. It's like, oh, so important.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard, Dan. Can you guys boost me so I feel good?
Yeah.
I actually don't even need the boost. Like, I'm not going to try and get any kills. I just really want to be up on somebody's shoulders.
Validate me. Okay, well, 6-3. Spirit, starting to fight back with that one. And
I'm going to copy pasta with an official PGL chat doing X now. Clap, shoot, clap, yells, clap, body, clap. Wait, what?
Obviously, guns were saved, but the money's still not good. It's just so expensive to play.
Is that the thing to do now, Elmer? To be a true copy pasta?
Still, to be honest. Wow, I was confused. That, for some reason, that did not sound like an AK in my ears. I was...
So it's an auto sniper or something?
I genuinely thought that, but I'm just obviously confused. So just pay no attention. Just don't listen to anything I say. The fact that it's 6-3, I think is impressive.
Yes. Astralis have played super well and shown a great understanding of Spirit's style and have clearly come in prepared to this game. So props.
Something to shoot this ball in and refuse to shake hand bumping off the game iron. Oh, really?
I've not seen this very often.
Sounding like an auto.
You could tell there was an opportunity for that to work, but I think Donk spotted it out. Yeah,
I don't even know what happened in that one when he refused the handshake.
Position here for Chopper. And we'll see. Flash around the corner, but yeah, he wants to play here for the mid retake. He's sort of hoping that someone's going to be a little bit too aggressive. There's the smoke on the other side, so yeah, he's going to sneak through CT spawn again. This is a Spirit classic. I mentioned it earlier. They know Yabi. He's trying to catch Chopper. He knows exactly what's coming. Sontix is there with him, and he almost gets caught, but not quite. Stairs still gets the kill, but do they realize Chopper is also here? is already close to the corner. They've wiped out the bomb side. I mean, they might not even care whether Chopper is there or not. It's going to be a bomb plant, and it could be another potential save coming out here for Astralis. Unless they get a very fast kill, it might not be worth it.
They just don't have the position for this, don't have the util for this. There's so much ground to cover as well. Quick flash in, though. Looks like they're going to give it a go, but Hooksy gets decapitated. And that's going to be the remainder of Astralis saving their guns. Great cat plant play from Spirit. They're so tricky on this T side.
It's a classic CSGO move from before.
Like that.
When you walk through, when you basically walk through the side here, if you see my cursor, you walk here and then up to B doors, for example, and then sometimes you just let the duty smokes to annoy the enemies.
To know what those two smokes mean and what potential danger is. Like, it's very obvious he did. If you'd won the fight against Suntix straight up, it would have been a super different round. And if you'd caught Chopper to begin with, it could have been very different. But it is just a Spirit classic.
It is great when you see you have a clear sense of the prep of the team.
Yeah.
Nice shots by Magus.
Magic's doing work.
And this is also the burden too, if you are Spirit. If you're one of the top teams in the world, you are expected to be run into in a tournament. You have to be looked at as a team that needs to be beaten, and your team has to do it. So you got to have answers prepared. Can't do that with every team. As we look at the boost, will it get value? Lots of boosts, boost tech from Astralis today.
I'd be so shocked if they peeked that without the flash. Now, I think they actually threw a flashbang that wouldn't have flashed anyone. So
nice nade though.
throw one that's definitely more impressive.
Do something now. Don't worry, he will.
Their teammates there, so doesn't matter in this particular instance. There's no reason not to do that. Did that actually spread up on the high ground?
I do like this, by the way, from Astralis, just because sometimes a T side, if they're not given anything on a anti-eco, they do actually start to run the clock down too much, and it creates a spot where things get awkward. But look at the timing once again that Hooksy has found with the long push. Seems to have a read for this. Catches one in the back with the 5-7. Can't finish it off just yet. This is going to be interesting. Yabi, can he find a headshot? Oh, that's unfortunate. And that's
Hooksy again.
Yeah, but still, you're not wrong. Hooksy finding some of these timings. So often when you're doing those pushes, it's too early or it's too late. And finding the moment where, if he would have had that shot, it could have distracted a bit from the actual be executed. Who knows what could have happened.
Yeah. And the threat becomes he can go and get that gun. Someone needs to try to hold so he doesn't steal the gun, and then there's not as much help on the site, and so it's that domino effect. That's the first domino that could, create the problem. So I totally agree.
One of the players to study, if anyone wants to look at timings like that for the pushes, is Rain, who's sometimes very, very good at finding some of those moments, I believe.
Yeah, didn't Astralis recently sign Soul?
Rain has to be one of my favorite CS players. Just the longevity of his career, and just the stuff that you can still tell a Rain clip. Always like just over the years, he has such.
I think there's a lot of things also with CS2, right?
It's great to see.
It feels like a lot of people do miss way more than usual.
It is kind of interesting. I'm one of the few Norwegians who's actually playing Counter-Strike at a high level, so carrying on the torch for.
Now the rumors about Astralis is going bankrupt.
It was much better at one time, but
and I know they had Logitech for a long time, and if I'm not mistaken, they signed Zoe as a sponsor.
Too awesome, just better things to do.
And also, end of the last year, they also signed a new one as well. So I'm just more wondering, how did they screw it up that hard, Some streamers are really insane. Players just miss.
That. The aggressive smoke there on long doors.
Sometimes they do miss, though. I don't know.
Because if you go into that, you just don't know what's there, so you need util to make it safe. But do you want to invest that util? They've said no. They're giving it up knowingly, and Astralis completely voided the position.
By the way, this meta with
now they've retreated from long, go back and essentially
the fucking view model, man.
Kind of an interesting fight that's going to be happening in the middle. There are so many players here for Astralis. They want to be aggressive. As soon as the fight happens, they're all going to peek at the same time. There's Stev. Now the push is coming in on the other side. Hooksy to run it down. You can see it coming.
Hooksy.
There's no reason to
All right.
down, and they do overwhelm Spirit in the middle. This is such a great call for Astralis. Shiro's going to get the kill here. They still have the bomb on the Spirit side. This round is...
I also noticed just now with Yabi 3-8, by the way. He got 2 kills on pistol.
Astralis, you know, the past version of them, I don't know about this one with Hooksy, but these are the kind of rounds they would lose for no reason. Hooksy, it's fine to take the peek, just never repeat that again. Once you know, there's only 38 seconds here, just leave it alone. Get the reinforcements, get the cavalry in here, and make sure you do not lose this one.
Hooksy.
There we go. Job done.
Giga Shad.
I think he lands at 4 at the end here. Absolutely sick first half for him. I've got to be honest.
4K.
I'm really impressed. 7-5 in favor of Astralis. This is Team Spirit on Dust 2. They are one of the best teams in the world at playing this map. So just
hope for them for not being bankrupt. Really, like they think going deep hole. For their comeback.
2 weeks ago or something. Spirit. There's only
I heard that Marcus is buying Astralis
2 teams that had
to save the Danes, so he can work more overtime as his work.
The round after getting the first pick, it was Vitality that had 3 maps with that, and then the second closest was Spirit.
So far, pretty good, Marcus.
And, so yeah, just very formidable on this map. There's no doubt about it. But again,
bro, you weren't supposed to tell people. Oh fuck, sorry.
And just also. Being active on
all right, it's already out there.
Is super important.
Marcus 744 445 has officially bought Astralis.
And yeah, there's some
official announcement next week.
But in that particular instance, they didn't.
Sorry to spoil it for everyone, but
and
yeah.
They get ahead of the timings of Spirit. So Spirit's just not ready for this cat push we're seeing on the screen. So it's just so cool to see, Anders. A CT side like Astralis on Dust 2 taking the game into their hands like that.
And still, what would have even happened to Spirit in this first half if not for Donk? He's got 13 kills. That is... What did they just throw? Is that just a decoy? Is it a deep smoke? I think it is a deep smoke landing to block off the plateau. That's interesting. Sontix here. The jump is in. He got pushed with that shot.
No, actually, yeah, he did.
Gabby, surely.
So, I think so.
Okay. Well, either way, the bomb's going to be planted. Chopper is dead as well, and the round is 99% lost here for Spirits. Donk is still alive, so there's always a chance. He's going to get the first kill.
And a donut from 7-Eleven. Alright, now is Donk is here, chat. Don't forget about it. He also has a kit, by the way.
Warpath, looking for more players to kill. They're fighting in the middle while this is happening. Shiro goes down, but Donk with a headshot. He can run and defuse the bomb right now. They have to come back. They can't get him. Oh,
he won the round.
He's going to win the round while the rest are occupied. Humiliated.
Ace?
No. Gets the ace after the fact.
That's ridiculous.
Casually like this.
Oh man, what on earth?
I'm here, bitches.
How does that work?
Don't forget about me.
Absolute tyrants. Counter-Strike tyrant.
The reason it works is because they do not expect him to have the kit. In fact, the play for Astralis to push into middle is low-key kind of sick because it's taken away the initiative for the incoming retake. So the theory behind it is great, but yeah, Donk is Donk.
God damn. All right, well that's okay. Well, this gets real interesting at this point. Astralis, they had they've had the lead essentially the whole game.
Drop kits and armor in the game? Wait, what? Really?
They can do these pistols so far.
I think they should lower the amount of money for kits, though.
Turn is easy, though.
I think so, at least.
Donk just gets a lot of kills, doesn't he? Really, it's just a thing that he does.
It's certainly one of the things that makes him a decent player to have on your team.
Donk ikke normalt.
We're just making
7-7. Yeah.
Gold.
It's so stupid, isn't it? But it is also a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no reason why Astralis should feel bad about this map so far. Obviously, you know, that's a round that sucks to lose, but it's a round that, you know, you're going to lose rounds like that. Lower Dark Aggression from Team Spirit, much like as we saw from Astralis, very early. Obviously, the MP9's on board. You want to get them close if you can. Dong staying out there. Forced back by the smoke. Astralis have device on the AWP, and they're looking for a late long take now. Just Sontix here. He's not really... I mean, he should commit to a fight with that MP9. He's going to move a little closer for exactly that.
Yeah, you might as well. Get it up in their face if you can. Smokes in the middle. Actually, the double smoke set up for Astralis here, so borrowing a little bit. One of them is blocked. Doesn't maybe make a big difference in this round because it won't be a B-split anyway. Gonna be out long. The flash is in against Sontics. I think he ate the whole thing there, so pushes him back at range.
Sontics long, Mary? He's not on B anymore?
Hooksy's trying to get close. That's such a sick headshot. All right.
That's big.
Hooksy's come to play. He's got 14 kills.
Yeah, and they've lost sight now in the sense that they've had to drop off, but quickly back up. Astralis didn't get the scale quite in time. Taking their time getting those cross smokes online. Device needs to have a solid round with this orb now. Stairs very weak. He just needs to get the bomb planted. That's the job. But these positions, one player in Gandalf, that is very dangerous for that bomb plant. It might get stopped. In fact, still holding position. Don coming in from the flank. That's going to be hurt though. Device, the peak, the shot, it connects. And now it's just now down to Device. And that bomb ticking away. Job has been done to get it planted. Now, can Device finish the score? Oh, the goosh! Oh, Anders, I think he hits that shot if he doesn't get gooshed a millisecond before. Oh, we've all been there.
It's very likely. I do kind of... I don't know. He moves forward because he's afraid that the MP9 on the bomb side is just keeping him occupied. Like those couple of shots that go through from Magix is such a sign that I'm just trying to steal your attention. I'm just trying to make you look the other way. So Device moving forward into the fight instead of trying to fall back. It actually does make sense here. Or it's Chopper that was up here. But yeah.
It's a good round from the Spirit. Just they had MP9s mostly. That's kind of crazy.
It is really good. Tech 9s all across the board. Can it work?
Oh, wow.
He's just not afraid at all.
He's not, is he? This is not what you would do against pistols. I don't think Astralis expect this.
No, they might not. Even if they do, there's an SMG there to help him out, so he's got some backup, and I mean, he's got the confidence.
Too hard anyway.
Nice flashes coming through, and Sontics gets run down.
Still gets one there, though.
Half-flashed. Gonna get the kill.
Shiro.
Upstairs. He was trying to get up on top of the box there. I mean, don't even know for Astralis.
Happy to see Astralis getting competitive again. Yeah, I think every one of us does, right?
Back would have been maybe different, but it won't be. Spirit instead up to 9, and the money slightly back in the hands here of Astralis. They're gonna have a little bit of work with.
Yeah, and shout outs to PGL to just make sure that the donk cam includes his mouse hand and arm, so you actually get kind of like a mouse cam when we're on donk. I think it's mostly just donk that has that, but there's a lot of nerds out there that appreciate that, myself included.
It is very, it's very fun to see how the different players approach this kind of a thing. And if you're going to study anyone, you probably would be studying Donk. A lot of grenade damage. Stretched out. Stair takes quite a bit, but it's actually worse on the Spirit side. Some mid control being attempted right now. Donk is here.
Donk is here.
Hang around to try and see if he could find something. They haven't thrown any smokes yet, which surely is going to be happening at some point. There we go. Smoke in the middle. All right. I was going to say they blow it open, but no, he's going to be cool with it.
Count control established. Astralis have all the utils still.
Ooh, almost a kill there.
Yeah, a couple of players getting low. Magic's going forward. Might meet the push if this is the intended desire, which it does look like it will be.
Yeah.
But Storm peeling off to the long for the 4-1 split.
Yeah. The fact that he's there is the real giveaway. Smoke coming up. Magic's very nice position. Ducks for the flashbang. Does get the double spray down. Both
Still gets that kill though.
Before he dies, there is a bit of suspicion there. They are worried about the long push. Shiro, it's so hard to catch out. The timing might have been good for Stown because they had just lost the entire A-bomb side, so it made sense, I think, to peek there. But now instead, 2 versus 3, crouching in is Yabi, and he can't quite find the kill. Also, now, if he peeks again, it's Donk. That's been wheeled out on long, and so we know he's not going to slow down because he's already made his way halfway up. He's just so hungry to take this fight. Sontics sneaking up through CT spawn. They lose Yabi, and it's just on Device. He's got the
They
Molotov.
lose
Actually, he stays
Yabi.
alive. There was a chance they had no smokes. If he fell back and just Molotov the plant, there could have been a way to win this.
I was really shocked that Yabi was like so hungry to fight the AWP on long there in that 2v3. I think the part of the theory is you're in a 2v3, you want to try to get a kill quickly, and you might be expecting that they're going to be moving forward, so you can catch them whilst they're running. But at the same time, it looks so crazy. It looks so difficult to do again because you're against Shiro too, so it's really not fun.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't pay off this time, unfortunately. But they probably were in a tough position, pressured, long spawn, and
got long now though, so that's
behind now.
that is something for Astralis.
He sees an opportunity
What is
now.
It with Yabi? I don't know. He's been lackluster a little bit now.
Doesn't want to keep that going.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. And okay, well, Storm is going to take.
They're not checking.
Expecting here. One, how much?
Classic that Huxley goes to die.
Position totally committed. Yabi takes him down. Astralis also committed. Swings coming in from everyone. Donk is hungry for more. And now it's just Sontix in the 1v2 here for Team Spirit. A brawl of a round for Astralis, and they fall off long.
They should. There's so much time, and one of the few things that Sontix would have had as a slight advantage is the fact that he at least knew where they were.
I mean, it's 2v1. Sontix has,
Sontix also with 4 kills.
Four kills in total.
Just yet.
It is doable.
Trek across the map through T-spawn. And Sontix, I mean, the best he can probably do is to try and be close enough to a bomb site that he can that he sort of knows where the bomb is and can be a bit more dynamic. He is in the middle of it, so let's see what happens when the bomb actually goes down. Smoke will tell him exactly what he needs to know.
This is a good spot, actually, for Sontix. I think going dark is actually pretty smart. I think there's a good chance that Astralis try to look if they can, like, clear outside site, but that's smoke down. Maybe I'm wrong.
Wait, what just happened?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so
no.
Are
they trying to be tricky there with that smoke?
I don't think so. I think they wanted to smoke. They wanted to throw the normal CT smoke. I just think they screwed it up. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Sontix with a headshot. Hold on. That could actually backfire. That smoke not being there. Maybe it's opened up a window. Sontix is so close with the spray. Down to a single point of health here. Was down on the other side.
What did I say?
Trying to see if he could preemptively wallbang him down. Goes for the defuse.
What did I say?
Even with the kit, is there actually going to be enough time for it? I'm not so sure, but there is. Down to the second. That's outrageous. I would gamble everything I own on the fact that they wanted to throw the normal CT smoke. Because that goes over the wall and then it lands, sort of falls back in. I can't imagine anything else. That's
I did call it, though.
is the difference.
Oh, that's painful for Astralis. That 2v1, losing that 2v1 clutch.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts so badly, especially after the start that they had in this series. Or other, well, in the first half, it looks so good. A clutch there. Oh, I love it. We're getting the Krieg coming out for a device. Don't get to see that too often in this meta.
No, the Orgs have started to make a bit of a comeback. The Kriegs, definitely not yet.
Oopsie, why did you tank so much damage?
Yes.
But so flat. They got 7 rounds in the first half, and they still have 7, which means...
Not even close yet. Not even close.
I was going to say, what does it mean?
Not even close.
7+0. It's rough.
Bye-bye, Huxley.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I missed it.
All right, he's fine. Okay, will that smoke draw out any additional util? Keep players in place?
Maybe.
Once they rotate towards B.
This guy operators. Much love, buddy.
It's going to be the real obstacle here.
Much love for the 5 months of the sub.
If they can get him to miss even a single shot, then they're going to be right on top of him. Smoke up. Shiro already is going to be able to see it. Won't miss that opportunity. Comes back, and now the backup is there. Chopper will go down. 35 seconds here. And he has to fall back from the window position. He doesn't feel safe any longer. Sontix is still in here. They must know that on the Astralis side, too. Trying to get their way through. Donk has shown up. They waited too long. And Donk got into the fight. A quick double kill for him as he lands on 23. And Yabi could see, wants to find
much love for the gift one as well.
Donk in the window. Just peering in at night.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a disaster, shut the renew.
Dan, it's you know, it's gruesome. You're there trying to change into a nightwear. It's just Donk.
Why are you still going, Anders? That's the question.
Much love for the gift one. That's one.
I was waiting to see if you would stop me then, but it's good to know that you just,
I will let you.
You're just gonna let me
commit criticism.
Yeah,
I want to see the old NMP guys against the old Fnatic guys.
12-7. Let's go. Oh, Donk has got 24.
Only Cole, only Cluj. Kill.
You have to appreciate the awesome impact that one player can have.
Yes, it really truly is remarkable. Astralis. They looked so good. Just not quite there here on the second half. Huxi in the mid by Xbox. Donk now. He's looking to add some kills to the tally. How many can he get? 1, 2. There might be more in store for Donk, of course. There is all 4, every single one. 28 health to spare. Who's next? Where's the last one? Give him to Donk, and here it is. Donk looking for the tap.
They're really trying to give it to him.
They're not going to allow it, Anders. There's got to be something for them.
I think they are trying.
Are they trying to get it?
They're giving him the opportunity. Yeah, they definitely are. Look at it. Donk trying to be wheeled in.
Oh, he almost had it.
That is so absurd. They finally go out long, and it is a variation that they run with Donk is suddenly the long player, because normally he's in middle, and they just weren't expecting it. What a savage beast he is. I need
Spirit taking care of this.
On what Donk can do here from the desk.
We need more descriptive words of Donk, Maui. That's what Anders has requested. Do you have any?
Exceptional, superb, elite. I mean,
more fun? Do you have anything more fun?
He's a whirlwind of bullets that Astralis could not get into the bunker in time for.
Yanko's no fun, so I'm not going to ask him for fun words. We're going to jump straight into discussing exactly what we just saw. Let's go back to the first half. I rate Huxi. I'm going to put some respect on his name. That first half from Astralis looked really good.
The main thing that you could criticize Huxi for, and trust me, people love to do this, is that Huxi couldn't hold his mouse, okay? He was awful mechanically when he was with G2, even when he was on Copenhagen Flames. That was not the case. That's not been the case here at PGL Astana, and I'm liking it because he's adding a little bit of firepower. He definitely had some nice rounds against Pain yesterday. Had a couple here.
I think he's playing pretty decent, though.
Able to even defeat Donk in head-to-head duels at times, usually due to positional advantages, but yeah, if you want to give Huxi some credit for Astralis showing up here on Dust 2, it's totally fair.
I think there's definitely one thing you can't deny, and it's his cultural impact, because everything I've done, every single Astralis game since I'm here, is talk about Huxi the whole damn segment. As if he's the only player on the server every single time. But yeah, I think he has stood his ground well. I think this map was a great sort of example of that Astralis with him is going to need more time before they can really pose a challenge to a squad like Team Spirit, and especially on a map like Dust 2, right? They put up a good fight, had a good start, kept it rolling after the pistol round win in the first half, but then, you know, once a couple of their moves didn't really work out, once Donk got going a little bit more, you could see that they were sort of running out of options at that point.
Let's give her, I mean, I know you don't want to.
What was the smallest prize you ever won from a tournament?
To annoy you sometimes.
Mouse pad, I would say.
Meant to be really good, but they looked horrific under Katie, and
like
they looked
$5
sad, and they just didn't play very well. And it feels like they look a little bit more revitalized.
No, when I really think about it, I don't know.
It's surprising that,
wonder
right?
what's the constant in those scenarios.
We'll have to investigate. We'll have to investigate that a bit more. But they are putting up a little bit more of a fight, and considering what they're going up against, because
how you doing, buddy? How's it going up again, buddy?
Like, there is positive signs for Astralis if maybe you're looking to, you know, buy an organization.
Okay, they're done.
The first half definitely had some positive signs. Second half, they couldn't get anything going. But that's also the second challenge when you face Spirit. Even if you're able to stop a couple of their plays, trying to actually slow down Donk when he's, or at least try to capture Donk when he's on the CT side, try to move away from him.
How Astralis fumbled that pistol run though as well.
And it's just everywhere. Like, well,
that's just so sad.
Tunnels, they're at long A, they're around CT spawn. He changes his spot nearly every single gun round, and you don't know where he's going unless you're able to predict.
Pretty good class in an hour you're chilling for now. That sounds like a pretty decent thing.
Have some kind of RNG reader where you're gonna know, okay, he's got a long spawn this round, guys. Let's go B. Other than that, I mean, if he's in the right place, he's gonna get a multi-frag.
I think just it shows you that you can't give him even an inch
they're
because he's
boring.
going to take him out. You give him any
Damn.
sort of an opportunity, you don't flash properly, you miss a smoke, he's going to punish you for it. Like, he is the ultimate equalizer in that sense. And yeah, for Astralis, it was just a little bit too tough, especially with some guys struggling a little bit. I mean, Yabi towards that B bomb site, we saw that round when Astralis was 5-1 up and Spirit is on a half buy. They sort of hit B. He throws a defensive smoke, kind of fumbles around it, doesn't really do much, leaves there hanging in dark, and they sort of can't get it done. And Stone, we were praising him for his performance. Had a quiet first map. Looking forward to seeing if he can bounce back on Asia.
We got the Zontex patch now. I mean, let's walk us through this, Maui.
Well, I mean, we see that he's just able to push out through the tunnels, and he just knows that the second player, because he jiggled out from the big box, he just locks him in. I kind of like it when you're the body shot expert and you know that you've done significant nade damage, that he's just going to keep kind of peppering you through the corner of the through the box right there. Zontex has frustrated me in the past when it comes to clutches. Sometimes he plays them too slowly, almost too predictably, but he still has a lot of value in those rounds when he's able to understand what's going on in front of him and he doesn't have to clear 50 angles. So Astralis, they did a lot of things. I mean, they could have done a lot of things better, maybe in post plants in this game, but that was one where I think it was actually more of Zontex's mastery on display.
I'll tell you what, let's not talk about Hooksy. Yanko, tell me who else you liked in Astralis on this map.
I think Device, had another good game, especially on the CT side early on with the rifle as well. He had good kills. And I think for all the CS fans out there, I think they'll just be happy if he can get some of his form back. I don't think you can necessarily expect him to be the player that he was in 2018, 2019 during Astralis's peak years, right? But he's just so good at moving around, repositioning. Like, when people were comparing Shiro to Device,
I mean, Device is always like one of those players you like to watch, right?
Because he was much more aggressive in some of his positioning. He would really force you to sort of every angle. He is the example of having to use utility to push hoppers off a corner, right? So, yeah, I think considering the score in the end, obviously, isn't going to matter all too much, but also if you look at where the kills are coming from, kind of shows you how mobile he was able to be.
I'm hyping up Astralis a lot, and I understand that they lost us too, but for an Astralis fan, it's just exciting to see them not suck. So that is why we're kind of going, oh, there's something positive here. Let's talk about the next map, though. Is that going to be positive for them?
Well, so far this tournament, when they played Audic on Ancient, it was kind of a battering. They really couldn't get anything going for themselves. I know that Hooksy can call on this map. I know that Yabi and Stown can actually play this map as well. It was a core map for them when they had Cadian. I would say that their best couple maps were Inferno and Ancient. So the bones of a team that can play it are there. I feel like controlling middle is going to be the difficult part for this one. And I also want to just give a special shout out to Stair, because I feel like Stair, anytime there's any sort of adjustment or shift in any roster with the Astralis, this dude is just having to bite the bullet and play everything. Like on the defense, he's had to swap once again from B to being an A anchor because Hooksy wants to play B. And he's just such a malleable tool. So, and he also knows that
he's doing
got
his job,
going.
right?
He's at least got an extension.
Hi, how you doing,
He
buddy?
really is the Swiss Army knife in a way. And on the T side too, he's just so good at harassing the opponent, but without overextending and kind of giving his life away. So yeah, I'm very excited. I was, raving about him that Astralis should pick him up years ago. They did, and people were surprised that they kept him over Buzz, for example, at the time. I think he's definitely proven the potential that he has. And you can't underestimate a player doing well. Two things. First, in tough roles. Second, when the whole team is struggling and it's sort of half falling apart. Like those are the worst conditions for a player to be in, especially a young up-and-coming player. So I think when you take that into consideration, he's been exceptional.
What do we expect from Spirit on Ancient, though?
I personally expect a 2-0. I mean, I expect them to still win this one, even if Astralis have improved what they've shown us earlier at this event. Donk is still such a formidable force in middle. And yes, like we're singing the praises of Stair and how he's underserved, but sometimes over-delivers. Donk's a guy that is served. He is made to be the star for this team, for Spirit, and he's one of the brightest stars we have in Counter-Strike. So I would be pretty surprised if Astralis are able to get double digits rounds, but I would be pleasantly surprised if they actually do.
Donk is served, but still over-delivers somehow, time and time again, even though he had, a historic year last year, and you're sort of maybe even it's normal for people to take it for granted, he still laws you when he's on the server and when he's in form, and it's going to be an uphill struggle for Astralis.
Spirit is potentially one step closer to lifting the trophy. What they need to do, though, is
Whose
beat
pick was
Astralis
that
on
too, by the way?
Ancients. We'll find out if they can do
I
that
think
after
it
the break.
was
She said she loves
Spirit,
you,
because
but she
Astralis
can't
started.
love me.
But I love
No.
you.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so, actually. Not when I really. Yeah, I think so. Not sure. Was it Spirits? Yeah. What's going on?
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Spirit are coming into PGL Astana as one of the clear favourites, but this year hasn't maybe been as successful as what Chopper might want for the whole team. I want to start by asking you, Chopper, how does this year feel for you guys? Like, you're still making very good playoffs and good positions, but it's not the trophy. So how is that for you? How difficult is this time?
I guess it's not good for us, like team, because we want to win a lot of tournaments, but every time we can do it.
So full.
We have
what did you eat?
some problems in life or in the server. I don't know how to say.
Yeah.
And now we can't. I guess we can't show our
4
good
minutes.
form
4 minutes. 4 minutes. Chat. 4 minutes. 4
we
minutes.
lose a lot of overtimes, a lot of clutch games, a lot of. We had
Chicken enchiladas with rice and beans.
Lead against Mouse,
Ooh.
against Falcons.
Tenor.
We have good games against Vitality, but we can't enter the games, and it's look like we need to do step up for win that games. But I don't know. We try to do it on this tournament, and let's see what's happened on major.
Do you and Hallie understand, like, when you look back at the games, okay, these are the mistakes we're making? Is it easy to see, or is it such small details that it's hard to fix, kind of thing?
I guess all of us results, it's easy to see what we do, mistake or
I've been
unlucky moments
to
or
briefly 1
bad
hour
decision, bad calls from me or something like
Oh.
this. It's easy to see, but we try to fix it, and right now it's on last tournaments it's not work because
So it's another part
we try
because
to
it's
fix,
very
we
different,
play
but
a
still
lot,
interesting
we
to see.
watches demos.
Didn't matter that.
But
At least it feels like it looks like it's really, really cool, you know.
But we can do it. I don't know. We try to do it on this tournament to make to get more confident for major.
And this tournament
for
is
a major
here because I feel like Spirit are very clear favorites. Do you feel like that in your head?
Yes, of course.
That's it. Just yes, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
I like that mentality. I really like that. How important would it be to win here for you as a leader and for the rest of the team? This is the boost you need.
Yes, of course. I guess it's boost that we need, and it's also it's first tournament where is a lot of our fans here. Our crowd should be fans for us, and it's really good boost for us. And it's also, I guess, some players invite parents for this tournament.
Nice.
Yes, it should be first experience for get a lot of boost from every.
Yeah, some very good emotions.
Yeah,
again, it's so smooth now.
Yes, I think it's really.
What do you mean, Toliko? What do you mean?
Like for boost for everyone.
So very positive time. You've got a good mindset coming into it as well. Who do you think is maybe the team that could be your biggest competition here? Because Navi's shape is not so good.
I think we can see a third map, to be honest.
The playoffs, the same as Mongols.
Because I don't think like they were that bad, Astralis.
That can be the biggest threat to you.
I think Navi for sure. Yes, and Mongols also.
Okay.
And Aurora.
So all of them, you think?
Yes,
really?
yes, because they have a lot of time for preparation for this tournament also. And I know Navi has bootcamp, Aurora maybe has bootcamp.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I guess they good preparation for this tournament, and they need this tournament like we are. All of us need this tournament because there is not only we are from top 4, and now no boss like Vitality, and everyone want to take this.
Enjoy it across this whole event, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Vitality is the best team in the world. By far.
We are ready. It is the second map that's coming up.
We are ready.
Between Astralis and Team Spirit, live from Astana. And it will be Astralis starting on the T side. Spirit will be on the CT side. And just a quick interesting thing here that could be a fun factor in the round. Doesn't have to be the case, but Astralis, they really love the B-bomb side in pistol rounds. And the awkward fact is that Spirit really loves stacking 3P in pistol rounds. So maybe Astralis already know this, maybe done the research, but if not, could be a bit of a calamity. Oh, the other thing they do is actually just straight A rushes. That's really the only other thing that I think of. Oh, they're not even doing that. So they're actually playing way outside of their normal style here on Astralis. And that is something that Spirit has seen coming. They are so ready for this.
Yeah, they're 4 on A. Interesting. Completely avoiding the B side, and Astralis they found the hole, and they're going straight there. Beautiful.
How is B so clear, by the way?
I feel outplayed just watching this. I don't think I've seen anything like this. I'm so happy that they did this. Astralis have completely thrown Spirit for a loop. They were so sure that was going to be a break from middle into donut, or maybe CT spawn and maybe a bomb site.
Hooks as well.
They were not ready for this, and the retake here, I can't imagine a world in which this is going to be working out. Even if Dog is alive, it shouldn't be possible. Flash comes out to slow them down. The bomb is already so far ticked here. They need to run. Magic's getting a good couple of shots off Shiro with the headshot, but it doesn't, I mean, still, they're running out of time right now, Spirit. They get another one, Shiro with a headshot! And they're on that defuse, trying to see if they can find it in the last possible second. Spirit, get the retake! That is beyond absurd.
That's so insane. Oh,
Easy.
man. I feel like
Yo, did you win your scout tournament? I missed the final was late. Yeah.
You just have to buy
we
time.
won
That's
it.
all you need.
We doubly won it.
Buy enough time.
If they just stood in the corners and unplugged their mice and keyboard, they probably win the round.
Yeah. And it's also so tricky too, because it really felt like they had good advantages getting those kills when the Spirit players are coming from spawn, so it actually feels quite unlucky.
Somebody.
Astralis.
Why?
Lots of util going towards the A side. They're going to send it. Ship it. Shove it. Let's go. Sontics. Let's Incendiary. What does it really do? MP9 and the Fatmas will do a good job.
Yeah. Bursting them down. I really like this attempt for Astralis, but this.
Do you the Anders?
Well, maybe it is. Look at the kill on the Donk as well. Still very low on health here. Stown would probably need another good Deagle headshot like this one to even try to inch towards the bomb plant. Device just 9 bullets here in the tech. 9 hasn't really had the opportunity to reload just yet. Gonna try and find the kill on the Shiro. That's a good job. Who needs more than 9?
He knows
if you're
one
gonna
at
be able
least.
to be that efficient with it. There is still a player in CT spawn, obviously. It's Magic's hanging around at range, and that's really the key, I think, right now for Spirit. Just stay far away from him. Don't get close enough. Now, even the range might not make a difference. The Eagle's been picked up. 40 seconds. The bomb is not picked up on Device, though, so he has to kind of like play this mind game. That's a very nice idea, but he
could have been something.
It's not a bad round.
It's not a bad round, considering that they lost 2 players on the entry pretty quickly. They do manage to get some kills in there, so keep that economy somewhat honest.
Just a word on the timing there for Astralis. They throw the smokes to block off Donut and CT spawn when they are basically walking onto the A-bomb side. And that's very deliberate to not signal to Spirit what was happening, because you can do it in a different way where you basically throw the smokes from right outside T-spawn, and then they just land a lot faster, but they wanted to be a bit slower with it this time. Look, it's going to be around reset coming up, I'm assuming. Yes.
Reset.
Nice. Fair enough. Nobody taking any damage, so it's all good. But it's a good start for Spirit.
Yes, it certainly is.
I would appreciate it if we could get other people than Donk on the Spirit side also playing well, because they do have other good players.
You don't know
Maybe
about
he
the
does
stars
overshadow
being
them a little
Flash
bit
Mera. It's
sometimes.
patent.
I respect that take. Well, if we
That
consider
is
the
something.
final half of the first map, this is a lot of rounds in a row for Spirit. Astralis, they don't know what it's like to win a round right now.
That's a good point. Crashing out of dust too against Donk, and then straight into more losses here. All right, well, we're working on the issues. I do think Ancient is a really fun map to watch. It's one of those maps where every single week there's some new thing that happens. There's some new slight optimization. The whole mid battle in itself is like a constant war between who can play, you know, in front of a smoke, but not into a Molotov. Like there's a sort of like that borderland between those 2 grenades where you can sort of play inside of it. Some teams now
Starless
have,
seeing keybackers. Oh
dedicated
shit, that's
2
a
people
long
in
time ago.
T-spawn that are throwing in a total like 4 or more
miss Key.
flashbangs over the wall for the peak to come in. So it's just it's such an aggressive battle.
Always
to
had a
get
good
mid
time
control.
there.
And some teams have just
Always,
dedicated players that are
always had a good time there.
insanely good at taking mid. Shout out to Nerds.
Yeah, the evolution is fun to witness, and it's an interesting situation that Astralis are in, because I have to say, Anders, you can see the prep, like they look pretty good. It just feels like Spirit just comes online in such a way that it's pretty demoralizing, but hopefully they're able to be steadfast. I think also having Hooksy in, there is definitely a bit more resiliency when you're getting it's almost like when you get stuff changing in your team. We talk about the honeymoon period because it kind of is like a bit of a reset in terms of expectations and beliefs about the team. It's like, okay, well, this is a new thing.
Yeah.
We can just kind of forget about the old stuff. We don't even know what we're capable of yet. So you're not stressing out as much.
Yeah.
Expectations are sort of reset.
Everyone's going to give you some time where they say, wow, it's a new IGL, let's see what happens. I do think the style will fit Device a lot more.
Yeah. I don't think that's the
KD
thing, man.
Approach to Counter-Strike, which is pretty eccentric.
We will never really know what was the issue there. It felt like
Incendiary and then the HE, because a lot of people will try and run through the Incendiary. Device
could have gone away with that.
Waiting for it to be gone before he dies. Magic's not so polite. Going to be moving forward, looking for the opportunity here. Nice little burst. Hooksy has done some good damage on the other side, but don't know if he can actually find the kill. I really like Magic's approach to Counter-Strike. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like a certain personality whenever he plays the game that's just really fun to see.
Why did Hooksy get his kill, though?
Not Astralis.
You are the only Dane having fun right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I was never even like a big, massive sort of supporter of Danish Counter-Strike because I just always felt like it's going to be so weird if I'm like some super biased caster. But now that it's gone the other way, it is kind of sad, you know? So like, I'm getting like, I'm mourning it a little bit now that you're going to see it like, you're like, oh, come on, guys, you know? But maybe they can build something. Yes. I mean, something that's even more confusing to me than Danish Counter-Strike at the moment is Brazilian Counter-Strike, because I truly feel like there are so many good players in Brazil, but somehow they're all on different teams. And I just can't don't know why they're not able to build. Like, I genuinely think they could probably build two, you know,
that
like
sounds
two
like you're
top
having a 10 out of 10
in the world or something.
like you say.
It should be close enough. At least one that's like a top 7 or 6 team, I think. Like, it's got to be possible. It must be possible.
Start a GoFundMe.
Yeah. Anders saving Brazil.
Yeah, you just gave a screw to this Danish Counter-Strike. Okay. Aggression from Spirit, and Donk finds. He will find what he looks for. And Zoltix keeps going.
Yeah. Even more of a mind game.
Oh, they have no idea he's here.
On the other side. Deep nade. They're so sold on it. Yabby, okay, he is aware.
Right.
He actually does recognize that someone could be there. Might get the kill for free.
No. Oh, okay. Okay,
wow.
okay,
So
okay.
Just to be 100% clear, right?
Yeah, his crosser placement was really off, which kind of indicates that he was not ready at all.
He definitely wasn't. Oh, man. Hooksy going down, so still a man disadvantage here. Chopper in the middle. Donk hanging around the donut position. They've got a very heavy lean towards the B side here early on. The bomb is in the middle for Astralis, so plenty of opportunities. Stair going to be peeking out, but he's not realizing there's a second player. So the trade just continuing here. Spirit
Not close enough.
Staying a man up. And that's the bomb confirmed in the middle, or maybe not confirmed, but at least one of the players there. They knew that Jabby was over on the other side, so they can probably guess that they've got to be a little bit careful. 40 seconds.
Yeah, but do this though.
Still in the middle. It's really far away right now. Even if Yabby gets a kill, there's no guarantee they can actually get the bomb to the site. Magix is very exposed, and a couple of footsteps there with the shadow showing. Never mind. That's
could have been something.
Trying to build something.
It's not like all the kills that were supposed to happen just didn't happen in this round, basically.
Yeah, in a nutshell.
It's like, how do you not? How do you not? How do you get the first one and then fail the second one, Yabby?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, certainly opportunities. Certainly some opportunities for those fights. Lots of 1v1s. I mean, you like 1v1s if you're on the T side generally. Like you do want 1v1s if you can get them.
Oh my, that's a lot of grenade damage.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
They were so soft from the
it's going ham.
nades landing on them here. Shiro with a missed shot, but Donk see him aggressively moving into the fight. Which some would argue is obviously what you want to do when you're up against Tech
really
pistols and all the rest of it, but can't really put a leash on Donk.
The utility uses right now.
No. And if you tried, you'd probably get kicked from the team.
And you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't want to either. You know.
No, you shouldn't. No.
Okay.
No, let him be. Let him be the full version of himself.
Let Donk be Donk. He's just a beacon up here. Come on.
He must feel pretty important up there.
Are there players for Stars again pay currently, or how it's working for them?
Now
I don't know
exactly
how it's going exactly for them,
find
but
the highest spot on the map and just look down on people.
I'm pretty sure they're still getting paid to some degree.
It's down, wasting our time. Doesn't it know time is money or something like that?
He's trying to extract some value.
I would at least believe so.
It needs to. I mean, it would be terrible if Astralis can't get a single kill here, just because, again, you want to at least keep the economy down so that when you do win a round, it's not so hard to come back. But Donk's going to pick it up so confident.
Take it easy, luggage. Much love.
When you watch Donk, it does kind of look different in a way where
swing by.
It's like he perceives less risk than you feel like he should. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
And I think it's probably because he just murders everyone all the time. It's kind of like, I guess, if you were to like play on a server or like matchmaking on a rank that's like, 50% worse than you or something. You're just gonna run around more because I just outskill people.
But there just obviously are certain fights that are fundamentally unavailable to most of us because we're capped by how much we could do.
Yeah.
So he's just, unfortunately for the rest of us, he does have access to like an area of the game that probably most of us will never have. And then as a result, you see him, taking some fights that just you know, like it's almost like if you showed how Donk plays to new players, they shouldn't play like that.
Yes,
like you wouldn't tell someone,
yes,
this guy's, you should model yourself on him. It's like, no, you can't. Like, it's not worth it. So it's great fun to watch, though. For Astralis, it's pretty painful at the moment here. There'll be some damage in the middle of Sontics. Smoke up, and it will get blown open for sure. It's a classic setup on Ancient.
No, I'm so
I'm sure
confused.
Astralis know it, but this time they get caught
What
by
are
it.
you
Now, trying to see if they
yapping
can
about?
find some way to recover a bit of the round here device. That would have been a very good way to do it, but again, it's a really big stack over at the B-bomb side. Spirit do like these. Gabby, easy kill on the Chopper. He already knew he was there. Double smoke to this position. A little bit overkill, but at least just get the bomb plant right now. They lost 5 in a row, so get back into the game in some way.
Spirit, they are not going to give this one up easily. Flashing themselves back into the sights. Oh,
Chat GTR.
Through the smoke. You love to see that. Not just hanging out and being afraid, but going for the plays. And that's a round-winning play right there from Yabby. If you include also the previous kill that he got. 3 kills in a round for him. Excellent work.
Yeah, super well done.
Starland,
They just absolutely weren't
Budapest.
ready.
Wow, that's the first round.
Hungary, it's not Romania though.
In what, 12, 13 rounds? If you include Dust 2 previous half.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating, but you know, get it on the board early here. And if you just forget about the first map, it's
interesting. They're showing all 4 stages
maybe
though.
a bit of an issue with the fact that Spirits have money to work with, so you're gonna have to struggle a bit further before you can get rid of all of that cash. Timeout call for Spirit immediately.
Yeah, it's I mean, I don't know if they're doing it for this purpose, but sometimes doing stuff like this when the other team feels like they're picking up any kind of like momentum,
right?
You just ice, it's called icing the kicker. You know, I think that's from American sport.
Yeah.
Football or whatever.
To survive.
I think it's a term.
Nice.
But that's, yeah. You know who taught that to me?
Holy shit. And then P versus G2, then it's like, GG free win.
That's the best.
I'm a mess right now.
That's the best story ever, Dan. I'm actually on the edge of my seat to figure out.
It was the best.
Alright. Shout out. What a legend. An actual Counter-Strike legend. Sontics with a double spray down. We're getting into the next round. We hardly even get to introduce anything as they just try to walk through the smoke. Obviously, so they want to crunch middle there, Astralis, from 2 different sides. I didn't catch it. I feel like
What up,
Device
John?
should have been setting up some
It's
flashes.
been a pretty interesting day.
Then they weren't very efficient, and maybe one of the reasons.
An EP game was the
Actually,
cinema itself.
We can find out. The problem
Do
with the
you
flashes they throw from T-spawn
like
is that
solid
if the CT
CS,
players are
I
too
would
far
say.
forward in the battle,
Also a
they
little
land
time they
behind
had.
Sontics. The way you stop that from happening is to throw
Spirit seems to just take care of
that
business here.
stops Sontics from pushing forward. Like that's where
Dust
the
2
meta
was
is. So the Ts
a
throw
lot
the
more
Molotov,
competitive
so
though.
that the CTs have to play
I
further
don't
back
know.
so that they get flashed, and something in that whole sequence just fell apart for Astralis. And as a result, they fell apart. Were shot apart.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. That is really because I mean the cost was so high. Trying to save this orb though. Yabby is all.
What's this Astralis doing? I don't get it.
Protect the VIP.
Well, now we've just gone along.
Trying to play it.
Feet stuck in the jungle.
Didn't, however, Astralis
Hopefully
get
there was
like
some
fucking
turn into a bit of a fish spa, you know. That
owned
exists,
on
that's
it
the thing. Never been to a fish
first
spa.
day?
No,
on
they
Nation.
don't
Yeah.
allow that anymore, do they? Because it's like there's hygiene concerns.
What?
Yeah.
Right, I didn't know that. I missed my opportunity. I always thought, you know.
And then when
It was like a thing 10
Astralis
years
won
ago, it's like
here,
fad, and then everyone they got shut down. Everyone's like, no, this is actually, this is like not hygienic at all.
Okay.
Just having fish doing that to like everybody.
was quite
that comes
interesting
in.
though.
Right, now I feel sad. I was
I don't get it.
saving myself. I
I
was
don't
like,
know,
that's
man.
going to be one
I
of those
don't know.
moments in my life. And
I'm sure there's probably still some
missed the
places
window.
you can, but just not probably in. Yeah. I believe, Anders, you can still complete the mission.
Okay.
You can find it somewhere.
I'll keep my hopes high then. This is, unfortunately, another fairly one-sided affair. I mean, on the first map, genuinely, I thought Astralis were going to win it at one point.
Same.
until Donk showed up, it was looking promising. Smoke up in the middle. There's that elbow Molotov to try and stop anyone from pushing forward. I don't know if it wasn't there last time. I feel like something. I have to go. Actually, I actually will go back later and look at that round. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Blasting through the smoke, and Chopper has to appreciate the irony of him getting jumped on.
Mongolia stream averaging 50 KVs daily. Damn.
4 versus 5.
They could really consider
I mean,
reset here. You can see in the
yeah, they have started to support the Mongols quite hard.
And
I mean, think about their ambassador or their country. They're also like part of music videos. They're apparently on like signs all over the country. Like they're doing big shit, which is dope.
From Astralis. The entire left side of the map is available, inclusive of mid. Astralis looking for a pick. This is actually kind of cool. If you stick around, Spirit are like, okay, maybe we should find info. But they're not actually going deep enough for Astralis to catch a pick. So at this point, Anders, it gets weird.
There's almost nothing lost here if they go back. So the smoke in the middle is going to be to suggest that we might be going back. Hooksy, he's going to try and sell it, but they're still going B. So it's very, very smart for Astralis. They're really sending the message. And Spirit, they should buy this, at least somewhat. They've rotated 2 people back, and I totally understand why. They have no way of knowing what's happening. They will take down Hooksy, and now the silence on that bomb site is going to be very suspicious. They're rotating back. They're going to be ready for this. 24 seconds. Suntix going to be double peaked right now, but he sprays down both of them. A couple of bullets left to try and find the kill. That bomb being planted. Shiro, oh, that's a fumble. Needs to get that out right away to try and see if he can find Jabby. It's going to be incendiary on the other side to put some pressure on and pushing him back into Magix. He swings into the headshot.
Oh, nice kill by Abe.
Astralis is still coming out on top of this battle. Shiro.
Yeah, I think the game would be bigger in NA if it was more socially known, but it's like Odyssey has in NA.
He does fire the gun, but
I mean, it's easier because of, you know, PlayStation, right? And Xbox and all of those things.
Stair will take him down for the triple. It's a very weird round, but I do like the mid-round. And Hooksy, just
so it makes sense, you know, and also like the economy-wise and so on. It's not like everyone in the US can go and buy like a $3K PC to play, you know, like easily. Instead, you can get a Xbox or PlayStation for $400, right? 500 or like 300, 500 bucks, depending on back in the days, right?
They could push forward, find out what's going on. Astralis looking to punish that device, obviously.
Then you can play fighting games, Call of Duty, Halo, whatever.
Call on the fly, make sure that they get the full punish in there with the fake. Sending Hooksy on the
we need updating in CS to make it popular.
Sacrifice for the team.
I know some groups of people that still enjoy and love CS, but the problem is they say we're the only one of them.
Through middle, donut into A. It's much quicker than the CTs can get from B to CT spawn to A. So like you just have to beat them by like a couple of seconds.
Hello.
So the CTs have to be really reactive. They have to try and do something.
I mean, at least back in the days you didn't need like insane pieces, but nowadays when it feels like you need to have pretty good one, right? About 1 kilo of chocolate balls.
You could see that landing. Donk goes down to device on the other side. Whew, that's if he doesn't jump, if he peeks into it, I think Shiro just kills him outright. But they win the mid-fight.
Yeah. And this is another good test of the calling for Astralis. Again, you should typically have a lot of options if you get the opening pick. How do we convert? That has to be something that every team understands on the T side, and gravitation towards the A side of the map here. And Gabby is connecting on Ancient so far.
Very important kill.
A site and
Gabby that though.
Oh, no.
Right, running like that. Really crazy.
Really crazy. Team already have the A bomb side.
And Staven here.
It might be a small mistake. Probably not going to cost them the round here, but it is the kind of thing that, you know, that can be scary. If they were closer, if they had, you know, a kit or something else, maybe it's the sort of opportunity maybe for Spirit to get back into the round here. It looks like Astralis have figured it out a bit here on the T side of Ancient. Device. Awkward corner. Bomb radius on this map is enormous, so eventually he will have to try and escape and going to be shot down. So AWP lost on the ground. Anyone can actually run to pick it up. So
I think he can get it either way off the run. He can stay in aim and corner there. He could stay in the corner in aim and survive with the bomb plant.
Right. Shiro very nearly got the
Staven died as well.
And Device obviously taking down Donk with the AWP. And
they have
AWP
double
is
up
probably
now.
the gun you need to take down Donk.
I guess if
That's
you
how
can have
it-
integrated
and,
graphics,
we'll
but
see
if you want a competitor, you
if
actually
the
need a
money's there to buy another
nice
one.
PC with high refresh mode.
Astralis' money's quite tight.
To some degree, right? But we also think about, we're talking about like back in those the days when you needed like at least a 75 Hz monitor, but those, you know, they were a little bit pricey, right? So.
Donk on the other hand, he's got one as well as shit, right?
Yeah, double AWP, why not? All right, so running execute onto the bomb site. They're gonna, Santos already knows. P250 in hand, Donk is behind him, and it's actually Donk with the other AWP. We saw him with the scout earlier. If he could do it with the AWP, how sick would that be? But he's not gonna get the opportunity right now. They are actually falling back. It's hard to know what made them do this, but something in it felt wrong. Maybe they heard Suntix already retreating.
I spent 2,200 on my PC in early
They're not
2021
sure at
and
any
still
rate.
something I play with a high
All the
graphics
way back
settings.
to the B bomb site, leaving Gabby
That's
in
good
this
stuff.
position.
Dangerous stuff, especially when you're against some pistols. In this type of spot where you've lost a lot of map control, they could be kind of anywhere. And Donk with the AWP there.
Now they know
not
one of the
sure
ops
they're
are
gonna
there.
contact in here.
So that's
I
a
don't think
good
they'll
sign
expect
for
a second
Astralis.
AWP.
The only
Contacting
problem
against
is,
an AWP is a terrible thing to do, but
will
sometimes
they
you
actually
just have
make
to do
this
it.
work though?
The only thing is, because it was Donk having the AWP, they might be suspicious, because these are such a weird thing, so they might be able to guess. Incendiary or Molotov on top of Shiro. He survives with 18 health. They've hunted him all the way back. Going to be another grenade, and this
he's
time
dead
he
now, though.
should be dead. Burns inside of the cave. Magic's with an awkward fight. He goes down to Hooksy. A bomb is planted. Going to be a boost up here on top. Actually, some nice damage on through. They jump right out of there, but the bomb is planted in front and not an easy
Still
retake.
doable,
They don't
though.
have any utility, no kit either.
What
I
is
don't
Starving
see
gonna
them
do
easily
here?
getting onto the site right now.
They have no
holding
kit,
it up
yeah.
front here. He doesn't even need to get the spray down, but just Donk, even in that moment, he's like,
Nice
I'm
kills
just
by
gonna
Starving.
find the kill. Staunen gets, instead, is going to get the triple.
John,
And
we're gonna
Charlotte's
try out an
back in
editor
this,
that my
in this
management's
second
gonna
half, in the first
do
half.
this
pretty
week.
impressive.
It is impressive, and some AWPs
But it's
on
not
offer
set in
there as well,
stone.
so can get that back into the
Because
positive advantage.
most of my things that I do, I
felt like the AWP has been
let
really
my
helpful. The
team
fact
take
that
care of it, so
we
I
can
don't
get
have to
this
see the
round
meetings and
obviously does
deciding
allow
and then
a
like
bit more
pricing
dynamic play
things and yada yada.
for the team.
I let the
Lose
team
back
take
in.
care of all of those things. But everything regarding my stream and like
Energy is
on the
high
stream, etc. like
the
that, I have
camp
to
of
take care of
Astralis.
them. Or to some degree, though. But
Failed.
I can always ask, and then
Not
they
that it really makes a difference, I suppose, but it's meant to go.
They sort it
right
out,
to stop the
basically.
run boost. Chopper flying through the air, just like the good old days. Shout out to Vegas Squadron as well. Shiro sneaking on in here, looking to get the spray down. It's a nice idea, but Hooksy's
Nice
very
kill from
quick to
Hooksy.
turn it around. He's
Well,
been
B is clear though.
individually just playing really well, which is obviously one of the big criticisms of him in the past. Maybe even rightfully so, but on this Astralis team,
Nice round by Astralis.
They're going to pick up this round, and
Is there a chance we're gonna go to the
5-6
free maps?
scoreline going into the last
If
round of
so,
the
then
half
I'm gonna show you guys with the last
Astralis
piece
look
I
like they were
did
completely
do
defeated
for
at the beginning
today.
of Ancient, but I don't know, there's still some life left in them.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, and again, even on Dust 2 again, like, if you just look at the first half, there was a lot of, you had a bit of everything in terms of, you know, the class that we saw from Astralis was very well constructed.
It took some break, if
However,
you ask me,
Team Spirit was
Spirit.
obviously one of
So,
the favorites for the
and it
entire
feels like
season, so
Dong
it's a tough matchup
specifically
to win.
needs
We'll
the
see what they
game
can
all
do
the
here.
time.
Coming in as the underdogs.
At least how we
They get 6
say
on
things,
that
right? Officially,
mid
so.
presence.
Oh, do they know he's out there though?
Chopper. Oh,
Hooksy!
all the way from the other side.
Double entry, by the way.
You even saw him. I think he's just shooting through the smoke there. Yeah.
Astralis captain.
Well then.
They don't think anyone's gonna be in heaven though.
Slipping past Yabi. Donk doesn't actually even think about checking it, but he's going to be able to see him at the corner.
That's
of
the
his
thing
eye.
as well. That's the scary
Yabi's
thing though.
a free
Like,
kill in CT on T spawn at Shiro sneaking
oh,
down. 3v3.
what is going on
No
in
idea how
this
this round's
round?
going to be playing out. It's going to be surely a while before the T's decide to check if they're getting flanked. Right now, they're focused on the bomb side itself. Donk in position. Easy enough spray down as he drops hooks. He runs into it. That could have been the end of it. There comes the flank. Stair going down, and Device. That's a burst coming out from
That was
Magic.
clean.
7 to 5 at the end of it. Still a
Maybe
good
it's
half for
also when they
Spirit,
actually
but
had double
there
entry
definitely
though.
was an opportunity to get them a way more crushing lead. And Astralis, honestly, they're still in this.
Yeah, they put the stoppage on that momentum, and so, you know, a lot of respect in the ways that they did it too. And they also had a pistol where the pistol was sick. Like the pistol was put them in a super advantageous position, and they didn't manage to win it, and yet still came away with that scoreline. So again, there's a lot to be said here for the fight that Astralis is putting into this, and really giving themselves a solid chance going to the second half. We'll have to see how it looks though, because obviously the CT side is very different to the T side.
Yeah, I'm very interested if we're going to see some fight out of Spirit once again. I think, the first half here, Sontix actually had a fantastic, half. And if not for him, it probably would have gone off the rails a lot sooner for Spirit. But T side is also where Donk, typically can be off the hook a little bit more. Oh, he got that kill, Hooksy. So that was the first kill for the smoke, and then this one too? No way. Well, that is kind of wild. All right. Yeah, nice finish to it here. But shout out Sontix. Huge first half for him. Ali just laying down the law for them. 7-5. Second half, these splits, Spirit love them in these pistol rounds, and they have all the utility. You could kind of already see it. Oh, Sontix might get caught. This is super awkward. Jumping for information there. And got more than he was asking for. Device
fucking
the dualies. And that actually tells them
what is it called? Actor now again. That we call the device.
They don't rotate more players here. It's such a giveaway that there's a guy down there with a Molotov in hand. He's going to be looking for magics, but he can't quite get it. Donk showing up to save his teammate just in the nick of time. Now there is a rotation coming in, but Spirit actually have not committed.
I really like that smoke you did there.
Has had on the round so far. Just that initial pick to Zontix, and then also that plus the smoke, it really just called a complete halt from Spirit.
Honestly, this could be a very similar round to the one that Hooksy called, where Chopper, if he wanted to, he could.
Maybe maybe you need to do a full
or you could even throw
format
the smoke into the A bomb site just to kind of signal that while they're waiting here. As a spiritually very, very similar opportunity for the one that Hooksy did. That really worked, When Spirit were on the CT side, they were forced to rotate because of one of those mid grenades. He's just going to be peeking for it, Chopper. Bit of a signal. Okay, they want to go right afterwards. No grenades thrown in the middle. Magic's going down, and the Astralis are still here. They haven't moved a bit. They're at the bomb site, ready to go. Donk crouching through it. Shiro to get the headshot. He picks up one more, and just been deleted. Who needs grenades? Just get the Glock headshots coming through. And leaves down here. They don't exactly know where he is, but I'm not sure that's much of an advantage at the moment. The problem is the bomb is planted already. It's the decoy just to mess with him, and Shiro's got the line.
Yeah, with that disgusting position.
It'll be Donk. The time to kill is so low. Oh man, that's a lot of the that could have been played out, but it was the headshots at the end.
All right.
And again, it felt like Astralis had the edges in the pistol, but it just comes down to some of these just crazy just headshots and group ups from Team Spirit. They did so well. That's such a good find from Device early. And this brawling style so strong from Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we are into the next round, and Astralis, do they have any? They got a lot of util here.
They invested. They bought everything. I don't necessarily hate it, but I kind of don't like the fact that this many people at the... Okay, so they're hoping that there's going to be a ramp push and they can flash their way in. Flash comes, there's no one on the other side. They have to do something more, though. I don't think they can just have 4 people at the B-bomb site stationary. So either way, there's going to have to be something else that's happening. Flash now in towards the cave, or at least the smoke up here. Stoun's
that's going to be hard.
I need some real backup at the moment. Goes down to Sontix. There's no one there. The rest of Astralis, they were shuffling around weapons and grenades on the B-bomb side.
Yeah, this could be dangerous here. Are they going to try to commit everything in? I mean, they don't have positioning at all right now. Straight down. I was almost thinking that it's like a save call right after they lost the first player. They're going to fall off. But you could kind of see the plan in the sense that I remember, again, thinking back to much older editions of Astralis. One of the things that, the most dominant version was so good at was on rounds similar to this, they would have the 5 smokes and just a full util, and they would do such a good job of slowing down the other team, and just like, but at the same time holding onto smokes so that they're killing the clock, and then creating like a situation where the T side doesn't know. Like they have to like basically make a gamble as to like where the stack is.
I still have a laptop at my home, but I haven't used it since.
It's so hard to force that dynamic today because you can blow open the smoke. So a lot of like T sides, even if you try
somewhere in CS:GO,
right, you're absolutely right. But
when I was playing professionally, basically,
they will just say, well, you know, you can throw the smoke, but we'll blow it open and run through. So you know, good luck with that.
Yes, which I like. I think that's such a great addition to the game.
Yeah, but I think if we could go back and play like a couple of, you know, like one tournament into with sort of CS:GO, you know, dynamics, I think it would be kind of weird to be watching so many teams just waiting on the other side of smokes, be like, well, we just have to wait it out, you know, 20 seconds, wait. Here we go. 9-5. Spirit still very strong lead. They've got the money on their side.
I mean, a 5-stack on B. Maybe.
With this map at the moment. Stairs also on 3 kills. I personally think he's a fantastic player. Some fireworks on the B-bomb side. Just went off above their heads, you know. Happens.
It's gotta be done. See the hero flash in the hands of Device. Do they get the timing right? Will this trigger the flash? That one smoke. Holding on to it still. Ah, there it is. It's been sent, and here comes the Horde. How much did they find? Just one so far. Is there any more ticks with the stop as well as Shiro? And actually, the 2 kills not too horrendous.
Wait, what? He actually hit there with a Mac 10 there. Seen from Cyclone.
I mean, it's not a lot of damage, but he is actually finding the shots through somehow. Back to try again. He might as well. He got so many bullets left, so you gotta give it a shot here. There's nothing else. Yeah, he's also distracting from the fact that Device is walking up behind them. Although I would be shocked if Spirit don't think about this. They actually almost did. Did not look like he was ready. He's still got the kill. He's up to 17 in total. Astound's gonna be saving this Mac 10 somewhere else.
Smart.
Spirit on 10.
Ooh, does he hear something here though?
The idea worked out.
Okay.
Yeah.
He ran away. No, the biggest problem is, Donk is gonna hold him. He's gonna die now.
The low investment in terms of the dollars.
Do you ever get tired of people asking questions after the same sort of ones, or do you enjoy it? I realize there are irony of me asking a question.
Like there's so much.
I mean, it's fine, but most of the times we just skip them if it's been
very hard
too much, if you know what I mean.
To obviously, it's just hard to watch some of the success or the potential not be realized, I suppose, is what I'm trying to get at.
I do feel like the kind of losses that some of the other Astralis lineups have been so much more sort of defeating when you look at them. Like, I can't even think of like a way that they could win. Whereas I feel like here, I mean, they are against Spirit, who are a fantastic team, and they're all playing super well. So I'm not surprised that they're losing. It's just that you can see the ideas. You can see that Astralis have a really good read on what's happening. So yeah, I think there's a lot to build on right now. Spirit, just no surprise, going to be one of the, if not maybe the hardest team in the tournament to beat. So
this could be a moment here for Astralis. A bit of aggression. Backhand position, moving forward, going deeper. Whoa, that's a flying headshot from Hooksy. That's that should not be allowed. And a deep smoke, so the aggression is panning out for them.
What's really weird about that peak was the fact that normally that peak is set up with a flash inside of B. You can throw flashes that will never flash your teammates when they're rushing that way, but they will always flash any Ts that are holding it. You look at teams like FaZe and especially Na'Vi are so good at the B utility if you wanted to go back and study. Those of you at home who are dedicated to the Counter-Strike lifestyle, go watch Na'Vi on the B-bomb side. Alexi and JL playing there. It's really fun.
And this has caused, pause for thought for Team Spirit. Astralis playing aggressive to play a better defensive game. Slowing Spirit all the way down 20 seconds. They don't have the time for this. They've got to go for it. They're struggling to get for the choke points. They do get the kill, but the damage was substantial. Hooksy set up for the play. The healthiest player peeking first and doesn't die. More opportunities here for Yabi, but only finds the one. Spirit getting the bomb planted now, and they are going to get the after plant. I just don't believe it.
that is as close as you can get. The fact that he had to jump through into the ceiling with a MAC-10 and they found the opening. Shiro clips down and he goes straight into the ground. It's Donk.
This is a pretty one-sided shot,
They're
isn't it?
so low on health. They just kept trading their way through, barely surviving, like just bleeding to death into the bomb site. But it's enough. Somehow it's enough.
Oh wow, it's just another round where you know, you can see the potential there for Astralis. It's like so close, so there's so many small margins, but when push comes to shove, Team Spirit deliver. And 11-5 the scoreline now. Timeout taken by Astralis. Translate, Anders.
I think you're saying just Donk not getting enough kills. get back out there. I wish I could. I'd be sick. I can do the Danish stuff, but all they ever say is shoot. Just means sick.
Oh, nice.
Shoot.
I remember when the meta was every single team, doesn't matter like where they're from, was just saying nice.
Yeah. Although some of the CIS teams did say nice Bliat, which is
true.
Nice Bliat is probably my favorite combination.
That's like nice, thank you.
Exactly. Oh, that's such a
Also, what have they written here, by the way?
Very cool. Foxy.
Rasmus is in every form of skill for a Hooksy Lord.
Will take him down eventually. I love the aggression. I love the attempt to try to really, you know, put some pressure on Spirit, because what is the alternative? You just, you know, you just fold. You just start playing this really defensive Counter-Strike. I don't think it's going to work either. I actually think it's a nice call, but it doesn't matter. They shoot way too hard.
Okay.
It's a good headshot.
Yeah.
Magix does
One bullet for a noob, though.
The bomb is gonna
There's
be
a gun in
round
mid,
is
right?
Gonna be lost. Spirit are going to be on 12 rounds.
I got a bit too excited for that headshot. It was nice.
It was good.
I mean, Deagle headshots, they will never lose their luster.
No,
that Windows lap does
always,
the
whether you're
run
just watching
strangely
it or
on
you
battery,
land
so
one
it's fine on
yourself,
power, but lags on battery if it
it's a little
doesn't
pick me
run
on,
on
you know.
battery.
It was
There
always
you
the
are.
thing with
Now I'm
playing,
so confused with that Texion.
even back, I mean, I feel like especially back in the OG Counter-Strike where the headshot, especially when, you know, they didn't have helmets, is like so satisfying with almost any gun, but especially like a Scout or a Deagle, forever.
Yeah, it's that one animation that we're all waiting for where like they spin like backwards.
Yeah.
1.6 stuff.
It's so satisfying.
So one-sided game.
The one thing that we've really missed that
So
has become such a
one-sided game.
feature of this map now are the B bomb side wall bangs. I don't think anyone did it in the first half. And
But that's
the second
okay.
half,
Yeah,
they
we did.
really-
That's okay.
I guess Spirit are winning too quick to even care about wall bangs, but it's become almost comical to the point where it's, you know, it's almost where you want to wonder if sort of Valve should. It's weird because in the beginning, in Go, Valve worked so hard to stop the wall bangs. Like it was almost like they were on a mission to kill all wall bang positions in CSGO. But now in CS2, we've got this map. Train is, you can all shoot through the entire map on Train if you want. Like it's paper thin.
Yeah. Like Nuke in 1.6.
My Dell laptop would sit shit even on battery.
But yeah, it is like that. Weirdly, Nuke now.
Yeah, it's Anders and DDK. They're a duo now. They did Blast and they did something else as well this year. It's pretty cool combo actually. They not overhyping, not over exaggerating some things, etc. like that. And it feels like they generally get surprised when it's like, or like, you know,
almost the entire army here.
good response when they. Wait.
He does get the kill.
Chopper,
But
you
Gavi's
know,
shooting him in the back, so a bit of a
Oh,
Magic's
that
opening up
molly
side.
though.
There's nobody else here to
He
defend
is
with, so
open for
bottom front
free.
is secured. And if they try
I've been
to
at
play
least
with
liking
respawn,
this
they could shoot him in
duo
the
for
back.
so.
This is a sick setup for Spirit.
It's been nice.
They might have just won the series right here.
Oh, that was a kill.
I feel like that wallbang should have done something. But I suppose, yeah, you're just talking about that. Either way, 3v4. Politics angle here is crazy.
Got almost nice though.
Going for it though.
That's a nade. Gabby has a nade.
So here, he's already tagged up quite a bit, moving
Ah,
into it.
he's
Can't
dead.
check the corner. Magic takes him down. Dunk with the headshot, and Spirit with the 13-5 victory here towards the end. Very, very convincing, taking down Astralis. Not much to be said about the second map, I think, but overall, I don't know. Let's ask the panel. Are they excited for Astralis? Does anything look better than it did before?
Anders is just doing my job for me. I'm going to go do the spa. He wants to know, obviously, and you heard it there,
Alright, chat.
For Astralis, even though they've just obviously lost to Spirit.
I mean, Hooksy looked amazing.
I will do like this.
Hooksy is back. Hooksy is here.
I haven't even done the music today, right? A little bit there. Chat, I'm gonna basically go instantly. Because I wanna relax and it's been a pretty long day that way. We could, meanwhile, I can try to show you guys the last progress. I will show you guys the result tomorrow though. Wait, can I do this too? Yeah, I can do like this. You guys hear me, right? I need to just add the fucking program. What is it called again? I want to install it. Okay. Whoa, nice crosser. Nice, the camel thing. Because it's it is a moment or two before it's actually done. Wait, what? What the fuck is the program called? I don't go on with it. Camel camera. We take you to Microsoft Store to complete your download. But for fuck's sake, really? Open. Do I need to always do that shit? Annoying as fuck. But that's how it is. Can my Snapchat also stop spamming? Alright, there we go. Should be done like this. It's doing its thing! Huh? So yeah. We got that at least. The only problem is like with this little setup, it's a little bit like pretty the stream. Nah, I will maybe potentially try to do something on the stream. I am a little bit interesting of how I can do the sound here. That was also 60 at first. Yeah. But yeah. Peace and love, everyone. Peace and love. Catch you guys tomorrow. Stay safe.